The story begins with notifications asking if he really wants to live a new life. Shortly after, a voice says it's just another one of those spam pages. Then, it introduces a boy sitting at a table, reading manga, and complaining that he doesn't need such outdated ads, and hasn't been able to find a job for weeks. The protagonist's room is a mess. As he continues messing with his computer, with his hand on the mouse, he gets upset about something he sees, dropping his lollipop. The computer screen shows an image of a black hole with colorful lights around it. The boy is pulled in, and, frightened, he asks what's going on. More notifications arrive, saying that he's embarking on a journey, but he still doesn't understand anything. The protagonist's eyes shed tears, and scared, he asks what they're talking about, as he didn't even have a choice. In another place, it shows the Earth era at Starlight Academy in the year 2666 of the Earth era. The Academy was invaded by alien creatures and suffered devastating blows. Later, the government used nuclear weapons to wipe out the creatures. However, the X-virus they left behind spread across the world, causing zombies and beasts to wander the Earth. From there, martial artists emerged and became the most respected warriors. Suddenly, Shu's bully of a roommate kicks the door open, angrily calling for him and finding the boy asleep. He picks him up from the bed and shakes him, asking where the food he asked him to get is and if he wants to starve him. Without a second thought, he throws the boy onto the ceiling, cracking it, still cursing at him. Falling onto the floor, Chiang's roommates observe and comment that he might be unconscious. He responds, saying the protagonist is just a loser. Approaching, he steps on the boy's hand and curses at him, saying it's an honor for him to be eliminated by his hands. Next, the laundry room is shown, full of dirty clothes. While Chiang steps on the boy's hand again, he says that he didn't bring food and made him look bad in front of June. Stepping on his hand again, he continues saying unnecessary things. Shu opens his eyes and tries to complain, but can't speak. Seeing a foot on his hand, he thinks it hurts and becomes confused, wondering if he wasn't just in his room reading manga. Chiang points at the boy, noticing that he's opening his eyes, realizing that he hasn't been executed yet. As the protagonist's hand tingles with pain, he gets up, still dazed, not understanding what's happening. The bully says he has a lot of endurance, kicking him and claiming he will keep hitting him until he's executed. The boy's face is covered in various injuries, with smoke surrounding his fallen body. Shu's eyes shed tears, and in anguish, he wonders who has such bad luck to end up like this. Elsewhere, people attack him physically and psychologically. Even the academy staff humiliates him, saying that zombies are everywhere and that someone like him could be eliminated in 3 days. The protagonist is then shown sitting on the floor, remembering the people who judged him and said cruel things. His mind can only wish for an end. With injuries on his face, he thinks that if he stays there, he won't survive. Shu stands up, with pain all over his body, thinking it's no surprise that the boy doesn't want to survive. He says it's not right to leave such messes in his hands, as tolerance isn't in his dictionary. Chiang notices the boy getting up and tells his friends to look at the defiant look in the little loser's eyes. Angrier, he asks who he thinks he is, punching him in the chest and asking if he's convinced. Racked with pain, the boy answers no. Chiang says he will attack again, claiming he'll keep beating him until he's convinced. He continues to hit him, causing more injuries, and repeatedly asks if he's convinced. The boy, irritated, stands up and says no, because abusers like him, even if he kills him, will never convince him. The bully wipes his face, which is covered with injuries. Still dazed, the boy wonders what kind of reincarnation this is. More notifications arrive, informing him that an accumulation of anger has been detected, presenting Sio's data and asking if he wants to release the accumulated rage. He notices that it's the same system from before. Just as the bully tries to attack him again, he unleashes his anger, blocking the punch, coming face to face with him, and attacking. Chiang's friends notice something is wrong and rush over, finding the bully on the ground, worried. Chiang, struggling to breathe and with various injuries, says he needs the infirmary quickly. Shu approaches and asks what they're still doing there. They, scared and nervous, pick up Chiang and rush out. The protagonist, with several injuries on his arm, says he needs to go too, and can't pretend anymore, stating that the blow has drained the little energy left in his body. Sitting in a chair, another notification arrives, saying he has obtained a roulette spin. He clicks spin, and upon seeing the roulette, he hopes for Linyan coins, as otherwise the money in the body's savings wouldn't be enough to heal his wounds. After the roulette spins, he wins 1,000 Linyan coins. Shu feels relieved. In the infirmary, he enters and says he's there for injury treatment. The nurse asks if he's Lin. Curious, he asks if she knows him. Approaching him, she says it's kind of impossible not to know him. Shu asks her not to call him Lin, as it sounds unpleasant. The nurse asks if he doesn't want her to call him Lin, as she strokes his abdomen, saying they'll talk about it later. Observing, the nurse tells him to take off his clothes and lie down. Embarrassed, he asks if he really needs to remove his clothes. She laughs and says he can keep his underwear on, but if he prefers to take everything off, she doesn't mind. Xue removes his pants, and she comments that it's not so bad and that it's not small. He asks where she's looking and thinks she's scary, fearing that if he doesn't control himself, he might lose his virginity right there. The nurse asks how much healing he wants. He replies that it costs 9,800 coins. He then lies down and reflects that the previous owner of the body was much weaker than he thought and probably suffered a lot. However, from now on, he won't let that happen. During the full preparation, it's noted that the body is completely injured, and the time for full healing will be 5 hours. He waits, lying down, for the process to finish. 5 hours later, he says he'll be a new Lin Xue. Meanwhile, in Class 29, it is explained that a recent exploration of Area 20 found 20 slots. The teacher says all martial arts beginners can join. However, he notices that Chiang is absent, and his classmates say he's undergoing surgery in Area C. The teacher asks what happened. They explain that he was beaten by Xue and that all his ribs are broken. The students can't believe it. One student from the class says he saw it with his own eyes. The teacher puts his hand on his face and says that, so, Chiang won't participate in the exploration of Area 20. Suddenly, Xue appears at the door and asks if he can go. The students observe and comment that the protagonist looks different now and doesn't seem like the same person. The teacher tells him not to rush, as Area 20 is more dangerous than he thinks, and he should first reach the initial rank in martial arts. Jun says Area 20 is a territory full of zombies and monsters, asking if he's trying to get himself killed. Xue laughs confidently and asks if he beats him, will he be allowed to go? The boy tells him to stop dreaming. Still confident, Xue asks if he wants to try. Jun slams his hand on the table, saying it's obvious. Standing up, he says he'll teach him a lesson, and that he shouldn't think he can act arrogantly in front of him just because he beat Chiang. The evaluation eye is activated, and Xue sees all of Jun's data. He notices that Jun is weaker than Chiang, as he just needs to dodge his attacks and wait until his anger maximizes, then strike with everything and easily defeat him. He tells him to meet him in the arena after class. In the academy arena, people comment on how Xue dares to challenge a martial arts beginner rank, saying they're about to witness a great show. The redhead approaches Xue and asks if he's really planning to fight him. Xue, confident, replies not to worry, as he's wanted to hit him for a long time. After climbing into the arena, Jun asks if he really dared to step up. Approaching to attack, he says he's going to teach Xue a lesson. Trying to land a punch, Xue dodges and thinks that Jun does have some strength, as even with his injuries and ailments healed, the punch still causes him some pain. A notification pops up, informing that the anger is still charging. Jun attempts several more strikes, but misses, telling Xue to stop dodging and take this seriously. Xue thinks that all he needs to do is dodge and block, waiting for the anger points to accumulate. The anger bar is almost full. The crowd laughs, saying that, as expected, he only knows how to dodge. The teacher thinks that if dodging isn't humiliating, he's never seen anyone this stubborn. Still dodging, Jun gets angrier and tells Xue to stop doing that. Then the anger reaches 100%, and the notification asks if he wants to release the accumulated anger. He says yes. As Jun tries to attack again, Xue strikes back, getting into close combat and throwing Jun away. Xue raises his hand, celebrating the victory. The crowd in the stands, who had been watching, are outraged. Jun, lying on the ground, coughs, and with injuries stands up, calling Xue trash. Xue approaches and responds that he was defeated by trash, asking what that makes him, and says it's something much worse than trash. The teacher orders that Jun be taken to the infirmary and that this doesn't affect the exploration of Area 20. People help him go to the treatment area. Then, the teacher claps and says he's impressed with what Xue did. The protagonist turns around and asks if he can now participate in the exploration. Area 20 is a city infected by a nuclear virus. The virus spread throughout the area, which is filled with zombies, mutants, beasts, and monsters, making it extremely dangerous. However, because the risk and the rewards are equal, parts of mutant animals and monsters are valuable materials, and their brains contain a magical crystal that helps martial artists cultivate. This material is unique and rare, with high value. The teacher, with the students in Area 20, says that all of them have received long-term training and should use the weapons and combat suits provided by the academy. Dealing with regular zombies and monsters won't be a problem. He says it's different from training because the mutant zombies and monsters they'll face are much more dangerous, and students have already been eliminated, devoured by zombies due to fear. Only by combat experience will they assess their skills, and that will make their hearts stronger. The redhead asks if Xue is scared because he looks so nervous. Xue asks, Scared of what? Thinking that, to him, these zombies are just valuable experience points. The teacher asks them to split into 4 groups and tells them not to go too deep, as they haven't been able to defeat the monsters in the deeper areas. He tells them to go. Everyone shouts, "Yes!" Next, a wounded bird appears. On one side of Area 20, the redhead and Shu walk. The blonde tells Shu not to be dead weight. The redhead says they should be careful and not cry when they see the zombies. The protagonist raises his arm, signaling him to stop talking, as he's spotted movement. The boys get alert. The smoke moves. The protagonist watches closely and says something is approaching. They take combat positions. The smoke increases, and sounds begin. A zombie appears, along with its specialties and combat abilities. The zombie charges forward. Shu observes the zombie's data and notices that even the zombie has better combat skills than him, as he only has 291 combat skills so far. The other boys watch as the protagonist positions himself with a sword in hand. He charges forward, focusing and attacking the zombie with his sword. Notifications come in, congratulating Zhu for defeating the zombie and leveling up, earning 2 attribute points. He's pleased and decides to add the 2 points to strength. Strength increases to 38, and he gets distracted. The redhead shouts for him to be careful. When he turns around, the protagonist faces some more zombies. The blonde tells him to move aside and, running, attacks the zombies with his sword. His friend says he's the best. Zhang remarks that he didn't know there was a mute chicken here. Shu observes and thinks about his experience points. Walking, he says they should leave. Elsewhere, a giant tree with bones appears. They walk, looking around, when a monster's foot approaches. Several smokes move, and Zhu, alert, tells them to wait. The monster has huge, sharp teeth. The redhead asks if he can kill it this time. The zombie leader looks to the side and notices something. The redhead asks what it is and tells them to go over there. The protagonist tells them not to leave the spot. The zombie moves closer. The redhead calls to it. The leader runs towards him. He looks at it, startled, and asks what that is and why it runs so fast. Soon after, the monster jumps at him, opening its enormous mouth with giant teeth. Zhang kicks it, telling the redhead to get out of there. The leader falls to the ground, and Zhang goes after him, trying to attack with his sword. Shu observes and tells him to wait, as the leader has to be eliminated with a single blow. Otherwise, more zombies will come, and the situation will worsen. Zhang calls him an idiot, and says he doesn't need his help to learn how to kill monsters. When he goes to attack, the zombie dodges, but Zhang still manages to cut off one of its arms. Zhang, indignant, says that the zombie knows how to dodge. The leader starts emitting a sound that grows louder. Then, a hand begins to rise from the ground, followed by several zombies of various types. They're shocked at what they see. Zhang says there are too many, and that he doesn't want to die here. Then, he runs away, and the redhead asks him to wait. The protagonist wonders if this is exactly what he wants. If he kills all these zombies, he'll level up several times. He then runs to attack the zombies, thinking that, if a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle, he can surpass himself. The redhead asks what he's doing and if he's crazy. Confident, the protagonist thinks he can do this. He begins attacking the zombies, and the redhead watches, impressed, asking if this is really the guy he knows, and if he has to fight so brutally. A zombie approaches the protagonist, and he attacks it. The two are in the middle of the zombies, and the redhead says he'll stay with him. The leader approaches Shu and jumps at him. The redhead watches and calls for Shu. The monster opens its huge mouth, trying to attack, but Zhu pushes its head away and asks how it dares to attack him like that. More notifications arrive, informing him that he earned more attribute points. He's happy, as he leveled up 3 times in a row and gained 12 attribute points. He adds all points to strength, and strength increases to 50. His muscles also grow. He grabs the zombie's head, dislocating it with his own hands and defeating it, as the monster's neck twists. Shu kicks it, sending it flying. Then, he picks up his sword and finishes it off. More notifications come in, congratulating him for executing the leader. His data is presented. The two look around and notice they've managed to defeat all the zombies there. Shu checks the data and wonders if the system did this on purpose, also reflecting on gene blocking, as he's read about it in some books during cultivation. However, most of the fragments of human genetics haven't been used yet. Therefore, the majority of human potential remains unlocked, and genetic blocking is the body's most basic potential. If the genetic block in the body is fully unlocked, one could become a divine existence. He wonders how strong he can become if he manages to unlock the first gene. He then presses to have the system unlock the first gene. He's excited to have unlocked the first genetic chain, but when he presses, he's warned of danger and told that the host level is below 15. Therefore, he's unable to unlock it. Xiu gets angry but thinks that he just needs to level up more and says he'll soon reach the required level to unlock the genetic chain. The redhead approaches and asks if he's the same person he knows, because he suddenly seems so strong, even killing the zombie leader. Xiu responds that it was just a simple leader. The redhead replies that he complimented him once, and now he's acting arrogant. Xiu then walks away, telling them to continue. While walking, they come across a sign saying that the area is restricted for martial arts beginners, and they can't proceed. Xiu says it looks like the restricted area the teacher mentioned, and the redhead asks if they should go in. The protagonist wonders if they should check, as on the way here, there wasn't a single zombie that didn't give experience. He's curious whether they should investigate. The redhead calls out to him, pointing and saying there's a snake. Xiu looks and is startled. The snake is huge, with color-changing abilities, and its combat specialties and abilities can't be analyzed. The redhead points and says it's a type of giant python. The protagonist, alarmed, says it's an evolved monster, noting that he's unable to analyze it. The monster approaches and opens its massive mouth, trying to attack them, and they need to run. Xiu tells them to run fast. The snake watches and heads in their direction. Terrified, the protagonist runs and wonders why the snake is chasing him. The redhead bends over, panting, and feels relieved that it didn't follow them further. He says the snake wouldn't go deeper into the restricted area, so they should run. In another location, filled with rocks and trees, the protagonist hides and wonders if the snake is gone, thinking it didn't catch up. He thinks he should have been warned, as the snake can change its color to blend with the terrain, so it must be hiding, preparing to strike. Then, a man points a weapon at him and tells him not to move. He asks what he's doing hiding there, and notes that, judging by the clothes, it looks like the Starshine Academy uniform. Xiu raises his hands and says he's just passing through. He realizes these are the people who hunt zombies and mutated monsters for rewards and crystals, and they are officially martial artists. He knows he won't be able to win in this situation. The other guy grabs his sword and says he's always wanted one for so long, taking it and telling Xiu to hand it over so he can leave. The protagonist asks if he's seriously asking for the sword in this place, wondering if he's trying to get him killed. The guy raises the sword to strike and says he'll eliminate him now, but suddenly they notice something strange and look back. They spot the giant snake, and as they try to run, it devours them without hesitation. The team stays alert and says it's a python, and everyone should be careful. They mention that being rank 3, it drops materials and crystals worth millions. They decide to kill the snake, saying they're going to get rich. Hidden, the protagonist observes and thinks about rank 1 attacking rank 3. He wonders if they think it's that easy to get rich. They try to attack the giant snake, and Xiu thinks he needs to find a chance to get his sword back and escape. They attack the snake, but it throws them away. The bald man approaches to attack, but the snake opens its enormous mouth and ends up injuring his arm. The brunette asks everyone to attack the 7 weak points of the snake together. They prepare and strike. The brunette keeps attacking its head, saying that it's finally eliminated. Xiu approaches, and the guy notices him and asks if he was the one who attracted the snake. He orders Xiu to cut the python's crystal out, telling him not to try anything funny, or he'll eliminate him. The protagonist asks if he's an idiot, saying that a failing commander dares to act arrogantly and give orders. He says he'll cut and dismantle the snake, take the crystal out, but now, the crystals will be his. The guy gets angry and asks who Xiu thinks he is, trying to steal from him. He attacks and tells Xiu that this is the end. Xiu dodges and says the guy has nothing in his eyes, then attacks the guy's arm, inflicting a serious wound. The guy falls to the ground and asks how Xiu dares to touch him, challenging him to do it again. He says he's from the Zhang family. The protagonist responds that he doesn't know any family by that name, but he knows they tried to steal his sword and eliminate him, so he won't let them get away with it. He then attacks the guy with his sword and eliminates him, leveling up and gaining 2,500 experience points. Xiu observes and thinks that the rewards aren't bad. He then adds the 7 points to speed and physique to stabilize his strength. He approaches the snake to collect the crystal and thinks that it's the first time he's seen a monster core. Martial artists absorb energy cores to cultivate, and they can also be used as an energy source for certain machines. A color-changing python could be sold for a high price. Looking at their bags, he notices they had 2 monster cores, but the weapons were worthless, of low quality, and would only be unnecessary weight if he took them. So he grabs what's useful, and with the backpack on his back, says it's time to find Yang and the others. While walking, he comes across a sign that reads, "Dangerous Area." He wonders why he's there and whether he went in the wrong direction. He realizes he can't stay there anymore and needs to run. Suddenly, he hears an extremely loud noise. Looking around, he says, "Why is something like that showing up there?" He comes face to face with a leopard, its specialties and combat abilities unknown. Hidden, He thinks it's a rank 4 evolved beast, but he can't analyze it, so he needs to escape. However, he notices something strange, wondering if someone is there. Looking to the side, he sees a martial artist of rank 4, but the data is not visible. Xiu is surprised to see her but can't analyze her combat specialties and abilities. He watches as she tries to attack the leopard. The leopard stays alert and attempts to pounce on her, but she dodges and strikes it with her sword, sending it flying. Xiu wonders if this is the combat power of a high-rank martial artist and affirms that she's really strong. He believes that, one day, he'll be much stronger. The leopard is still on the ground. The girl approaches it. The protagonist, still observing, is curious and wonders if the fight is over. But suddenly, the leopard gets up. Injured, it still attempts to attack. The girl takes an offensive stance, but the leopard uses terrifying moves, causing an explosion and sending the girl flying. Xiu wonders if she's dead, as the leopard pretended to be dead and launched a critical strike on her. But upon closer inspection, he realizes it's not a fake death, but rather an attack before dying. He thinks the leopard still isn't dead and wonders if he lands the final blow, he'll be the only one to kill the monster and get the core of an evolved beast, which could be very valuable. He then slowly approaches the beast, and just as he's about to strike it, he looks back and gets startled to see another leopard. He starts running and thinks that he forgot that these types of leopards hunt in pairs, a male and a female. The leopard begins chasing him, and he, terrified, tries to run as fast as possible, shouting that he wasn't the one who killed it. But suddenly, he stops and finds himself at a dead end. Looking back, he grabs his sword and tells the leopard not to come any closer, or he'll wound it. The leopard tries to pounce on him, but without hesitation, he jumps into the abyss and says he'd rather jump than be eaten and devoured. Xiu falls into the water and starts shouting, wondering if this is the bottom of the cliff. He thinks the trees on the cliff must have softened his fall, and the river helped cushion the impact. Getting out of the water, he notices someone floating on it. He sees a girl and says it seems like she was also thrown off the cliff by the leopards. As he approaches her, he asks if she's dead. He then picks her up and says she's still breathing, assuming she fainted. He gets out of the water and places her on the grass. He wonders why it has to be such a beautiful girl. Xiu observes her and guesses that she's around 17 or 18 years old, but despite her young age, she's already a rank 4 martial artist. Then, he thinks she must be a genius from a big family. He says he hasn't eaten since morning and looks at the river, noticing there are fish. He makes a fire and grills them. Sitting on a stone, he eats the fish and comments that, even without seasoning, it still tastes good. But then he notices something strange again. Upon observing, he realizes something is trying to attack him and asks if the girl is crazy and what she's trying to do. The girl, holding a sword, asks why he's so naked and what he did with her. Annoyed, he responds that he pulled her out of the water and, if it weren't for him, she would have drowned. Then she asks if he saved her. While eating the fish, Xiu tells her not to worry because he doesn't need her to offer her body as payment. The girl calls him a pervert. Xiu says that even though she calls him a pervert, her voice sounds cute. He then offers her the roasted fish and asks if she's going to eat. She takes the fish, and the protagonist asks if she got hurt, since he doesn't have any medicine with him, and tells her to eat to regain some energy. He sits down and introduces himself, telling her his name. She sits down, eating the fish, and says her name is Luo, asking what he wants. Since she doesn't like owing anyone anything, she tells him to say what he wants, and she'll give it to him. Then there will be no more debt between them, or he'll be eliminated. Xiu gets startled and says he's her savior, and that he wants to be stronger than her, asking what she thinks. She responds that his potential is very weak. Tears start to fall from his eyes, and he asks if she could stop hurting him with her words, wondering if she thinks he has no self-esteem. As night falls, Luo falls asleep while the protagonist stays seated, observing the system and laughing. He notices that after eliminating the martial artist, he got a spin from the system's roulette. So he decides to spin the roulette. He spins it, joining his hands and closing his eyes, praying for a weapon. Watching it spin, he says, "Unfortunately, it's just more coins." He gets irritated, but the roulette stops on another prize. He is congratulated and informed that he won the super prize, 100 birds versus the phoenix. The protagonist is happy and says that finally, God has blessed him. He gains a skill card created for martial artists of rank 6 or higher. It's categorized into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, and the higher the rank, the more powerful the skill. However, he observes and isn't thrilled, asking if the system is playing with him and what all of this is above him. He notes that it's a bronze card with a spear skill, harder to cultivate. Then, he sees a glowing green object. He picks it up and says it's a growth card, which is very precious because it grows and changes according to the martial artist's cultivation. He's thrilled and says the system didn't deceive him. With this card, his next skill will be to find a long spear as his weapon, since spears are the hardest to master. Luo notices the protagonist laughing and asks what's so funny. He awkwardly replies that it's nothing. The girl looks away and asks if he heard something. Xiu says yes, it sounds like someone is approaching. She says it could be a group. Hidden, he tells her they need to leave now because they don't know if they're friends or enemies. Seeing that she's still struggling, he asks if she can move. He then approaches her and asks her to climb onto his back. She asks if he's asking her to be carried. Xiu asks if she's happy to take the initiative, and if she feels bad about it, he can leave her there. Maybe later, when they see how beautiful she is, they won't be able to resist doing things to her. Luo climbs onto his back and tells him to stay quiet. A group approaches where they were, and notices there was someone there. They say they must not be far, and that there seems to be another martial artist around, so they should find and eliminate them. While the protagonist is still carrying the girl, she asks if he knew she's heavy, and that he should lose some weight. He responds that he's the one who should lose weight, as she's not heavy, it's just the sword on his back that weighs. But then, he suddenly stops, facing several plumes of smoke. Using his analyzing eye to identify the beast, he notes that it's a red viper, with unidentified specialties and combat skills. He says it's an evolved monster, and as he checks the monster's data, he wonders if this is a bit much. Luo asks him to take her sword. Xiu touches the sword and says it's good. When he picks it up, he thinks it's very heavy and asks what it's made of. He wonders how she can wield such a heavy sword with just one hand, and laments that this is the difference in their strength. Luo asks him to stop stalling, put the sword down, and kill the beast already. So he places the sword on the ground, and the girl says that the sword is very fast and specializes in fighting in the dark, asking him to stay still and await her orders. The viper approaches. Xiu thinks he can't even see its speed because it's too fast, but he realizes it's not that. It's the darkness of the night affecting his vision. He tries to attack, swinging the sword to the left, but misses the monster. Luo tells him to be faster, so he stares hard at the beast and strikes it in the head with a single blow. He laughs and says it was easily killed by him. The girl says that a rank 2 viper, and he still put so much effort into dealing with it. Her lack of potential is so great. He asks if she could stop attacking him with her words. He then flips her off and tells the viper to come bite him, because not only will he eliminate it, but he'll also take its core and sell it for a good price. The snake moves and tries to attack him. He pulls back and wonders why it can do that. Then the viper bites his hand, and he comments that it's the decapitated head attack, smashing its head into the ground and asking if biting isn't enough. Stepping on it, he declares it's over. More notifications come in, congratulating him for eliminating the viper. With his hands soaked, he realizes he was careless and forgot the system's warnings. He then fiddles with the beast's head and asks if the girl knew that the viper's head could separate and why she didn't warn him. She responds that it's because he didn't ask. Xiu complains about pain from his injury. His whole body starts to tingle, and he says the analysis warned him, but he forgot. Starting to scream in pain, he realizes it's too hot and itchy. Luo thinks she forgot that the viper had poison and that it's making Xiu's body heat up. He wonders what to do. Xiu's body is full of allergies. He begins to breathe in smoke from the heat. The girl moves away and tells him not to come near her. The protagonist asks what's going on and what kind of poison it is. He then approaches her and kisses her. She bites his mouth and quickly pulls away. Luo tells him that if he doesn't leave now, she'll eliminate him. With his hand on his mouth, he apologizes and says it wasn't his intention. She points out that there's a lake nearby that might help him calm down. The protagonist runs to it and apologizes again, saying it wasn't on purpose. Without a second thought, he jumps into the lake, feels relieved, and says it's so refreshing. Remembering that he forcibly kissed the beautiful cold girl, he thinks she's soft and smells good. Luo, sitting on the ground, asks why he's taking so long. One of the group members observes from a distance and says they've finally found her. The girl stands up and tells the group to leave, or it will be the end for them right there. The group moves closer, and the blonde man asks if she has the strength to do this. He says he saw her fall off the cliff after being attacked by the lightning leopard, and judging by how quickly she killed one of the leopards, she must be the heir of some big family. He licks his lips and says he's wanted to try an heir like her for a long time. Luo calls him disgusting and tries to attack him with her sword, but they put their foot out in front of her to make her fall. Then, the protagonist steps forward and asks if they want to be eliminated. The blonde man asks who he is. He then introduces himself, stating his name, rank, specialty, and combat skills. They are outraged. Zhang, nervous, wonders how that's possible, and if he's using some device to measure skills and how he can do that. The protagonist says he'll give them 5 seconds. Either they disappear right now, or none of them will ever leave this place. Zhang becomes frightened, apologizes, and says they'll leave immediately, running off. The protagonist helps the girl stand up and asks if she's okay. She replies that it seemed cool and asks how he knew their information. He laughs and says it's a secret, adding that they should leave before the group comes back and decides to fight. The group approaches Zhang and says they checked and found no one, probably because they fled after leaving. If it had been a master, they wouldn't have run away so quickly. Zhang punches a tree, splitting it in half, and says, "How dare he deceive me?" He asserts that since she's injured, they'll leave the restricted area directly. They just need to wait there for her to recover. While they're hiding, Luo asks why they're going further into the restricted area, as the monsters there are even stronger and more dangerous. He answers that the more dangerous it is, the safer the place is. He says they saw she was hurt and thought they would leave quickly, but now they'll stay there and wait for her to recover. Luo replies that she never thought he could be so smart, despite being so weak. He asks if she could stop attacking him with her words. At dawn, they're sleeping side by side. The protagonist wakes up surprised, wondering why she's sleeping on his arm and why she's hugging him. As if she finds out, he'll be eliminated instantly. Luo wakes up and he, embarrassed, says the weather's great. She says there's an evolved monster nearby. He asks where, and she says she's not wrong, as she sensed the smell in the air. The protagonist asks if she's a dog. She replies that they should leave. As they walk, he says he needs to prepare for battle. He asks if she's better. The girl answers no, that she still needs 2 more days, and throws the sword to him, saying he will be the one to fight. He gets startled and says that the weakest monsters around are rank 2. She says that with his current skills, if he doesn't fight the stronger enemies, how does he plan to evolve in rank? She tells him not to worry, that she won't let him die. The protagonist ponders. Next, they encounter a rank 2 boar with tusks. He laughs and says it's rank 2 right away. She says its weak spot is its belly. The boar opens its huge mouth and charges at them. On the second day, notifications pop up congratulating him for eliminating a leopard. More notifications arrive, congratulating him for leveling up. The protagonist comments that these were the 30 evolved monsters and thinks Luo is scary because, at her age, she already knows so much about evolved monsters, their habitats, attack methods, and weak points. With her help, he managed to eliminate 2 rank 3 monsters, and his level has now risen to 9. He asks if she doesn't want any of the crystal cores. She replies that she doesn't need them, as she's completely healed. Then she says this is her goodbye. He says he can't leave her there, because those idiots are still waiting for him outside the restricted area. She says that's his problem. The protagonist replies that it was she who attracted them, asking how this could be his problem. Also, she just recovered, and he asks what she's planning, knowing she's about to leave. Luo replies that she's going to find the lightning leopard. He follows her and asks if she still wants to eliminate it. She answers that she won't fail this time and says that the next time they meet, if his ability is weaker than hers, she will eliminate him. The protagonist asks if she's going to take revenge on him. She, asking where he's from, flies and says she's from the Saint area. Upon arriving in the restricted area, she says it's been 2 days, and they should have left by now. But a sword tries to strike him. He turns around and asks who it is. One of the group members laughs and says they finally found him, and luckily, they didn't leave today. He asks where the girl is but says never mind, because first, he'll teach him the consequences of deceiving them. The protagonist thinks that it's just one of them, but since he's still rank 1, he needs to defeat him before the others arrive. The boy attacks him with the white snake explosion. The protagonist defends with a shield, creating a huge explosion, but hides behind a rock, thinking that if he had a long spear, this would be an easier battle. The boy says that a martial artist who doesn't even know martial techniques dared to deceive them. Then, he charges at the protagonist and says that with this ability, he'll see how he'll pierce his heart. The protagonist defends, and his rage is completed. More notifications arrive, asking if he would like to use the accumulated rage. He says yes, and unleashes a full-force attack, almost hitting the boy between the legs. The boy yells that these are terrible tricks while trying to block the protagonist's attack, but he's struck in the groin and screams in pain, sustaining injuries. He kneels in agony, and the protagonist finishes him off. Gaining experience, the protagonist reaches level 10. New notifications arrive, informing him that he unlocked the initiative skill, gaining strength, speed, and energy for the next 10 minutes. After the skill's effect ends, he will enter an extreme state of exhaustion. He's happy to have unlocked another skill and puts all his points into agility. As he's about to leave, he notices something strange and encounters the rest of the group. Zhang asks how he dares eliminate his people. The protagonist asks if they think he is stupid enough to surrender and be eliminated, thinking that he doesn't know if he'll have a chance to defeat the rest of the group. Zhang gives the order for everyone to attack and defeat him. Xu is left unsure of what to do, scared, thinking that the only option left is to test his new skill, causing a terrifying explosion. He feels satisfied as his speed, strength, and physique increase at the same time, making him feel strong and relieved. The blonde is indignant, asking why his aura has gotten so strong, as they are attacked again. He notices that Zhu is no longer there, wondering if he's a monkey and why he's so quick to run away, ordering his team to spread out and look for him. Hidden, Zhu thinks he only has 5 minutes left before he becomes too exhausted, and when that happens, he'll be weak again. So, he needs to finish this quickly. Noticing that one of the group's weapons is a long spear, he jumps on top of the person, knocking them to the ground and taking the spear. Saying that he's ready now, another member of the group approaches and informs the leader that Xu is there. Without thinking twice, the leader runs to the location and orders him to stop. The dark-haired one then uses his martial technique, bronze windblade, to attack, while the protagonist uses the spear and his 100 birds against the phoenix ability, with multiple flames. The dark-haired one is impressed and asks what kind of martial art that is. Without waiting, Xu attacks and notifications appear, saying he gained EXP. Zhang, observing from afar, doesn't understand and wonders how he managed to eliminate Hong like that. Then, together with his group, he tries to attack him. Zhang uses the silver martial technique, Berserk Hunter's sword, and the other two attack as well, while Xu defends and thinks that he never imagined his skill would drain so much of his physical strength, wondering if, with the Fury buff, he could use 2 abilities at once. He continues defending until the Fury is complete, thinking that he must defeat them quickly and use everything he has to take down the rank 2 martial artist. The redhead approaches the leader and asks if Xu is really just an apprentice, and whether he should be able to endure the attacks like this. The leader responds that he must have used some secret technique, but such techniques have side effects, and they just need to prevent him from fleeing again. Then more notifications appear, asking if he wants the Fury energy, as it has been completed. The protagonist says yes. Grabbing the spear, he thinks to himself that he will channel all of his fury into an attack. Then, he attacks. Zhang says it's all a bunch of stupid tricks, but Xu's spear pierces through his weapon, breaking it into pieces. The blonde changes his mind and says that the attack is too strong. Xu continues attacking, telling him to feel the taste of his spear now, attacking with his 100 birds against the phoenix skill. Zhang asks if it's a gold martial technique, as the spear strikes him in the stomach, but the spear begins to crack, and the protagonist thinks that this long spear can't withstand the power of the 100 birds and is breaking. Annoyed, he wonders why his spear broke at such a crucial moment, until he realizes that his sword energy is also depleted, and he doesn't even have the strength to draw his sword. Zhang observes and laughs, satisfied, saying, "God, it seems like they want him eliminated." Without thinking twice, he approaches to attack him, but notices someone defending Xu. The nurse approaches and asks how 2 rank 2 hunters dare to touch an academy student, asking who gave them such audacity. Zhang asks who she is. She replies that they are not worthy of knowing, saying she'll count to 3 and expects them to disappear once she stops counting, as she's only there to save people and doesn't care about defeating them, especially someone like them. While they run away, Xu realizes that this doctor is a rank 4 martial artist, because when he first saw her, he thought she was a normal person, which is why he didn't activate the analyzer eye. The nurse looks at him and says that she underestimated him, as she didn't expect him to eliminate 3 rank 1 martial artists and almost 1 rank 2, and says that he is very aggressive, and she likes that. Xu, embarrassed, asks why she's there. She responds that she's the school's doctor, so of course she follows the school's rules and everything, and needs to take care of the injured students. She asks him to take his clothes off to help with his recovery. He feels embarrassed and says no, as they're just scratches, and asks why they always ask him to get undressed whenever they see her. The doctor moves closer to his face and asks if he doesn't need his little sister to help him heal. With red cheeks, he answers no. She grabs his arm and says she'll help him get out of there because they've already started to regroup. He says it's nothing and thanks her. Everyone is gathered and being presented, showing how much each one has achieved. The teacher says it's not bad at all, as after these days of combat, many of them have improved, and even their physical strength has become stronger. Only with combat experience can one become stronger. Looking to the side, he notices that Xu isn't there, and he's the only one missing. He asks if Yang has seen him. Yang replies that they found a rank 3 fightin', and in the panic, Xu ran into the restricted area. The teacher is shocked that he went into the restricted area alone. Zheng says that trash is trash. He went in alone, either died by zombies or got swallowed by some beast. Yang gets angry, clenches his fist, and tells him to say that again. He replies that he's just speaking the truth, asking if Yang wants to fight. The teacher interrupts and tells both to be quiet and wait, as Xu might come back. Jun says that it's almost night, asking if they should stay there, and says they don't have to stay because Shu must have been eliminated a long time ago. Then, a voice asks who's cursing him. Everyone looks, and Shu approaches, saying it seems like Jun wants another beating, asking if he should knock him out again to make him shut up. Yang is pleased to see this. Jun says he thought Shu had been eliminated, and the protagonist walks over confidently. The teacher asks if he's okay, and he responds that he is. Chaeyu says that over the past few days he hasn't just been hiding, and that, at least, he should mention that he defeated a beast, laughing. The protagonist responds that it looks like they've killed a lot of mutant beasts. He says, of course, and that Zhang killed 8 rank 1 beasts. People comment that, as expected of the class representative, he's amazing, boosting his ego. Shu asks if 8 rank 1 beasts are considered a lot, throwing all the cores from his bag on the ground. The teacher says that there are 16 rank 1 cores, 2 rank 2 cores, and 3 rank 3 cores. Everyone is surprised, and someone asks if those are rank 3 cores, and if there are really 3 of them. People can't believe it. Zhang, irritated, says it can't be true, and that the teacher is definitely lying to them. The teacher stands up and asks, lying? And wonders if Zhang is lying to him as well, saying that a rank 3 core costs around 450,000, and asking who among them could afford to buy 3 just to deceive him. Zhang tries to say something, but the teacher interrupts and says that this training is showing more results than expected. Since they aren't real martial artists, they can't sell on the official website yet, but the hotel manager is buying cores. Yang and Shu observe, intrigued. At the hotel, a rank 1 core costs 1,000, and the boy tells the manager that he has 2, which will be enough to live well for a month, while the line to sell cores is long. The protagonist asks why he's being left last. Yang responds that it's because he has too many cores, and if he went before, he asks if the protagonist realizes how many people would get upset. He then places all the cores on the counter. The manager becomes interested, as he has rank 3 cores, and 3 of them. He says he'll give 500,000 for just 1. Yang is impressed, and the people around are too, as with 5 rank 2 and 16 rank 1 cores, it's almost 2 million. The manager asks Yu to send the union card because he'll send the money immediately. Another guy arrives, pushing the protagonist aside and telling him to get out of the way as he's wasting time. Shu observes and stays silent. The bully asks if the brats are from class 29, and Yuan, his buddy, says they're losers, and yet they tried to do a combat training. While Yang is irritated, asking what they said, Shu, observing, notices they're top-tier students, as he's heard about them before. They were once at the initial rank and are now almost complete. This Sun seems to be ranked 18th in the combat ranking. Sun hands over and says that there are 10 rank 1 cores, 1 rank 2 core, and asks them to exchange them for union currency. He asks if they saw that he eliminated a rank 2 beast, calling that power, something people like them can never do. He says that his class still has the trash of trash, and that's Lin Shu, as expected from the trash of the class. The protagonist walks up and says that he's the trash he was talking about, asking why they cut the line and how much nonsense they're talking. He says it's better for him to apologize, or he'll have to let him taste the feeling of being beaten by trash. The bully gets angry and curses, saying he needs to teach him a lesson. Shu clenches his fist, ready to punch. Sun asks if he wants to fight up close and that he's about to experience his end. They start fighting, and the bully wonders why he's so strong, holding his arm in pain. He then kicks him and says he needs to break him. Shu lifts his feet and says he's still nothing, attacking and hitting his face, causing injuries. People scream for him to finish him off. The bully puts his hand on his face and says it seems like he's not that useless, but he managed to make him really angry. He then clenches his fist and starts using his abilities, while the protagonist dodges, waiting for his ability to be completed. Zhang watches, wondering how Shu reached this level in just 3 days of training, as facing a first-class opponent isn't something anyone can do. Sun asks if he's just going to keep dodging, saying he'll show him what a real punch is, attacking him with his ability. People shout for Zhu to be careful. Yuan says he's underestimating him, but the bully realizes that the protagonist blocked his punch. A notification pops up saying the fury energy has been accumulated, asking if he wants to use the attack. Shu thinks he can easily defeat him with his own power and wants to make an example of him so that others won't dare provoke him. Then he twists the bully's arm, breaking it. The bully screams in pain. Yuan gets worried about him. Sun's teammates get angry and say unnecessary things. Yang says they were the ones who attacked first and calls them out. Yuan says it's just practice, asking if what he did wasn't too cruel. The protagonist responds that he used a martial technique just now, and if it were anyone else, they would have been seriously injured by him, so he's just returning what they did. Yuan responds that it was excessive. The hotel manager asks them to stop for a moment and says he's already sent the money for the 3 rank 3 beast cores, asking them to check. Yuen wonders if he heard correctly and if Shu is capable of eliminating rank 3 beasts, asking why he's so strong. The protagonist says he heard that Yuen wants to avenge his friend, as it seems like he wants to fight him, thinking he's got a full-on attack waiting for him. When they face off, a voice approaches asking what they're doing and if they want to fight. The teachers enter through the door, and Sun's teammates tell the teacher that the class 29 students broke his arm. Yang says they're talking nonsense, as he attacked them first. The teacher asks him to tell everything, without leaving out any details. After hearing everything, the teacher says he understands and asks Shu how he can hit students from the same school, telling him to apologize. But in his thoughts, he thinks it's good because the elite students act arrogantly every day and even look down on others. The protagonist walks up to Sun and apologizes for using too much force, saying not to worry, as he'll pay for the medical fees, since that's the least of his worries now. Sun looks irritated. The teacher puts his hand on his forehead, wondering if he's really apologizing, as the damage is so high, but it's super humiliating. Professor Jiang says that both made mistakes, so Xue has already apologized, and the matter will be closed there, asking for Sun to be quickly taken for treatment. The bully leaves with his arm broken, still grumbling, asking if he dares to come again next time. Xue asks why he would be scared. He replies that they'll meet in the arena and walks off. The students from class 29 get excited, saying that Xue is really strong and thanking him. The professor tells them to drop the matter and says everyone should head down to check their combat capabilities. They go downstairs, and the professor says he wants to see if they improved after the real combat training, asking who'll go first, since the tavern owner's device setup has been updated and needs verification. Chayu says he'll go first. He shows his data, and his overall combat power is 450. The professor goes through everyone's stats and mentions that Zhang is almost ready to become a martial artist. Xu observes and thinks that combat power between 300, 600 is a basic level warrior, 600, 800 is almost a warrior, and 800, 1500 is a first order warrior. The professor says that since Zhang reached the level of a great warrior, he can try cultivation tomorrow. Zhang thanks him. The reason he became so strong is due to the cultivation technique, as there are many energies in the universe that are beneficial to humans. These energies are called sources. Through cultivation, a martial artist absorbs source energy from the air, strengthens cell vitality, muscles, and even bones, making the body stronger. Then it's Xu's turn. He steps onto the device, and people laugh, as Chu says he doesn't need to test anything, and that even with some strength, trash is still trash. Yang asks if he has the ability to break one of Sun's group members' arms. Xu responds that it was just a coincidence. On the equipment, Xu thinks everyone will be able to see his current strength, even though he's the #1 trash at the academy. The professor at the academy says he left Zhang and Xu behind because he wanted to discuss their choices for their future development paths. Since both are potential martial artists, they need to pick a suitable weapon. Zhang gets furious that Xu is also a potential martial artist, and after checking the device, he finds that Xu's overall combat power is 676. Yang is happy for him and says that's a bit more than Zhang's. Chu and Zhang are speechless. The professor says it's excellent, as their class has 2 future potential martial artists. Zhang still can't believe Xu is stronger than him. The professor says they need to understand that any evolved beast of rank 3 or higher has mutated skin, and even a bullet or laser-type weapon can't pierce it. But thanks to the hard work of humans, special metals from other planets have been obtained, and weapons made from these metals can damage evolved beasts. He asks them to choose a weapon that suits them, and then a matching martial technique. Xu says he's thought about it for a long time and decided he will choose the spear. The professor says the spear is the king of weapons, and if he masters it, he will become very strong. He adds that spears are one of the hardest weapons to practice and asks if he's sure. Xu replies affirmatively. The professor hands over the card and says his information has been registered. With this card, he can go to the 2nd floor of the library and get basic techniques. He asks why Xu chose that weapon. Xu asks if he knows who the top 10 martial artists in the world are. The professor says he does and starts listing the top 10. Xu slams the table and says that the martial arts ranking is missing a spear user. The professor stops, thinks for a moment, and says that indeed, there is no spear user in the top 10. He's surprised, but Xu walks off, saying he'll see him around. The professor watches and thinks that the boy has great ambition and could become famous and strong in the near future. Xu asks for the spear technique and receives the martial arts technique card. He says that now he just needs a good spear, sighing that since he's not an official martial artist yet, he can't buy anything from the martial union site. He walks toward the martial weapons hall and realizes that he can only try his luck there. After entering, An old man laughs and asks him to speak up, asking what weapon he wants. The protagonist says he wants to buy a spear. The man replies that not many students use this weapon, but he's just made a bunch of long spears, showing them and asking him to take a look. He shows a spear that weighs 20 kilograms, made from extraterrestrial meteorite, and says it's worth its price, costing only 200,000, but with a discount, it's only 50,000. Xiu takes it in his hand and feels that it's too light. The seller shows another, weighing 35 kilograms, listing its details, price, and discount, but Xiu says it's still too light. He tries another one, and the man says it's 45 kilograms, listing all the details, but Xiu says it's still too light, asking if he has anything heavier. The seller starts sweating. Getting irritated, he asks if Xiu is here to buy a spear or just to mess around. If he wants something heavier, he has one, but he's afraid Xiu won't be able to lift it. The man grabs a huge box and sets it on the ground, saying it's been stored for a long time because it's extremely heavy. He opens the box, revealing a spear that's covered in dust, saying it was made from the mother stone of stellar ore, weighing 65 kilograms. Xiu is left speechless, continuing to listen as the man talks about how strong it is, explaining that normal stellar ore alone wouldn't be able to create it. He says the spear is called the Steel Soul. Xiu picks it up and says it feels perfect. Satisfied, he says he wants this one. The seller says the original price is 1.5 million, but since it hasn't been sold in a long time, he'll give a 20% discount, making it 1.2 million. He thinks to himself that the spear weighs 65 kilograms and the boy can lift it freely, wondering if he's truly just a potential martial artist. Xiu thinks the price is steep and asks if he can pay in installments. The man says no, he has to pay it all at once or leave it. Xiu thinks it's a scam, as he worked hard to get the cores, and just buying this spear alone will make him pay half of his earnings. Meanwhile, Xiu believes that after becoming a potential martial artist, he can finally use the cultivation technique. Currently, there's energy in every corner of Earth, which martial artists call yuan, but normal people cannot sense, absorb, or forge their bodies with it. Sitting on the ground, he wonders what kind of change his body will go through, as he doesn't feel any alteration. He then checks his system, noticing that his physique and strength have increased by 2 points each, which could be due to the cultivation technique. To increase these stats, he usually needs potential points from the system. A notification arrives asking if he wants to proceed with the draw. Xiu realizes that, aside from the regular rewards, there's usually a chance for a monthly lottery. He starts the draw. As the roulette spins, he hopes he doesn't get another weapon, since he just spent 1.2 million on a spear, and it would be a big loss. The roulette stops, and he wins a fast growth package. A surprise box appears. When he opens it, he finds several outfits and asks what they are. More notifications arrive, asking if he wants to use the fast growth package. The protagonist agrees, and more notifications appear, asking him to wear the items from the package for cultivation. After putting them on, he wonders what these items are. Once dressed, he asks, "Now what?" Another notification says that he successfully equipped the items and the fast growth package has been activated. The current progress begins to load. He becomes frustrated, falls to the ground, and asks what's happening, saying it feels heavy. The data shows that the vest weighs 40 kilograms, bringing the total weight to 130 kilograms. He places his arm on the ground with the weights and says he doesn't want to play anymore, calling the system a scammer and asking it to stop. More notifications appear saying that the fast growth package isn't over yet, so it's impossible to remove it. The protagonist gets angry. The system then says it suggests that he gets used to it, because if he doesn't, he'll crawl to school like this tomorrow. After the host completes the progress of the fast growth package, he will gain 25 skill points. Xiu calms down, knowing that he can earn 25 skill points. He asks if it's just crawling, as before learning to walk, he had to learn to crawl. The next day at the academy, the protagonist walks and says he crawled all night, barely able to get up and walk. He did a few laps, but it seems he's on the 19th lap, although there's still a long way to go. The fast growth package is still at 1,010 thousandths. Then, someone taps his back, and he falls to the ground. He turns around angrily, asking who it is, and why they pushed him from behind. Shuang looks embarrassed and asks if he's okay, wondering if he's sick. Feeling awkward, sitting on the ground, he says he's fine, just distracted, and didn't notice. With his hand on her head, he says it's been 2 years since they last saw each other, since the end of high school, and tells her she has become a beautiful young lady, asking what brought her there. She replies that the exams are soon, so some professors brought them to visit a few universities to see which ones they like. Xiu asks if she decided to enroll in the academy since they study there. Shuang tells him to stop dreaming, saying she didn't enroll in this school because of him. Just then, a voice approaches and asks her if this was her neighbor. As it gets closer, the person says they heard that the worst trash in the academy is also named Lin Xiu, asking if it's the same person. The girl gets irritated and asks what he's trying to say. Tang says he just wanted to practice a little with the senior, who is 2 years older than him, and now considers him his opponent. Shuang pulls on the sleeve of her shirt, saying she'll practice with him. The bully says he doesn't want to win against her, asking if her neighbor is scared and telling him not to be a coward. Xiu laughs and says, "Sure, since he's asking to get beaten, I'll grant his wish," thinking that, even though his body is carrying an extra 200 kilograms, dealing with a spoiled brat is no problem. Tang takes his position, and Xiu tells him he can come closer. Then, the spoiled brat rushes at him, trying to attack, but Xiu blocks and throws him to the ground. Tang says he's not bad, and tells Xiu to try this, using the bronze martial technique. He charges again to attack, touching Xiu's chest. Xiu thinks it was fast, but if he were in his normal condition, he could easily dodge. However, with the 200 kilograms on him, he can't avoid the hit. Tang continues attacking. The people watching say Tang will win, and the girl is confident Xiu won't lose. The spoiled brat notices he's not making progress and thinks he needs to push him back, but can't. He needs to defeat him in front of Shuang. The onlookers keep watching as Tang continues attacking. He lands a punch on Xiu's chest, but Xiu grabs it and asks if he knew that if you want to defeat someone, you have to be willing to be defeated. Tang, out of breath, asks Xiu to wait. Xiu says that as his senior he has to teach him a lesson, so he breaks Tang's hand. Tang screams in pain, kneeling on the ground and complaining about his hand. But the protagonist hits him again with a kick to the mouth, sending the spoiled brat flying. Tang's friends rush to him, asking if he's okay. The boy, sitting on the ground with his face covered in wounds, says he'll defeat Xiu. Xiu walks forward and tells him to come. But then he notices something strange. He's sent flying by a single punch from Tian. The protagonist gets up, and Tang shouts for his brother to break Xiu's 4 limbs. Xiu realizes it's the veteran, ranked in the top 100 of the school's ranking. The boy clenches his fist to throw a punch and says that since Xiu broke his brother's fist, he'll take care of Xiu's 4 limbs. Xiu thinks to himself that he's carrying over 100 kilograms and can't dodge at all. He's then thrown to the ground by a punch. Shuang steps in front and tells Tian to stop, saying she won't let him hurt Xiu. Tian asks where this spoiled girl came from and tells her to screw off, trying to punch her in the face. But the protagonist defends her, pushing her away to avoid the punch, and the punch hits him in the chest, injuring him and making him fall to the ground. Tian says that Xiu is still trying to save the girl, even though he's about to be defeated, and approaches, saying he's going to fix him, climbing on top of him and attacking again, saying that now it's the other hand, and not only will he fix him, but he'll also turn him into useless trash. A voice approaches to stop them. The professor rushes towards them, but Tian continues attacking. The professor uses his skills and thinks to himself that all members of the Tang family are despicable and wonders how they dare to maim someone in front of him. He then separates them and asks what Tian is doing. Tian, embarrassed, says that Xiu broke his little brother's fist. Shuang replies that Tang requested a duel, and during the fight, he used a fatal move. She adds that it seems like Tang wanted to eliminate Xiu. The professor says that the school will discuss who is right or wrong. Tian steps back and says that Xiu escaped today, but he won't be able to hide forever. The protagonist tells him not to worry, and that in 3 days, he wants a martial arts duel against him. The professor tells him to stop being an idiot, as Tian is no match for him, and a martial arts duel is a life-or-death battle that will defeat him. Shuang tells him not to do it, but Xiu responds not to worry, asking if Tian accepts the challenge. Tian replies that if Xiu will be his opponent, then why would he be afraid, and that when the time comes, he will fix him in front of everyone. People at the academy start talking, saying Xiu wants to have a duel with Tian, who is in the top 100 of the school's ranking, and that Xiu will be beaten to the ground and defeated. In the classroom, they also comment that Xiu will be eliminated, and that all of this is because of a girl. In the medical ward, the doctor asks him to remove his clothes so she can examine his whole body. He replies that only his left arm is broken, and that a full checkup isn't necessary. He asks what medicine she used on his hand, as the effect is so good. She tells him that it's medicine from the Xiao family, which helps regenerate bones, and warns him to be careful when entering the life-or-death duel, as the Tang family is very influential, and he cannot offend them. The protagonist replies that it was they who provoked him, asking if she wants him to just back down and take the punches. The nurse says she knows he's strong and hands him a card. Xiu is happy to receive the bronze-level martial arts technique card and asks if she's really giving it to him and if it's not too expensive. The doctor answers that it's free because she got it from the library while her fist was shattered. She adds that the punch technique can produce a powerful air blast and is one of the most fierce combat techniques. However, if the body isn't strong enough when using it, the cultivator's arm can explode. She takes a bottle in her hand and says that with the Xiao family's medicine, bone and muscle damage won't be a problem, and it will help him practice the punch technique quickly. The protagonist thanks her. The nurse approaches and says she'll take care of him and not let him be eliminated easily. At dusk, Xu is training and thinks that he heard the technique causes internal damage to the opponent, destroying their organs, but at his current level, he can only inflict external damage. However, thanks to the medicine, he manages to master the technique in 3 days. Soon, a notification pops up saying that the host has reached level 11. Xu thinks that with these points, he can become even stronger. It seems the pace of the fast growth package isn't enough, though. He's already used to the extra weight, but his combat ability has dropped to 80%. Tired from training, he thinks that tonight he needs to compete in the martial arts duel, so he will go back to take a bath and prepare for the fight. In the martial arts arena, the presenter announces that the first duel of the year is about to begin and introduces the 2 students in the arena. The 2 stare at each other in the arena, and the crowd shouts for Tian. Professor Jiang tells Professor Luo not to worry, as he has warned his student to take it easy and not eliminate Xu. Professor Luo replies that they still don't know who will win. The presenter announces that the battle will begin. Tian asks if Xu is going to kneel and beg for mercy. Xu replies that when he surrenders, he won't show any mercy either. The bully says that if Xu is looking for the end, he'll make sure he gets eliminated, using his blood seal technique. The presenter says it's unexpected, as Tian used a lethal blow right away. Xu blocks the strike, but he's injured. With his hand on his neck, Xu asks, "Is this the power of the sword?" The bully responds that now he understands Xu can't block his sword, and attacks again with it. Xu blocks the strikes, but is severely injured. Yang asks what to do, as Xu seems completely dominated. Zhang says not to worry, as Tian won't cause much damage to him. Tian notices that all his movements are being blocked by Xu, and the power he's unleashing with his sword isn't enough to inflict serious damage. He says he'll see how Xu blocks this one. Xu realizes this attack is too strong for him to block, as his buildup is still incomplete. He can only use one move, but wanted to keep it hidden as a trump card. However, he uses the move, releasing several flames. The professor is surprised, wondering if he learned a cultivation technique so quickly. Tian and Xu attack simultaneously, causing a massive explosion. Xu is thrown back. The bully stares at him and says that he was able to force Xu this much, so he should feel honored to have been defeated by him. People watch anxiously, calling out for Xu. Getting up, he tells them not to worry, as he's fine. Notifications arrive, telling him that the growth package is complete and that he earned points. Xu, a bit dazed and with his hand on his head, sees another notification asking if he wants to use the full force attack. He takes off his cold weather jacket and tells the system to add the skill points to strength and physique. Yang asks why Xu is dressed like that, and the professor replies that they are protective training weights for the wrists, legs, and torso. Tian asks how he'd be without the weights, and Xu removes them, tossing them onto the ground. Yang notices the weights are heavy. Xu says that was just a warm-up, as the real battle is about to begin. The bully gets furious, thinking he's been made a fool of from the start, and charges at Xu, saying he'll make him pay for his arrogance. He attacks, but doesn't even scratch Xu. He's shocked, while Xu retaliates with his spear. Tian thinks Xu's strength has increased again, wondering if it's because he took off the weights, while his sword starts to crack. Xu says he felt great attacking until recently, but now it's his turn. The bully replies that he's not afraid. The professor remarks that after removing the weights, Xu seems like a completely different person, and Yang cheers for him. Yuan looks worried. Xu uses the full force attack, generating several flames. Tian says it can't be, that someone like Xu can't possibly master such a powerful martial technique. But the protagonist's skill continues to shine. The bully puts his sword in front of him, but it breaks, and he is thrown back. After hitting the ground, Xu approaches, while the announcer asks if Tian has been defeated, and if the weakest student has beaten the top 100 student. Tian has a badly injured hand. He gets up, telling Xu not to think he's been defeated, as he won't lose. He then removes the top part of his outfit, revealing his toned arm muscles and abs, huge muscles. Xu wonders if he's turning into the Hulk, and asks if Tian is taking banned steroids. Tian says he wants to eliminate Xu, and then attacks with the crushing fist technique, striking the ground with such force that it causes an enormous impact. Xu approaches with his spear to attack, but the bully grabs it with ease, saying that today is Xu's end. He kicks him and throws him far, causing Xu to fall hard to the ground, injuring him. As Tian approaches with the spear, Xu, alert, uses his shattering fists technique and attacks, creating a massive explosion. The protagonist is thrown back. The professor watches and says that the bully used Alphys just to defeat Shu. Yang asks what that is, and the professor explains that when the Federation soldiers fought zombies, a drug was created to enhance a combatant's strength for a short period by forcibly absorbing energy to boost their physical strength. However, it damages the bones and muscles of the user, with a severe side effect. It will leave them maimed for the rest of their life. Yang asks if Tian is crazy, willing to become crippled. The professor says that because Tian used a forbidden drug, the fight should be stopped. The announcer is unsure of what to do. Jiang says that there is no rule in the school that prohibits the use of Alphys during the battle. The announcer agrees that Jiang is right, and announces that the fight will continue. Professor Jiang is satisfied, but Professor Luo notices something. Observing that Bai, the patriarch of the Tang family, is there, he wonders if the school is trying to please him and if he will do nothing while Xu is eliminated. Tian continues attacking, throwing Xu away again, saying that without the weapon, Xu is no match for him, and that his crushing fist technique is one of the most powerful attacks. Xu, lying on the ground, gets up and asks what made Tian think that he can only use a spear. He then activates the Fury Discharge ability, moving toward Tian quickly. The bully says he's underestimating him, and they face off, fighting hand to hand. The onlookers wonder if Tian, having used the forbidden drug, shouldn't be at an advantage. Angrily, Tian thinks that he forced Xu to take steroids, and yet he can't stop him. Xu notices that after removing the weights, his potential has increased, and he feels his shattering fists becoming stronger. The bully says his punch technique is more powerful, and Xu thinks he's about to show his true technique. The two face each other, and Xu attacks. Tian says his skin is resistant, and questions if Xu's weak punch will even cause any damage. Xu responds, asking what the problem is with being resistant, as he's attacking the internal organs, causing Tian to scream in pain. The people in the stands recognize the technique and wonder if Xu should have been eliminated or lost both his arms. Kneeling on the ground with his injured arm, Tian wonders how Xu mastered this technique in just 3 days. Xu replies that this is the reality and that he won. But the bully doesn't give up and charges at him again, attempting to attack. Xu blocks and says that since Tian wants to be eliminated, he will grant his wish. Suddenly, someone uses their power and throws Xu far away without touching him. The professor and students rush over, concerned, asking if Xu is okay. Bai says, "How dare you try to eliminate someone from the Tang family?" Xu responds that the Tang family members rely on the help of other family members, and asks, even if it's a martial arts battle, the professor explains that both parties signed an agreement before the fight. Bai says he'll remember the boy. Xu just watches. The announcer declares that Xu is the winner of this battle and is now ranked in the top 100 for power in the school. The next day, someone knocks on Xu's door, asking how long he's going to sleep. As it's already nearly 11 a.m., Xu responds that he's getting up. He opens the door and asks the professor what happened and why he's in such a hurry, as he's very tired after last night's fight. Luo says he has good and bad news and asks which one Xu wants to hear first. Xu says he'll listen to the bad news first. The professor enters the room and tells him that the school wants to punish him. Xu asks why he's the only one being punished. Luo explains that the Tang family is one of the main shareholders of the academy, and this time, Ping had his wrist destroyed, and Tian almost got eliminated by Xu. For high-status people like them, this is a huge and ridiculous humiliation. Since Tian consumed drugs during the martial arts battle in front of everyone, the Tang family can't say anything about the fight, so they used it as an excuse to claim bullying, pressuring the school and asking for a punishment. Xu clenches his fists and curses them, asking what the punishment is. Luo responds that the punishment is to go with the soldiers and participate in the annual extermination operation at the Shining Fortress, explaining the location and that the battle caused a nuclear accident, turning humans and soldiers into mutants, creating an endless horde that threatens the surrounding areas. The city organizes an operation with soldiers every year. Xu wonders if this will make the zombies and beasts even stronger and more numerous, creating a wave of XP. Xu agrees to go, and the professor warns him that it's no joke, with a defeat rate higher than 70%. However, he reassures Xu that he will help reduce the punishment. Xu says he's made his decision and asks what the good news is. Luo stands there with his mouth agape, then puts his hand inside his shirt, saying that he had almost forgotten. He congratulates Xu for making it into the top 100 in the power ranking, and that the reward is a flux of the explosive storm lance. Xu is happy, saying it's a silver martial technique and thanks him. The professor explains that this was the last technique created by Rui, capable of attacking 100 times in just 1 second, which is how it got its name. Not everyone can master it. Xu imagines how incredible it will be to attack 100 times in a second. Luo pats him on the shoulder, saying that he's improved very quickly and has great potential. He stresses that Xu must survive the operation and come back alive. Xu reassures him, saying he'll definitely return alive. As Xu walks away, he thinks that the last battle damaged his clothes, so he'll need to spend some money to buy a new set. He wonders if the military will provide clothes. Suddenly, something approaches, trying to attack him, but he's faster and dodges, crouching down, and asks who's there. A group approaches, complimenting him, saying they didn't expect much, and still can't believe he's not a full-fledged martial artist. Xu thinks that they're all rank 1 martial artists, wondering if they're here to give him XP. He asks if they dare touch him, as this is a part of the city. The bald one says, "What's the problem? We're in the city. If we do it quickly and cleanly, no one will ever know." The bald man attacks, using the ability Piercing Gale Pursuer, and Xu responds, saying that they must be confident they can defeat him. He activates Shattering Fist, injuring the bald man's arm, and he screams in pain. Xu tells him that if he wants to eliminate someone, he must be ready to be eliminated himself. He prepares to attack, but the bald man begs him to wait and try to resolve things through conversation. Without hesitation, Xu continues, landing a punch that knocks the bald man to the ground. Notifications arrive, showing XP gains, and the rest of the group is shocked, realizing that Xu defeated the bald man with just 1 punch. The bald man urges them to attack together, and they charge at Xu. He's quick, and in the blink of an eye, defeats 2 of them with a single blow, earning more XP. The remaining 2 are terrified, saying Xu is too strong, and they flee as fast as they can. Xu thinks that they ran off quickly and wonders who sent them to eliminate him. He believes it could have been the Tang family. Elsewhere, someone is furious, throwing things around. An angry woman appears, saying that 5 rank 1 martial artists ambushed an apprentice martial artist, and that 3 of them were eliminated. The men kneel, apologizing, saying they never expected the kid to be so strong, as he defeated them with just a few punches. The lady asks how they dared try to defeat someone in the city, wondering if they're trying to ruin the Tang family's reputation. Bai enters and tells them to leave. He asks the lady if she thinks no one will figure out what happened if she handles it this way. He tells her that if she hadn't had them clean up the bodies quickly, the investigation unit would have easily figured out they were responsible. The lady responds that she can't stand to see her 2 sons being humiliated, and begins to say various unnecessary things. The madame keeps saying that it was because of Xu that her son was forced to train on the path of the end. Bai says that he himself caused it, as he knew the drug would have consequences and still chose to use it. He adds that there's no need to worry about it anymore, as he has already pressured the school to punish him. The place has a 70% mortality rate, and he wouldn't care if it increased. The next day, the soldiers are all gathered, doing a roll call. Ouyang asks if he is Xu. He responds that he is, and notices that this soldier is another martial artist who cannot be analyzed by the analyzer eye. Ouyang says it's better for everyone to stay alert and be prepared, hoping that everyone survives this mission. The big guy asks if the protagonist got lost and ended up in the wrong place. The leader tells everyone to shut up because this time, Starshine City will change 4 teams, with a total of 40 participants who joined the hunt. The big guy points to Xu and says it's 39 martial artists, because the small one next to him doesn't look like one, and people laugh at his joke. The leader tells him, and those who laugh to step forward, bow, and pay 100. In position, they respond, yes. The leader approaches the protagonist and says that, regardless of whether he is a student from the academy, since he is participating in the mission, they are both the same, telling him to always be prepared. In position, the protagonist responds yes as well. The leader says the rest should get their equipment ready because they will leave in 15 minutes. The transport plane leaves the location. Meanwhile, in the training cabin, the soldiers are training. A girl approaches and asks if he is a student of the academy, as her name is Li, and she graduated from the academy, saying he can count on her. Sitting on the floor, Xu just observes. The girl sits next to him and says that he is just a student who hasn't graduated, asking why he's being sent with them, as it's dangerous. The protagonist sighs and responds that it's a punishment from the school. Li becomes curious to know more until cans of Coca-Cola are thrown at her, and she faces the big guy, saying that since she's a newbie, she should be training, not talking to her friend. The girl says that he's her junior, and she's just warning him not to overstep. The bully says she's only been here for a few days and is already arrogant, and that he doesn't need her interfering with his business. He squats down and asks what's in the box, wondering if it's some kind of treasure, asking her to let him take a look. But the protagonist places his hand on the box and asks if his parents didn't teach him not to touch other people's things. The big guy says that he's arrogant. His buddies say they should take a look at the treasure the kid has in the box, and that the boy is arrogant, and they're going to teach him a lesson. Shu, still with his hand on the box, asks if he's ever heard that curiosity killed the cat. The big guy pulls the box and tells him to shut up. When he grabs it, he notices it's quite heavy. The protagonist gets up, opens the box with his foot, takes his spear out, grabs it, and aims it at him. Jin gets angry and Shu says he forgot to mention that his silver soul needs to see injuries when it's used, touching Jin's throat, saying that a rank 1 martial artist doesn't seem like much. Jin, with his hand on his neck, asks what he said. The protagonist responds that he said he's fucking trash. The big guy grinds his teeth in anger and tries to strike him, saying that Shu wants to be eliminated. However, Shu strikes him first in the face and says that he's too slow. Jin falls to the ground and runs to try to attack him again, until a voice yells at him to stop, asking if he's picking on the newbies again. The blonde guy approaches and says that the kid took him down in one punch. The leader says that a rank 1 martial artist was knocked out by a student who hasn't even been officially recognized, asking if he isn't ashamed. He adds that if it were him, he would think about the best way to stay alive. At the Light Fortress, the other 3 squad leaders are heading to the central area of the fortress to deal with more threatening beasts. The leader says the rest of them will operate in 4 groups of 10 and infiltrate the south. Shu asks if she has been here before. Lee answers no, and that she only joined them a year ago. Jin says he hopes the protagonist can keep this long life. Shu tells him not to worry, because he will, and wonders if trash like him, who can't even beat a student, will be able to see the light of the next day. A girl approaches, telling Jin to shut up and put aside his prejudices, not wanting their disunity to put the other members in danger, saying they should go. As they walk, a voice shouts, "Zombies!" A terrifying zombie approaches. Wen moves forward to attack, saying that they are 10 people tasked with eliminating evolved beasts and zombies from the city. Jin says they are just a few first-level zombies and that this mission isn't that hard. She responds that it's only the outskirts of the city, as the higher-level zombies and evolved beasts are closer to the city center. The 10 soldiers walk and notice something's wrong, coming face-to-face with several second-level zombies. Jin says more idiots have appeared, approaching with his weapon to attack them. The zombie runs towards him too, and he realizes it's quite fast. He underestimated it, but suddenly, the zombie is defeated by Zhu with his spear. The big guy thanks him for the help. The protagonist runs to attack more, as the second-level zombies are giving a lot of experience. Several zombies approach, and he fights them, defeating them. The soldiers observe, and Lee asks if he's not an official warrior, as he seems stronger than them. The big guy, indignant, sees that the spear, which he couldn't hold with both hands, the kid is handling easily. Wen tells them not to just stand there, as these are second-level zombies and they need to be careful. Then, they run to attack too. Wen fights them, and the other 2 join in. Then they hear a strange noise and are confused, until Shu says the zombie boss is calling for more of them. They get scared. The zombies approach them to attack. Wen, with her weapon in hand, tells them to stay calm and not panic. Everyone with weapons in hand starts shooting at the zombies, but there are too many. Even so, they keep shooting. Shu gains experience points for defeating a few, showing his stats and noticing that his strength and speed have increased. More notifications come in saying that his combat power has increased, and he received the title of Level 1 Warrior, thinking, this is great, and that the Fury energy can only be used 3 times a day, with an 8-hour cooldown. The soldiers keep attacking the zombies. Wen says to prepare for close combat. Then, she takes out her sword and uses the martial skill, Void Slash. Everyone then says to attack. Shu goes ahead, laughing. The others find it strange, but he runs and attacks them. However, the blonde guy notices more zombies appearing behind them, and there are many. Wen says the number of zombies is huge, and they can't be surrounded, asking them to run. They find a building and tell everyone to take shelter there. While heading to the building, they keep shooting at the zombies. They enter the building. Lee tells the captain and Shu to go quickly because there's a security door that can still be closed. Wen responds that if they run, they won't manage to close the door in time and tells Shu to go first, as she will hold off the zombies. The protagonist pushes her towards the door. She is confused, and he says that he doesn't have the habit of letting women protect him. The captain calls for him, but Jin grabs her arm, pulling her. Wen tells her to let go as the kid is in danger. The big guy asks her to look, and Shu is handling the zombies very well. He uses his martial skill, the 100 birds meeting the phoenix, causing several flames, and the zombies are burned, creating a massive explosion. They watch, mouths agape, asking what technique that is, so strong. Jin tells the kid to get inside quickly. The protagonist enters, and as they go to close the gate, he notices it's heavy, but they manage to close it. Then a strange noise starts, with zombies banging on the gate. Wen says there are too many zombies, and the gate won't hold. The soldier says that the second-floor staircase has a very thick iron door, and the place is narrow, good for defense. The gate is very weakened and being broken, and several zombies approach. Xiu says the gate is too weak, and the captain tells them to go upstairs. The zombies approach quickly, and they run, closing the iron gate behind them. The zombies keep trying to get in. Wen tells them to go up first, check, and eliminate any necessary dangers. They go up, and Li notices something strange. She comes across a mummy and several spider webs in the area. She says it's impossible for it to be a mutant spider staring intently, but something falls onto her back. Jin removes it with his weapon, revealing a spider. The protagonist says it's a level 1 black spider. The big guy says Li has a coffin mouth because whatever she says happens, and one says it looks like they've found a spider nest. The blonde guy tells them to look, and several spiders approach. Wen says they should run to the 3rd floor. When they get there, they encounter more spiders, and several of them come closer. Using her skill, she tells them to go up, still trying to defend. Xiu says the building has 4 floors, and the staircase can lead to the rooftop, asking them to go there. Then, they attack, driving the spiders away and heading for the rooftop. Li closes the door and says she's dying of exhaustion, and the captain tells them to recharge and rest for a bit, since the zombies should disperse on their own. The protagonist observes and Wen approaches, saying there are many zombies around the building. Then, they spot a level 2 sharp-toothed dog, and there are several of them, starting to attack the zombies. The soldiers are confused, as the dogs and the zombies are fighting in a group brawl. They keep watching. Wen says the zombies on the 1st floor must have been drawn outside, so now is their chance to leave. While the protagonist wonders why the evolved beasts are attacking the zombies, the captain tells everyone to organize their equipment to prepare to go down. Li asks if they're just going to leave like this, and she responds that first. They'll get out of the encirclement, then reorganize outside and continue with the extermination mission. They go down and notice the presence of a few, so they chase after them and quietly eliminate them. Xiu observes and says they are safe. Then, they run while the zombies and dogs are still fighting. However, they stop, and the dogs notice their presence but think they haven't been discovered until one dog approaches, trying to attack. The protagonist manages to defeat it. Wen attacks another dog with her void slash, and the other soldiers attack it too. Jin asks if they're done, but Xiu notices a level 3 dog approaching with a zombie in its mouth. Wen says that's their leader, and the protagonist confirms. Then, the leader throws the zombie away, and Xiu tells them to be careful, as the dog is heading toward a soldier, wondering why it's faster than the previous dogs. The leader attacks, and Xiu tells the soldier to move away, as its attack didn't even make a scratch, realizing that the dog is very resistant. Then, the leader bites the soldier's arm, causing an extremely severe wound. Wen gets angry and uses her void slash, but the leader dodges and approaches her. However, with his spear, Xiu attacks, causing some injuries. Wen thanks him, and Xiu says the dog has tough skin and firm flesh, with very strong defense. He continues attacking the dog with his spear several times, but the dog keeps withstanding. Xiu then uses the accumulated strike, holding the spear firmly and defeating the dog. The soldiers are happy he succeeded. The strike causes a huge explosion, and the protagonist says the dog wasn't eliminated, thinking that he still hasn't received the system notification. Then, the leader rises, injured, using a bloodlust technique. It's a furious strike surrounded by an aura, as it's a special skill of the leader. However, Xiu thinks he didn't imagine the evolved beasts would have such a powerful ability. Telling them to get away, suddenly a very strong explosion happens, throwing the protagonist into the wall. He starts coughing and says that even though he retreated quickly, he still got hurt. But fortunately, he received the system notification. Otherwise, he would already be eliminated. The soldiers stand up, and the dog approaches, jumping near them. Xiu asks if more are coming, and attacks it with his skill, causing a very strong explosion. The protagonist screams, and a notification arrives saying that the dog was eliminated. Xiu feels relieved, and the soldiers are surprised that he managed to eliminate a rank 3 beast. But then they notice something different. They encounter a giant monster approaching along with the zombie leader. Xiu says that the scream that caused the zombie siege must have come from him. The leader approaches the dog, puts his hand inside it, rips out its core, and swallows it, looking satisfied. The soldiers watch, confused. Then, the protagonist observes with his analyzer eye that the zombie has evolved to level 3. Wen asks if it can evolve. Xiu runs, and says they need to stop him before he finishes evolving. The zombie emits an extremely loud sound. They stop and see several zombies approaching. The captain says they are surrounded. The protagonist asks Wen to hold off the zombies because he will deal with the leader, as only by eliminating him can they disperse the zombie order. Wen tells him to be careful. Then, Xu approaches the leader and attacks with his spear, but its skin is tougher than the dog's, probably because of the core he swallowed. Xu then tries to attack with his gill while the zombies approach. Xu realizes that his accumulated strike is exhausted since it consumes a lot of energy. He needs to find a way to deal with these zombies. He grabs a card in his hand and thinks that, as a level 1 warrior, he should be able to master the technique of this martial arts card. Trying to use it, the soldiers watch and ask if he's crazy for trying to learn a technique now, with the zombies about to attack. He uses the silver martial art technique, launching them away, but says he was only able to perform 3 attacks, which is still too little. He tells himself to try again, and does so, but only manages 3 attacks, which isn't enough. He then manages 4 attacks, but it's still not enough. Jin says that not only does he learn martial arts skills in battle, but he understands them quickly. Wen responds that martial arts skills are improved through constant battles, and maybe it's because of his obsession and determination that he has such strong willpower at his age. He says they can't be outdone by a student, asking them to go all out. Even though they can't compete with this monster, they can't fall behind. Xu continues attacking the zombies and says that 5 attacks are his limit with the spear for now. He says he's already emptied all the flasks, and now it's the leader's turn. Using the skill, the leader tries to defend, causing an explosion, but the zombie remains intact because he completed his evolution. The protagonist says that although the strength isn't as great as that of a level 3 dog, this special skill is annoying because the leader's skin is extremely tough. Using his analyzer eye, he observes that the zombie leader has evolved and says that he has no choice but to go all out. The zombie and he face off, and Xu attacks him with his spear, delivering several strikes. He says that if he doesn't defeat him quickly, the leader will keep calling more zombies. With no other choice, he tries the Fury Strike, taking on a terrifying aura. The soldiers are impressed by his aura, and Xu says that while the leader withstood the normal version of the rain, now he'll see him deal with the Fury version. Still attacking, the leader starts retreating, and Xu says it's working. Thinking that, entering a Fury state with improved abilities, he feels like he and the spear are one. Then, he uses his supreme skill with the spear, causing a storm-like explosion of petals. Wen, indignant, says that although it's just 1 strike, it's more than twice as strong as the 5 previous rapid strikes. An explosion is heard, and a notification arrives saying that he has eliminated the leader and leveled up to level 13, adding 13 strength points to his power. With his last effort, he finishes eliminating the rest of the zombies. Then, he strikes again, and several notifications arrive, saying that he has defeated them, showing the zombies lying on the ground. Jin comments that it's been a long time since he fought so intensely, and Li says that if it weren't for Xu, they would all be eliminated by now, and thanks him. The protagonist replies that now they are all battle brothers. Wen asks if he used any medicine, as his strength suddenly increased. Xu says not to worry, he didn't take any medicine and that it was just one of his abilities. Wen says that during the fight, she was only able to inflict a few wounds on him, asking how his last strike was so strong. He replies that he doesn't know, but at that moment, he felt as if he became one with the spear. The captain asks if he has comprehended a supreme skill, and he is curious to know more. She explains that it is when you train and understand a technique so deeply that you can unleash its maximum power, and even the most basic skill can become as powerful as a silver skill if you comprehend the supreme skill. However, reaching a supreme skill is not easy, as it requires a deep understanding of the technique and a bit of luck. Hundreds of people train the same technique, but only a few will reach the supreme skill. Xu says that it's incredible because if he truly comprehended the supreme skill, then he can use a power comparable to a supreme skill. The captain says that it's already getting dark, so they will spend the night on the roof of the building. At nightfall, they sit around the campfire, roasting the meat of the level 3 dog. The protagonist finds the meat delicious, and one says that he has no experience with expeditions, but the meat from these evolved beasts is tasty, and not contaminated or infected. Xu asks if the captain has ever heard of the sanctuary. She responds that he's probably referring to the Sanctuary Academy, and explains that it's a warrior academy that surpasses the 5 major academies, being the strongest of them all. The protagonist asks if the sanctuary is a university, and Wen says that the minimum requirement to enter is for a student to be at level 2 as a warrior. The blonde complains, saying that he is still at level 1. Xu remembers Luo and thinks that it's nothing. With the system, reaching level 2 is just a matter of time for him, and he can't wait to become a warrior and see the girl's expression. The soldiers walk, and the captain says that they need to clear the rest of the zombies and evolved beasts because they are truly finished. Lee points and asks what that is, seeing beasts crawling on the wall. With his analyzer eye, the protagonist identifies them as rank 2 zombies. He says they're good at scaling rooftops. The big guy says that they're crawling like snails. They start shooting, and Shu asks them not to shoot recklessly. The shot almost hits the zombie, but it manages to dodge. Jin says that it barely avoided being hit in the vital spots. The protagonist responds that they are faster than they appear. Lin asks, if they are so fast, why do their movements seem slow? He answers that it's probably so their prey lowers their guard. The zombies notice their presence and approach. The captain asks them to be on guard and the zombies run quickly. They keep shooting with their weapons, but as the zombies get closer, Wen orders them to eliminate them with their blades. She attacks with her strike, and the soldiers continue attacking. Suddenly, a zombie appears behind the blonde and attacks him. The captain calls his name and says that they are coming from above. They begin fighting non-stop. Xu tries to dodge and tells the captain that he suggests they retreat to an area with enclosed spaces so they can't be reached from the higher ground they have. She responds that it's a good idea and tells everyone to run and regroup in the area they passed through before. Still running, they stop in a forest and find themselves surrounded by zombies. The captain says that, if they don't want to be eliminated, now is the time to take a stand. They then run to attack. After a while of fighting, they manage to defeat them. Jin says that he can't believe they managed to eliminate so many zombies, and Lee says that she's sure that this is their last group. Tired, the protagonist drinks some water. Out of breath, he thinks that it was very exhausting, and if it weren't for the experience, he wouldn't even be bothering with it. Suddenly, an attack comes out of nowhere, but he blocks it and begins to retaliate, facing a boy who says that his reaction time is impressive. Xu asks who he is, and the boy responds that there's no need for someone on the verge of collapse to know his name. Wen asks what he's playing at, and if he dares lay a finger on a soldier of the Federation. The boy says that the protagonist is his target and that she has nothing to do with it, so she should get out of the way if she wants to live. The captain responds that he is a soldier of the Federation, and his act of aggression means he's antagonized the rest of the squad. The boy says she will be eliminated, shouting. She gets into an attack position, and the two begin to fight, causing an explosion that throws her back. The rest of the soldiers are concerned and ask how he dares lay a finger on their leader. The boy uses his ability, high-speed whirlwind. The soldiers are frightened by the aura. The protagonist observes and starts running. The boy calls him a coward, saying that he abandoned his comrades and ran, asking if he thinks he can escape him. He chases after Xu. Lin asks if this is ever going to end. Wen stands up and says they can't leave Xu alone with him. Jin asks what they're doing there, and if they can't do more since Xu is dominating the fight to avoid involving them. The captain grabs her sword and says it won't be solved if they just stand there, and that anyone who dares lay a finger on their squadmates will pay. The boy jumps in front of the protagonist and asks where he thinks he's going. Xu asks who said he was going to run away, and since there's no one to bother them, they can finish this. The boy, enraged, says that he's going to be eliminated, shouting. The protagonist asks if he was sent by the Tang family. The tough guy asks, so what? What if I return to the Tang family? Does it matter to anyone that I'll be eliminated soon? He replies that he's right about understanding the situation, but before that, he's going to teach him a short but useful lesson, attacking him with his spear. The boy thinks he was so fast and attacks, but Xu dodges, thinking that this flash of fighting spirit and bloodlust from the boy is enough to give him chills. He notices that the dodge was very unusual, wondering if it's some kind of rare skill. The protagonist grabs his spear, while the tough guy grabs his weapon, and they begin attacking each other. The boy tries to land a hit, but Xu dodges and attacks with his spear. However, both are quite agile and manage to dodge each other's attacks. The boy says that he didn't expect this and that Xu isn't so bad, but still not good enough. Then, he jumps and begins attacking with multiple blades. The protagonist thinks that there were so many attacks in one moment that he remembers his own ability, but some of them are illusions. Not all of them are real. The boy says that he's going to show what it's like to have power beyond measure, causing an extremely strong aura, followed by an explosion, going directly to attack the boy. But the boy uses his ability and attacks, pushing him into the wall and holding him there. He says that it's over for Xu. Xu responds that it's fine, satisfied. The boy steps back, shocked, because his abdomen has a severe wound, and says it's impossible since he knows he dodged 4 of the strikes. The protagonist responds that he always knew the boy was there from the start, thinking that the system notifies him, and it's not like he can turn it off. Pressed against the wall, he says that he's always been able to push up to 5 times and saves the last one just for himself. The boy says that's quite discreet, but is interrupted by Xu, who attacks him with his spear. A notification appears saying that he has eliminated a martial artist, and the system congratulates him for leveling up. Xiu asks the system to put 10 points into physics and 4 into strength, thinking that even though he recovered from leveling up, his injuries aren't fully healed. Then, he thinks that it's better to find a way to heal himself. Voices call his name, and the soldiers approach, asking if he's okay. Xiu thinks they are brave, as even though he's a level 3 martial artist, they still came after him. He then falls face first onto the ground. As night falls, they are on the rooftop with a barbecue and a cabin. The protagonist is inside the cabin lying down, and when he opens his eyes, he sits up and exits. Wen says he finally woke up and asks if he's okay. Xiu responds that it's just a flesh wound and thanks them. Li says she can't believe he defeated a level 3 martial artist, and that he was a criminal who broke the law and has a warrant out for his arrest by Starlight. Li bets that he would be well paid for handing over the criminal's head. The captain says that if he's badly injured, even though first aid was applied, he will need at least one more day of rest before he's back to perfect form. After that, they present several defeated zombies. A month later, they've finished defeating the zombies, and Jin says he's sure they've been to hell and back. He sighs deeply and wonders who the lucky winner of the lottery would be to end up as the chicken dinner. Wen says that without Xiu with them, they wouldn't have had a chance. Li approaches the protagonist and says that, as his senior, she's so proud. Jin says that if he needs him, he'll be there. A voice asks if they're from the Alliance, and a group approaches, with a young man saying that now he remembers it's the annual zombie and evolved beast cleaning operation. He says they've made good profits there, and it would be a shame if anything happened to their masters. The captain says he knows they're soldiers of the Alliance and asks if, despite that, they're still trying to rob them. Using his analytical eye, Xiu identifies everyone and tells Wen to step back, as there's a level 3 martial artist among them. Zhou, the leader, tells Xiu to shut up and says they're getting on his nerves. The protagonist notices he's approaching his direction. Zhou points his sword and says this is between the two of them, and he'll leave the rest to them. The captain asks if he's a lone wolf. The soldiers are startled, and Wen says that in a fight, many of their comrades were defeated by him. They know they're from the Alliance, and they dare make a move. Zhou says that if he sees people like her, he will cut her down. So that's the kind of person he is. The captain says she will eliminate him, but Xiu holds her back and says the redhead is his. He asks if the Tang family sent him here and says that this never ends. He also asks if the other guy couldn't defeat him. What chance does this guy have? Zhou says he shouldn't be compared to people like him, as both of them are in third place. Smashing his sword on the ground with an enormous aura, he says he can go even further. The ground cracks, and Xiu thinks that this sword seems very heavy and is getting bigger every second. They begin to fight, and the captain tells them to be quick, as Xiu is waiting for them. Then, they attack the group together. The protagonist uses his torrential flower ability, but the redhead dodges with his sword and says that Xiu can't hurt him unless he puts in 10 times more effort per second. He then says he will show them what true martial skill is. Using the ability Silver and Crescent Dark Moon, Xiu thinks that this strike was very strong, and at this rate, he'll end up being eliminated. He then uses his rage ability, and an explosion occurs. The captain watches and is concerned about him. Jin asks the protagonist to respond. Zhou says he was completely blown up. His shadow appears in the smoke, and Xiu, positioning himself, thinks that maybe he played poorly, and if he hadn't activated his rage at the last second, he would have been eliminated. The lone wolf approaches and says it looks like he's using a forbidden drug, but it doesn't matter because he's feeling motivated. He tries to attack with his sword, but Xiu defends with his spear, thinking that even with his rage he can barely compete with this guy, wondering if he really is elite in the elite class. Zhou says that this kid can definitely handle it, but this isn't his true ability, and he causes an extremely strong red aura. Xiu thinks he has a bad feeling about this. The redhead keeps attacking, using his martial skill to glide. Satisfied with the first cut, the protagonist tries to hold his ground but is thrown far away, causing a huge explosion. He falls to the ground and starts coughing. As he gets up, he thinks that the force was so strong that his silver soul, forged from Star Ocean minerals, took damage. Zhou, still unharmed, uses his 3 bars ability to keep attacking and rushes toward him. Xiu says that he didn't want to use his hidden trump card yet, but it seems there's no other choice. He then attacks with his torrential flower skill. The redhead laughs and says he already warned him that one attack is useless against him. The protagonist replies not to worry, as he has more in store. Using his 100 bird skill, he causes several flames. Zhou is shocked and creates a huge explosion, throwing Xiu into the wall. The redhead says this is bad for him, and unfortunately for Xiu, each of his cuts can absorb the opponent's martial ability and grow stronger. He says that Xiu's last attack was quite powerful. but his will be even stronger. Using the three assassins' strike, the protagonist realizes this is dangerous, and he might be eliminated here, but he remains confident and says he won't be defeated here. He has felt this way before, wondering if it's because he's on the brink of death or if it's due to using rage. With all his attributes increased, he feels a mysterious sensation, as if the spear is an extension of his body. A strong aura is released, and he says he will show the true power of torrential flower. Creating a powerful aura, he uses torrential bloom, crouching down. Meanwhile, Joe can't believe how this is possible. It's the same martial technique as before, but this time, injured, he says it can't be a definitive technique. He falls to the ground, and notifications appear saying that a martial artist has been eliminated, and Shu's level has increased to 15. Shu is happy with level 15, but as he tries to run, he falls face first to the ground. The transport plane is in motion. Meanwhile, the protagonist is lying in bed, slightly disoriented, and opens his eyes. Wen asks if he's awake, as he slept the whole day. Shu asks if they are on the aircraft. She replies yes, and that the cleaning operation is over, so they're heading back. She hands him a card. The protagonist asks what it is, and the captain says that the card contains 3 million Alliance coins, as his reward for eliminating Joe. She also says she nominated him. Xiu thanks her, and says he'll be able to fix his equipment now. She says she passed the money to him, and isn't even thinking about reimbursing him, calling him a cheapskate. The protagonist feels embarrassed and says it's all thanks to her, asking how he can repay the favor. Wen touches his hand and says she didn't give much to it. Moving closer, she asks if he's willing to pay with his body. He, flustered, responds that he's still a high school student and needs to focus on his studies. The captain steps back and says he's so clueless. To change the subject, Xiu asks what day it is. She replies that it's the 12th and asks why. Xiu gets up from the bed and says that today is the last day of the exam period, so he needs to hurry. She tells him not to worry, as it's 4 in the morning, and they will definitely make it in time. They arrive at the military academy's airport, and the leader announces the squads and the number of casualties and survivors. As they approach their squad, he thanks everyone for their hard work during the cleaning operation, and the superior said to award each of them a medal. Xiu observes and thinks that he'll receive a military medal from the Federation, and each medal has a unique identification code. Having a medal brings all kinds of benefits in daily life, to the point that even the police have to be careful how they treat you. The chief approaches him and says that his performance in this operation was truly exceptional, and because of him, the squad's survival rate was the highest. He even eliminated a level 3 dog and 2 wanted criminals all by himself. The soldiers are surprised that Zhu was able to eliminate a 3 RD level martial artist. The captain praises him for his skill and strength, asking if he is interested in joining their army. The protagonist responds that he is hesitant to accept, but is still in high school, and plans to continue his studies and attend college. The captain laughs and says he had forgotten that Xiu is just a student, but mentions that if he is interested in joining them after graduating from college, he would be welcome. Wen becomes interested in him, as he is concerned about his studies yet demonstrates the ability to defeat a rank 3 martial artist. Xiu says goodbye with a hug to Li, and the captain asks if he isn't going to say goodbye to her. Then she hugs him and says, "Who would have imagined that a guy so fierce in battle would be so shy? You should visit us, no matter how your status may change in the future. Don't forget the comrades who fought by your side until the end." Meanwhile, at the academy, the end-of-term competition is underway. The announcer welcomes the 20 participants to the arenas. The professor thinks that the protagonist hasn't arrived yet, and worries that if he doesn't participate, he will be expelled. Yang asks where he went to train, as it has been a while since he left and hasn't returned. Luo suggests waiting a little longer while they watch the fight. One student is thrown out of the arena, and the medical team rushes to help him. The announcer announces the winner, Tian, who easily defeated his opponent Liang, ranked 98th in the Academy's power ranking. The students in the stands discuss how Tian trained in the Path of Demise, a place with a 90% mortality rate. Then, the announcer calls out for the next participant, Xu, asking him to enter Arena 15. The professor grows more concerned as he hasn't arrived yet. The announcer asks if Xu is at the location. Meanwhile, his opponent, Chen, wonders how strong this guy really is. The announcer says that if Xu doesn't enter Arena 15 within the next 10 seconds, he will be disqualified. Xu responds that there's no need for that, and leaps, landing in the arena. The professor is relieved that he has arrived. Yang comments that Xu is always late, but always makes a dramatic entrance. Zhang mentions that it's been a month since he last saw him, and notes that he seems stronger now. Tian watches and asks if Xu wasn't eliminated by the Fortress of Light, and says that this is perfect, because now he can defeat him with his own hands. The announcer announces that the battle is about to begin. Chen approaches Yu and asks if he is the trash from class 29, telling him not to think he got lucky defeating Tian because the same thing will happen to him. Xu shows his pinky finger and says that Chen isn't even in the top 100 of the ranking, and that weaklings like him aren't worth the effort. Chen gets angry. The announcer signals for the match to begin. Chen, weapon in hand, approaches to attack, but Xu easily blocks. Chen is outraged by this. With a kick, Xu knocks him down and says that he doesn't even need a weapon to defeat him. Lying on the ground, Chen wipes his mouth and curses. He gets up and attacks with his martial skill. But Xu says it's his turn now and uses his explosive crack skill, causing a small explosion. Chen wonders how Xu's punches are so powerful and says that this can't be. Someone like him underestimated him. Then, Chen attacks again with his silver martial skill, 3,000 high steps. The people in the stands are impressed by this special skill, as Xu forced Chen to use a skill that drains his stamina, while Xu is still fighting barehanded. The protagonist thinks to himself that he is enjoying his martial skills, as they consist of 9 forms, and he easily dodges them, charging his rage meter. Since there's only 1 or 2 matches per day, the cooldown time isn't a problem. Xu then attacks with his explosive fist skill. Chen doesn't know how to react and is hit, thrown to the ground again. The announcer declares Xu as the winner. The professor is astonished, as Xu defeated someone ranked 150th with bare hands. After the protagonist exits the arena, people gather around to congratulate him. Yang asks where he was the whole month and why he didn't take him along to train. Xu responds that he went to a dangerous place and bringing Yang would only slow him down. The redhead jumps on him and starts teasing, asking what he just said, and the professor laughs. Then, Xu is observing the system, as after defeating Zhou, he couldn't check his stats after leveling up. He notices that he has unlocked the skill, Feign, which can hide his energy flow and make him appear as an ordinary person, distracting others. He also unlocked a genetic lock. He thinks he didn't expect so many updates, and that this Feign skill is clearly meant to deceive opponents, making them think he's weaker than he actually is. Additionally, he has finally unlocked a genetic lock. Looking at the process to unlock this lock, he sees that the chance of failure is high. 10% chance of elimination, 20% chance of losing consciousness, and 30% chance of failure to unlock. He thinks it's not worth risking his life on such a gamble, so he decides to put the 15 potential skill points into strength. The announcer calls Xu back for another battle. Lin, the academy's dean, observes the battle between the protagonist and his opponent and ponders. He hadn't thought Xu would return alive from the cleanup operation at the fortress, and yet he came back stronger. Now he wonders how he will face the Tang family. He thinks that putting him against one of his most powerful opponents who could publicly defeat him would be enough, and that he shouldn't have messed with the Tang family. After the fight, everyone watches the top 100 finalists. Yang says he hopes Xu's opponents will be martial arts beginners, and Xu replies that as long as they aren't anyone ranked in the top 10. Then they notice that the protagonist will face the opponent ranked 8th. They get irritated. Xu looks and asks, "Gu, number 8. Yang says he's a senior ranked in combat and often goes to areas infested with zombies and evolved beasts to gain battle experience. Meanwhile, Zheng comments that he is facing Tian in his first match and heard that he is stronger now. The professor approaches them and says it won't be easy to defeat both opponents, so he asks them to be careful. One of the staff members announces that Ye is there and asks for him to be welcomed. Ye greets them, and the staff member comments that he arrived earlier than expected, asking if he is eager to see the strength of his students. Ye asks Li to bring the record of his best students. The man says he's in no hurry and is more interested in the top 100 competition, suggesting they watch the matches first. The announcer then calls participants Zhang and Tian to Arena 15. Tian asks if Zhang is from Class 29, and Zhang responds yes, acknowledging that Tian is strong, but he won't admit defeat easily. The blonde replies that there's no need for Zhang to admit defeat, as he will simply eliminate everyone from Class 29. Zhang challenges Tian to try, attacking him with his sword, but Tian dodges and grabs his arm, dislocating it and knocking the sword out of his hand. Stepping on Zhang's back and holding his arm, Tian says it's not over yet and that he will break all of Zhang's limbs. Then a voice tells him to stop. Xu approaches and attacks Tian, saying the problem is with him and that Tian shouldn't hurt his comrade. Tian replies not to worry, as he will destroy Xu the next time they face each other, and Xu will feel extreme pain as he slowly defeats him. The protagonist remembers who tried to eliminate him, and says he has scores to settle with him as well. When the time comes, it won't even matter if it's Tian's father, because he'll make Tian beg for his life. The announcer asks which class Xu is from. reminding him that interrupting a match is not allowed. Xu asks if, as a professor, he would just watch a student get beaten until they are eliminated. The announcer gets angry and says that since neither side has admitted defeat, the match is not over yet, and asks for Zhang to be taken to the doctor. The nurse asks Xu to take Zhang to the stretcher, and the announcer announces Tian as the winner. The protagonist asks why he hasn't seen the doctor in the past few days. She replies that he must have missed her, and since the competition is today, things were bound to get intense. She was worried about him, and came in case anything happened. Lying on the stretcher, Zhang raises his hand, his eyes filled with tears, and says he can't accept this, as the thought of being defeated with a single strike is unbearable. He warns Yu to be careful when facing him again. Yu says he will teach him a lesson. The announcer then calls Yu and Gu to enter Arena 9. The protagonist says it's his turn and walks over. People around him wish him good luck, and as he walks, he finds his opponent already in the arena. The dean observes the match. Once in the arena, Gu asks if Xu is the infamous one. Using his analyzer eye, Xu notes that Gu reached rank 2 at only 18 years old, and his overall strength is similar to Zhou's. He realizes it's no wonder Gu is ranked 4th in the entire academy. The announcer says to start. Without hesitation, Gu moves forward with his weapon and strikes the ground, making it crack. The arena floor is made of a special stone with steel-like hardness, and the protagonist wonders how Gu managed to make a hole with just one blow. Still holding the hammer over the ground, Gu says that no matter how fast Xu is, he won't be able to avoid having his head crushed by the hammer. He promises a painless elimination. The announcer narrates that this was a fierce strike and asks if Lin will be able to keep his position. Yang asks if Xu is going against Gu and says it's a death sentence. The nurse tells him to shut up, and Yang flips him off. The redhead responds that anyone with eyes can clearly see Xu is going to lose, and if he wins, he'll eat the arena. The doctor says he won't be able to take back his words later. Gu raises his hammer to strike again, but Xu dodges, and the hammer hits the ground once more. Xu uses his spear, and the large man says he's weak, asking if he hasn't eaten or something. Xu observes and thinks he didn't expect Gu's brute strength to be so overwhelming, wondering if rage is his only option. But he realizes the skill's cooldown is long, and the top 100 competition has just started, so he decides to save the skill as a last resort. Gu asks if that's all Xu knows how to do, and tells him to just accept defeat. Then, the protagonist uses his torrential flower skill. The large man is outraged and defends, but is wounded by the spear. The redhead gets angry upon seeing Gu injured. The nurse observes with satisfaction and asks if Xu has figured out how to put the whole arena in his mouth. The redhead says Gu hasn't fought seriously yet. Gu laughs, turns with his hand on his shoulder, and says it wasn't too bad but is getting fun, and now it's time to take it seriously. He raises his hammer and uses his skill, releasing a massive aura. Gathering origin energy, Lin is alarmed, and a terrifying explosion occurs. Still attacking, Gu uses his mountain coercion skill. Xu thinks the hammer is emitting powerful waves of origin energy. Unable to move, he realizes there's no way to dodge, so he decides to give it his all. He then uses his homage to 1,000 birds and torrential flower skills. The announcer asks what technique that was, and the staff member suggests it might have been a combination of 2 skills. Ye is impressed and says that thinking the boy can use his martial skills like this. Another terrifying explosion happens, and the protagonist steps back, coughing and wounded. Gu laughs and says it's fine. It's been so long since a fight has been this exciting, and as a reward, he'll crush Xu's head with his hammer, asking if that wouldn't be fun. Xu is alarmed as the large man uses his martial skill Stilver and Fierce Tiger attack. The redhead watches and says that Gu has finally used the elimination attack. The nurse screams for Lin to leave the ring. Gu continues attacking. The redhead says Xu didn't even try to dodge the attack and is probably crushed. The blonde responds that he could have just jumped out of the arena. Yang and the professor are worried. The doctor is also concerned. The large man yells, saying now he'll see if Xu is still alive after this. The protagonist appears, coughing, saying he was almost crushed, and wonders why he always ends up facing the worst opponents. Gu, outraged, asks how this is possible and how Xu is still alive. Lin says he's sorry to disappoint him, but now he's done warming up. He then attacks. Gu asks if it's that skill again and says it's meaningless. He blocks, and Xu continues attacking. They exchange powerful blows. The large man asks what happened to this kid and why he suddenly got so strong. Using the Stormhammer skill, Gu says he won't lose. Then they keep fighting. The professor observes and says they're both going all out. Yang says it seems like Lin is struggling to keep up with his opponent's pace. The nurse tells him to shut up, saying she doesn't know anything. Still fighting, Gu gets more frustrated and asks if this is possible. Using the Fierce Lion skill, Shu attacks with his blade, saying this is the end for him, using the charged attack. The two clash, and the protagonist stops with his spear at his opponent's neck, saying he's won. Yang cheers happily for his friend, and the nurse asks the redhead how he would like to eat the arena, asking if he prefers it raw, fried, or steamed. The dean stands up, thinking he can't believe Lin won. The announcer raises Xu's arm, and people start chanting his name. Gu, injured, gets up and throws a pocket bomb. Then, he gets scared, causing an extremely strong explosion. The large man falls and laughs, saying that for sure, that eliminated him, and that it serves him right. But Xu is protected by Mr. Ye with a shield. It was a high-level technique that uses spherical origin energy, and only martial artists of level 6 or above can release origin energy within their bodies and use it to create a shield that protects them from any attack. Ye asks if Xu is hurt. He wonders if this old man is a high-level martial artist and answers that he's fine and thanks him. Mr. Ye says he's happy to see him okay and encourages him to keep up the good work because he sees potential in him. He then tells Gu that he knows he wants to win at all costs, but using underhanded techniques against his peers is crossing the line. The dean approaches and asks if Ye is all right. Ye responds, asking if this is what they consider outstanding students. The dean apologizes, saying he has no tolerance for such malicious behavior from his students and will ensure proper discipline. Xu thinks that, from the dean's flattery, Mr. Ye must be a good person. The doctor approaches and lifts his shirt, asking if he's hurt anywhere. He answers that he's fine and asks where she's putting her hands, as he already told her he's okay. The professor approaches and says that tomorrow's matches will be postponed due to this unexpected event, and asks Xu to treat his injuries, then go back to the dorm to rest and recover. The protagonist asks who Ye is. Luo responds that he's not sure but thinks Ye is the supervisor of one of the 5 main academies and is here for an evaluation. Lin says he can't wait to become a martial artist like him. In the student dorm, Xu is in his room and notices that, besides the monthly lottery the system conducts, he received another as a reward for reaching level 15. Now, he has 2 chances. He tells the system to spin the wheel. He hopes for a big prize. When the wheel stops, he gets frustrated, as it's a silver martial arts skill card for knives, and he doesn't even use knives. Then, the system detects an excess of martial arts skill cards, activating the synthesis system, which uses any 3 skill cards of the same level to merge them into one. Xu gets excited and says he can't wait to try this new feature, and he still has to spin for the rest, so he tells the system to spin the wheel again. Hoping for a gift pack, he's delighted when he finally gets one. After opening it, Xu finds the cards Piercing Blaze, Celestial Cut, and Glacial Strike. Xu isn't surprised, as Piercing Blaze uses the body's strength and agility to deliver a fatal blow, which is no different from a charged attack. He believes his Torrential Flower is much more useful in terms of speed. Now, with 3 silver martial skill cards, he decides to try out the new system. The system asks him to select the type of martial skill to synthesize. Asking if he wants to synthesize, Xu presses yes. The system then draws another card. He gets the silver martial skill card Spear Weapon Arts Judgment. Lin says it seems amazing, and that it's time to learn. It's a skill that reflects the opponent's attacks and martial arts back to them, consumes great energy, and has strict conditions for use. The protagonist gets excited, as everyone tries to block attacks, but now he has a skill that can reflect them. The announcer calls for Xu in the arena, and Fel asks if he's ready. Lin responds affirmatively, thinking he never imagined he'd face a girl. Fel raises a circle and traps Xu inside it. He asks what she's doing. The girl says there's no way for him to run, kisses his cheek, and leaves a lipstick mark. She tells the referee she surrenders, saying she can't fight against a celebrity. Xu is confused, and the people cheering for him are too. Then it's announced that he won the match. Yang says he's never been in this kind of situation. The nurse gets angry, asking how the girl dares to seduce her precious little one right in front of her. Yang asks if Lin didn't like it, and Lin gives him the middle finger. Suddenly, someone tugs at his shirt, and when he notices, it's the nurse who pulled him and kissed him. Xu covers his mouth and asks what that was. The nurse says the girl kissed his cheek in front of her, so she stole his first kiss. Sitting on the floor, he says she can't just steal his first kiss like that. She pats his head and says not to worry, as she'll take care of him. The announcer says it's time to decide the finalists, but there are still 25 participants left, so a 3-on-3 match will happen. The announcer thinks Xu should get ready for another surprise. Then, Lin notices he'll be fighting with 2 people and is shocked to see who they are. The professor says Zhu is ranked 12th in the academy, while Jiang is 10th, and from what he knows, the 2 are friends, so the match will turn into a 2v1. Xu worries but thinks he can win with his new martial skill. The 3 enter the arena, and the announcer asks them to prepare and start. Jiang uses his skill, 9 Claws Carnage, and Zhu uses his silver skill. They close in on Xu and attack him. Jiang also approaches to attack. Lin blocks both their blows, attacking with tribute to 1,000 birds. Jiang looks confident and blocks the attack. Xu observes and comments that he even sliced it. Jiang says his skill creates high-speed wind currents that can repel any attack sent against him, and that they've studied the match, so they know all of Xu's skills. He lists the skills he learned from the protagonist and attacks with the broken claws of heaven, saying Xu has no chance of winning. Zhu also attacks with his silver martial skill Steel Bat Spin. The people in the stands notice that the skills both are using are their strongest. The nurse says they're shameless, teaming up against Xu and using their most powerful techniques. Lin notices and asks if Jiang's skill can repel attacks. He says it's a coincidence because he has a similar skill. Using judgment, he faces both and attacks. Jiang gets scared, being attacked and thrown far away. Xu says now it's Zhu's turn. Using the charged attack and torrential flower, Xu causes a huge impact and explosion. Both fall to the ground. The announcer approaches to check the opponent's pulses, raises Xu's arm, and announces him as the winner. The people cheering for him are happy. The dean thinks it's unfortunate but that Xu won again. Tang asks to be matched up against him. The dean says he'll do it immediately. Tang says Xu is acting pretty arrogantly and that all the pain he endured on his way to the end will make sure Xu gets everything back in double. The announcer says the match now will decide the 6 finalists, and the first match is Xu against Tian. People comment that Xu defeated Tian in the past, and that both have become stronger, so it will be a risky competition. They wonder if Tian has been affected by the drug he took, and mention that Xu has walked the path to the end and trained for an entire month. Yang shouts for Lin to make sure to teach him a risky lesson this time. The protagonist looks and gives a thumbs-up gesture. Tang's younger brother says that this time Lin will definitely be eliminated. Yang asks if he came to watch his brother get defeated. Tang's brother gets upset and says they can't imagine the suffering his brother endured on the path, and that he did all of that to defeat Xu. Tian, in the arena, says that time flies, and he's here again, facing him. But this time, he will make sure to eliminate him. With his analyzing eye, Lin observes that Tian is now a rank 2 martial artist, and his overall battle strength is even greater than Gu's. Lin says the same goes for him, mentioning that Tian's father made it clear when he sent assassins after him, and that he won't stop until any of them are eliminated. Tian approaches, standing face to face with Lin. They stare each other down, and Lin thinks that Tian's raw sword power is no joke. The blonde says he spent 100 million coins on his sword, forged from a special metal, and that Lin's weapon is pathetic and worthless compared to his. He claims he spent a lot of money to buy the sword to defeat Lin, striking the blade against the ground. Lin steps forward with his spear, using his skill, Torrential Flower, but Tian uses a body technique. Xu is shocked. Yang asks the professor if it's a body technique, and he responds that it's impossible, that one would need to be a rank 3 martial artist to practice such a skill. Tang's brother asks who said it's impossible and warns that Lin better be prepared for a funeral. Tian uses his skill, Earth Split Slice, attacking Lin, and says he still has one more attack. He attacks again with Explosive Fist, pushing Lin and causing severe injuries. Lin thinks that Tian's Explosive Fist is much stronger than last time, and that, now being able to use body techniques, it means he's likely met the criteria to become a rank 3 martial artist. Lin can't even use Rage yet because of the cooldown, so he needs to come up with another way to win the match. Tian approaches and says that Lin is as weak as always, while the protagonist tries to think. Using his skill tribute to 100 birds, Lin asks if Tian still thinks he's afraid of that martial skill. Using more skills, Tian says he not only spent money on his sword, but also on various skill cards, all to find the perfect attack against Lin. Attacking with Cloudburst Torrent and then Traction, he creates multiple flames, dissipating Xu's attack. The people in the stands are shocked. The protagonist thinks that this is his second encounter with a skill that can neutralize tribute to 1,000 birds. Telling him to try again, he asserts that Tian won't be able to do the same with the next attack. Using Torrential Flower along with tribute to 1,000 birds, Lin prepares. Tian says he's welcome to try, attacking again with Torrential Torrent. The two fight intensely, creating a terrifying aura, and soon after, an explosion. But Lin notices that Tian really did dissipate the attack. The blonde laughs and says that now it's his turn. He steps forward, using bloody flames. The protagonist tries to defend with judgment, but his spear breaks and falls to the ground. The people get worried. Xiu notices he couldn't reflect the martial skill with judgment, and this only happens when there's a huge gap in strength. Without thinking twice, Tian rushes forward, attacking with his sword, but Lin blocks with the charged attack, counterattacking and throwing Tian back. Tian says he shouldn't have dodged his sword and that he would have been eliminated without pain in a single strike. Punching Lin in the face, he says he's going to crush every bone in his body. Using the technique again, Xiu tries to block. People in the stands tell him to give up. Lin says no, that he will never admit defeat, while being attacked by multiple punches to his face. The crowd is shocked, and the announcer tells the blonde to stop, asking if he doesn't see that Lin is already unconscious. Tian steps back and says he'll let him go this time because there are too many people watching, and he can't be eliminated yet, but he's definitely crippled. Lying on the ground, Xiu thinks this is so humiliating. Then he looks at the system and thinks about unlocking the genetic block, even though his chances are slim. He says that to take revenge on the Tang family, he's willing to risk it. Then, all of Lin's attributes are increased, and the system congratulates him for unlocking it, leveling him up to a rank 2 martial artist. The announcer says Tian is the winner, but the people in the stands raise their hands, indicating that Lin is moving. Then, the protagonist gets up, thinking that it feels like every cell in his body is explosively active, and this feels really good. Ye watches and thinks it's interesting because he didn't use any drugs, and there were no fluctuations in terms of martial arts. Before, he was useless, and now he can fight against someone who is almost a rank 3 martial artist. The announcer can't believe it, and Tian says he's full of tricks. Xiu rushes forward to attack his opponent. Tian says his explosive pulse is not afraid of him and attacks, but Lin's strike is stronger, injuring his arm. The blonde asks how he can be so powerful, but Tian's arm starts to disintegrate, revealing iron instead of bones. The protagonist asks if his arm is part robot. The blonde responds that it's because of him that he became half robot, half human. To cultivate, he went to the path and lost all his limbs to a monster there, having to become a kind of cyborg to survive. Although this transformation gives him power equivalent to a rank 3 martial artist, that's his limit, and in this life, he can't get any stronger, and that's all thanks to him, as he approaches to attack again. Lin strikes him in the abdomen and says he's only to blame for himself because he simply isn't as skilled as the others. Tian is thrown back, without his robotic arm. The blonde thinks it happened so fast, and he's attacked again with several strikes. Yang shouts for him to beat him until the end. Tang's younger brother shouts for him to stop. Xiu continues attacking with multiple punches, causing injuries, and still relentlessly continues attacking. The announcer tells him to stop since Tian is already unconscious. The protagonist lets go of him and steps back. The announcer raises Lin's arm and declares him the winner. The nurse says that it happened that he was defeated twice. Tang's brother says Tian demonstrated the power of a rank 3 martial artist, but his opponent is too strong. The dean is in disbelief. Ye says that's exactly it. Tian, with his hand in his pocket, stands up and pulls out a syringe. Running up behind Lin, Xiu grabs his arm, and the announcer tells him it's over and asks what he has in his hand. Tian responds that it's a gift he brought back from the path to the end, especially for him, a virus, and that just one drop is enough to turn him into a zombie. The announcer orders him to stop right now, as he's breaking the law. The blonde laughs and says that his goal is to turn Lin into a zombie. Xiu says he's forcing him to do this, taking the syringe from his hand and injecting it into Tian's neck. The blonde starts screaming no, transforming into a monster. Then, Xiu grabs the blade of his spear with his foot and kicks it, defeating him. Tang's younger brother shouts no. A voice approaches, saying to return the life of their little Tian. Lin looks up and finds Bai attacking him, but the protagonist dodges. Bai asks if he's dodging, but Ye appears and calls him reckless, attacking him. When Ye moves closer, the senior prevents him. Bai wonders if Ye is a rank 6, and when did they have a rank 6 in the city. He says he will take Lin to the police station because he eliminated his son, and asks him not to interfere. Ye disagrees, saying that from what he saw, it was Zhu eliminating a corpse that had already mutated, for the safety of the academy, and asks if it's illegal to eliminate zombies. Bai stays quiet, and his servant approaches, asking to take Tian's body back. The man says that to prevent the spread of the virus, before the police confirm the situation, doing whatever they want with corpses that turn into zombies is not allowed. Bai just watches. The director arrives and says that this incident happened at the academy, but he can take the body and wait a bit under the stage. When the police arrive to confirm things, they can take it. Xiu thanks him. Ye says it's just a courtesy, as he didn't do anything wrong, and if anyone wants to embarrass him with this matter, they'll have to go through him first. Bai watches, furious. The director and the dean observe. In the Federal Army, people are watching the Academy's broadcast and its students. The soldiers say that he eliminated the young master of the Tang family after returning, but even if it's the family's fault, given their influence and power, they will definitely take action. Wen opens the door and says he heard about the incident, and that they'll receive orders to leave tomorrow and investigate the matter. The soldiers say yes. Jin says that's great because he was thinking of how to help Xiu. Lee laughs and says he can go back to his old school. The captain thinks that he wasn't expecting this. Someone knocks on the door. Lin, exhausted, asks who it is so early in the morning. Opening the door, the dean says this is Xiu. The commander shows him his phone and says he is suspected of murder, so he has to come with them. The protagonist asks if they're acting against him so quickly, and says he was sent to be eliminated at the Fortress of Light earlier, asking if he's the old man who made that dirty joke. The dean calls him impudent as a student, and asks if this is how he speaks to a teacher. He says that a loser like him deserves to be arrested. Xiu calls him an old bastard and says he doesn't deserve to be called a teacher. The investigator tells him to stop wasting breath on him and just arrest him and take him away. Lin says he received a star medal and doesn't believe he has the right to arrest him. If they want to arrest him, the federal army should be the ones to do it. The investigator looks at him, indignant. They speak quietly among themselves, and the dean tells them not to listen to the nonsense from that piece of garbage. Since he's a high school student, there's no way he has a star medal, asking them to take him away. Xiu says they better think about the consequences. The army transports position themselves. The soldiers enter the dormitory, and the captain calls him shameless. The dean is confused. She asks how he dares to do this to a federal soldier with a star medal, telling them to take everyone away. The dean is puzzled. The soldiers position their weapons. The dean asks what's going on, and the investigator says he's also doing business. Xiu tells him not to say he wasn't warned. The captain says they contacted their superiors, and if it's not abuse of power, of course, they'll let him go. She touches Lin's shoulder and says they've met again. Jin asks how it's going and says they arrived at the perfect time. Lee laughs and says the instructor sent them as soon as they saw the news and knew the Tung family would cause trouble. The professor says that even though it's not his fault, the Tung family is one of the main shareholders of the school, and under their pressure, the school will still punish him for what happened yesterday. Xiu asks what kind of punishment. The professor says he was also notified this morning and hands him an envelope, as the school believes that even though the needle had the virus, he deliberately injected it into Tian's body, causing a mutation. So, the school is expelling him. Lin grabs the envelope, enraged, and curses at them. Luo apologizes and says that, as a teacher, he cannot bear this burden and cannot do anything about it, but he is friends with teachers from another school and will see if he can help arrange a transfer. The protagonist, discouraged, thanks him for his help and says that if a student is expelled, transferring to another school is a problem. The captain says there's no need to stay there, and that the instructor asked them to come earlier to formally invite him to join the federal army. Xiu says that's right, since he won't be able to finish his last year of school, so he won't be able to go to university. In that case, it's better to join the federal army and eliminate zombies with his partners. Ye approaches and says not necessarily. He says Xiu can also choose not to join the federal army, and now, he can go to their school, handing him a piece of paper. The captain says under her breath that she can't believe the old man stole him. Jin says she should hold back as he seems quite powerful, and Lee whispers too. One tells the two of them to be quiet and watches Yu. He reads the paper and says it's from the Sanctuary University. The soldiers ask what Sanctuary University is. Ye says it's responsible for the university's special admissions office and is always looking for talented students to offer special admissions. Since he observed Lin, his talents fully meet the university's requirements. The protagonist says he's already been expelled. The senior says the reason Sanctuary University has special admissions offices is that it has the right to offer special admissions. He doesn't need to attend the National College Entrance Exam. As with his ability, he doesn't even need to attend the last day of high school. Lin is happy and says he'll definitely go. While reading the admission letter, he thinks being expelled was a blessing in disguise, as he never imagined he would become a student of Sanctuary. He remembers Luo and thinks he never imagined they would meet so soon. He asks for the university's address, since he already searched the location on Google, and the admission letter doesn't mention anything either. He says he should go to the end of the path of the end, and there will be someone to guide him to Sanctuary University. The soldiers are shocked. The path of the end doesn't refer to a road, but to an area. This place has enormous zombies and high-level evolved creatures, and it's known as one of the most dangerous areas on the planet. It is also said that some of the strongest rank 10 evolved creatures are there. There are also the remains of several mysterious labs that were left behind during the war. Ye asks if he's scared. Xiu replies that he's just a little excited, thinking there's nothing scary about the path of the end because the more zombies and beasts there are, the more EXP he will gain. The senior pats him on the shoulder and asks what he plans for the future. Xiu says he needs to get his martial artist license and then report to the university. Ye says he'll have many benefits for his development. He wishes him good luck. People congratulate him for becoming a student of Sanctuary University. He thanks them. The captain asks why they don't have some drinks to celebrate. Xiu calls the professor to come along, and he asks if he can bring some friends. Lin says the more the better. The nurse, drinking, says she wishes the best for little Xiu. Everyone says cheers and toasts. The doctor pulls him aside and says not to worry, because when he settles at the university, she'll accompany him. Fel says she'll definitely help him rank up quickly and enter the university early. Yang says he's a role model for his generation because when a girl and a lowly are interested in him, and when, by his side, pretending to be an older sister, can barely wait to go with Lin, just from looking into her eyes. The captain throws some hot food at his head and says that if he doesn't stop talking nonsense, she'll send someone to beat him until he looks like a pig. She stands up and says that's enough, asking when Xiu is going to the Black Sea City. Approaching the protagonist, she asks if he wants her to take him there, as she drives very well. The doctor glares at her angrily. Xiu, feeling suffocated, says he doesn't need it, as he plans to walk there alone and also gain EXP along the way. He says he has to get stronger. On the edge of the City of Bright Stars, the protagonist walks through the forest, sighing and saying that the silver spear broke into several pieces and can't be repaired. He can only temporarily buy a spear in case of emergency. Later, when he gets his license, he will be able to purchase powerful weapons from the Federation's website. The plants sway. Lin thinks there's something around, as he senses the breath of zombies or evolved creatures, so they must be martial artists. He wonders if people are already gaining EXP, until something tries to attack him from behind. He dodges, counterattacking with his explosive fist ability, which cracks, sending the martial artist crashing into a tree. The martial artist is impressed, and the other two approach to attack Xiu. The boy says he can't escape this time. The protagonist asks if that depends on him, and attacks, throwing him to the ground. The redhead says he's obviously weak and asks why he's so frighteningly strong. Lin laughs and asks if they are from the Tang family, as they're so annoying. The three of them approach to attack together, but Xiu uses his 100,000 birds ability, turning it into a huge flame and throwing them to the ground. The protagonist asks, since he's done with the subordinates, if the leader shouldn't appear. Bai appears and says there are so many of them, and they can't deal with a student, making a mess of things, cursing him. He says he'll make Xiu pay for his little Tian. Xiu says if Bai is worried that Tian is lonely, he doesn't mind sending him there with him. Bai attacks him with a sword, but Lin defends and counters with torrent flowers. The old man dodges and strikes the trees. He thinks the boy is really strong, as 5 strikes were fired in an instant, calling him a piece of cake. Using his crescent slash ability, he attacks again. Xiu dodges and thinks the sword is strong, but the rage ability is still on cooldown, so he needs to survive until then. Bai asks if he's hiding and will see if he can hide now, using the crescent slash ability multiple times. Lin uses his 1,000 birds ability, causing flames and a huge explosion. Bai, in the middle of the explosion, absorbs the energy. Xiu is outraged. The old man thanks for the flames, as they made his movements stronger, using his martial ability of golden and causing a celestial dancing phoenix. The protagonist says he can't dodge this and tries to hold it with judgment. He notices he's managing to hold it, but Bai can't believe it. Lin's attack object breaks in half and he's thrown far away, causing a huge explosion. Lin starts coughing. The old man approaches and says he has no weapons, asking how he will fight him now, and attacks with his sword. Xiu tries to hold the sword, but his rage ability runs out. Then, he activates his ability again to attack. Bai is startled. Lin says he's waited until now and attacks with his rage strike. The old man wonders why Lin's aura has gotten stronger, thinking he didn't see him take any medicine and didn't sense any specific fluctuation in his arts. Bai is attacked and thrown far away, injured. Xiu approaches and picks up the fallen sword, saying that it's not so bad. The old man says he can't be eliminated, as he's the leader, and his family won't let him off. Lin says the Tang family never had his radar, asking if Bai knows the reason he's leaving the academy. He says it's because he received an admission letter from the university. Bai asks if he wasn't expelled, and the protagonist replies that, in the future, he won't be like the Tang family. Then, he eliminates him with the sword, receiving an EXP notification. Tired and relieved, Lin says it's finally over. As expected, the old man was about to reach rank 4, and if he hadn't used rage, he could have been defeated. The protagonist states that he has more journeys ahead. After walking for a while, he finds an abandoned house to rest in. He sits down and checks his stats, noticing that with a little more effort, he'll reach Warrior Grade 3 when his combat stat hits 2,000. He also realizes he's accumulated 4 lottery chances. Looking at the roulette wheel, he notices the prizes are marked with question marks. A system notification congratulates him for finding a special lottery event where all prizes have a chance to be multiplied. As the roulette spins, he waits anxiously to see what prize he'll win. When the wheel stops, it congratulates him on acquiring a large amount of hetero crystals. Xiu is impressed, saying he's obtained a lot of them, though he comments they're not very useful but can be sold for a good amount of money. He decides to keep spinning. When the roulette stops again, he obtains the legendary item Crimson Moon. Holding the item in his hand, he marvels at its soft, metallic texture, acknowledging that legendary weapons truly stand apart. He equips the glove and remarks that he only knows punching skills, but it will work well with his explosive fist, especially since his spear broke, and he's not accustomed to swords. This prize is exactly what he needs. He continues spinning, wanting to use all his chances. This time, he obtains a large number of skill cards. While he observes the stack of cards, he notices none are spear skills. Frustrated, he considers them useless, but notes that combining them might yield something valuable. The system notification shows skill card combinations and asks for confirmation. He agrees. The protagonist successfully combines bronze skill cards and obtains the silver spear skill card. He figures that even if he doesn't need a new skill, he can sell the combined cards for a good profit. While reviewing the new skill, he wonders what kind of ability it is, deciding to use the combination anyway. Another notification congratulates him on combining the skill cards, granting several attack items. Xiu becomes annoyed, accusing the system of mocking him with insincere congratulations for what he considers a failure. Grumbling, he takes the cards in hand and realizes he still has 6 skill cards left, giving him 2 more attempts. Clasping his hands together, he pleads for a gold tier skill. The system congratulates him again, but immediately informs him that the combination failed. Furious, he calls the system garbage and demands his silver tier skill back, kneeling and imploring it. The system asks if he wants to combine again. He accepts. This time, he notices it's a gold tier skill card and also a spear skill. Overjoyed, he states that even though he can't learn it yet as a grade 2 warrior, it won't stop him for long. Soon, he'll become a grade 3 warrior. He commands the system to spin again, expecting a surprise. He wins a quick upgrade pack too, and the system asks if he wants to use it now. Disappointed with the prize, he curses the system multiple times, but reluctantly equips the pack for the 50 bonus points it provides. Frustrated by the weight of the equipment, he sighs and remarks that there's still a long road ahead. As he walks, a voice cries out about a grade 2 silver-clawed bear. The enormous bear is chasing a boy who runs desperately. The protagonist steps forward and unleashes his explosive fist on the bear, causing a massive explosion. He notices the glove amplifies the power of his skill and successfully defeats the grade 2 evolved beast. The boy introduces himself as Liang and thanks the protagonist for saving his life. Xiu introduces himself and continues walking. Liang catches up and asks if he's also heading to Black Sea City. Observing that Xiu took down a grade 2 beast with one punch, Liang wonders why his aura is only that of a potential warrior. The protagonist replies that he is indeed heading there, planning to take the exam to obtain his warrior license. A woman approaches to ask if the boy is okay. Liang responds that he's tired because he had to fight off evolved beasts. Otherwise, he would have been killed a long time ago. He points to Lin, saying he was lucky that he showed up and saved his life, then mentions that he's also heading to Black Sea City to take the qualification exam. Liang suggests they all travel together since their destination is the same. Xiu agrees. The boy then adds that they actually have a 5th member they met on the road, though her behavior is a little strange. He points to a girl in a tree and introduces her as the Princess in Black, saying her name is Howling. The girl repeats her name and asks how she's doing, introducing herself to Lin. Howling then asks Lin if he's willing to become her disciple. Xiu is confused by the sudden offer, considering they've just met, and she's already inviting him to be her disciple. Liang whispers to him that she said the same thing when they first met and that she's asked everyone the same question. The protagonist apologizes, stating that he's not interested in accepting someone he just met as his teacher. She replies that he'll regret it. Xiu thinks she's eccentric. As they walk, they come across numerous bones scattered on the ground. Liang asks why there are so many human bones. Xiu explains that they're the remains of humans attacked by grade 2 man-devouring birds, a species of carnivorous birds that hunt in groups. A boy questions how Xiu knows this and suggests it could be the work of a carnivorous beast. The girl calls him an idiot and points out the bite marks on the skulls left by the birds. The boy, irritated at being called an idiot, warns her not to think he won't hit her just because she looks young. Howling ignores him, instead praising Xiu. The boy, angrier, says he's talking to her. At that moment, they spot a bird flying toward them. The boy throws his sword, killing the bird and claiming it's weak. Lin counters, saying that's not true. The real danger is just beginning. A flock of birds approaches them. The protagonist notices and says they're coming, closing his fist and using his ability, emitting an extremely powerful aura. The girl observes and comments on how impressive his abilities are, saying he's now more worthy of becoming her disciple. Xiu tells her to stop asking people to become her disciples, stating that if she wants a disciple, she must prove her worth first. Howling asks if eliminating all the birds would make him agree to be her disciple. She then steps toward the birds, saying she'll show her skill. Lin tries to stop her, but she ignores him and continues attacking with her abilities. The protagonist notices her strong killing intent and wonders how someone like her can have such a powerful aura. Howling keeps fighting and successfully defeats all the birds. She stands her ground and asks if Lin is willing to become her disciple now. Liang is amazed by her strength, while Lin thinks she's extremely powerful. The boy approaches and comments on how easily she cut the birds in half, asking where she bought her twin blades. The girl replies that they're not for sale and that her mother forged them. Liang praises her mother's skill, while Xiu observes and suspects the others don't realize the blades aren't special. It was her ability that cut through the birds so easily. A red-haired girl notices and asks where the heterocrystals are. Howling, holding a bag, asks if she's referring to the ones she collected. The protagonist is stunned, wondering how she managed to gather all the heterocrystals while taking down the birds without anyone noticing. The girl asks if he wants them. Xue questions whether she's really going to give them to him, and she confirms, saying he can take them as a gift from his new teacher. Lin refuses politely, saying he didn't agree to be her disciple, while pondering why she's so desperate to become someone's master. He reflects that with that amount of heterocrystals, she could sell them and earn a lot of money. Howling tells him to forget it, stating that she won't give them to anyone else either because she's going to absorb them herself. She then begins absorbing them with a pink aura. The protagonist observes, indignantly wondering if she has already reached such a frightening level of cultivation technique, as she absorbed dozens of heterocrystals so quickly. The two boys lament tearfully, saying that with all those heterocrystals, she could at least consider making them her disciples and giving them everything. Shortly after, they roast meat on skewers. Xiu watches and criticizes, saying it's a terrible way to eat, asking if it's her first time eating grilled meat. The boys tell her not to rush, as there's still plenty of food. Lin asks if she's also from Starflare City. With her mouth full, she responds that she isn't. He tries analyzing her data, wondering if she's a grade 4 warrior, as the system can't measure her strength. He reflects that her power might be comparable to Tang's. Suddenly, Howling feels strange, kneels down, and asks why she suddenly feels so weak. The protagonist asks what's wrong, questioning if she ate too much and has a stomachache. Alarmed, he also feels a sudden weakness, kneeling down and asking what's happening, wondering if they are responsible. The girl questions if the meat was drugged. A group approaches, armed with swords and menacing eyes, explaining it's not poison but something to weaken them, as they're after money, not their lives. Jiang, with a sinister expression, explains they added a few drops of iserlin to the skewers, a drug that can temporarily strip grade 1 warriors of all their strength. Xiu comments that while the drug is weak and only works on warriors below grade 2, it's a rare and expensive item found only on the black market. He notes that the group must be placing a big bet. Liang remarks that they wouldn't risk it for a lesser prize, adding that they always target weak yet rich individuals like them and make a fortune every time. One of the attackers taps Lin's chin, commenting on how unique his gloves appear. Eyeing his backpack, the man notes it also seems packed with valuable items. Turning to Howling, he strokes her face and demands her twin blades and backpack, promising to leave her alone afterward. The protagonist reacts, telling him to stop and pointing out that the aroma of the barbecue seems to have attracted an uninvited guest. Looking back, they see something with glowing red eyes, a blood-eyed wolf. The wolf approaches and attacks one of the group members. Liang remarks on the bad timing. The group tries to fight the wolf with swords and abilities, causing an explosion, but the wolf dodges and counterattacks. Liang observes its agility and suggests they team up to fight it. However, he starts panting, realizing they stand no chance. Thinking quickly, he comes up with an idea and begins to run. The wolf chases him, but he shouts at it to go after the others. Liang approaches the protagonist, apologizing for using him as bait and stating that once the wolf finishes him off, they'll take his equipment and bags. As the wolf gets closer, Xiu stands up, smiling, and attacks it. He notes that, as expected of an evolved beast, the wolf is incredibly resilient, with its head still intact after his explosive fist. One of the boys questions why Xiu wasn't affected by the drug. Xiu explains that it only affects grade 1 warriors and that he is grade 2. Liang argues that if he were grade 2, he should have obtained his license long ago, and asks why he's heading to Black Sea City. The protagonist responds by asking if he'd believe that his family is too poor to have gone earlier. At that moment, the wolf attempts to attack him from behind, but Xiu reacts faster and blocks it, Liang questions how his family can be poor when his gloves can block the wolf's sharp claws. Shu counters the beast, thinking the weights on him are hindering his full strength. He tears off his vest, freeing himself. Lin comments that he'll be taken down in front of her if he doesn't start helping. Howling laughs, claiming she knew this wasn't his true strength and, since he's her disciple, she'll assist him. Liang watches and asks why she seems unaffected, wondering if she's also a grade 2 warrior. The girl stands up and explains that they seem mistaken. She's not heading to Black Sea City to take the exam, but as an examiner. Xiu can't believe it. The wolf spots them again and approaches. Howling comments that the beast is still acting arrogantly and rushes toward it, using her abilities. She notes how fast it is. The protagonist asks why she attacked its tail instead of aiming for its neck. The girl replies that it was just a demonstration and tells him to watch closely. She then uses her skills Silver Difference and Autumn's Chill, causing a massive explosion. Lin watches in awe, noticing how she split her energy source between her twin blades and legs in an instant, enhancing both her speed and the power of her blades. He wonders if source energy can really be used that way. Howling declares that it's time to settle the score. Terrified, the boys begin to make excuses. Liang claims they're only after treasures and never hurt anyone, begging for forgiveness and proposing to turn over a new leaf. The girl observes him for a moment before eliminating Liang with her blade. His companions, horrified, plead for their lives on their knees. Howling says she has no intention of eliminating them, but explains that Liang repaid kindness with hostility. Her disciples saved their lives, but Liang tried to lure the beast toward him with malicious intent. She orders the two to leave and never appear before her again. Without hesitation, they run off. Xiu looks at Liang's lifeless body and sighs, saying it's a shame. The girl approaches and states that since Liang wanted to kill him, there's no reason to show mercy to assassins. Lin retorts, saying he wasn't lamenting Liang's death, but rather regretting not being the one to eliminate him, thinking she stole his experience points. Howling announces that now it's just the two of them, so it's time for training. The protagonist quips that it's too late for tea. The girl slaps him and orders him to shut up, reminding him that she's his master and deserves respect. Shu replies that he never agreed to be her disciple. Howling asks if he has any skill that suppresses cultivation, saying she feels he's stronger than he lets on. Lin denies it, stating he's always been at this level. She tells him to forget it if he doesn't want to share, but asks if he has any questions for her. The protagonist naturally asks if she's a grade 3 warrior, if she's really an examiner for Black Sea City, and how old she is. The girl says it's a lot of questions, but confirms she's a grade 3 warrior and an examiner, though she warns him he won't get special treatment during the license exam. As for her age, she says it's a secret, and that he shouldn't ask such things. However, she adds that if he becomes her disciple, she'll teach him all her skills during their journey to Black Sea City, ensuring he passes the warrior license exam without issue. He responds that he's already a grade 2 warrior and questions why he wouldn't pass. The girl asks if he has a master. He says no. She then asks if he thinks she's stronger. He responds that he believes they're about equal. Howling questions if he doubts her power and proposes a match. If she wins, he'll become her disciple. She promises not to use weapons and asks if he dares accept the challenge, pointing at him. Shu accepts, thinking it's a good opportunity to teach her a lesson. The girl gets excited and calls for the fight to begin. Lin activates his explosive fist and quickly approaches her. Howling closes her fist, ready, waiting for him. The protagonist wonders what she's doing, thinking she intends to face his explosive punch head-on, risking pulverizing her hand. Their fists collide, releasing a massive aura around them. Shu feels her strength, but suddenly, he's sent flying. Howling tries to locate him. The impact throws him to the ground, landing against a rock. The girl approaches and asks if he's satisfied now. He is baffled, unable to comprehend how she managed to do that. Howling asks if he wants to learn and says she can teach him, but first, she wants him to call her master. Lin observes and thinks that, despite her young age, she clearly has some skill, as she truly defeated his explosive fist. Deciding to learn her abilities first, he reluctantly calls her master. The girl pretends not to hear, claiming his voice was too low. The protagonist warns her not to push her luck. Howling laughs, and he reflects that no matter how he looks at her, she never seems like an expert. The girl says she'll stop teasing him and explains why his strike was weaker than hers. She points out that he's using his source energy inefficiently, although he doesn't fully understand. Howling asks him to pay close attention. She uses her ability on a stone, causing cracks, and explains that she merely infused a small amount of source energy into it. This, she says, increases the stone's hardness by up to 0.5 times, but in the end, it's still just a stone and will break upon impact. Then she demonstrates what happens if, instead of merely infusing the stone, she also envelops it with source energy. She throws the stone, which creates a significant impact, but remains intact. Lin asks if maximizing the effect wouldn't require infusing the energy directly into the weapon. The girl explains that cultivation techniques allow warriors to absorb energy from the universe and store it within their bodies. Some of this energy transforms their muscles, organs, and bones, while the rest is stored as source energy. When a warrior infuses their weapon with source energy, it becomes stronger and sharper, but despite its increased durability, it cannot transcend its material limits. Xu comments that he doesn't notice any significant change in her sword, only a faint layer of source energy. Howling instructs him to focus his source energy in his eyes and look again. He closes his eyes, concentrates, and then opens them. The girl explains that by channeling energy into his eyes, he can see the source energy of others. What he saw before with his bare eyes was just a weak layer. She describes the energies and their colors, explaining that observing an opponent's source energy can help deduce their strength. She notes that her sword, forged by her mother from common materials, would sell for 10 to 20,000 alliance credits on the market. However, when coated with source energy, the sword can rival those worth hundreds of thousands. She warns, though, that simply infusing energy into a weapon makes it prone to breaking, and then demonstrates the technique again. The protagonist asks why warriors need high-quality weapons if this is true. Howling explains that he misunderstood. It's not just about coating the weapon with source energy, but achieving a balance between coating and infusion. Each weapon has its own quality, and lower-grade weapons suffer internal damage from the external energy coating and shock waves of each strike. Xu then remarks that she previously mentioned suppressing her level to that of a Grade 1 warrior, but infusion and coating of source energy aren't things a Grade 1 warrior can do. He asks if that's correct. The girl coughs and admits he's right. Lin, irritated, accuses her of cheating and demands that the bet be voided. Howling retorts that he already called her master, and that can't be undone, assuring him she won't look down on him as her disciple. She hands him her sword and asks him to try coating it with his source energy. The protagonist takes the sword, examines it, and tries to coat it. Breathing heavily, he comments that he can only cover a small part of the weapon and is already exhausted, admitting he never imagined coating a weapon with source energy would be as difficult as infusing it. The girl tells him he won't master it so easily, as even for a Grade 3 warrior, coating a weapon evenly is challenging. However, she thinks to herself that he managed to cover a fifth of the sword on his first attempt, considering him a genius. Lin reflects that if even Grade 3 warriors find this difficult, it's no wonder Tang didn't seem to use this technique when he fought him. Holding the sword, he promises to keep trying and master the technique no matter what. Elsewhere, Xu is lying down with the girl on top of him. He opens his eyes, confused. Howling is startled to see him waking up. Xu moves away and asks what she was trying to do and if she was attempting to wake him. The girl explains that she noticed his clothes repaired themselves automatically and became curious, discovering that he was wearing weights underneath. She praises his effort, stating that even with weights, he performed well. She announces that today's training will begin now, saying that since he's using weights, the method will be perfect. He must reach the top of a hill before sunset. Xu protests, pointing out that the map shows the area is full of cliffs, over 100 kilometers away, and asks if she's trying to eliminate him. Howling replies that she won't make him run alone. She'll accompany him. Lin questions how that's fair, since he's wearing weights. As he looks behind him, he notices a flock of birds approaching and remarks that they're the same as yesterday. He grabs his sword and starts attacking them, using his source energy. The girl warns him not to stop and says she'll deal with the birds while running. The birds keep closing in, and she informs him that for the next 6 miles, he'll have to handle them while running. The birds head toward Xu, but he cuts them in half. Howling explains that this is a test of speed, precision, and reaction, and he must strike the birds where the heterocrystals are located and extract them. Lin questions if he really has to kill the birds, open the part with the heterocrystal, and extract everything while running, saying it's impossible. He warns her to be careful. The girl, unfazed, eliminates multiple birds simultaneously, retrieves the crystals, and asks who said it was impossible. She explains that as long as speed, precision, and reaction are aligned, it's easy, showing the crystal in her hand. A bird approaches Xu, and although he cuts it in half, he shatters the crystal. As more birds come closer, he declares that he doesn't think he can hit the correct spot. Exhausted, he sits down and asks to rest, questioning if he's at least covered 30 miles. Howling replies they'll take a 10-minute break. The protagonist asks why the birds are targeting only him. The girl explains it's simple. While he was sleeping, she rubbed a bit of scent on his clothes, which attracts the birds. Xu, shocked, says that can't be true and notes that there is indeed a strange smell. Howling says it's for his own good and declares that the break is over. He has to run to the mountain's summit without stopping. Lin indignantly complains that only 2 minutes have passed, but when the sword points toward him, his attitude shifts. With the blade aimed at him, the girl asserts that 10 minutes have passed and that he'd better start running unless he wants to be cut down. The protagonist gets up and reluctantly agrees, thinking that after running all morning, his progress has improved, and at this rate, he'll complete his growth mission before reaching Black Sea City. He notices the birds approaching again and reflects that, while the girl's methods are extreme, they're undeniably effective. He resumes attacking the birds, collecting intact crystals, and realizes that his speed and precision are improving. Later, as his breathing becomes labored, he comments that he finally made it. Sitting on the ground, he reflects that, with weights all over his body, and while eliminating monsters along the way, he managed to cover a full 60 miles. His master asks if he's already reached his limit, boasting that in the past, she could run more than 600 kilometers. She points to a clearing ahead and suggests they rest there for the night. However, they notice something approaching. Xiu grows desperate. The girl draws her combat tool and attacks. Lin doesn't understand what's happening. Howling explains that they've been followed since 5 a.m. and asks if their pursuers are finally going to make a move. 2 young men approach and admit they've been waiting for the boy to get tired before attacking him. The protagonist reflects that he truly hadn't noticed they were concealing their presence and following him for so long, and that if it weren't for his master, he would have been eliminated. The girl reveals that the 2 men are the Yang brothers, Yang and Luo, known for taking out warriors and claiming territories in the mountains near the city. She asks if she's correct, and mentions that their wanted posters distributed by the Alliance offer rewards of 50 million credits. One of the men asks if she knows who they are, and upon realizing she does, demands she hand over her belongings in silence. Using his analytical eye, Lin examines their data and discovers they're grade 4 warriors. Realizing it will be difficult to face them, the girl instructs her disciple to watch carefully, as she'll demonstrate how to use source energy to defeat them. Xiu notices her source energy is far more intense than that of her opponents. Luo charges toward her, but Howling doesn't back down. She counters, striking him and sending him flying. Yang moves in to attack her, but she parries and strikes his arm, asking if that's all he's got. Luo shouts to his brother, suggesting they use their combined skill. The two rush together, declaring that when united, their power rivals that of grade 5 warriors. Luo leaps into the air while Yang readies his weapon. Together, they unleash their combined skill, emitting an incredible aura. From above, Luo launches several weapons in their direction. Xiu observes and comments that this must be the combined skill, a powerful technique that requires more than one person and acknowledges its impressive force. Howling dismisses it as a mere parlor trick. She creates a shield bubble to defend herself. Lin is impressed by her agility and power, wondering if the rumors he heard were true, that some high-level warriors can condense their bodies after reaching a certain level, allowing them to appear youthful. He ponders if she could actually be an old woman. Yang, confused, asks what's happening, and Luo remarks that this road to Black Sea City shouldn't be filled with rookies taking the license exam. Howling declares it's her turn now. She charges to attack. The 2 men prepare to defend themselves, but Howling uses source energy to strike them with a bar, sending them flying. The protagonist, indignant, questions if this is the strength of a grade 6 warrior facing 2 grade 4 warriors. Approaching the 2 fallen men, he sees they're still alive and considers that if he eliminates them now, he could gain experience. He steps forward with his sword and finishes them off. Howling watches and asks if he really has this kind of hobby. Xiu wonders why no notification has appeared, questioning if the experience won't be counted. Then, notifications arrive informing him he eliminated the 2 and earned over 3 million experience points, increasing his grade and granting him 16 power points. He smiles, thrilled. The girl asks why he's grinning like an idiot, and if his brain has cooled down from all the running. Lin replies that he's fine and asks if, when they encounter more high-level warriors, she could avoid finishing them off, leaving them near defeat so he can take them out. Howling scoffs, saying that'll only happen in his dreams, and that if he wants experience, he should do the work himself. She adds that it was pure coincidence they encountered these 2 wanted criminals, allowing her to make some pocket money. She asks how shameless he can be to compete for such a small sum. Xiu thinks to himself that she assumes he's after the reward, but the experience points are far more valuable to him. Then, the system sends a notification indicating a bug he doesn't understand. The notification explains that since he caused less than 40% of the damage against high-level warriors, his experience points will be reduced by 10%. Furious, he exclaims that it's not his fault. Another notification arrives, explaining that since he discovered the bug, he has 3 chances to draw a prize. Relieved, he comments that the system isn't entirely heartless. The girl touches his face and asks if he's really okay. He laughs and assures her he is. Howling tells him they need to continue running, as their goal is to reach Black Sea City by noon tomorrow. Shu, not at all pleased, asks if there will be even more running. They roast meat on skewers. Shu asks why she's eating as if she's never tasted this kind of meat before, telling her to take it easy since no one's going to steal her food. The girl replies that he shouldn't speak to his master like that, adding that if he has enough energy to talk, it means his training isn't intense enough. She warns that they'll resume training after dinner. Lin, indignant, asks if there will be more training. She confirms, stating that they'll arrive at Black Sea City tomorrow, and if he doesn't pass the exam, why not take advantage of the time to train? He responds that he's a grade 2 warrior and can't possibly fail. He adds that since she's an examiner, he hopes she wouldn't sabotage someone over something trivial like makeup. Howling tells him not to overthink it, saying she's not interested in such things, and orders him to stop eating and start training. The training focuses on controlling source energy. She instructs him to begin by coating his sword with energy. After observing his efforts, she comments that it's not bad, and then asks him to envelop his body with source energy. Observing again, she says it's pretty decent. Next, she asks him to let her test it with her fist. She punches him, sending him flying into a tree with an explosion. Shu asks why she suddenly hit him, and if she's trying to kill him. The girl responds by asking if he didn't notice his defense had improved. Realizing this now, Lin remarks that her punch was strong and that he'd normally be injured, but he only feels pain around his stomach. Howling explains that his source energy is still weak, but as it strengthens, his defense will also improve when he coats his body. He asks what she plans to do next. She responds that tonight's training will involve taking hits to build resilience. The protagonist is horrified. Without hesitation, the girl punches him in the face. Shu pleads for her to go easy on him, but she continues hitting him relentlessly. After the beating, Lin complains, asking why they agreed not to hit his face and how he'll recognize people with a swollen face. She replies it was an accident and promises to compensate him. The protagonist asks how, saying he hopes it's with a bank transfer. The girl punches him again and orders him to start training, telling him to run to Black Sea City before nightfall. She urges him to run and stop complaining, giving him a kick to get him moving. As he runs, he asks why she hit him again, questioning if she's addicted to it. Howling yells at him to run faster, warning that if she catches him, she won't be gentle. Elsewhere, an old man sits in a chair, commenting that Mubai was clever, but was carelessly defeated by a high school student. Another man remarks that the boy couldn't have done it alone and suspects someone is helping him from the shadows, possibly someone connected to the federal soldiers, perhaps with a star medal. The old man notes that someone once considered weak has improved so much in such a short time, becoming a grade 2 warrior and even earning a star medal. He states it's no simple situation and that the Tang family can't suffer any more losses. He reveals that the boy is heading to Black Sea City to obtain his warrior license and that he's already asked some old acquaintances to eliminate him. In Black Sea City, Shu and Howling arrive at a treasure shop. Howling suggests they take a look around, but Shu asks her not to call him disciple in public. The girl, teasing, starts repeating disciple over and over. He tells her to be quiet. Upon entering, the attendant greets them, saying the shop has skill cards, heterocrystals, weapons, and combat suits, and asks what they're looking for. The girl replies that she'll choose some battle cards for him. While browsing, she asks why there are only silver skill cards and whether the shop has any diamond cards. The attendant responds that such high-level skills likely can't be found anywhere in Black Sea City. Other customers in the store comment that they've never seen a diamond card in their lives unless it belonged to someone at grade 6 or higher, and that such a card is the kind of treasure families keep as heirlooms. Howling tells Yu to forget about it and suggests he examine the silver cards to see which ones suit him. A few guys in the store remark that she's very beautiful and that if they were in Xu's place, they'd gladly be her disciples too. Xu explains that his main weapon is the spear, and that knife and sword skills don't suit him. The girl reminds him that he's always carried a sword and asks where his spear is. Lin responds that it was destroyed during a fight in his city, and that, once he gets his license, he plans to order a new one online. His master reassures him, and raising her hand, requests several items, including a staff. The attendant agrees and starts packing the items, informing them that the total for 8 silver skill cards is 2.56 million alliance credits. Howling hands the cards to him, saying it's a welcome gift. The protagonist notices the skills include Tiger Force Punch, Chain Kicks, Flaming Claw, and 5 spear skills. He remarks that it feels like too much, and that these skills seem better than the ones he already knows. Howling says she's never looked at spear skills before, and picked them randomly, but if he doesn't like them, he can sell them. As they leave the store, she comments that none of the weapons caught her eye. She promises that once he gets a new spear, she'll prepare a big gift for him. The guys in the shop, impressed, comment on how she gave away skill cards worth over 2 million credits and wish they had a generous master like her. Xiu, lost in thought, wonders what kind of backstory she has, noting that she reserved 2 rooms costing over 150,000 credits each. He jokes to himself that if he keeps following her, he might be able to retire early, and wonders how old she really is. Sitting on the floor, he decides to learn 3 of the martial skills while using the others for combinations since they were free. Looking at Silver Difference, Chain Kicks, and Flaming Claw, he reflects on how these skills could complement each other. He plans to combine his Explosive Fist with Tiger Force Punch to enhance its destructive power, or switch to Flaming Claw mid-attack to surprise the enemy, potentially destroying an opponent's arm in one strike. Hearing someone at the door, he notes that it's already late, and wonders who it could be. Walking to the door, he thinks it might be his master coming to train with him, and jokes to himself about a man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the night. He asks who's there, and a voice replies that his friend ordered him dinner. He thinks to himself how thoughtful she is, realizing he's starting to get hungry after all the training. Opening the door, he starts to thank the visitor, but suddenly, the waiter attempts to attack him with a sword. The protagonist quickly dodges the attack. Blocking the attack, Zhu pushes the table away with a powerful strike. Another opponent rushes at him. The protagonist tries to kick him, but the smaller attacker dodges and attempts to strike Zhu from behind. Lin blocks the attack, surprising the smaller man, who wonders how a rank 2 martial artist has such incredible defense. Then, Zhu counters with the silver martial skill Flaming Claw, burning the man's arm with flames. Unsure of what to do, the attacker realizes that the information he received was incorrect. Before he can react further, Zhu hits him with explosive crack, sending him flying and eliminating him. The waiter watches in shock, asking how this is possible, and wonders why the intel claimed Zhu was proficient only with spears. Zhu notices his presence. The waiter panics as Lin charges at him, using Charged Strike, Tiger Punch. Desperate, the waiter yells, questioning what kind of punch creates such a powerful gust of wind that it pushes him back. He screams for Zhu to stop, claiming he's from the Hua Temple and that Zhu cannot eliminate him. Without hesitation, Zhu lands his punch, creating an explosive impact that eliminates the waiter. Looking at the body, Zhu remarks that the Hua Temple must indeed be powerful, but if he hadn't concealed his strength to make them lower their guard, he wouldn't have defeated them so easily. He wonders why the 2 were sent to eliminate him and suspects the Tang family might be behind it. Howling observes and praises him for being so quick, as expected of her disciple. She notes that he was able to strengthen himself in an instant, making it impossible for a dagger to pierce him, and that he's greatly benefited from their recent training. The protagonist asks when she arrived. She replies that it was when the attacker tried to push him back with the dagger. Xiu, annoyed, asks what kind of master she is, saying she sat there eating popcorn while 2 people tried to kill her disciple. Howling responds that she trusts her disciple. Xiu sighs, deciding not to argue further, and asks what to do with the bodies. She tells him to gather their belongings, as she'll request another room at the reception. Walking away, she reassures him not to worry, as someone will clean up the mess. The next day at the Martial Arts League, the receptionist announces that the martial artist license exam will begin at 9 a.m., and that all registered participants must submit their test certifications there before heading to the northern courtyard for the test. Howling tells Yu to get in line, as she'll see him later in the examiner's room, wishing him good luck. A loud voice commands everyone to move out of the way. People look around and ask who the arrogant man is. Another person advises them to stay quiet and not provoke him. A large man approaches Xu and asks if he's deaf, since he's already told him to get out of the way. Xu asks what the rush is and tells him to join the line. The man, irritated, questions why he always encounters trash, like Xu every year, sighing that it seems he'll qualify again but implying it doesn't matter if he eliminates idiots like Xu. Onlookers murmur, saying the boy is messing with Chu. The large man steps closer, warning that Xu is asking for trouble. Lin counters with his explosive fist. The 2 clash fist to fist, but Xu remains firm, injuring Chu's arm and knocking him down. Xu remarks that Chu won't be getting his license this year and asks if anyone else wants to cut the line. A group of men quickly steps back, claiming they wouldn't dare and that they're all respectable citizens who wouldn't think of doing such a thing. The examiners begin evaluating the participants' battle strengths. Xu's name is called. He walks to the testing area, noting that the average battle strength of the participants is around 800, barely reaching the level of a rank 1 martial artist. He's unsure if the device will detect his true power with his camouflage active. The system analyzes him, and the result displays a battle strength of 890. He's relieved, thinking it's good that it didn't exceed 1500. Otherwise, he'd be labeled a rank 2 martial artist, and people would mock him for lacking martial skills. The crowd looks at him, surprised that someone so young is so strong. The examiners instruct all martial artists participating in the exam to proceed with the strength test at the designated area. An examiner asks the group to form a line for the test. Lin observes his master and realizes she really is an examiner, thinking she was only joking before. The examiner tells a boy that a single punch must reach 1,000 kilograms to pass. The boy asks if she's really an examiner. She asks if there's a problem. A bully doubts her ability, saying even his own punch doesn't reach 1,000 kilograms. The crowd laughs, mocking her and asking why they'd let a child be an examiner. Healing calmly says it's fine and, with a simple arm movement, measures her strength. She tells them to open their eyes and watch closely. The device shows her strength at 99,999 kilograms. Everyone is stunned, unable to believe it. One man claims the device must be malfunctioning and asks to try it himself. He steps forward, and the examiner measures his strength at 895 kilograms, confirming the device is working correctly and dismissing him. The man accuses her of tampering with the device. She responds that his power simply isn't enough and tells him to leave. The man begins spouting insults and attempts to attack her, but with no effort she blocks him and twists his arm. He falls to his knees, screaming in pain. Healing gives him 30 seconds to leave, warning that otherwise, he'll never leave. The man quickly apologizes and retreats. She asks if anyone else wants to try and calls the next person forward, noticing it's her disciple. Xiu mutters under his breath about how many times he's told her not to call him disciple in public. She cheerfully responds, "Of course," and calls him disciple again. The protagonist asks if she's really an examiner. Healing assures him she is, explaining that she's a 3-star member of the Martial Arts League and is frequently invited to oversee exams. Lin is surprised, thinking about the 5 levels of membership in the league. He recalls that 5-star members are nearly at the top of the organization. 4-star members are state leaders or martial artists with great contributions, and 3-star members are already impressive. The examiner tells him to take his test. When Shu punches, his strength measures 1,999 kilograms. The crowd murmurs, commenting on the impressive number and noting that he must indeed be her disciple. Healing remarks that it's still lacking, reminding him that there's also a 100-meter sprint and a 50-kilometer endurance test to complete. She orders him not to embarrass her and to get on with it. At the reception hall of the Martial Arts League, a staff member congratulates him on becoming a member of the league, handing him his martial artist card and explaining that his identification number is printed on the back, with the initial password being the last 6 digits of his ID. She explains that with this card, he can access the league's website, request information, buy weapons, or take on various tasks. Lin thanks her. Healing approaches and asks how it feels to have a martial artist license. She pulls him aside, explaining that her work as an examiner is done and that she's received information about a new mission from the Martial Arts League, meaning she won't be able to train him until she returns. Zhu thinks to himself that he's finally free of her. His master questions his attitude, asking if he won't do anything to stop her. Sarcastically, the protagonist kneels and begs her not to leave, saying he wants her to keep training him. Healing smacks him, accusing him of insincerity, and asks where he's headed now. Zhu responds that he's going to the path of death, as he's been accepted into the Sanctuary Academy and must cross the path to reach it. His master warns that at his level it's dangerous, but if he's been admitted, he must go. She then announces that, as promised, she's giving him a great gift for earning his martial artist license, a spear. Lin, surprised, asks where she got it. She explains that she just received it from the branch owner of the league, adding that while he can enhance weapons with source energy to make them stronger, using high-level weapons will significantly increase his combat effectiveness. The protagonist examines it and asks if it's truly a high-level weapon. She explains that the spear is called Black On and was left by the spearmaster Barry. Shu looks at her, then at the spear again, and asks if this spearmaster might be the leader of the Black Sea Martial Artists Union. She responds no. Lin turns around and says he knows. She must be Barry's daughter, and the spear must have been given to the affiliate leader of the Martial Artist Union in Black Sea City. Howling asks why he doesn't become a novelist, praising his incredible imagination, and questions how she could be Barry's child, saying she isn't that old. The protagonist then suggests she must be his granddaughter. She tells him to shut up and clarifies they just share the same last name, ordering him to try out the spear quickly. Xiu picks up the spear and notes how heavy it is, asking about its weight. Howling answers that it weighs 500 kilograms. He remarks it's no wonder it's so hard to lift, observing that it's made from black steel meteorite stone. She explains that the only spear in the world made of black steel meteorite stone is this one. Lin recalls that the meteorite fell 100 years ago, destroying an entire city, which now only has zombies and mutant beasts, so fortunately, no one was hurt. He adds that after the impact, the crater was as large as a massive boulder. Some people brought the meteorite back, used precision hammers to forge it, and created 12 different weapons. These weapons aren't just the sharpest, but also the most durable in the world. He asks if something so precious is really being given to him. She replies, of course, and assures him she only promises what she can deliver. She mentions that she has been assigned another mission, and wonders if they'll part ways here. As she walks away, she says goodbye and tells him to visit Skyspace City if he has the chance. The protagonist asks about Skyspace City. She explains it's the largest city in the world, built using floating technology that makes the entire city levitate. She adds that only martial artists of rank 5 or higher, or people with significant achievements in technology, can enter. Lin muses that she's clearly a wealthy woman, and jokes that maybe he should consider following her. It might be worth working hard for fewer years. Elsewhere, a voice says, "So much incompetence. 2 rank 2 martial artists couldn't even eliminate a rank 1 martial artist." A kneeling subordinate replies that the boy is incredibly strong and can't possibly be just a rank 1 martial artist. The man smashes something to the ground, shattering it, and says the boy has some connection to the Tang family, a family he had hoped to repay a favor to, but the child dared to eliminate his people. In another location, an announcement states that the train to Phoenix has departed, and that those who missed it should visit the service desk to change trains or request a refund. The protagonist reaches the receptionist and asks if the train has already left, and mentions there were supposed to be 3 trains a day. The receptionist explains that the path of death is very dangerous, with few travelers, and that the low operational profits led to a reduction from 3 daily trains to 1. Xiu buys a ticket for the following morning's train, thanks her, and walks away. He notes that since the train is tomorrow, he should return to the Marshall Hotel to spend the night there, even though it's expensive, because it's comfortable. As he walks, he wonders if those men are still tracking him and jokes that maybe the Temple of Transformation sent more people for him to gain experience again. Then, he starts running. A group comments on the number of people running at night. Shu replies that he's been followed since the train station, wondering aloud if they aren't tired yet. He observes that they're all rank 2 martial artists, except for one rank 3, indicating they aren't underestimating him. A system notification arrives, informing him that the rapid growth system progression is complete, and he feels pleased. Using his analyzing eye, he identifies names and ranks. Zheng orders his team to prepare, but Lin suddenly removes his vest and commands the system to allocate all his power points to strength. Park, shocked, asks if he had been carrying such a heavy weight the whole time. Zheng steps forward and warns Lin not to think they'll be intimidated by this. Zheng attacks with his skill but immediately notices something is off. The protagonist asks where Zheng thought he was aiming, mocking his slowness, before countering with his technique and sending him flying. The rest of the team charges together, but Xiu uses his abilities to strike them all down, throwing them far and eliminating them. 2 more opponents approach. Without difficulty, Xiu attacks them both at once, using the martial skill Flaming Claw. Shortly after, a continuous kick eliminates the 2 of them. Park asks if this is really the power of a rank 2 martial artist. His companion responds that it's terrifying. Zheng observes and comments on Xiu's strength, admitting that if he didn't have high defensive skills, Xiu's punch would have broken his spine. He declares that Xiu must be eliminated. Zheng advances. Lin strikes with his punch, but it passes through Zheng's body, realizing it's not real. Zheng attempts to attack him from behind with his skill. After the strike, Zheng notices that Xiu is injured on his shoulder. Preparing to attack again, Zheng uses a golden martial technique, 1,000 Illusions Barrage, stating it will turn Xiu into minced meat. Xiu confidently remarks that it's as easy as eating cake. As Zheng charges, Xiu states he's good at handling clones. Dodging, Xiu faces his opponent head-on. Zheng, shocked, asks how Xiu managed to see through his martial technique, and even knew his name. Lin calls it a living cheat. Xiu moves forward, using Tiger Force Punch and Explosive and Shattering Punch to strike Zheng, sending him flying. Though injured, Zheng declares he'll take Xiu down with him. As Zheng uses his ability, Xiu realizes it's another self-destruction technique. Thinking quickly, an explosion occurs. Xiu is thrown back, crashing against a wall. Injured, he reflects that if he hadn't used what his master taught him to strengthen his defense by covering his entire body with source energy, he would have been eliminated. The remaining team approaches, relieved. They claim that even though their leader failed to eliminate Xiu with the self-destruction, he probably can't even lift his fist now. They vow to cut him down slowly and avenge their leader. Lin asks why they think he can't lift his fist. Activating his fury, they're taken aback, noting how he appeared weakened and exhausted, but suddenly became stronger. In an instant, Xiu defeats all of them. Elsewhere, the protagonist is on his computer and comments that using fury is incredible, though he's so tired now he can barely hold the mouse. Knowing he has to head to the path of death tomorrow, he decides to gather information online. He discovers access to the site costs 10,000 coins and becomes irritated, questioning why he still has to pay to view the site. Deciding it doesn't matter, he uses what money he has left. He learns the path of death is surrounded by black rocks, devoid of grass, and looks terrifying. Reading further, he finds information about a rank 3 evolved rock snake hidden among the stones with paralyzing toxins that can leave a person anesthetized. A rank 4 crow, massive with wings that cover its body, goes berserk at the sight of humans. Xiu comments on the variety of evolved beasts, both big and small. He notes the presence of a rank 5 giant, extremely strong, and a rank 2 demon specializing in ball-type weapons for attacks. He's left speechless seeing images of rank 5 evolved beasts, realizing how powerful they are. Sighing, he closes the page and leaves his fate to luck. Curious, he checks the value of the spear his master gave him. He discovers it's worth 1 billion union coins, and that's just the starting price at auction. Lin comments that he never imagined she was so wealthy, giving him such a valuable gift. He wonders if she actually likes him and wants him to feel grateful and offer himself to her. Elsewhere, Howling sneezes, remarking that she always sneezes when someone speaks ill of her. As night falls, in another location, an angry voice remarks that Zheng and the rest have been eliminated, calling them all useless. The speaker says it's no longer just about the Tang family. Since Xiu eliminated several members, he must be taken down. He orders a bounty to be posted on Hunter Skynet. A subordinate questions if such measures are necessary. The man responds that if the headquarters finds out the Black Sea branch couldn't handle a mere child and lost so many members, they'll lose all credibility. On the moving train, the camera pans across its passengers. Xiu is seen on his phone, smiling as if enjoying something. Then, the system displays his data. Lin comments that he bought the phone yesterday, sent his contact information to some friends, and someone is already calling. He sees it's Professor Luo and returns the call. Luo asks where he is at the moment. The protagonist replies that he's on the train heading to the path of death and asks why Luo is calling. Luo asks if he's seen Hunter Skynet and warns him that he's become a wanted target with a bounty. Xiu asks about Hunter Skynet. They discuss how the site is obscure and uses highly sophisticated technology, making it impossible for even skilled hackers to infiltrate, and not even the federal government can take it down. Luo advises him to be careful, as many people will try to eliminate him. Xiu assures him he'll be cautious. He searches on his phone to find out who posted the bounty, suspecting it's the Temple of Transformation. He notices the reward is 10 million union coins and concludes that high-level martial artists won't be interested, only lower-level ones. He says this is great because he's waiting for these bastards to come and give him experience. Suddenly, the train starts shaking. Lin remarks that despite all the advanced technology, the train feels like it's experiencing an earthquake. He wonders what's happening outside as the noise grows louder. Suddenly, someone kicks the train door open and tries to attack him, but he dodges. Clenching his fists, Xiu counters, but the adversary also evades. Xiu attacks again, and this time the enemy falls to the ground, injured. Xiu observes a group of people and asks if this is an attempt to hijack the train. He notes that the confined space puts martial artists specializing in large weapons at a disadvantage. Through the window, he sees a ship flying by and comments that these people came prepared. An attacker tries to strike him from behind, but Xiu swiftly turns, grabs the man's arm, and uses flaming claw. The enemy's hand burns, and Xiu follows up with a punch, sending him flying. Lin watches the man collapse nearby and notices a thug threatening another passenger, demanding money or preparing to be eliminated. Xiu attacks the thug with explosive punch and asks the passenger if he's okay. The man thanks him and says he's fine. Xiu asks who these attackers are. The man explains they're the Black Gang, a group of thieves who rob travelers, and advises Xiu to stay behind him and wait for them to leave. Without hesitation, Lin charges forward, attacking the gang with a series of strikes. The man, surprised, wonders why young people today are so strong. Multiple planes approach. The gang notices and comments that it's the Union Army, deciding to retreat. As they flee, their ship is attacked and explodes. The man remarks that the Union Army has arrived and asks where Xiu is headed. Xiu casually replies that he's gaining experience. Approaching the remaining group, he comments that it's free experience. Soldiers board the train and order everyone to put their hands up and remain still. The man pleads with the soldiers not to shoot, explaining they're just passengers. He points to Lin, saying that he already took down the entire gang before the soldiers arrived. A soldier asks to see Zhu's ticket. After verifying it, he confirms Zhu is indeed a passenger. An assistant approaches the passengers, apologizing for scaring them, and stating that the company will provide compensation. The man questions what will happen to the martial artists who were eliminated because of the company's mistake. The assistant says the matter will be addressed with their families. The protagonist walks away, commenting that since they chose to head to the path of death, they should be prepared to be eliminated at any moment. Tian approaches and asks if Zhu is really going to the path of death, introducing himself and proposing they work together to look out for each other. Lin introduces himself and asks why he should team up with him. Tian explains that 3 years ago, he ventured to the path of death with an adventure team and knows the first half of the route well. He claims traveling with him will help avoid many nighttime dangers, pointing out that it's Lin's first time and it will be difficult without guidance. Zhu agrees to work together and asks why Tian is going to the path of death. He wonders if, like others, Tian hunts evolved beasts to make money. Tian responds that he's looking for a rare herb that might be near an evolved beast, and asks if Zhu could help him. The protagonist says he'll think about it and tells Tian to find him when they arrive at the station. They reach the beginning of the path of death, the only place where people can stay. Tian calls it the City of Black Steel. As they walk, a voice orders them to stop. They encounter a boy who claims that the path of death isn't for kids and warns they could be defeated at any moment. He suggests they hand over all their valuables, promising to protect them along the way. Zhu asks if he's trying to rob them, thinking how quickly opportunities to gain experience keep coming. Suddenly, a beast appears and devours the boy with its massive mouth, chewing him up thoroughly. Lin observes and comments that one could be eliminated here at any moment, then asks what the beast is looking at. The beast charges toward him. The protagonist asks if the creature thinks he's weaker than that trash and strikes with his explosive punch, sending the beast flying and causing a huge impact. Tian, stunned, stares in disbelief. Zhu asks why an evolved beast appeared so suddenly. Tian explains that it's common. Sometimes an evolved beast destroys the wall and enters the city, and it happens frequently. Lin remarks that despite this, people still dare to live here, saying they should abandon the place. Onlookers notice Zhu and comment that his aura is only that of a rank 1 martial artist, yet he managed to eliminate a rank 2 beast with a single blow. A red-haired man mentions how many geniuses join the academy. A girl expresses her surprise at his strength and says she wants to team up with him. An older man comments that he can't understand why young people are so eager to seek the end. A bald man questions if the old man is cursing them and asks if he knows what kind of evolution the beasts around the path of death possess. The old man responds that he can't remember, saying his memory is poor. The bald man hits him, telling him to stop acting like a fool. Tian remarks that these people have issues, noting that the old man isn't as simple as he seems. Zhu wonders if everyone in the city is strong, concluding that they must be, or they would have been devoured by beasts. The old man picks up his pipe from the ground. The bald man kicks him, asking if he dares to ignore him. Lin steps in and kicks the bald man, asking if he doesn't know how to respect his elders. The bald man asks if Zhu wants to cause trouble. Zhu retorts, asking if he isn't the one causing trouble, and gives him 2 choices: leave on his own or be eliminated. The bald man and his group back off, saying they'll go, but warning Zhu to watch his back. The protagonist approaches the old man and asks if he's okay. The old man says he's fine and thanks him. Zhu says they're leaving and bids him farewell. The old man asks them to wait. Puffing on his cigar, he comments that people like Zhu are rare these days and says he hates seeing respectful individuals eliminated too soon. He advises them to change their path after walking 500 meters. Lin thanks him. Tian observes, thinking the old man must have known their combat ability all along and deliberately helped them, finding him frightening. As they walk, they notice the shadow of something. A massive beast appears, followed by several evolved beasts that attack the bald man, leaving him as nothing but a skull. Another member of the group starts running, but the beasts catch up to him, and he begs for salvation. Zhu and Tian watch. Tian comments on how terrifying it is and feels grateful they listened to the old man and changed their path. The protagonist agrees, saying that, as the old man said, some people who appear weak should never be underestimated. They continue walking. Zhu comments on the stone pillars and that they still haven't found the path. Tian reassures him, saying people often leave marks behind, and asks for time to look. Then, 2 people come running. A red-haired girl with torn clothes angrily asks if they knew something was there, and why they didn't warn her. Lin comments that they're strangers and asks why he should care if they were eliminated. The girl, indignant, begins to argue. Tian shouts that he's found the path, and everyone begins walking together. The red-haired girl decides to follow them, saying they seem familiar with the area. The protagonist comments that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have gotten out so easily. She thanks him for the compliment, and he explains that the people who came before them left marks behind. Observing ahead, Shu asks what that forest is. Tian replies that it's the Blue Forest, named because all the trees are blue. He warns that there are many beasts inside, so they need to be cautious. Lin notices something unusual and hears sounds as beasts approach. Tian complains about the large number of them, while the protagonist thinks to himself that he was worried about not gaining enough experience. Martial artists begin running from the beasts. Lin observes and thinks they're afraid of grasshoppers. He grabs a rope, noting that while they're small and numerous, they're tricky to deal with. But for him, it's easy. Grabbing his spear, he uses the skill 100 Birds returning to the phoenix. Several notifications pop up, indicating the beasts have been eliminated. Shu realizes he didn't gain much experience but managed to take down many of them. Kneeling on the ground, he watches the burning grasshoppers and comments that in such a short time, he collected over 100 rank 2 crystals, concluding that the path of death is truly a place to make fortunes. He confidently asserts that even if millions of grasshoppers come, he can handle them easily. The onlookers are stunned. Tian reflects on how Shu easily eliminated over 100 grasshoppers and thinks he's incredibly strong. Perhaps now he can retrieve the herb he's looking for. Shu walks ahead and tells the others to follow because more monsters are waiting. He asks Tian what he's searching for in the Blue Forest, since they don't need to pass through it to reach the Black Salt Lake. Tian explains that, according to the Martial Artist Union Forum, the farther they go, the more evolved beasts they'll encounter. He adds that the beasts are influenced by the soil, and even their skin turns blue, allowing them to camouflage within the forest. Lin checks his phone and sees the available rewards. He asks what the salt crystal is since it has such a high value. Tian explains that the crystal is found at the bottom of the Black Salt Lake and that every 10 years, the lake produces one. He emphasizes that it's extremely rare. The protagonist comments that his destination is Black Salt Lake and says it's fascinating, suggesting they go there to try their luck and that he'll accept the mission first. He thinks about how he's eliminating with purpose. Something tries to attack them, but they dodge. Shu, wielding a sniper rifle, continues taking shots at their attackers. He comments that he's already figured out the shooter's position. Climbing a tree, he confronts his opponent, who looks terrified. Shu eliminates him with his spear, but realizes there are more enemies and decides they all need to become his experience. Meanwhile, Tian is still dodging attacks and comments that the attackers are gang members. He grabs his weapon and uses his lightline skill, sending his opponent flying and causing a massive impact. Another attack comes his way, but he dodges, breathing heavily. He looks at Shu and thinks how terrifying he is since, while Tian has only eliminated one opponent, Shu has already taken down 6. Lin approaches Tian and asks if the bandit gang operates in this area. Tian explains that many martial artists pass through the Blue Forest attacking others and stealing their belongings. Shu asks where they should go next, noting that all the trees look the same, making it impossible to find their way. Tian reassures him, saying he has a device. Shu observes and asks if it's a compass. Tian replies that it's not, as the magnetic force in this area disrupts compass functionality, rendering them useless. He explains that this device measures the direction of the magnetic force, and that the deeper they go into the Blue Forest, the stronger it becomes. With this tool, they won't have to worry about getting lost. He points out the correct direction, but they notice something strange. Shu comments that there seems to be an evolved beast in the area. As they continue walking, they notice the ground is wet. Shu asks if it's been raining heavily. Tian responds that it occasionally rains in the path of death, but only in small areas. Lin notices something and approaches, coming face to face with a rank 3 beast. He asks Tian if he has salt, recalling that he once heard leeches are afraid of salt. Tian says he has some salt, but not much. The protagonist grabs the salt container, approaches the beast and throws it at it. The beast rises quickly, letting out a loud noise but soon calms down. Then, it strikes a tree, releasing a green goo that cracks the tree and topples it. The beast remains still for a moment but soon charges at them again. Shu uses his 100 Birds returning to the phoenix technique, unleashing multiple flames and burning the beast. He wonders if he's defeated it, reasoning that losing such a large amount of fluid should be fatal, and the flames should have burned it completely. The beast burrows its face into the sand. Lin observes, noticing it sinking. Tian asks if it's over. The protagonist warns them to stay cautious, stating that the beast is still there. At that moment, a man approaches them. Tian explains that he's a hunter who ambushes people in the Blue Forest. Tian asks the hunter what he intends to do. The hunter replies that it's obvious, to kill them and steal their belongings. Using his analyzing eye, Shu feels a chill and warns the hunter that if he takes one more step forward, he'll lose his legs. The hunter remarks that it's the first time he's ever felt fear toward prey, but promises to make Shu's end less painful. As the hunter walks, he steps on the buried beast, startling him. He realizes it's a Tyrannosaurus. The beast bites his legs, and he struggles to escape but can't. Shu watches and comments that the hunter was eliminated so easily. A notification informs him that the beast was also defeated, but he notices numerous larvae on the ground and becomes alarmed. The larvae swarm the hunter. He tries to shake them off, but there are too many, and they overpower him. The larvae wriggle and ultimately defeat him. Tian suggests they leave the area. Lin comments that these blood larvae are small, but all of them are rank 3 evolved beasts. Shu charges at the larvae and uses his storm ability, followed by Pear Blossom. Multiple notifications pop up, indicating accumulated experience. He remarks that he never thought he'd gain so much EXP. He continues attacking with his skills, eliminating all the larvae. More notifications confirm their defeat. Soon, all the larvae are gone. Tian watches in amazement, thinking how the protagonist wiped out all the blood larvae in just a minute. Shu notices that they're not entirely defeated as the main beast charges at him again. Dodging, he counters with flames, burning it, but notices one escaping. He chases after it, asking who it thinks it is to try running away. Using 100 birds facing Phoenix, he unleashes another barrage of flames, eliminating it as well. More notifications appear, rewarding him with experience, and he happily comments about how much he earned. He notes that the crystal can be sold for a high price. Checking his phone, he sees that the bounty for the leech was 10 million and celebrates, saying he's rich. He notices his stats have increased and commands the system to allocate all points to strength. Calling Tian to continue, Tian responds that the Black Salt Lake is just ahead. Walking further, they arrive at the lake. Lin asks if this is the lake, and Tian confirms it. Shu observes and comments on how strange it looks, frozen like that. Tian kneels and asks for Xu's help to find the plant he mentioned earlier, showing him a picture. He explains that his daughter was infected with a virus, which developed into a terminal illness that gradually weakened her immunity. In the final stage of the disease, even mild cold exposure could be fatal. For years, he traveled in search of a cure and discovered that at the bottom of the Black Salt Lake, the black salt coral could save her. He mentions that the lake is home to a strong evolved beast, but it shouldn't be stronger than rank 4. Tian adds that he has already defeated many beasts along the way and implores Xu's help to retrieve the plant. The protagonist reflects for a moment and comments that he wouldn't have made it this far without Tian's help, deciding to dive in and search for it. Tian, deeply grateful, hands him protective goggles and a mini holo scanner to help him see underwater. He warns that the coral isn't always present in the lake, so finding it will depend on luck. Shu puts on the gear, assures Tian he'll try, and tells him not to worry, promising he'll retrieve the black salt coral. Entering the lake, he comments on the cold but uses source energy to neutralize it. Swimming, he observes the vastness of the lake, noting its emptiness. No fish, no salt crystals, and no black coral. He notices something white and wonders if it's a salt crystal, but as he approaches, he realizes it's not. Suddenly, he encounters a rank 4 evolved beast. The beast charges, and Shu tries to attack it but realizes it's too fast. Activating his fury, he strikes again, but the beast remains unharmed. Observing closely, he decides to use his explosive punch, hitting the beast and pushing it back with an explosion. He realizes that being underwater limits his ability's power. Hesitant, he notices the system hasn't shown a notification indicating the beast's defeat. Looking around, he sees something shining. He wonders if it's the salt crystal and notices the black salt coral nearby. As he moves closer to grab the items, the beast reappears. In disbelief, he wonders if his skills are useless against it. He tries attacking again, but the beast dodges and retaliates. Shu concludes that his abilities are too restricted underwater and decides to wait for his fury to subside before counterattacking. Realizing he needs to leave the water, he swims up, but the beast chases him, attempting to bite him. Frustrated, he abandons his suit. The beast bites into the suit, mistaking it for him. Satisfied with his strategy, Shu begins pulling the suit, hoping it's durable enough to withstand the tension. He exits the water while pulling the suit. The beast leaps out of the water, attempting to attack again. Tian watches, stunned. Shu throws the suit to the ground, baiting the beast to pounce on it, causing a massive impact. Approaching the fallen beast, Shu sarcastically asks if it still thinks it can eat him now that they're out of the water. He uses his ability and eliminates the beast. Tian runs over and asks if he's okay. Shu replies that he found both items and emerges from the water holding them. Tian, with tears streaming down his face, confirms that it's the correct coral and expresses immense gratitude, saying that his daughter is now saved. He hands Zhu a martial arts cultivation scroll, explaining that it was left by his ancestor, but he can no longer cultivate it. He insists it's a gift for Xu. The protagonist remarks that such an item is incredibly valuable and says he can't accept it. Tian insists, explaining that the black salt coral's value isn't less than the scroll's. To him, the coral is a life-saving medicine, and he urges Yu to keep the scroll. Xu accepts, saying that since Tian insists, he'll take it. He then asks if Tian plans to return now. Tian confirms, saying he'll deliver the coral to the doctor to create the medicine and save his daughter. Lin asks what lies ahead if he continues forward. Tian explains that 50 kilometers ahead is the rest of the Blue Forest. After that, he's unsure, as 3 years ago he ventured there with other adventurers but retreated due to the strength of the beasts. Saying goodbye, Tian heads off in another direction. Sitting by the campfire eating, the protagonist comments that he never imagined the fish's meat would taste so good, and that the technique snow step without a trace seems incredible. He feels lighter and notes the power of technical cultivation. Looking at the rainy sky, he complains that his shirt still hasn't dried. As the rain grows heavier, he sighs and wonders if he should stay where he is. Suddenly, he notices a girl running toward him, shouting for help and saying an evolved beast is chasing her. She collapses, and Xu uses his analyzing eye to observe her. Approaching, he helps her up. She thanks him, but then suddenly tries to punch him. Xu dodges and asks why she's attacking him. Lin calls her by name and rank, deducing that she's a hunter from the Blue Forest, and that her performance is poor, as she couldn't hide her intent to eliminate him. Wang, surprised that he knows her name, retorts that someone as weak as him can be easily killed. She calls her team and orders them to attack. A boy charges at the protagonist, but Xu counters with his Pear Blossom ability, sending the boy flying and eliminating him. The rest of the team advances with abilities such as Continuous Whip, Mad Dog Punch, and Bone Clamp Kick. Xu, confused by the names of the techniques, counters with Judgment. One of the attackers is struck, but Lin continues fighting and eliminates the rest. Wang observes and comments that even though he's only rank 1, he easily defeated rank 2 opponents. She says this makes her even more excited, as taking down a strong martial artist is far more interesting. The protagonist notices Wang standing right in front of him and thinks about how fast she is. She strikes him with several attacks, but Xu dodges. Wang remarks that he's not bad and attacks him with the Infernal Dragon technique, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin dodges again, but she quickly follows up and lands a hit. She mocks him, asking why he can't even defend himself. Laughing, she explains that the more he tries, the faster she'll become, until he's injured so much he can't resist anymore. The protagonist runs toward her, saying he'll take her out first. Despite his injuries, he continues attacking. Wang asks if he's seeking his end, and counters with the Moonfang Slash ability. Xu retaliates with Total Assault, Explosion, and Pear Blossom Storm, causing a massive explosion. Wang, surprised, comments on how his power suddenly increased, but she is ultimately defeated. Leaving the forest, Lin remarks how strange the place is, with one side overflowing with water and the other completely dry. He drinks some water, noting how the intense heat could easily lead to dehydration or heat stroke without sufficient resources. Thankfully, he brought a bottle that can hold enough water for a day. As he continues walking, he notices the sand shifting and becomes alarmed. He starts running and encounters something enormous approaching him. He soon realizes it's a rank 4 monster attempting to attack. Grabbing his spear, he uses the 100 Birds returning to the Phoenix ability, unleashing flames. The beast opens its mouth, swallowing the flames, and then freezes in pain. Lin wonders if the creature is that weak and already defeated, questioning why something so large would go down so easily. Hearing laughter behind him, he turns to see a group of people approaching. One of them explains that the creature is an Imizno worm. A boy asks if Xu defeated it. Another member of the group comments that they must have underestimated him, doubting that a rank 1 martial artist could take down such a creature. They suspect he got the kill by sheer luck. Xu insists that the creature is his prey, but the boy challenges him to prove it. The group hurries toward the worm, eager to extract its teeth, claiming they're excellent materials for forging weapons. A girl in the group intervenes, stating that Xu already claimed the creature and warning the others not to start trouble. Chen calls her stupid, asking which group she belongs to, implying she's siding with Xu because she finds him attractive. The girl demands he repeat himself, saying she's tolerated his behavior long enough. Another boy tries to calm them down, suggesting they let it go and allow her to do as she pleases. The protagonist wonders why they're arguing among themselves and jokingly speculates it might be because they think he's handsome. Suddenly, the monster rises. A blonde girl warns everyone that it's not dead, and tells them to move. Chen looks back, startled to see the worm getting up. Zhang orders everyone to retreat. One of the boys accuses Xu of causing this and asks why he didn't warn them the beast was still alive. Xu calmly replies that he already told them it was his prey. As the boy charges at him, Lin remarks that since this is the path of death, he should have been prepared to be eliminated. Xu takes him down with a single strike. The group becomes outraged. Xu notes that they seem to be from the same group and questions why they didn't attack him together. Zhang clarifies that they're not part of the same group, explaining that they merely decided to travel together along the path. He adds that he could have taken down the beast alone. The blonde girl warns that the worm is coming back. Xu acknowledges that his previous attack wasn't enough. Grabbing his spear, he unleashes flames with his 100 birds returning to the Phoenix ability. The monster is struck and falls to the ground. The blonde girl watches in awe, commenting on Xu's incredible strength. Zhang admits he's never seen anything like it. A notification appears, confirming the beast's defeat. Xu approaches and collects the crystal. Zhang remarks that it's strange. Xu's aura feels weak, yet he's incredibly powerful in battle. The group reminds Yu that the beast's teeth are valuable. Zhang approaches him to negotiate, asking for a few teeth and explaining that they're essential for the group. She offers to exchange them for other materials. Lin starts walking away and says he has no use for the teeth, telling them to just take them. Zhang is surprised, thanks him, and instructs her team to retrieve the teeth. The blonde girl teases that Xu gave up the teeth so easily because he must be infatuated with their leader. Zhang tells her to shut up and help extract the teeth. As they work on removing them, they notice Xu leaving the area. Continuing on his way, Xu encounters something strange again. He begins to run but trips and falls into an empty space. Holding his head, he asks if he fell into a hole. Spotting something shining, he remarks that it looks like a hidden passage. Touching the wall, he wonders if this is a ruin from the last century, possibly a remnant of the battle between humans and alien invaders. Noticing holes in the wall, he deduces they might be some kind of switches. Suddenly, he senses something approaching and mutters, "Something's coming." A rat appears, followed by a swarm of others. Xu positions himself and starts attacking with Pear Blossom and Explosive Storm. Notifications pop up, indicating the rats have been eliminated. Breathing heavily, he comments that while the rats aren't a threat individually, in large numbers, they're exhausting to deal with. Still, he says the effort was worth it as he continues walking with several crystals in hand. Noticing how the rats seemed frightened, he wonders aloud if there's something else in this place. As he moves forward, he spots a sword but stops and asks who's there. Zhang appears and asks if it's him. Xu remarks that it's them again and questions why they're there, wondering if the rats were afraid of them. Zhang explains that they were wandering, fell into the same area, and encountered the rats as well. She suggests that since they keep crossing paths, they should introduce themselves. She shares her name, introducing the blonde girl as Lei, the large man next to her as Jiang, her boyfriend, and the slim man as Peng. Lin introduces himself and proposes that, since they're in the same situation, they should travel together. They agree and start walking. Zhang comments that there must be a hidden passage and asks if there are any other paths. Xu speculates that the place is likely a ruin from the year 2554. Zhang asks if that was over 100 years ago and how he knows. Xu explains that he saw the date etched on the wall and, approaching it, mentions that he feels something familiar about the markings. Zhang asks what he means by familiar. Xu gets an idea, pulls out a crystal from the rats, and Zhang asks if it's an evolved beast crystal. He explains that he defeated some rats and believes the golden yellow rat's crystal is the key to the hidden passage. Placing the crystal into the glowing slot, his suspicion is confirmed as a door opens. After the door opens, they enter, and Zhang remarks that in the last century, evolved beast crystals were used as a new energy source. Xu responds that, when the time comes, they can't simply rely on crystals. They notice something and appear confused. Zhang asks what it is, and the protagonist suggests it might be an experimental lab from the past century. Then, they look to the side and realize it's a mutant. He explains that in the last century, to defeat alien invaders, humans fused their bodies with beast DNA to create new humans. Although these humans were incredibly strong, they were ruthless, leading to the experiment's termination and the destruction of all mutants. Lin expresses disbelief that, after a century, something so terrifying hadn't completely disappeared. Suddenly, a plant creeps along the floor, grabs someone's leg and abruptly pulls Peng. Everyone panics as the plant drags him away. Peng desperately screams for help. Zhang grabs her weapon, and the boy is lifted upside down. Something attacks the plant, and the others shout his name in alarm. Xu moves in, slicing the plant. After cutting it, Peng falls to the ground. Lin observes that he is unconscious and urges them to leave. However, Peng's finger twitches, he vomits, and then he stands up. The group asks what happened. The protagonist explains that it's a virus, and that the tentacled monster's body contains it. Panic spreads. Lei points out a nearby exit, but as flames begin to approach, they all run, pursued by a massive flame-covered monster. Xu notices several monsters chasing them and urges everyone to run. Peng transforms into a monster and approaches. Zhang attempts to attack him, but Lin intercepts and strikes as well, explaining that the virus is extremely potent. He elaborates that if a martial artist is infected with this virus, they will immediately turn into a zombie of the same rank. Even if their body is injured, they will continue moving. Anyone defeated by them will also be infected. The only way to stop them is to completely immobilize them. Lin attacks Peng with the intent to paralyze him. More plants approach, attempting to attack, but he dodges, startled to realize they are not just vines but a type of unknown evolved beast. He warns everyone to be cautious. A multitude of unknown beasts continue advancing. The team charges to confront them, but Zhang gets ensnared. Lin cuts the vines, remarking on the difficulty of dealing with them. Then, he uses his 100 birds returning to the phoenix technique, burning them all. Realizing they fear fire, he attacks again with the same technique, incinerating them. However, the beasts wrap around some glass containers. The protagonist warns that they are trying to break the containers to release the mutants and urges everyone to stop them. They rush in, but the glass begins to crack. Eventually, the containers shatter, releasing the mutants, creatures with green eyes, massive claws, and enormous mouths filled with sharp teeth. Zhu observes a rank 3 mutant and tells everyone to find the exit. The mutant's hand grazes his hair, but he quickly dodges, realizing he was almost eliminated. He retaliates with his pear blossom explosive storm technique, but the mutant counters, sending him flying. Zhang grows worried and calls out to him, inadvertently drawing the mutants toward her. Standing her ground, she uses her skill to attack them, but wonders if it's ineffective. Determined, she unleashes 100 birds returning to the phoenix, emitting a barrage of flames. Meanwhile, the monsters close in on Lin. He tells the team to leave first while he holds them off. He thinks about the many unknown dangers in this ruin and the need to preserve his combat abilities, temporarily refraining from using rage or an all-out attack. Instead, he employs techniques taught by his master, striking the mutant with his spear using pear blossom explosive storm. He notices that his power has indeed grown stronger. Then, he grabs his spear infused with source energy and continues attacking, taking down enemies and gaining a substantial amount of experience points. More mutants approach to attack. Lin reflects that, although these mutants have tough scales, feel no pain, and are hard to deal with, they grant a lot of experience. In this narrow tunnel, it's dangerous to get surrounded, but fighting so many mutants presents a great opportunity to accumulate experience. Another notification pops up, indicating a mutant has been eliminated. Lei observes and remarks that Lin is really strong, joking that he's only cool for 3 seconds. Zhang rushes forward, attacking alongside them. They keep battling the mutants, and the protagonist receives notifications informing him that more have been eliminated. He asks to allocate the earned points to his stats, continues defeating the mutants, and comments that he feels stronger now, and that his spear feels much lighter. Zhang watches him and asks why he seems so energetic, looking even more motivated after the fight. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise in the distance. Lei asks what it could be. Xiu suggests there might be an explosion on the other side of the tunnel, and that the sound could be coming from a strong, evolved beast. Meanwhile, the mutants continue emitting sounds and retreating. Zhang wonders if the mutants are fleeing, but Lin responds that something is summoning them and suggests they ignore it and keep moving forward. They enter another section of the tunnel and find a large cache of weapons. Jiang is impressed by the stockpile. Zhang comments that they're all old laser weapons and bombs, adding that if they could get them out of there to sell, they could make a lot of money. The protagonist retorts, saying they first need to figure out how to escape the area. Lei urges silence, noting that it sounds like there's fighting nearby. Everyone falls quiet and presses their ears to a door. Jiang asks if the sound is coming from behind the door. Zhang speculates that other martial artists might have entered there. They try to open the door, which is incredibly heavy. After managing to do so, they are met with a blinding light and a massive explosion. Stunned and confused, they look around. Xu observes the scene, noting there are many martial artists and mutants there, and wonders why everyone has gathered in that place. He realizes that the mutants they encountered earlier were summoned by an evolved beast. A boy is about to be attacked, but Lin steps in to defend him. The boy thanks him and asks if he's new there. The team seems to recognize the boy, and Qin Feng calls out to them, indicating he knows them as well. Zhang asks what happened there, and why there are so many mutants and people in that place. Qinfeng explains that he and his attack team accidentally entered the area, which is a tunnel leading to the surface, but a rank 6 beast is blocking the exit, preventing them from leaving. Everyone is left speechless. The boy describes the rank 6 vine beast as an enormous creature, 10 meters long, detailing its terrifying features. Zhang questions how they dared to fight such a strong creature. Qinfeng responds that the evolved beast has sealed the exit, and unless they eliminate it, they have no choice but to wait for their end. Xiu comments that fighting a rank 6 beast sounds reckless. The boy suggests taking the risk to defeat the vine beast, mentioning that a rank 6 crystal is extremely valuable. He adds that Luo used a level 2 scale grenade, which should have injured the beast. At that moment, another explosion occurs. They are warned that the vine beast is emerging and that everyone must be cautious as it's injured. Lin points out that the vines are part of the experiment and belong to the beast. He observes that the vine's tendrils extend so far that it seems the entire ruin is under the creature's control. The mutants begin approaching. Luo proposes splitting the group in two. One team will handle the mutants, while the other will focus on defeating the vine beast. A group confidently moves to confront the mutants and starts their attack. Lin warns everyone to be careful, explaining that the mutants are being controlled by the vine beast. He ponders why he feels such an overwhelming urge to fight at that moment, commenting on how strange the sensation is. The beast watches them and moves in to attack Lin, but the protagonist counters, throwing it far away. Zhang laughs and attacks a mutant, joining the intense battle. Xiu walks, listening to the attacks around him, and wonders if the team is behaving like those he encountered in the lobby. He reflects that when people are overly energetic, their combat ability increases. He strikes a mutant with his spear, looks around, and notices all the mutants have been eliminated. Zhang points to the vine beast, which is on the verge of being defeated. The others shout to keep attacking, declaring that victory is near and that they're about to win. However, they begin arguing about who will claim the crystal. Zhang calls Lin to join them, but he holds her shoulder and asks if she hasn't noticed any changes in herself. She looks confused. The protagonist explains that since they entered the lobby, everyone has been overly energized except for Qiang. He comments that the grenade might have released an adrenaline-inducing gas. This type of gas stimulates adrenaline, temporarily boosting combat ability but harming the body. He concludes that this is why everyone is recklessly attacking the beast. Zhang accuses Lu of using everyone as cannon fodder. Lin responds that Lu is manipulating them to exhaust the beast while he takes the loot without much effort. The beast remains alive, and the group continues attacking, but suffers injuries. A boy notices something wrong and sees a teammate mutated by the virus. They scream for everyone to be careful. Many are infected and begin closing in to spread the virus. Zhang observes and comments that they've turned into mutants. Fortunately, she says they no longer need to worry about them and orders the mutants to be eliminated, as the evolved beast is luring martial artists, turning them into puppets, and using them against others. Lin states that the situation can't last much longer. Liu declares they aren't his allies and orders them to be killed. He attacks the beast with his powerful swing skill, delivering a blow that knocks it down and defeats it. The group sees the rank 6 crystal and rushes toward it, shouting that it belongs to them and starting another argument. Liu attacks and orders everyone to be eliminated. Zhang asks Lin if they're going for the crystal, and he replies that they are because Liu shouldn't get it. Liu declares the crystal is his and that no one can take it. Xiu approaches to attack Liu. As he's about to strike, Liu turns and asks if he dares to take the crystal from him. The two begin fighting. The protagonist accuses Liu of using adrenaline in the grenades to turn everyone into cannon fodder so he could claim everything for himself. The others overhear this, grow furious, and close in to attack Liu. He mocks them as weak and arrogant while counterattacking. Xiu notices Liu must be using some energy source but doesn't seem as strong as before. He attacks with his judgment skill, throwing Liu far and causing an explosion. Furious, Liu tries to retaliate, but the rest of the team steps in to defeat him. They attack and confront him for his betrayal. One of them tells the protagonist to step aside, claiming the crystal as his, and warning that if Xiu dares to take it, he'll be eliminated too. Xiu uses his Pear Blossom Tempest skill, but notices the beast is moving again. Confused, he wonders if it wasn't defeated. With renewed determination, he sees it as another opportunity, and attacks with 100 birds returning to the phoenix, finally defeating it. A notification of experience gained appears, and Xiu questions why a rank 6 beast granted only a little over 8 million points. He reflects that his damage contribution was less than 40%, which is why he only received 1/10 of the experience. As he moves to claim the crystal, Liu rushes forward, shouting for him to leave it, claiming it as his. Liu approaches rapidly and unleashes a flurry of attacks. Lin realizes that, as expected, he can't handle a rank 5 martial artist. If this continues, he'll be defeated. So he decides to use his ultimate move. He channels all his power into Pear Blossom Storm Explosion. Lu, shocked, wonders how Zhu suddenly became so strong. The protagonist responds that a martial artist isn't as invincible as they seem, attacking again and declaring that his martial technique has grown even more powerful. Lu, injured, reflects that the protagonist's move wasn't even his strongest. Zhu uses his ability and runs away, mocking Lu. Furious, Lu vows to defeat him. Meanwhile, Lin encounters a closed door and tries to open it but fails. Liu rushes toward him, shouting for him to stop dreaming big. The protagonist keeps forcing the door and finally manages to open it. Liu attempts to attack him, but is hit by an explosion. More notifications come in for Zhu, who comments that his whole body aches and admits that without the bomb he took from the weapons depot, he wouldn't have been able to defeat a rank 5 martial artist. He asks the system to allocate all points to power, strength, physique, and agility. Zhang and her team approach, asking if he's okay. Lin replies that he is. Zhang questions him about the rank 5 martial artist she saw chasing after him. Zhu explains that he was bombed and eliminated. Everyone is left speechless. The protagonist suggests they leave and abandon the ruins. As they move forward, they come across several fallen people and comment that they seem to be the only ones left. Lin suggests tending to the injured first. While drinking water, he notes that the corpse of the vine beast contains many useful materials and that other martial artists might have left something valuable behind. After an hour, Xu asks if everyone is ready to leave. Lei responds affirmatively. Jiang asks if continuing forward will lead them out of the ruins. Chen Feng says he believes so since he wandered through the area and reached this point. Beyond this place, there doesn't seem to be another path. Lin encounters another steel door and jokingly comments about the lack of creativity in door designs. He asks everyone to push the door together. Upon opening it, they're left in awe at the sight of a control room. Zhang recalls that Feng had learned some technological knowledge and asks if he can activate the control station. He replies that the equipment is old, he's unfamiliar with it, and they'll need to figure out how to activate it. The protagonist suggests that this underground ruin likely uses crystals as a power source and says they need to find a device to insert crystals into. He opens a compartment and identifies it as an energy source box. Looking inside, he sees several empty slots and begins placing the crystals he has into them. Irritated, he wonders why it consumes so many, and continues until all the slots are filled. Frustrated that nothing happens at first, the crystals suddenly start emitting light beams. He observes that the system has been activated. Zhang approaches and asks if he found the switch. He replies that he located the power box and used 20 crystals to activate the control room. Chunfeng explains that this is the central teleportation station, and that they can finally leave. Lin asks if he knows how to operate it, and Chunfeng confidently says it shouldn't be a problem. He pulls a lever, revealing a circle surrounded by a blue aura, and boasts about being a genius, stating that this teleportation station can take them out. He warns that the crystals won't last long and urges everyone to get into position on the teleportation pad. They step onto the station, which emits a blue light and transports them to another location, where they collapse on the ground. Chunfeng exclaims that they've finally left that place. Jiang remarks that they've lived to see another day. Xiu suggests they part ways there. Zhang asks where he plans to go next, and the protagonist replies that he'll keep moving. Lei teases that their leader can't stand to see him leave and suggests they chase after him. Zhang tells her to shut up. At nightfall, Xu makes a campfire and comments that he never thought spending the night in the desert could feel so refreshing. He mentions that in his rush earlier, he hadn't examined the rank 6 evolved beast crystal. When he opens his bag, he finds the larger crystal devouring the smaller ones. He wonders what it is, and if the rank 6 crystal has become a living thing. The crystal then stops consuming the others and sits down. Lin observes and remarks that the rank 6 crystal seems to understand emotions, like embarrassment and fear, and that it has truly come to life. He picks up the crystal and asks what the hell it is, and if it's an evolved beast that secretly crawled into his bag and ate his rank 6 crystal. He threatens to eliminate it and open its stomach to retrieve the crystals. The crystal appears frightened, and Zhu realizes it can understand him. He takes a picture of the crystal and comments that he'll search online to figure out what it is, but finds nothing. He wonders if it's a creature that just looks like a crystal. Touching it, he notices it's soft and fleshy. He decides not to eliminate it, but warns it not to eat his crystals or run away without permission. Xu remarks that being alone would be boring and decides to treat it as a pet, naming it Roller. As they travel, they defeat a beast, and the crystal runs to grab the leftover crystal. The protagonist comments that since it helped him find crystals along the way, it's a fair reward and lets it eat. He reflects that this small creature is fat, but very fast. Every time he defeats an evolved beast, it digs out the crystal and gives it to Roller, saving him effort. It seems Roller really enjoys eating crystals. After walking further, they come across a forest and a sea. While washing his face, Xiu comments on how amazing the sight is but is suddenly attacked. He blocks the attack, but gets injured on his leg. Realizing the strike was sharp, he concludes it's an expert. Looking closer, he sees Luo, who is injured. The girl recognizes him, nearly collapses, but he catches her and asks if she's okay. Noticing her injuries, he says he has medicine and offers to apply it. When he turns her around, Luo screams at him to let her go. The protagonist asks what else she expects him to do, pointing out that he's using his precious recovery medicine on her. While applying the medicine, he uses his analyzer eye and thinks he never imagined she was a rank 4 martial artist with combat skills far superior to others of her rank. Luo asks why he's there. Lin tells her to guess, promising a reward if she's correct. The girl responds that she's not interested and tells him not to say. Xiu reflects that she's still as annoying as ever. He explains that he's heading to the Sanctuary Academy, having been accepted by the Saint Territory Academy. Luo, indignant, asks if he really got accepted. Xiu clarifies that she shouldn't misunderstand. He didn't join the academy because of her. She retorts that he overthinks things. Xiu senses someone approaching and comments that it's not just one person. Luo says they're there for her and orders him to leave quickly. Lin asks how he could abandon a girl there and simply flee. He crouches and tells her he'll carry her. The girl climbs onto his back. The protagonist starts running and tells her to hold on tight, taking a bottle from his bag and instructing her to drink it to speed up her recovery. Luo asks if Roller is an evolved rank 6 beast. Xiu replies that it's his pet, called Roller, and warns her not to think about killing it for its crystal. The girl simply replies that it's a rank 6 crystal. Lin says he forgot to mention that the bottle she's holding is one he already drank from. Luo sighs and comments that he's not even remotely charming. As he carries her, Xiu notices he can't run fast. A squad approaches, and Luo warns him they're already closing in. The leader remarks that she eliminated many of his group and asks if she thinks she can just walk away. One squad member orders her to stay behind and throws an attack tool. Running forward, the protagonist stops and sees the tool falling in front of him, but dodges it and keeps moving. The squad surrounds them. Xiu notices they're all rank 3 and thinks that even while surrounded by these people, Luo managed to eliminate many of them, questioning if she can still get out of this situation. The leader tells her to save her energy, declaring that she can't escape. Luo retorts that they'll be eliminated. The leader counters, saying they've already attacked her before, and now she's gravely injured. He mocks her, asking if she truly thinks he's afraid and taunting her for being accompanied by someone so weak that he can't even help her. He suggests she go to Big Brother so he can pamper her. The girl murmurs softly for Xiu to put her down. Lin comments that he's being underestimated. The leader calls his companions and orders them to eliminate the boy, but leave the woman alive for their amusement later. The squad advances to attack the protagonist. Xiu tries to defend himself, dodging and positioning for an attack. He grabs his spear and uses his 100 birds facing the phoenix skill. The woman is startled, asking what that is and whether it's a martial technique. Meanwhile, flames continue to strike the enemies. On the other side, Luo is fighting the rest of the squad. The leader watches, intrigued, thinking that even gravely injured, she is still difficult to handle. One of the men warns that the Big Brother is arriving. He approaches with a weapon to attack her, but is blocked by Lin. The protagonist asks if she's okay. Luo replies that she is and asks if he can fight. He retorts that a man cannot be weak and suggests they finish this quickly. The squad advances against him. The old man, noticing Lin also uses a spear, says he will teach him how to wield it. Xiu watches closely as the old man uses his falling star skill. Lin replies that he will teach the old man how to use a spear himself, activating his 100 birds facing the phoenix skill. An explosion occurs, and the old man admits that Lin is very strong. The protagonist says he only used 10% of his power. Suddenly, 2 enemies leap to attack him. Xiu reacts quickly, using his judgment skill to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the old man approaches again to attack, but Lin turns and blocks the strike. The old man, surprised by the weight of Xiu's spear, asks him to wait and comments that it's a black spear, possibly of black on. The protagonist asks if he knows the weapon. The old man says he never imagined Lin would be lucky enough to find such a high-quality weapon there. He declares that once he eliminates Lin, the spear will be his. Xiu attacks him, asking if he likes the spear, and saying he'll give it to him. He throws the spear, but the old man can't catch it due to its weight. Lin calls him an idiot and kicks him, sending him flying and causing a massive impact. He retrieves his spear and says that trash like the old man isn't worthy of using it. Another opponent approaches to attack. On the other side, the leader pants, saying Luo is terrifying. A sudden attack comes, and Luo reacts by striking the opponent with her autumn flower skill. The protagonist shouts for her to be careful of someone behind her, suggesting she avoid fighting that way, as it would be bad if her face got cut. Annoyed, she tells him to shut up. Meanwhile, Zhu continues fighting his enemies. He is attacked and realizes that those three bastards have excellent teamwork, using short and long weapons, making the situation quite challenging. The old man approaches again, saying time's up, and uses his skill. Lin, startled, sees multiple spears and opponents closing in around him. He thinks it's too late to dodge and that he can only use his rage. Then, he activates his rage. The old man asks why he suddenly became stronger. Xiu replies, "Come at me," and uses his explosive Pear Blossom Storm skill, attacking and sending the old man flying. A notification of the elimination arrives. One opponent is terrified, while another activates his Flame of Fury skill. The protagonist asks if that's a fire technique, saying he knows one too. He uses his 100 Birds Turning to Phoenix skill, unleashing flames. Another elimination notification appears. Another enemy tries to use a skill to attack, but Xiu blocks and counters, taking him down. Yet another notification of elimination arrives. He comments that it's done. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo is still fighting. The leader says she's doing well, but after his companions eliminate the boy, she'll be doomed. Lin approaches, leaping onto the leader and attacking him. He tells the leader to open his eyes and see where his companions are. The leader responds that those three are just trash, but claims he can handle the two of them alone. He activates his thunder skill. The protagonist says he'll leave it to him and moves closer, taunting the leader to catch him. Xiu attacks Kong with his spear, and a new elimination notification appears. He approaches Luo, asking if she's okay, and she responds that she is. Xiu pulls a bottle from his bag and tells her to drink, assuring her she doesn't need to worry since he's never used that bottle before. Luo comments that she never expected him to become so strong so quickly. Lin replies that he's a natural genius. He asks where she's heading, and she replies that she's going to the Saint territory. The protagonist asks her to wait, pointing out that he helped her, and his energy is depleted. He suggests they rest a bit before continuing. Noticing that she keeps walking, he runs after her, asking her to slow down. As they enter a forest, Xiu remarks that he's finally found a more normal-looking forest, and that the Saint territory seems to be ahead. A voice suddenly interrupts, saying they won't let him enter the academy so easily. They look around. Zhang asks why they're doing this. Kong replies that the academy announced a test for newcomers to ensure only the strongest pass, and insinuates that eliminating the competition would be more efficient. Zhang asks if he intends to eliminate them. Kong says they're classmates and insists he just wants them to return to where they came from. Qin Feng asks if that isn't the same as eliminating them. Luo asks if Xiu knows Kong. The protagonist responds that he does and, walking forward, greets Kong, commenting that he never expected the place to be so lively. Zhang perks up upon seeing him. Xiu states that he's also a freshman at the academy, asking if it seems like he'll have to turn back as well. Zhang says she didn't know he was a freshman and reveals that she is too. Kong remarks that Xiu is quite clever and notes that the girl beside him isn't bad either. He says he'll let them pass if she agrees to be his girlfriend, asking what they think of the idea. Luo draws her sword. Kong mocks her, but she attacks, slicing his fingers. The bald man comments that she's rank 4. The leader notes that she's injured and insists they can't let her leave like this. Xiu intervenes, asking if they've heard of the Black Tiger Gang. Kong retorts, asking what difference it makes if they have, and whether they think he'd be scared because of that. Lin replies that those who offended the Black Tiger Gang have disappeared from this world. The bald man is left speechless, and others in the group murmur that it's best not to provoke them. Kong says he doesn't believe it. The protagonist asks if he wants to test it, and encourages him to go ahead. The leader calls Xiu brave, grabs his weapon, and declares he'll try. Xiu approaches with his fist ready, and warns that if he does, he'll get hurt. He uses his explosive fist style to strike the leader. The bald man exclaims that Xiu is asking for his elimination. Kong orders everyone to attack and eliminate them. Suddenly, a weapon touches Kong's shoulder. He turns and sees Luo, who tells him that if they take a single step, she'll eliminate him. One of the group members pleads for them to let it go. Xiu gives them 3 minutes, asking if they'll leave or prefer to be eliminated. Zhang grips her weapon, as do the others in her team. Kong hesitates and finally orders his group to retreat. They move away. Zhang thanks Yu and explains who the troublemaker was, saying that without him, they wouldn't have known what to do. She also thanks the girl with him. Lin replies that they already know each other and there's no need to thank him. He asks if continuing along the path will take them to their destination. Luo confirms that it will. Zhang asks if she can join them. The protagonist agrees, commenting that they can look out for each other along the way. She expresses her gratitude. Later, many people gather around a campfire in the area. Xu, his mouth full, remarks that it seems like everyone there is heading to the academy, asking if anyone knows how many freshmen the academy accepts each year. Zhang says she doesn't know but mentions that they and 5 others were selected, along with students from another school. Lin deduces that this means 10 freshmen were selected, and notes that at Starshine, it's just him. The leader asks what the problem is, pointing out that he's far stronger than all the others. She mentions that she heard this generation has a genius from Sky Academy who reached rank 5 at just 18 years old. Luo adds that his name is Xing, and that he's from the same academy as her. Everyone is impressed to learn she's a student there. Lei remarks that she's incredible, and that ordinary people can't get into Sky Academy. In another location, many people are gathered. The protagonist observes and notes that there are over 1,000 freshmen, even the lowest among them being Marshall Peak rank 3, all around 18 years old. Zhang points to the end of the path, a cliff, and asks where the entrance to the territory is. Lin replies that there's probably a teleportation mechanism, but realizes he guessed wrong when a dirigible approaches and positions itself nearby. Chung disembarks, introducing himself as the first-year instructor of the academy and responsible for escorting them there. He announces that he has something to share. The academy lies at the end of the elimination path, and the test was designed to disqualify the weak. The crowd becomes angry, shouting that they risked their lives because of the academy's lies. Chung asserts that the academy doesn't accept trash, and that the weak must be disqualified. A boy tries to attack him but is struck down and eliminated with a single blow, falling to the ground. His friends, stunned, immediately back off. Chung calls his team and orders them to attack any disobedient individuals. The attacks begin. The instructor warns that anyone who doesn't follow the rules will meet the same fate. He instructs everyone to bring out their admission notices, tear off the back layer, and apply it to themselves, explaining that this will be the final task of the test. Lin mutters that it could have been something else but doesn't finish his sentence. Chung announces that anyone who collects 3 admission notices will qualify to board the dirigible. Xu applies his notice and remarks that he already expected this. The instructor declares the trial has begun and wishes everyone good luck. A large man tries to take Luo's notice, but she calls him trash. He attempts to touch her but is struck and sent flying. The crowd watches in frustration. Luo hands notices to the protagonist, but he declines, saying he doesn't need them. She then gives the notices to Lei, who is overjoyed. A boy tries to attack Zhang to steal her notice, but Lei intervenes, saying she has enough for all 3 of them. Zhang asks where she got them, and Lei explains that Luo gave them to her. Zhang refuses the notices, insisting Lei give them to Feng and Jiang instead, as she wants to earn her own. Kong approaches, commenting that Jiang seems to have many notices and orders her to hand them over or face elimination. Zhang blocks his attack. Meanwhile, Luo and another boy are already nearing the dirigible. The instructor, surprised, remarks that they were quick and confirms that those with 3 notices can board. They hand him their notices. Zhou appears, saying it's been a long time since he's seen Luo. She doesn't respond, leaving him hanging. He remarks that she still doesn't like talking but says they'll meet again at the academy. The instructor tells her she can board now, but Luo replies that she'll wait for her friends. Meanwhile, Kong continues trying to take Zhang's notices. Jiang calls out to her. Xu intervenes, attacking Kong with his 100-bird skill. Kong tries to dodge, but Lin takes advantage of the moment to grab his and his team's notices. They continue attacking using the snow step without trace skill. Lin comments that with Luo's notices, they should now have enough for everyone. Zhang thanks him. Kong returns, ordering his team to reclaim the notices. The protagonist remarks that ever since their encounter in the forest, he's grown to hate them. One of Kong's team members hesitates but is quickly eliminated with a single strike. The leader observes and comments on how strong Xu is. Another opponent steps forward, saying he'll handle it. Lin taunts him, asking if someone so weak can wield a spear, and dares him to prove his skills. The opponent replies that he'll take Lin's spear but is eliminated as well. Another is defeated right after. Kong orders his team to attack together. The group moves in, using their skills. Xu calmly remarks that it doesn't matter how many approach, they won't be able to defeat him. He activates his judgment skill, sending his enemies flying with his spear and telling them to be more careful in their next life. Kong tries to plead, saying they no longer want the notices and begging for mercy, but Xu mercilessly eliminates them. Several elimination notifications appear. The surrounding onlookers comment that he is terrifying, having easily defeated 5 people, and acknowledge him as a very strong martial artist, warning others not to provoke him. Jiang and her team approach to thank him, but he responds that they don't need to worry. Meanwhile, he notices Luo and asks if she was waiting for him, but Luo simply walks on. On the dirigible, the instructor congratulates the survivors for passing the final test and announces that they are now officially qualified to study at the academy. He informs them that from now on, they are classmates and that academy rules prohibit eliminating fellow classmates. Lei remarks that just a while ago, he made them fight each other, and now he's acting like a good person. Chung explains that it will take approximately 3 hours to reach the academy and that they can rest on the dirigible. The protagonist comments that the dirigible doesn't even have windows, seemingly to prevent them from knowing the academy's exact location. He asks Luo if she knows much about the academy. Luo replies that on the surface, there are the 4 universities of Nan, which are the best, but in reality, the Territory Academy is the most advanced. She notes that its instructors are scientifically trained and all high-quality martial artists. Xu agrees, remarking that this is evident in how they treat new students, where even geniuses from other schools are considered trash and can be eliminated easily. He reflects on how many martial artists he eliminated and how many had their admission notices stolen yet survived to tell the tale. Upon arrival, the dirigible lands, and Chung announces their destination. Everyone disembarks, and the instructor welcomes them. A massive bird approaches, and the crowd is awestruck to recognize it as a rank 9 phoenix. Chung reassures them, explaining that it's their ally. Xu observes the creature and thinks it's one of the 12 most terrifying evolved beasts left on Earth, fitting for one of the most mysterious and powerful academies. Chung asks everyone to gather for data collection. The analyzer greets them and instructs them to line up for scanning. The freshmen approach the machine. Lin comments that it seems like they'll part ways there. Luo responds that the academy isn't that big. Xu reflects on her response, thinking they will meet again, or perhaps it's an invitation to seek her out when he's free. Zhang urges them to hurry up. Xu says he's on his way. As he approaches, the analyzer introduces itself as Nan and informs him that it will be his instructor from that moment forward. Lin notices that the analyzer cannot evaluate his combat ability, deducing that it must be extremely powerful. The instructor shows the building assigned to Class 10, explaining that students simply need to insert their cards into the desk device to register. He outlines the daily lessons: basic theoretical knowledge, simulated practice, mech operation, and special martial artist training. He mentions that a class representative will be elected to manage certain responsibilities and asks for recommendations. Xu asks what the benefits of being a representative are. Nan explains that the representative holds the key to the training room, maintains the equipment, can train at any time, and receives 500 points per month as a reward. The students are impressed. The instructor asks everyone to take their seats and announces that the candidate with the most votes will become the Class 10 representative. After the vote, Xu discovers he received 5 votes and will be the representative. Some students protest, claiming it's unfair because he knows the voters. The instructor asks what they consider fair. They suggest that the representative should be the strongest. Nan comments that a battle would take too long and suggests deciding with the strength testing machine. Whoever has the strongest punch will win. Everyone agrees. The red-haired student goes first, preparing himself and punching the machine, registering 9,800 kilograms. The crowd is impressed. The instructor comments that it's not bad. Ping interrupts Lin, saying he's too weak. Lin tells him not to worry and asks if he'll have to pay if the machine breaks. The instructor assures him he won't. Ping laughs, calling him stupid for worrying about breaking the machine. Then, Xiu steps forward and uses his Tiger Force Fist technique. The impact is so strong that it destroys the machine. Ping, dumbfounded, asks if Xiu is even human. Nan suspects that the boy must have secretly used martial techniques, but even so, the machine shouldn't have been destroyed so easily, and his power shouldn't be underestimated. Zhang shouts that she knew he would be number 1. The instructor declares that, unless there are objections, Xiu will be the Class 10 representative, adding that he just needs to scan his card to access the school's website, which contains his profile and a map. Wrapping up the session, he announces that they will meet at 6 a.m. Zhang asks where the dormitory is. Nan explains that the academy doesn't provide accommodations and that students need to use points to rent rooms, choosing what they want from the registration office. Outraged, the students complain about having to pay rent. In another room at the university, Zhu is sitting on a sofa, commenting that the environment is really different and worth spending points on. He accesses the school's website, exploring maps, shops, combat rankings, and point missions. While reviewing the missions, he notices there are many strange options. He discovers the exchange center, where items can be sold for points, and remembers that he collected many materials from evolved beasts along the way. The next day, as Zhu walks, people observe and whisper, commenting that he hasn't picked up his uniform yet, seems naive, and that this year's freshmen are weak. The vendor asks if he wants to redeem his uniform or trade something. Xiu replies that he wants to sell something. The vendor clarifies that trades can't be made for coins. Placing an item on the counter, Lin asks how many points it's worth. The vendor is stunned to see a rank 4 leech hide and values it at 10,000 points. The crowd is shocked. The protagonist reveals he has more, presenting a salt crystal. The vendor says it's worth 100,000 points. The onlookers are even more astonished, noting that he pulled out many high-quality items at once and seems incredibly lucky. Xiu reveals even more materials and asks the vendor to evaluate them. The vendor, incredulous, identifies the meat of a rank 6 evolved beast and asks how Xiu obtained it, suspecting he killed the monster himself. The bystanders begin speculating that Xiu might be a genius from a prominent family, amassing treasures like the rank 4 tyrannosaur hide, salt crystal, and rank 6 evolved beast meat. The vendor explains that although valuable, the items are small and offers 500,000 points for them, bringing the total to 610,000 points with the other trades. Xiu thanks him and asks if they accept martial arts scrolls. The vendor explains that the academy produces many scrolls, so they don't accept them. Lin says it's fine but mentions wanting to trade a diamond technique he found before arriving. The vendor offers a rank 6 crystal for 80,000 points, deducting it from Xiu's total. While walking, the protagonist sighs, complaining about the lack of excitement. A voice interrupts, commenting that this is the perfect place to rob and eliminate people. Nakajima introduces himself, saying he saw Xiu trade many points and came specifically to find him. Xiu asks how Nakajima plans to take his points without a card reader there. Nakajima explains that the card has a transfer function. Understanding the situation, Lin asks how it would feel if Nakajima's group had to transfer their points to him instead. Nakajima, irritated, accuses Xiu of arrogance for suggesting such a thing. When Nakajima tries to attack, Xiu uses his snow step without trace technique to evade and move out of the way. Enraged, Nakajima uses his snake fist technique. Xiu, already prepared, counters before the attack lands, injuring Nakajima's arm. Nakajima orders his companions to take him to the training room. Xiu, however, blocks their way, demanding 1,000 points from each of them as compensation. When they refuse, he threatens to break all their arms. Desperate, they agree. After transferring the points, Xiu thanks them and walks away. Furious, Nakajima vows revenge and declares he'll spend 5,000 points to hire a third-year student to harm Xiu and Luo. Meanwhile, Xiu invites Luo to go out and eat something after training. Inside, Luo is meditating. When she finishes, she finds a table full of food. Xiu remarks that since they arrived, all they've eaten is terrible beast meat. Luo notes that the feast must have cost at least 100 points and asks where he got so many. The protagonist teases her, saying he'll tell her if she gives him a kiss on the cheek. Annoyed, Luo draws her sword and challenges Xiu to repeat the provocation. He steps back, insisting he was just joking, and asks why she always carries a long sword. She counters his teasing, asking who he thinks he's calling Big Brother. The protagonist kneels and says it's okay, asking not to be called older sister. Luo kicks him, causing an impact. Then, with her sword in hand, she challenges him to a duel to test his strength. Xiu retorts that she has already bathed and asks if she still wants to train, wondering if she will act like her master, using sparring as an excuse to hit him, and reflecting on why the girls around him are so violent. The girl accuses him of getting distracted during sparring, points her sword, and says he's asking for a beating. Lin steps back with a wound on his mouth. Luo, confused, asks when he got injured. The protagonist explains a previous situation that left him with minor injuries. The girl tosses him a remedy, instructing him to take 2 pills daily to heal scars and wounds. Xiu says he's not sick and doesn't need the medicine. Luo retorts, pointing to her head, saying he's sick there, and tells him to rest well for tonight's fight. He wonders if she likes him or not. Elsewhere, he sits with his eyes closed, marveling at the incredible sensation of energy flowing endlessly into his body. As he continues absorbing it, his experience points increase, but he feels the rank 6 energy is overwhelmingly strong, almost tearing his body apart. He realizes that a martial artist's body is like a container. It must grow stronger to hold more energy and increase combat ability. Observing Luo jump over a wall, he wonders if she's sneaking out for a secret rendezvous. Leaning by the window, he gets discouraged, thinking he should focus on cultivation instead. In another setting, Nakajima asks if Kaito could help them. Kaito replies that he already asked Chuan to find the senior. Chuan appears at the door, saying the senior has been invited. As Kaito approaches, he's called an idiot by a freshman. Someone kicks him, causing him to fall to the ground, and he angrily demands to know who dared kick him. Luo replies, "Freshman." The burly man grumbles about freshmen again, declaring he'll crush her regardless. As he moves to attack, Luo strikes with her sword, warning that any movement will end him. Nakajima reminds her that the territory forbids killing, but Luo taunts them to test whether it's true. The burly man recognizes her as the genius freshman of the year, and others whisper that she's from Sky City. Nakajima, realizing she's from the Luo family, kneels and pleads for mercy, swearing never to provoke her again. Luo watches, and then walks away. Kaito, sitting on the ground in relief, mutters about how terrifying her aura is, questioning why they provoked her. He explains they were planning to rob a freshman, and didn't realize she was connected to him. In Class 10, Shu observes and calls them a group of idiots. The teacher praises Yu's accomplishments, and asks if he still has friends from the second year. Lin confirms, mentioning he met 3 familiar friends at the exchange center who offered him help despite his protests. Nan hands him a notice, informing him about an upcoming freshman conference in a week, where the top 5 will be selected to compete with other classes. The students assure him they'll work hard and won't disappoint. In the training hall, everyone is busy practicing. While Shu trains, Ping approaches, challenging him to a spar. Zhang asks what Ping is doing, and Ping replies, "It's nothing, just a sparring challenge with the class representative." He questions if Shu dares to fight, suspecting Zhu used tricks to break the machine yesterday, and noticing his aura seems weak. Lin says he's so weak yet dares to fight. Ping, irritated, attacks him and says he's asking for his end. The protagonist blocks the attack, saying Ping is too weak, and that it's now his turn. He then approaches with his pear blossom technique. Ping tries to block but fails and is sent flying. His classmates rush over to help him. Zhang calls them shameless and summons Jiang to assist Lin. Xiu tells them not to intervene, saying it's enough for him to deal with these weaklings. He thinks he can use these bastards to demonstrate his power as the class representative. Ping and his group approach to attack Xiu, but as they get close, Xiu counters with a series of strikes, sending them flying. Xiu steps forward and asks if they still want to fight. Ping wipes his face, stares at Xiu, apologizes, and admits defeat. Zhang says he knew Xiu could handle everything on his own. Lin shouts, asking if anyone else is dissatisfied, and says that just because they were assigned to Class 10 doesn't mean they should slack off. He tells them that if they don't want to embarrass themselves during the freshman competition, they need to train hard. In the gravity room, Zhang mentions they'll need to swipe their cards to enter. The protagonist reflects that gravity training is unique because the body's cells are in a state of intense consumption in the room. Using cultivation techniques to absorb source energy there, or engaging in other training is highly beneficial for strengthening the body. They enter the room. Qinfeng remarks that it's his first time seeing something like this. Zhang notes that using the gravity room costs points. Qinfeng says he doesn't have enough points for the training. Xu asks if they still have the skin and flesh of the vine beast, noting that such items are valuable. Besides exchanging them for points, the official website has many posted missions that offer points as rewards. Xu adds that those wanting to stay in the gravity room should start with the simplest level, twice the gravity. Everyone is delighted and thanks him. They swipe the card, and the 2 times gravity training begins. Inside, they struggle to endure. Lei, sitting on the floor, asks if this is really just twice the gravity. Lin thinks that under the effects of gravity, the body's cells seem to be in constant wear. Using cultivation techniques to absorb energy from crystal sources is most effective under such conditions. They begin meditating. After an hour, one student says they can't take it anymore. Ping observes and thinks that it's already been an hour, and the representative still looks relaxed. Others rise, saying they can't go on, lamenting the significant gap in ability despite all being freshmen. After 3 hours, Shu realizes he's the only one left, and wonders why not try 3 times gravity. He swipes his card for the 3 times gravity setting, thinking he spent a lot of points but that it's worth it. Afterward, he leaves the room. Zhang notes his exit and asks if he's okay. Lin replies there's no reason anything should be wrong and instructs them to continue training, saying he has something to do. Qinfeng remarks that Shu stayed in the room for 5 hours and came out as if nothing happened, adding that it's just as expected of him. At the exchange center, the protagonist sighs, noting that 80,000 points for a rank 6 crystal isn't even enough for many exchanges. He realizes he can't keep spending points recklessly and needs to find a way to earn more. Observing the tallest building, he deduces it must be the arena tower mentioned on the school map. If he ranks, he could earn points daily, so he decides to check it out. The arena tower has 100 floors, and the academy ranks students according to their combat ability. If someone defeats the host of the first floor, they become part of the academy's top 100. Rankings are reevaluated weekly, and floors are reassigned. To incentivize both the host and challengers, the Academy awards different point rewards based on the floor. There's also a weekly challenge leaderboard where the top 10 earn additional points. People noticed that Luo defeated the host of the 17th floor, remarking that this year's freshmen are exceptionally strong. And they heard that this generation of freshmen is full of geniuses from Sky, so it's no surprise that children from these great families managed to enter the Academy's top 100. They notice the protagonist arriving and comment that freshmen are bold and just need a beating, predicting he'll probably be defeated on the first floor. After entering, Xiu observes as the announcer declares the second-year student as the winner and calls Lin from the first year against Ola from the second year. Xiu remarks how quickly it's his turn and wonders if no one else is challenging. The crowd comments on another freshman stepping up, wondering if he'll cry after being beaten. The announcer notes that he's only a rank 3 fighter, while the previous fighter, who just lost, was rank 4. The announcer finds it odd since the freshman's combat ability device didn't even reach level 3. His opponent asks if he'll fight with a weapon or bare fists. Lin replies that it's only the first floor, so there's no need to use a weapon to defeat him. His opponent calls him arrogant and attacks with the breaking fist technique. The protagonist dodges and notices that his opponent also knows how to use burst. Ola questions his dodging skills, preparing another attack. Zhu approaches with his martial technique, the monster steps. The opponent wonders how someone carrying such a large box can move so swiftly and demands he stop dodging. Lin reassures him it's fine, demonstrating his own burst technique with the explosive fist style. The crowd is outraged that a freshman already knows such a technique. The announcer comments that the freshman's burst is different. The protagonist continues attacking with the Tiger Force fist. The two clash, fist against fist, but Ola can't hold out and is sent flying, creating a massive impact. Xiu is declared the winner. Lin mocks him for being so weak. The crowd is astonished that he defeated Ola with just one punch, and the announcer questions if the freshman is too strong or if the combat ability device is broken. On the second floor, Xiu defeats his opponent and is declared the winner. On the third floor, he wins again. The announcer is surprised that he defeated the fourth floor host with his bare fists, questioning if the combat ability device must indeed be malfunctioning. On the fifth floor, a girl asks if he wants to fight hand-to-hand and what weapon he's carrying, telling him to use it because otherwise, he won't be able to defeat her. Xiu says he uses a spear and warns her to be careful because his spear is very strong. He attacks with the 100 birds technique, sending her flying. On the sixth floor, Lin wins again. On the seventh floor, he emerges victorious once more. The announcer is utterly shocked, questioning if he's truly a freshman as he reaches the 20th floor in one go. He announces the next fight, Buck versus the protagonist. Xiu thinks that since Buck is rank 5, it will be a tough fight, especially since Luo lost to him. Buck is shocked that the protagonist reached the 20th floor and recently defeated a freshman, asking how long he thinks he can last. Lin replies that he can last a long time. The fight begins. The crowd comments on the live broadcast of the arena tower, noting that someone has reached the 20th floor. Xing asks if the challenger is from their class, and his classmate replies that he's from class 10. Xing can't believe it, thinking a class 10 student must have weak combat abilities, yet he reached the 20th floor of the arena tower on the second day. His classmate asks if he knows him. Xing replies that he's a friend of a friend. Meanwhile, in the arena, Xiu reflects that Buck looks relaxed, but he's clearly exhausted. However, he has discovered Buck's footwork pattern and attacks with the 100 birds technique. Buck scoffs, saying it's useless and that the attack won't land, using his martial footwork technique to evade. Lin retorts that Buck isn't the only one with such techniques and counters with the snow steps. The opponent is confused about how Lin predicted his evasive movements and is hit by the spear. Embarrassed at being injured by a freshman in front of so many spectators, Buck charges with his attack tool, declaring it's the end. The protagonist blocks with his spear, narrowly dodges another attack, and thinks Buck is incredibly strong. The crowd can't believe Buck was struck by a freshman. The opponent declares he'll now fight seriously and put some holes in the protagonist's body, launching another attack. But Xiu blocks with his spear, holding firmly, yet he ends up being hit, thinking that the energy from the swing of his opponent's weapon can still hurt him. Buck says he'll see how many moves Xiu can dodge, thinking it's been a long time since he faced such a strong opponent. The freshman is then frozen. Onlookers comment on the incredible power. Lin manages to break free from the ice, thinking that the feeling of risking his life in a fight is exhilarating. As he moves in to attack, Buck considers that the freshman is much weaker than him, but wonders why he has such fearless determination and an intense desire to fight. Buck realizes it would be shameful to lose, and decides to end the battle now, using his martial technique, Ice Spear Explosion. The protagonist counters with his 100 birds technique, emitting flames, but he notices the attack is heading straight for him, and believes he won't be able to block it. An explosion occurs. Frozen Zhu says it's so cold and that he can't stay frozen. His only option is to use his trump card, Fury. Buck wonders why his victory hasn't been announced. Zhu replies that if he can't fight within 10 seconds, it will be declared a win for Buck. Buck says it's simple. He just needs to push the ice out of the arena. But then the ice begins to crack. Buck is outraged at the sight. Zhu melts the ice with his 100 birds technique again. The crowd is amazed that he can still use martial techniques after being frozen. Lin reflects that he used Fury along with Phoenix Fire to melt the ice. He then approaches with his 100 birds technique, confronting the Phoenix, emitting numerous flames, and striking his opponent. Buck can't understand how Zhu melted the ice so quickly. The protagonist closes in with his spear and bids him farewell. Buck tries to block, but Zhu strikes again, defeating him. The announcer declares Zhu the winner once more. The crowd comments that it's insane how strong this year's freshmen are. The announcer asks if he plans to challenge the 21st floor. Lin says no, and that he'll challenge it another day. He walks away, noticing that he's now ranked first, wondering if it's because he defeated the master of the 20th floor and will earn 1,000 points as a daily reward. A boy questions how someone like him was assigned to Class 10. Ching replies that this guy is interesting and worth keeping an eye on. As Lin walks, he thinks about how that bastard Fury's side effects are leaving him utterly exhausted. A voice approaches, commenting that it looks like he used up all his energy in the arena and complimenting his performance, but asking why he's acting like a dog. They mention that Buck fought continuously against 2 freshmen, was exhausted, and only won because he took advantage of the situation. The protagonist asks why, even after his fight, his opponent insisted on teaching him a lesson. The boy replies that, as someone older, it's his job to teach a lesson. He says he's already investigated all the freshmen and discovered their histories, but Zhu is someone with no history, just from Starshine. Zhu responds that he has no story, and they've made him their target to vent their frustrations, asking how they're so sure he lacks experience. One of the other team members grabs his shirt and asks why his friend is wasting time with Zhu, saying he made him lose 5,000 points, but someone grabs his arm. The boy demands to know who it is. Luo tells him to let Zhu go. The exhausted protagonist says he already told them he has a story. Luo twists the boy's arm and asks if he didn't hear her tell him to let go. Billy steps forward to attack, saying she's asking for trouble. The girl replies that no, they're the ones asking for trouble. Zhu watches and thinks he never imagined she'd be so strong even without using weapons. Luo continues attacking them with explosive and shattering punches, sending them flying. Lin observes and asks if she can also use burst, noting that her power seems even stronger than his. The 3 injured boys run away. The protagonist thanks her and asks how she knew he was there. Luo says she saw the video from the arena tower and came to find him, noting that he stayed in the gravity room, and then went to the arena to challenge, asking if he's not afraid of being beaten to a pulp. She then asks if he can walk on his own. Shio sighs and says he's exhausted but needs to rest a bit to recover, thinking that this girl, even though fierce, still cares about him. The girl picks him up on her back and says she'll carry him. Lin protests, saying he's a man and can't let a girl carry him. Luo tells him not to overthink it, saying she's just returning a favor. As she continues walking, people notice and ask if they're a couple, commenting that the boy deserves a beating for letting a girl carry him. But Luo keeps walking. The protagonist thinks she looks so beautiful from the side, with a light fragrance emanating from her, and notes how good she smells. Then he kisses her on the cheek. Shocked, he wonders what he just did, thinking he's done for this time. He apologizes, saying it wasn't intentional. She asks how he dared to kiss her and throws him to the ground. Furious, she approaches. Zhu, lying on the ground, admits his mistake and begs for mercy. Elsewhere, the girl attacks him with her breaking explosion fist, sending him flying and telling him not to rely on what he sees, but to use his energy to feel. He, lying on the ground, complains that it hurts. Luo throws another punch, and he wonders if this is really a girl's punch, deciding to use energy to sense her moves while dodging with the snow steps technique. The girl notices his significant improvement, thinking that when she first met him in Area A20, he hadn't even become a martial artist yet, and in just a few months, he's reached rank 3, successfully joined the academy, and defeated a rank 5 on his second day. Lin steps forward, thinking it's his turn now, announcing that he'll show her the broken and styled fist. Luo watches. The protagonist asks why she's not reacting, saying his fist is about to hit her. He tries to stop his punch but fails, accidentally touching her chest. He apologizes, asking why she didn't dodge, and nervously says it wasn't intentional, begging her not to hit his face, but she keeps hitting him. Xiu mutters that this is domestic violence. The next day, Zhang asks what happened to him. Lei jokes, asking if it was Miss Luo. Jiang advises not to use force when dealing with girls, offering to share his experience. Lei pulls Jiang's ear, asking if he has a lot of experience. Jiang replies that he was just joking with the class representative. Ping congratulates Xu for taking first place in the tower and apologizes for underestimating him in the past. A girl asks about the academy tower, and a student confirms that the representative reached the 21st floor, adding that he's so incredible he might surpass Zhou. Ping asks Xu to teach him how he cultivated. Lin tells them to go to the gravity room at 2x gravity and train for 5 hours with weightlifting. In the gravity room, they struggle with the training. Ping says that at 2x gravity he can't even move a finger, wondering how the representative does it. Noticing that Xu can easily swing his spear, the others complain about the pain. Xu notes that 5 hours have passed and asks if anyone plans to continue. The group makes excuses, saying they forgot something or need to use the restroom, and leave. No one remains. Xu remarks that they can still walk and run and decides they'll train at 3x gravity tomorrow. A voice announces that the class representative, Miss Luo, has come to see him. He asks why she's there. She explains that her card is out of points. Lin wonders if she ran out of points and came to find him, thinking he's not her husband. People appear at the door, teasingly asking if she's his wife. The protagonist tells them to shut up, asking if they have too much free time and why they're not doing 3x gravity training. They quickly reply that it's unnecessary and shut the door. Xiu starts training at 5x gravity. Lin falls to the ground, asking if she's trying to kill him. Luo replies that it's just 5x gravity, questioning if he can't handle it. In year 1, class 1, in another gravity room, Zhou asks if a student has seen Luo. The student replies that she's in room 10. Zhou wonders if she went to see that guy again. The student asks if he wants help teaching the boy a lesson. Zhou says not to act hastily and to first find an opportunity to gather some people to teach Class 10 a lesson, specifically targeting their representative. Meanwhile, in the gravity room, Xu thinks that 4x gravity is manageable, but 5x gravity has already exceeded his limit. Luo calls him weak and pulls a lever, introducing a 100,000-volt training session. Lin notices it's not only 4x gravity but also two 10,000-volt currents, and he exclaims that she's not human. Luo replies that her home has a similar gravity room and that she has been training like this since she was young, asking if he just said she's not human. Embarrassed, the protagonist tries to find an excuse, but she straps the currents to him. Xu, wrapped in the currents, starts screaming in pain. Zhang observes from outside and comments that they're fighting again in the room. Jiang says he feels sorry for him, adding that, as expected, the prettier a girl is, the scarier she turns out to be. Lei asks if Luo is scary, and Jiang replies that she's not scary at all. Lei pulls his ear and asks if he's saying she isn't beautiful. Jiang apologizes and says she's the scariest. Lei asks what part of her is scary. Inside the room, Lin complains about the lightning, saying it hurts and that he can smell burnt flesh. He collapses to the floor, thinking about the sour feeling and how tired he is, but he notices the shock has increased his experience points. Luo tosses him some crystals, telling him to take them as compensation for using her card's points. The protagonist hesitates, saying he can't accept that, as she can use her points freely. Luo responds that if he doesn't want them, he should return them. Lin quickly replies that of course he wants them, and could never refuse a gift from her. 2 hours later, in the gravity room, Xu is once again being electrocuted and screaming. More notifications arrive, stating that he has leveled up, gained new skills, and earned the title of Rank 4 Martial Artist. He tells the system to allocate all 20 potential points to his physique and wonders about the use of his devouring skill. Checking his stats, he feels satisfied with the results. As he walks away, he reflects that the freshman competition is approaching and that tonight they will learn martial techniques before heading to the exchange center. Outside, a voice yells for everyone to stop. Ping asks what's going on. Park says it's nothing serious, just that trash from Class 10 isn't allowed to walk there. Ping, injured, argues that the path doesn't belong to Park and is the only way to the exchange center, which they need to use to trade items. Park responds that if they want to use the path, they'll have to crawl under his legs. Suddenly, someone kicks Park between the legs. Lin, who asks if Park doesn't mind. Park cries out in pain, collapsing to the ground, while Class 10 cheers for their representative. Park's allies approach to attack, using Wolf Fist and Golden Martial Technique. Xu counters with his explosive and broken fist. The two clash, fist to fist, and Lin injures his opponent's arm. Park attacks from behind with his ability, claiming his palm strike can easily eliminate a rank 3 beast. The protagonist finds it refreshing, and a notification appears detecting an external energy attack. It states that the devouring skill only slightly increases his experience points because the opponent's attack is too weak. Another notification explains that the skill isn't bad. The opponent's attack is just trash. Park attempts to hit him, but Lin asks what he's trying to do. Park, outraged, asks if he's okay. Shu strikes him, declaring that it's because his skill is trash, and Park collapses. An academy staff member intervenes, telling them to stop fighting because it's forbidden. Park recognizes the staff member as his teacher and explains that while they were provoked first, they'll accept the consequences, urging the teacher to take him to the medical room quickly. Ping thanks the class representative. Lin becomes curious about how the conflict started. Ping explains that he's unsure but recounts the events. The protagonist listens quietly. In the medical room, the teacher asks who told them to provoke Class 10. Park admits he simply doesn't like them. The teacher calls them idiots, revealing that the person who fought them is currently ranked number 1 among the freshmen. The group is outraged, saying they didn't know and blaming Xiao for lying to them. In another location, Shu mentions wanting the card and thinks he also owes this wind god kick, reflecting that he has recently been forced to train his lightning resistance and now knows how to use burst. He notes that in 2 days, the freshman competition will take place, and tonight they'll learn new martial arts techniques together. While walking, Joe calls out to him. Lin asks why. Joe states that defeating Buck shows he's not weak, but that doesn't mean he can be with Luo, as they're from 2 different worlds. Joe warns him to leave her alone if he's smart. The protagonist asks if this is a threat, and accuses Joe of sending Park, who was beaten, after him. Joe denies it's a threat, claiming it's just a fact. He says that after investigating, he found out Lin's parents passed away, and he comes from a poor family. Unless Lin reaches rank 9 as a martial artist, he won't be suitable for her. Xiu tells Joe to mind his own business and remarks that in 2 days, the freshman competition will decide things. He warns that if anyone messes with Class 10 again, they'll regret it. Joe's companions call Lin arrogant, but Joe assures them he won't be arrogant for long, as he plans to teach him a lesson. As Lin walks away, he reflects on a family capable of nurturing such powerful martial artists, concluding that the Luo family must be extraordinary. He questions why he's even thinking about this, since he doesn't plan to propose to her anyway. Upon entering, Luo approaches him, asking if he's eaten, and saying that what's left is his. Lin mentions hearing that after the freshman competition, students will have 2 training areas to choose from. He asks if she's decided which one to pick. Luo replies that she'll decide when the time comes. The protagonist wonders when she started talking like that. 2 days later, the arena fills with students, and a teacher announces that the freshman competition will begin shortly and asks everyone to line up. Zhang calls for the representative of Class 10. The teacher introduces Luo as a new transfer student to their class, noting that she was originally part of it. Luo interrupts, saying there's no need for introductions. Nan instructs everyone to get along with her and forbids anyone from intimidating her. The crowd starts chanting her name. The announcer explains that there are 2 fields to choose from for the competition. The class that collects the most crystals will win, earning rewards and special cards. The first area is the Emerald Forest, which, despite containing high-level evolved beasts, isn't very dangerous. The second area, G17 Ruins, is infested with high-level zombies and terrifying high-level evolved beasts. It's a ruined city and very dangerous. Each class must send 7 participants. Ping comments that the ruins are extremely dangerous. Lin asks if he knows the location. Ping explains that a terrible virus once emerged in that area. Some martial artists were sent on a cleanup mission, but were all infected, turning into high-level zombies, and all the beasts there are rank 4 or higher. The crowd becomes frightened. The teacher asks Xu to allocate members for the G17 Ruins and the Emerald Forest. The protagonist tells everyone to quiet down as he assigns the teams. When he asks Luo if she wants to go to the ruins, she responds that it's obvious. Xu then asks who else is willing to join them, emphasizing that the G17 ruins are dangerous, but that high risk means high rewards. He assures them that no one will be forced to go. Zhang volunteers to join. Lin decides on the 7 who will go to the ruins while the rest head to the Emerald Forest, encouraging them to work hard and achieve good results. They assure him they will. The plane departs. On board, Xu notices something wrong with Ping and asks what it is. Ping replies that it's nothing. Others tease him, saying he's scared and that Class 10 is full of cowards. Ping admits that he's been to the G17 ruins before. Zhang is surprised. Ping, distressed, explains that he used to have a bad temper and would easily get hot-headed. He once made a bet with his classmates, claiming they wouldn't dare train in the G17 ruins. In the end, his competitiveness drove him to go with some friends. On the first day, all his friends were bitten by an evolved beast, got infected, and suffered terribly. He was the only one who escaped. Lin explains that his friends mutated after being bitten by the evolved beast, asking if the beast carries a virus. Ping confirms, saying that if bitten by an evolved beast, one becomes a zombie within 24 hours. All the students arrive at the G-17 ruins and are instructed to gather beneath the airship. They take their positions as the instructor announces an important warning. In addition to zombies, evolved beasts also carry the virus. If bitten by an evolved beast, students must return to the airship within 24 hours to receive treatment and can be saved. The instructor wishes them good luck. The students are shocked to learn that the beasts also carry the virus. The protagonist leads his team along the predetermined path. As they walk, a rank 4 zombie approaches, and Luo quickly attacks it. Lei says it scared her, and thanks Luo. Zhang comments that the zombies are good at hiding in bushes to ambush. Xiu wonders how much experience points he'll earn from them. Luo warns everyone to stay cautious. They continue walking. While Lin yawns, a zombie tries to attack him from behind, but he turns and eliminates it with one strike. He notes that it's a rank 4 zombie but gives less experience. Placing his hand on his head, he sighs and thinks another one is already approaching. He attacks it. The zombie begins screaming. Ping warns that letting it scream will attract more zombies. The protagonist replies that he's doing it on purpose to lure them all out at once. Several zombies approach. Ping, panicked, says they should escape. Xiu moves toward the zombies, thinking they're all his experience points. Luo, being more active, fights them too. When asked why she's so proactive, she responds, saying she doesn't understand why Lin is always rushing toward danger. He teases her, saying she's worried about him. She tells him to shut up. The rest of the team decides to help. Qin Feng comments that the two act like a couple. Zhang warns to be careful not to let Luo hear that. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses his 100 birds technique, emitting flames and receiving multiple elimination notifications. The team observes, noting that his technique seems to be getting stronger. Luo also fights the zombies with her skills. Jiang remarks that compared to the class representative, Luo is even stronger and calls them a golden couple. While Ping walks, a zombie approaches to attack him, and he starts screaming, but the zombie is swiftly taken down. Xiu tells Ping that if he wants to be eliminated, he should go farther away since they don't need companions who will become a burden. Reflecting on this, Ping runs off, declaring he won't let anyone look down on him. Later, someone comments that this area should have the highest number of evolved beasts, wondering why they haven't encountered any. Lin suggests only one possibility. The area must be home to a very strong beast, and the other evolved beasts don't dare enter. He tells the team to look ahead, as something is approaching. They hear noises. Luo states that it's right in front. Lin responds, noting that the roar is strong and likely from a rank 4 evolved beast. Then, they see it, a rank 5 bull. The protagonist is startled by its rank. The beast charges. Luo attempts to attack but realizes it can't be cut. The bull kicks her, sending her flying. Concerned, Xiu rushes to catch her, asking if she's okay. Luo says she's fine and used source energy to dissipate 90% of the impact. The furious bull quickly charges again. Luo pushes Xiu aside, telling him to get out of her way. The protagonist warns her to be careful. Luo grabs her sword, evades the bull's attack, and counters with her blade. Xiu comments that his little Yue is the strongest. The bull begins stomping the ground furiously. Zhang observes and marvels at her strength, asking how they should approach this. Lin advises staying back and using long-range attacks. The protagonist unleashes his 100 birds technique, saying they'll see how he turns it into roast beef. The team is impressed and declares it's their turn now. They use techniques like Earth Rupture, Crescent Moon Strike, Consecutive Blows, and Firefly Piercer, hitting the beast with multiple attacks and injuring it. The bull rises and charges toward them again, prompting a warning to be cautious. The protagonist leaps and says that if the back of the bull is too tough to cut, he'll simply crush it, attacking the bull with source energy. Luo rushes in and splits it in half. Xiu is amazed, asking how she managed it since she just said its skin was resistant. Luo points out that the bull's neck was roasted after his flame attack. Lin jokes, saying it's already been barbecued. A voice approaches, expressing surprise that they actually eliminated their prey. He introduces himself as being from Class 4 of the North Branch and explains that the golden-backed mad bull had run there because they were hunting it. He thanks them and says they'll take the heterocrystal, leaving the other materials, noting that the back of the bull is excellent for crafting weapons. Zhang protests, calling it daylight robbery, yet defends himself, saying they're not just taking the prize, as this was originally their prey. He adds that they had a long battle with the beast and points out a wound on the back hoof caused by his teammate's hammer. Sun retorts, calling them trash from the South Branch. The protagonist mocks them, saying a group of rank 4 warriors surrounded a mad bull and only managed a small scratch, suggesting people might think they were just helping it trim its hooves. He then warns that if they're eliminated in these ruins, does Ya not think the Sanctuary Academy will investigate? Luo unsheathes her sword and points it at one of them. The boy backs away, asking if they're trying to eliminate them. Zhu sarcastically asks what's wrong with eliminating a few bandits and moves in to attack. Ya blocks the strike, and the other two from Class 10 join the fray. Ya calls them lunatic bandits, asking if they think they can steal his hetero crystal. Lin accuses Ya of twisting the truth and demands they leave all the hetero crystals and points behind. Ya, thinking they were just weaklings from Class 10, is shocked by their strength and ferocity. The protagonist attacks with his spear. Ya declares it won't be so easy to take him down, activating his Shadow of the Night ability. Xu taunts him, asking if he disappeared. Ya remarks that the academy won't investigate if a few students are eliminated during training. Lin counters, saying he's still slower than the laser weapon from the gravity room. Ya, surprised, asks how Lin knew he was behind him. The protagonist dismissively replies that Ya doesn't know much and invites him to try his new skill, Thunder of Sener. Ya, frightened, is blasted away with a massive impact. Xu admires the move, proclaiming himself the Lightning King. Meanwhile, Luo is defeating her opponent. The boy panics as her sword approaches his body, and she warns that if he moves, he'll be eliminated. Elsewhere, the others continue fighting. A bald opponent mocks, asking if Xu thinks his hammer is for trimming nails and declaring he'll crush Luo's brain. Just then, a spear strikes, knocking him down along with his hammer. He cries out in pain. Xu quips that he just trimmed the bald guy's foot, asking how it feels. Furious, the bald opponent retaliates with a piercing punch. Lin taunts him, asking if he wants to trade blows, as he's the one asking for it. The two clash, fist to fist, but the bald opponent is sent flying with an injured arm. His allies watch in disbelief as they're defeated. Zhang seizes the opportunity and moves in to finish them off. Ya complains about the pain, admitting they were wrong and begging for mercy. The protagonist says they'll spare them if they hand over all their points and crystals. Ya hesitates, explaining that if they give up all their crystals, their test will end. Xu points his spear at Ya, threatening to eliminate them and take everything if they refuse. Scared, Ya agrees to hand over the crystals and begs not to be eliminated. Zhang remarks in surprise that they had 2 rank 5 crystals, bringing their total to 3, and wonders if there are more to find. Luo points out that since they're in the G17 ruins, everyone must stay focused as there's still a week left, and they can't let their guard down. Lin notices her concern and asks what's wrong. She replies that it feels like someone is watching them. They look around, and Luo orders them to hide quickly. Someone shoots the protagonist in the leg, causing an injury and tearing his pants. He wonders what kind of ability that was and remarks that, luckily, he's wearing battle armor underneath. Otherwise, he would have lost his leg. Another attack follows. Luo says the sniper is in the building and that she'll take care of them. He warns her to be careful. The sniper tells his teammate to stay alert, saying someone is running toward the building and orders Team 2 to keep attacking. Zhang asks if Xu is okay. He replies that he's fine, instructing them to stay put while he goes to help Luo. As he runs, multiple attacks target him, but he dodges them, determined to eliminate those guys. Qinfeng remarks that they really are like a couple. Ping asks what they should do. She responds that Xu knows what to do and warns that leaving their position will only make things worse. Qinfeng asks why so many are targeting them. She explains that this place has all kinds of people, including those who eliminate others just to survive. Meanwhile, a team hides behind the bushes. Zhang asks who's there. A boy steps forward, saying they're allies from Class 10 of the North Branch and asks if they're from the South Branch. Qinfeng laughs, saying he feels a sense of camaraderie with him. Zhang asks what they're doing there. The boy explains they just arrived but saw people shooting laser weapons, so they hid. He mentions seeing 2 people running into the building and asks if they're with them. Qinfeng confirms, saying the class representative and his girlfriend went to teach those guys a lesson. The boy is outraged that they went to face a team armed with laser weapons, but then they hear a scream and see a sniper falling from the building. Zhang proudly declares that Class 10 is strong. The sniper tries to hit Luo, but she dodges and closes in. The sniper panics, wondering why he can't hit her. Luo strikes him, sending him flying with her attack. The protagonist observes and remarks that she managed to take down another one. Then another sniper shoots at his leg again. He dodges, thinking there are so many of them that he can't handle it if they all fire at the same time. He finds himself surrounded by multiple snipers and notices they look well-equipped and trained, suspecting they might be there to claim a bounty on him. He comes up with an idea. He begins attacking with his abilities, causing a massive impact. The snipers, shaken from above, are confused, asking what's happening. Lin approaches and declares that they don't call him the Lightning King for nothing. Using his Painform Fury ability, he knocks them all down to the ground, creating a tremendous impact. People watch and are impressed by the protagonist's strength. The sniper begs for his life and offers all the heterocrystals in his bag as a trade. Shu, without hesitation, eliminates him, stating that the crystals would be his either way. He notices the sniper's phone fallen on the ground and realizes they were there for the hunter site reward. Searching through the backpack, he finds 3 grade 4 crystals and 10 grade 3 crystals. He approaches Luo, asking if she has finished cleaning up. She confirms and shows the bag she managed to collect, containing 2 grade 5 crystals and several of grade 4 and grade 3. He remarks that they now have 8 grade 5 crystals and will surely avoid finishing in last place. Zhang approaches, asking if he's okay. Lin responds affirmatively, adding that his main concern now is to find more grade 5 crystals. Zhang then asks about the boys nearby. Lin explains they are from Class 10 of the Northern Branch. The protagonist finds it a coincidence since he is also from Class 10. The boy proposes a trade, to which Shu inquires about the kind of deal he is offering. The boy says he wants to exchange crystals for important information. When asked what kind of information is worth the crystals, the boy reveals that he knows the location of a dimensional rift and offers to disclose it in exchange for 2 grade 5 crystals. Lin comments that this is valuable information since dimensional organisms or precious treasures could be found there, but wonders how they can trust him. The boy explains that he will hand over his student card, and once they verify the rift is real, they can return it to him. He also acknowledges that they are stronger and do not want to end up in last place during the test. The protagonist, recognizing their determination, agrees and asks if the boy is the class representative. He confirms. Shu decides to keep the boy's card and offers 3 grade 5 crystals. The boy is indignant, but hands over the card. Lin reassures him, sharing that, as a fellow Class 10 member, he knows what it's like to be underestimated. He encourages the boy to lead his class and grow stronger together. Moved, the boy thanks him and shares the coordinates. As they walk away with the crystals, Zhang asks if they can trust the boy. Lin replies that he believes in their determination and suspects they wouldn't lie, especially since their willingness to grow stronger speaks volumes. He suggests they head to the dimensional rift to uncover its treasures. When they arrive at the coordinates, the protagonist notes that the dimensional rift should be there. Zhang points out the lack of evolved beasts and wonders if there could be a powerful dimensional monster nearby. The protagonist thinks it's possible. Luo asks if he can sense anything, and he confirms feeling a dense energy source typical of dimensional rifts. They discover the rift in the middle of an abandoned shopping mall and caution everyone to proceed carefully. Upon entering, they encounter numerous spider webs. As they continue, Lei remarks it feels like they've entered an insect nest. Suddenly, something grabs one team member's arm. Startled, Jiang attacks but realizes it's just a corpse. Jiang scolds him for overreacting. Lei then observes the corpse moving as if something is under its skin. A beetle emerges, and they notice several other corpses. Jiang wonders if all of them have insects inside. Lin deduces they are likely parasites, cautioning the group not to step on the bodies and noting that they probably yield little experience points. They proceed further, as Lei complains about the grotesque scene. Shu reflects that if there are insect larvae, there must also be an adult insect nearby. He speculates that the presence of the blue-winged beetle could explain the absence of other animals. Looking up, they finally see the dimensional rift. Zhang comments it's his first time seeing one. Lin notices something unusual and spots a grade 6 blue-winged beetle. Although it looks intimidating, it is asleep and hasn't noticed them. Lin suggests they move quietly, finish their investigation, and leave quickly to avoid unnecessary risks. Zhang calls the team over to examine a stone, wondering if it fell from the dimensional rift. He taps it with his sword and notes that it must be some sort of extremely hard metal. The protagonist, using his flame spear, comments that it's also heat-resistant and speculates that if they take it back for forging, it could be made into a weapon. Zhang asks if the rift only dropped a few stones. Shu points to another area and suggests they check it out, saying his fire attribute energy senses something there. Zhang asks why it suddenly got so hot. Shu replies that there's something in the area. They come across something resembling a burning plant. Luo identifies it as a crimson lotus flame. Shu asks what that is. She explains that it's a rare energy cluster, similar to a common flame lotus, but with energy far superior to the typical crystal. Shu wonders if he can absorb it, feeling a massive surge of energy from it. Luo warns him not to, explaining that the energy is too strong and violent, potentially reducing him to ashes. Lin asks if they can harvest it, and suggests taking it back to figure out a way to absorb it gradually. Luo agrees but notes they need special tools for the job. The protagonist laments that without the tools, their trip might have been for nothing, and he worries that someone else might arrive and take it before they do. At that moment, a voice announces they've found something. The team realizes someone else has arrived and questions how they discovered the location. Zhang identifies them as members of Class 2 from the northern branch. A red-haired boy calls over a friend and instructs him to prepare the equipment to transport the item. Xu notices they've indeed brought tools and remarks that they arrived first. The red-haired boy, with a defiant tone, points out the tools and insinuates that even if they handed over the flame, they could easily take it back. He mocks them, calling them the trash of Class 10 from the southern branch, and offers them a few Grade 4 crystals so they don't finish last in the test. Lin retorts, accusing him of daylight robbery and asking if he expects them to settle for that. The red-haired boy challenges him, asking what he plans to do about it. Luo steps forward, declaring that they'll eliminate them. The red-haired boy blocks her attack and sarcastically notes how viciously they're starting the fight. He commands his team to attack. Zhang vows to take them down. The red-haired boy fights Luo, and despite her strength, questions why someone as capable as her is hanging around with Class 10. Luo strikes him, knocking him down. The red-haired boy looks at the protagonist and realizes he's also strong, regretting underestimating them. He decides that even if they manage to defeat the team, they won't emerge unscathed. He orders Ming to hold off Molly's opponent so they can harvest the Crimson Lotus flame. Ming complies, rushing toward the flame. Xu warns him not to touch it, suspecting that the blue-winged beetle on the ceiling is guarding it and will attack anyone who takes it. Ming dismisses the warning, asking why else they would be there if not for the Crimson Lotus flame. Molly, while fiddling with the flame, gloats about how rich they'll be once they have it. He successfully harvests it and rejoices. Lin notes that this isn't good as the blue-winged beetle wakes up. Molly calls out to his representative, announcing his success, but the beetle attacks and kills him instantly. The team is horrified, realizing that the beetle took out a Grade 4 warrior in a single strike. More beetles begin to swarm. The red-haired boy panics, acknowledging that they can't win even if they combine their forces. He orders his team to retreat, abandoning the flame, and urges them to flee quickly. The protagonist tells his team to retreat as well, deeming the area too dangerous. However, as they attempt to leave, they find their path blocked by numerous stones. The red-haired boy, still fleeing, reveals that they deliberately destroyed the entrance to trap them, saying he'll leave them as insect food. Zhang realizes they've blown up the exit, cutting off their escape route. Lei asks what they should do. Xu assesses the situation and volunteers to lure the beetles away while the rest of the team finds another way out. The team expresses concern, but Xu jumps into action, sprinting toward the equipment holding the flame. He grabs it and dashes away, reasoning that since the beetles are guarding the flame, he'll use it to draw them away. As they run, the beetles chase after them, but Xu encounters another beetle blocking his path. In the chaos, the tool opens, causing the lotus flame to fall and touch his body, setting him ablaze. The others rush to his side, concerned for his safety. Lin feels his body absorbing the energy from the lotus, but the process is too slow, and he fears his body will explode before completing the absorption. His body begins to burn intensely. Luo quickly attacks the beetle and asks if he's okay. The protagonist replies that it's unbearably hot and that he feels like he's going to explode. Luo approaches and hugs him, explaining that her energy source has an ice attribute that can help suppress the flames. Those around them watch anxiously. Luo channels her ice power and urges him to hurry and absorb the lotus flame's energy. Xu notices that it's working. Under her suppression, the absorption process accelerates. Zhang observes Luo's bravery, thinking how she ignored the flames and risked her life to save him. He vows not to let her be the only one willing to make sacrifices for the protagonist, remembering how many times the protagonist has saved his life. Determined, she begins attacking the beetles, resolved to buy him more time even at the cost of her own life. The beetles close in on her. Ping watches and asks what Luo is doing. Chenfeng explains that she's drawing the beetles' attention to give the class representative time. He insists they need to help her, as she won't last long alone. Ping hesitates, pointing out that the beetles are all rank 6. Chenfeng acknowledges the risk but argues that it's necessary. Meanwhile, the protagonist notices the absorption is almost complete, but the flame's energy is destroying his flesh, organs, and bones. His system continuously repairs his body, and his strength grows exponentially. As the process concludes, he realizes he's gained over 300 million experience points and instructs the system to allocate all points to strength. He checks on Luo, who responds weakly, saying she's exhausted much of her energy source. Xu advises her to drink a supplement to recover her stamina and quickly absorb more energy, promising to help the others. Luo protests that he can't handle it alone. Lin observes the others struggling to distract the beetles and realizes that, even with the lotus flame's power, the violent energy still threatens to overwhelm him. Zhang collapses to the ground and tries to crawl away. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives and attacks the beetles. He asks if she's okay. Zhang confirms she is and asks about him. He reassures her and tells her to fall back, vowing to handle the beetles. Internally, he struggles with the lotus flame's frenetic and violent energy, finding it hard to control. The others shout for him to be careful. Xiu's aura becomes terrifying as he focuses. He senses that the flame possesses enough power to burn even a star. He activates his stellar nullification ability, attacking the beetles and annihilating them in one strike. Lin is elated, having gained over 10 million experience points, an increase of about 1 million. The others are left speechless, astonished that he eliminated 2 rank 6 monsters with a single blow. The protagonist continues his assault, inspired by a sudden flash of insight. He uses the furious energy of the lotus flame to create his own move, akin to a secret technique that might be impossible to replicate. He names it Phoenix's Wrath and unleashes a series of fiery attacks, causing an explosion. He observes that, despite his increased internal energy, he still can't completely burn the beetles but can target their wings to deprive them of their aerial advantage. He presses on, realizing that after using 2 techniques, the violent energy within him has significantly calmed. With his spear, he notes the beetle's shells are exceptionally tough. The flames cause damage, but the black spine on his spear only created a small hole. Deciding to inflict as many holes as possible, he conserves his energy while using techniques like Phoenix's Wrath and Stormflower. Qinfeng comments on how powerful the class representative is, marveling that he's fighting multiple rank 6 monsters alone. Ping adds that this is the kind of strength a level 4 warrior should possess. Zhang observes that the protagonist's condition is strange. He isn't defending himself, only attacking viciously, full of adrenaline, and the energy he's using doesn't seem to come from his own source. Luo approaches and explains that it's the power of the lotus flame, and if he doesn't expel the energy through fighting, his body could explode. Zhang asks what they should do, and Luo says they'll discuss it after finishing off the dimensional monsters. She grabs her sword and moves to help him, freezing a beetle. Xiu follows up, attacking and eliminating the beetle, commenting that he pierced through it. Luo notes that the shell becomes fragile after being burned and frozen, and Xiu replies that he noticed. He suggests it's time for the husband and wife duo to combine powers and exterminate them. Luo smacks him on the head, warning that if he talks nonsense again, she'll tear his mouth apart. Qinfeng remarks that the class representative is so cool he's even having a lover's spat at a time like this. The protagonist continues attacking with his Phoenix's Wrath ability, burning the beetle, while Luo freezes it. Xiu then eliminates the beetle, but numerous larvae begin to swarm. He realizes the beetle was female and warns everyone to be cautious. Zhang states they'll handle the smaller ones while he and Luo focus on the larger ones. They move in, attacking the beetle larvae. Lin notices a beetle approaching Ping and yells for him to watch out. Ping panics, but the protagonist throws his spear, striking the beetle. Ping shouts at him to be careful and asks if he's really abandoning his spear. Xiu responds that a warrior never abandons his weapon, and if the beetle dares to bite the black spine, it should be ready to lose its mouth. Flames ignite inside the beetle's mouth, defeating it. Xiu remarks that he didn't expect it to work but decides to burn them all from the inside since their shells are too tough. He charges forward, noting 3 more adult beetles. After some time, he presents the fallen beetles on the ground. Zhang feels relieved that they've eliminated all of them, and comments that somehow, they survived fighting rank 6 beetles. Lei attributes their success to the class representative. Lin asks why everyone is sitting so far from him, saying he won't eat them. Qinfeng replies that he's like a furnace, and they feel like they'll get burned if they get too close. The protagonist drinks a supplement, retorting that no one complained while he was saving them. As he exhales, smoke escapes his mouth. Luo tells him to stop wasting the supplement and assures him she'll continue using her ice magic to suppress the lotus flame. She declares that they've rested enough and tells everyone to move on. Xiu suggests heading to the city center, where he needs to face strong opponents. They proceed cautiously, noticing the mist around them and wondering why it's there. Lin warns them to stay alert, as evolved beasts might be hiding nearby. Suddenly, something coils around Zhang's leg. Confused, she calls for help. The protagonist grabs her hand and cuts the creature binding her, asking if she's okay. She confirms she is and asks what it was. Xiu notices numerous zombies approaching, identifying them as rank 4 tentacle zombies. Lin instructs everyone to stay together. Using his Phoenix's Wrath, he spreads flames, observing that there are far more zombies than expected. He asks Luo how she's doing, but realizes she isn't there. Calling out to the others, he notes that something is wrong with the mist. They've all been separated without noticing, and being alone puts them in danger. He unleashes flames in all directions, eliminating the surrounding zombies. Checking his device, he finds there's no signal, and even with a map he can't pinpoint his location. Determined, he sets out to find the others. While advancing, he hears an explosion and demands to know who's there. The red-haired boy appears, taunting him about their reunion and saying he didn't expect him to survive the dimensional monsters. The protagonist replies, calling him a Class 2 mutt from the northern branch, and adds that he was about to hunt them down for revenge, but their encounter saved him the trouble. The red-haired boy asks why the protagonist is alone, wondering if his friends were eliminated, lamenting that he remembers the 3 beauties in his group. Xue responds that everyone is fine, just separated in the mist, and that he eliminated the monsters and obtained several grade 6 crystals. The red-haired boy mocks him, asking if he expects him to believe that trash like him could defeat such monsters. But as he observes the aura around the protagonist, he notices the lotus flame and exclaims that he devoured it. Confused, he asks how the protagonist is still alive, as he should have exploded. Lin responds not to judge him by his trash standards and asks what a mere lotus flame could do to him. The red-haired boy, irritated, says he feels the protagonist hasn't fully absorbed the power and wonders how someone so inferior managed to absorb energy so quickly. He declares that if he eliminates him now, he can harvest the remaining energy in his body. The protagonist replies that he defeated grade 6 dimensional monsters and asks if the red-haired boy really thinks he can win. Confident in his numbers, the red-haired boy orders his team to attack. As they advance, one of them comments on how incredibly fast the protagonist is. A bald man challenges him, unleashing the mountain attack, and Xue responds with, "Storm flower." Surprised, the bald man admits his strength, but Lin retorts that there's more to come and attacks with the 100 birds skill. The bald man tries to counter but is sent flying, leaving the onlookers shocked that he was defeated in just 2 moves. His body is charred, and the red-haired boy acknowledges the power of the flame, asking how much the protagonist absorbed to make his skills so powerful. He calls for Senior Kodachi, who approaches, remarking how shameful it is for an entire group to struggle against one person. The protagonist asks if they are 4th-year students and if they are also participating in the test. Kodachi confirms but explains that their task is to hunt him. Xue remarks that the school forum often talks about freshmen being eliminated by evolved beasts, but never imagined it was actually caused by these old-timers. The senior explains that this time of year is ideal for hunting, as the trial is dangerous, and no one will suspect the freshmen were eliminated by them, helping the school get rid of losers. Lin asks if the mist is his doing. Kodachi denies it, explaining that it's the work of a high-level evolved beast sleeping nearby, creating the perfect hunting ground. The protagonist calls it ridiculous for Class 2 of the Northern Branch to associate with this kind of trash, declaring that he will personally help the school get rid of them. The red-haired boy, furious, orders them to eliminate him painfully. The senior responds that he'll fulfill that wish. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ping wonders where everyone is and senses something behind him. Thinking it's a tentacle zombie, he turns and attacks, but his sword is blocked. Zhang asks if he's trying to eliminate her, and Ping replies that she scared him, thinking she was a zombie, as he's been fighting many, and they keep coming. Zhang asks if he's alone and if he's seen Luo or the class representative, but he hasn't. Zhang laments that without reception, they're running blind. Qinfeng suggests that everyone stick together, as they can't separate again. Back at Xue's battle, he continues attacking with 100 birds, sending enemies flying, followed by a fiery strike. The senior remarks on how he managed to eliminate 2 people even with everyone present and asks if he's really a 4th-year student, as he's incredibly strong. The red-haired boy confirms he's grade 4 but attributes his powerful fire energy to the lotus flame. Kodachi suggests that if they eliminate him now, they can absorb the undigested energy. Meanwhile, one of their allies, engulfed in flames, screams for help as he burns. The senior observes that the protagonist is using combat to expel the lotus flame's energy and that they're only aiding him. He suggests waiting, as his body won't withstand it, and when he's eliminated, they can absorb the leaking energy. Lin realizes they've figured out his condition and knows he needs to end this quickly before his body collapses, and then find Luo to help suppress the energy with ice. The senior accuses the protagonist of bluffing and orders an attack, but Luo arrives to suppress the energy. Xue attacks the senior with his spear while feeling the energy being suppressed by her presence. He jokes about feeling like a cornered weasel. Luo responds that he's no hero, just weak, to which the protagonist teases that she always finds a way to belittle him. Kodachi notices Luo and remarks that his companion has arrived and that she's a real beauty. The red-haired boy comments that this is bad since her energy source can suppress the flame. The senior silences him, observing that Luo's icy demeanor matches her ice attribute, and sarcastically claims he's a romantic person, asking to melt her frozen heart. He then orders everyone to eliminate them. One of the allies attacks Luo, but she easily defends herself. The senior, watching her, realizes she's much stronger than that opponent and sees her quickly defeat and eliminate the ally. Calling the fallen ally an idiot, he warns the group that she's at least at the peak of the 4th grade and extremely powerful. He commands everyone to focus on eliminating her first, or they'll all be defeated. They rush toward her, but a spear flies in, knocking an attacker away and protecting her. Shu and Luo stand back to back, ready for the onslaught. Kodachi observes them and finds their teamwork remarkable, realizing Luo intentionally left an opening to draw enemies toward Shu. He hadn't expected their coordination to be this good. Lin leaps forward, announcing that he'll use Kodachi to test a new skill he just learned. He unleashes his golden technique, Milky Descent, causing a massive explosion. The senior, stunned, asks how a golden skill can have such destructive power. The protagonist replies that it's his turn, and thinks to himself that no one knew the power of the lotus flame would amplify the Milky Way descent so much. He follows up with a strengthening strike and Phoenix's wrath. The senior, overwhelmed by the sudden surge in power, panics and apologizes to the red-haired boy, using him as a shield against the attack. Meanwhile, Luo eliminates another ally, and the senior realizes they're doomed, unable to win even with superior numbers. Shu approaches the senior, asking if he still believes he can defeat him, and strikes with his flaming claw. Mocking the senior, he offers him a chance to use the Lotus Flame's energy, taunting him for not taking it. The senior screams that he's part of the Lunar Wing Legion and warns that if he's eliminated, everyone there will be hunted down. Lin asks what that is, saying he's never heard of it. Kodachi, enraged, curses, cuts off his own arm, and flees. The protagonist, holding the severed arm, comments on how quickly he escaped, but adds that perhaps he's not entirely a coward since he had the courage to amputate his own limb. He approaches Luo and asks if she's heard of the Lunar Wing Legion. She explains that it's the strongest mercenary group in the world, specializing in missions like eliminating targets and attacking small nations. Shu, intrigued, asks how they manage to attack nations and how strong they are. Luo clarifies that the group isn't exceptionally strong, but is led by a level 9 warrior and is infamous for their relentless pursuit of vengeance when one of their members is killed, hunting down the perpetrator until they're dead. She recounts a case of a small African nation that killed a Legion member and was destroyed within a week. Lin, alarmed, exclaims that they've now offended a level 9 warrior. He asks why Luo seems so calm, given the dire situation. Luo confidently responds that if the Legion dares to come, they'll be eliminated. The protagonist questions her courage to fight a grade 9 warrior. Luo replies that with his current condition, he'll be dead before the Legion even arrives, as the Lotus Flame's power has exceeded expectations, and her ice energy can't suppress it for long. Shu asks what they should do, and she suggests finding an evolved beast with water or ice attributes, whose crystal could help suppress the energy. Lin recalls hearing that the mist was caused by a high-level evolved beast, and reasons that if it can create mist, it's likely water or ice type. Luo agrees, suggesting they head toward the mist to search for the beast. The protagonist warns them to be cautious as something is approaching. They encounter a grade 5 red-eyed hound. He advises Luo to be careful, noting that these are dangerous beasts, and they move to attack. Meanwhile, a man near a dirigible, injured and frustrated, remarks that he didn't expect the boy to be so strong. With his arm wounded, he decides to attach a mechanical arm and throws a bomb in their direction, declaring it a gift to eliminate them all once the target awakens. The explosion creates a loud noise, drawing Xue's attention. He senses something unusual and wonders what might be under attack in the mist. Another explosion occurs, followed by smoke. A massive blue bird with an enormous beak, a grade 8 beast, emerges, letting out a deafening sound. Lin questions if such a powerful evolved beast could really be in this area. Luo observes that the mist has dissipated and deduces that the bird was releasing the mist while it slept, and someone deliberately attacked it to wake it up. She notes that the beast's heterocrystal is perfect, and Lin asks if she's considering eliminating it. The students observe the bird, and a voice asks its grade. Joe answers that it's grade 8, far beyond what they can handle. He adds that he's already spread the news in the hunters group, so someone will arrive soon to deal with it. The bird continues emitting intense sounds. Luo notices the presence of numerous zombies and evolved beasts, suggesting they retreat. They run into a building and watch the beasts from the rooftop. Xu assesses the situation, doubting that anyone near the mist's center could have survived, worrying about the rest of the group and wondering if they're okay. They see several dirigibles approaching. Luo notes that they must be here to hunt the bird. A team descends from one of the dirigibles and encounters the students, explaining that the academy is using the area as a training ground for freshmen and that the news of the ice bird awakening was spread by a student. However, it seems the situation is spiraling out of control. Lin questions whether the man in the group is a grade 7 warrior, realizing he can't analyze him. The old man assures him there's no need to fear, as his goal is the bird and not the students. He asks how long it's been since the bird appeared and whether anyone has fought it. The protagonist explains that the bird was sleeping and was awakened by an attack from a jet. The old man, surprised, asks if someone deliberately woke it up and then orders his team to attack together. Xu observes the large team and comments on their numbers. The bird lets out another deafening screech. The old man commands the laser cannon to fire, and the attack hits the bird. Lin is astonished to see the military's K-17 laser cannon being deployed. A massive explosion follows, and the old man declares the bird gravely wounded and orders its elimination. The protagonist doubts that a grade 8 beast could be taken down so easily. Luo comments that only Alliance troops can mobilize the K-17 laser cannon, describing them as a group that relies on technology. The bird, seemingly unfazed, lets out another loud cry, causing the hunters to struggle to remain standing. The old man grows irritated, accusing the beast of feigning weakness, and orders the attacks to continue. The cannon fires again, emitting powerful rays that cause more explosions. Luo remarks that the Alliance's weapons have been destroyed, and that the real battle begins now. The protagonist asks if there are other warriors besides the Alliance troops present. A man approaches, declaring that this is their opportunity as he prepares to attack. Others leap into action with tools in hand, while one of the hunters instructs the group to keep attacking, stating that even the bird's feathers will fetch a fortune. The bird reacts, increasing its speed and striking down one of the men with a massive impact. Xu comments on the destructive power of the grade 8 evolved beast. Luo explains that this will be a prolonged battle, as defeating such a strong beast will take at least 3 days. Another explosion occurs, and the protagonist asks if it will really take that long. Luo confirms, explaining that when she was 10 years old, she watched her family fight a grade 9 golden flame terrestrial beast, and the battle lasted a week. Lin is impressed that she witnessed a grade 9 beast fight at such a young age, but she clarifies that she only watched to gain experience. The protagonist reflects on how hundreds of warriors are struggling against a grade 8 beast, while her family defeated a grade 9 beast with a child present, concluding that she must be incredibly wealthy. After a long time, Xiu yawns while still observing the battle. He remarks that the soldiers keep attacking the bird, even though it's already weakened. Lin sarcastically comments that even an idiot can see the bird is out of strength. The bird screeches again, and the protagonist notices more Alliance troops arriving with even better equipment. They continue attacking, causing another explosion. Xu wonders why, even with advanced technology and skilled warriors, they still haven't defeated the bird. Luo explains that those who attack first become the target, and they are waiting for the hidden parties to make their move first. The bird falls, causing a massive impact, and the men cheer in triumph as they approach to collect the crystal. One man declares that, as per the agreement, he will take the crystal and materials from the bird, saying they're worth 10 years of work. Meanwhile, another man rushes in, accusing them of stealing the crystal and questioning what right they have to take it. The first man, irritated, asks what he plans to do about it and eliminates him with a single strike. Soon after, dirigibles appear, and the occupants announce that anyone who touches Alliance property will be eliminated. The man challenges them, ordering the cannon to fire again. A massive explosion follows, and he attacks with his skill, demanding how they dared to try to steal his crystal. He orders his team to join the attack. The protagonist observes and comments that the fight has begun among them. Luo warns him to be ready to leave quickly. Then he hears someone calling for the class representative. Turning around, he sees his team and remarks how good it is to see them safe. Ping says he was searching for him in the mist, but accidentally entered the giant bird's territory and was almost killed. Xiu expresses relief that they're safe and assumes the other students must have been evacuated, suggesting they do the same. Zhang asks why he and Luo haven't evacuated yet. Lin responds that they will, but they need to stay for now. Zhang asks if they're planning to steal the grade 8 crystal, reminding them that the hunters are experts from grades 6 and 7. Luo explains that they need the crystal because, without it, the representative won't survive to return to the academy, as the ice crystal can harmonize with the lotus flame. Lei comments that he thought the representative had already absorbed all the flame's power, but Ping responds that he used that power to save them, and that they didn't do anything to help him. The protagonist tells them to evacuate, and not distract him from the task of snatching prey from the tiger's mouth. Lei asks him to be careful. Soon, they come across destroyed dirigibles and defeated people. One man is exhausted, wielding an attack tool. Joe remarks that it's almost time to act, showing a special grenade and explaining that it's made with the latest technology, a paralyzing smoke grenade that covers the area for 3 seconds. He states that, while ineffective against high-level warriors, 1 second is enough. Joe leaps from a building and tells the others to leave, declaring that he will take the Grade 8 crystal. The man realizes something is wrong as Smoke approaches and panics when he finds himself unable to move. Luo comments that now is the time. The protagonist notices the mist and asks how they'll locate the crystal. She responds that the pet Raleigh can help. Shu finds the idea great and tells the pet this is its chance. They jump to the ground, locate the crystal, and grab it. The protagonist, excited, remarks how thrilling it is to get it. Luo urges him to leave. Meanwhile, Joe searches below and asks if someone got there faster. The furious young man shouts and curses Joe, accusing him of stealing his crystal and demanding its return. Joe responds by throwing another bomb but quickly realizes he's been tricked. The man yells again, enraged, promising he won't forgive him. Elsewhere, the protagonist remarks that it seems no one is chasing them, thanks to the man who launched the bomb. He says they got the crystal easily, but, upon checking the bag, finds an egg and is startled. Luo asks if he's blind and questions how he managed to take the bird's egg instead. Shu insists he was sure he grabbed the crystal and asks what the egg is for. Luo explains it's the egg of a Grade 8 beast and that there's a chance it could hatch, allowing them to train the bird as a mount. Lin imagines himself riding the bird and comments how cool it would be. Luo tosses the crystal to him, telling him to absorb it. The protagonist asks when she grabbed the crystal since he didn't even notice. She tells him to stop talking nonsense and absorb it already. Meanwhile, Joe, irritated, remarks that someone has stolen the crystal. A student doubts it, but Joe explains that it will be easy to find the culprit. He pulls out the latest crystal detector from his bag, capable of locating crystals inside beasts, or extracted ones. He points out the dense red dots indicating nearby crystals, and identifies the Grade 8 crystal, still close by. He quickly runs off. Meanwhile, the protagonist is surrounded by flames and ice, thinking that the dual attributes are about to overwhelm him. However, the lotus flame is merging with the ice crystal's energy, accelerating his absorption. A notification appears, indicating that he has leveled up, leaving him thrilled. Luo senses something amiss and notices zombies approaching. She comments that since the ice crystal was extracted and the bird defeated, the zombies have started to return. She tells him to keep absorbing the crystal while she deals with the zombies. After a while, Luo eliminates all the zombies but is exhausted. She observes that he's still absorbing the crystal and thinks that, while she doesn't know how much he's absorbed, the lotus flame's energy seems stabilized. Suddenly, a voice accuses them of being the thieves who stole the Grade 8 crystal. Luo is startled to see Joe, who states that, considering the good relations between their families, he'll let them go if they return the crystal. Another student, however, shouts, revealing that the boy is absorbing the crystal. Joe, furious, asks how he dares to absorb his crystal and orders Xiao Qi to attack and retrieve it. Luo blocks Xiao Qi, declaring that anyone who touches the boy will be eliminated. Joe attempts to strike her, screaming that the crystal is his. Xiao Qi remarks that trash like him wouldn't be able to absorb the crystal. They both advance, but their hands are burned and frozen. Lin asks if they think they're qualified to take something from him. Both cry out in pain as they're repelled. The protagonist grabs his spear, unleashing intense flames to attack the opponents. Xiao Qi comments on the extreme heat of the flames. Zhu uses his ice-type Stormflower skill, causing cracks in the rocks, and takes the opportunity to pull Luo and escape the area. After some time, they stop to recover, realizing they've gotten away. Zhou, frustrated, questions why the crystal isn't appearing on the map, realizing it's due to the absorption. Xiao Qi asks what they should do. Zhou throws the locator to the ground and storms off, visibly enraged. Elsewhere, inside a house, Lin is finishing absorbing the crystal. He realizes the absorption has given him enough experience to level up 3 times and instructs the system to allocate the points to strength. Soon he receives a notification informing him that he's now a Grade 5 warrior. He reflects that his combat stats have finally surpassed 5,000 and that he can now unlock Stage 2 of his genetic lock. He requests the system to update his title to Grade 5 warrior, even though it reduces his constitution by 50 points, reasoning that damage reduction could save his life. Luo approaches, asking if he's completed the absorption. Surprised, she remarks that a normal person would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to absorb a Grade 8 crystal, yet he managed it in just 1. Shu says it's due to his natural talent. Luo, after confirming that he has completed the absorption, calls him, saying it's the last day. They begin walking, and Lin asks if she could give him a small compliment since he's putting in so much effort. As they approach a location, on the other side, the rest of the team encounters their opponents. The protagonist arrives and asks what happened. Zhang, looking relieved to see him, says those guys stole their crystals. A boy notices him and asks if he's the one from Class 10 of the Southern Branch who took first place in the battle tower. He introduces himself as Hang, and the girl beside him as Tian. Xiu comments that he remembers now, as Hang was originally ranked second and Tian third, but both are now below Lin. Hang says Lin only managed to take first place by luck, and challenges him to a match right then and there. He proposes that if Lin wins, he'll return the crystals, but if Lin loses, all his crystals will belong to them. Lin rejects the offer, saying he has nothing to gain and asking if Hang thinks he's an idiot, as losing would mean handing over all his crystals. He states that if Hang refuses, he'll take his crystals by force after defeating him. Hang asks if Lin thinks he's qualified to defeat him and moves to attack. The protagonist, noticing that Hang also wields a spear, comments that it has piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Tian taunts Luo, saying she's heard Luo is from the Southern Branch and questioning why she volunteered for Class 10, asking if she's eager to be friends with trash. Luo, serious, replies that if Tian keeps provoking her, all that awaits her is elimination. Hang remarks that he remembers Lin as a grade 4 warrior in the battle tower, but now he's grade 5. Xiu asks what's wrong and comments that Lin is improving quickly, telling Hang not to compare him to trash like himself. Hang attacks with the golden skill Earth Destroyer, causing a massive impact and sending Lin flying. Hang remarks that even though both are grade 5 warriors, the disparity in power is immense. Lin, recovering, asks if that's Hang's true strength, saying he gave him a chance but that he's truly worthless. He approaches and declares that it's now his turn, attacking with his skill. Hang, shocked, asks how Lin can land so many strikes in a single second. Wounded by the spear, Hang becomes furious, asking how that trash from Class 10 dares to injure him and promising to send him flying. Hang uses Earth Destroyer again, but the protagonist counters with Storm Flowers. Hang, confident, comments that the skill won't work on him twice. Xiu, smiling, replies that he'll use a different skill, launching Storm Flowers with an ice attribute. Hang, confused, realizes that Xiu isn't just a fire user and wonders how he's managed to hide his ice attribute all this time. After being attacked, Hang is impressed by the ice energy as his leg feels like it's about to freeze with just one strike. Xiu, surrounded by fire, says he will treat him with a combination of fire and ice. The boy observes and realizes that, since his leg is numb, he can't dodge. He will have to use this move, striking his weapon on the ground, creating a large aura with his sand wall skill. Lin asks if he thinks he can dodge his flames by covering himself, saying he will turn him into a roasted chicken while continuing to use his flame skill. Hang watches, irritated, and says he will tear him to pieces. He charges forward, saying he wanted to use this move on Qixing, but will test it on him first, using his Annihilation Strike skill and releasing terrifying flames. Zhu watches, feeling a strange sensation, and wonders if it's an arcane skill, thinking that maybe he wouldn't be able to reflect it with his verdict. He then leaps and realizes he will have to use it, thinking his power increased after absorbing the Crimson Lotus Flame and the Grade 8 crystal. Now, it's time to test it, using the Milky Way Descent skill, creating a huge impact between the two abilities. Hang is thrown back, coughing, with injuries. Lin, also coughing, is thrown away. Hang's friends rush over, worried. The boy sits on the ground, injured, and says he's fine, thinking his opponent has incredible abilities. Watching the two girls still fighting, he realizes his teammate is no match for Luo, as these two are tough to handle. Quickly getting up, he tells his classmates to go help Tian and suppress Luo. The boys run toward her. Zhang watches, sword in hand, and asks if they are trying to win by numbers. The boys approach, saying to get ready to be eliminated. Class 10 doesn't back down, and also heads toward them. Hang says their fight isn't over yet, and that they have no chance against him. He uses his Golden Salt skill, approaching to attack. Lin asks if he thinks he's the only one with fist skills, also using a fist skill that creates an extremely strong aura. The two engage in a fist fight. Hang screams in pain as his injured hand is thrown back. He falls to the ground wounded. Meanwhile, Tian is ready to strike with a sword. Frightened, she admits defeat. Xiu, satisfied, says his opponent has lost. Hang, wounded and supported by his teammates, admits defeat. Lin says it's time to honor the agreement and hand over all the crystals. Hang says no, as they can only give 1/3. The protagonist replies that, in that case, he will have to eliminate them all. The boy says again that they can only give 1/3. Otherwise, they will fight until the end, mentioning that Xu and Luo are fine, asking about the others, and stating that when the fighting starts, some of them will be eliminated. Lin watches and replies that 1/3 might be possible, thinking that these guys aren't weak, and if they push hard, the rest of their team will suffer. Tian throws a bag to them, asking if they can leave. The protagonist answers yes. Then, they retreat from the area. Suddenly Xie starts coughing, thinking his opponent was really strong, as expected from a grade 5 warrior. Zhang asks if he's okay, and the other girl approaches, also concerned. He replies that it's just a minor injury. Walking, he calls the rest of the team. Inside the airship, the instructor mentions the number of crystals and the class I grade. Tian tells her teammates to take the class representative to the infirmary while she will take care of things there. Zhou approaches her and says that Hang was beaten and it looks like they met a formidable enemy. Placing their crystal bags, he asks if they only got 258 points, as it's nothing special. The instructor then mentions the number of crystals and the grades of the Southern Branch class. Zhou, sarcastically, says that their class is the winner this time. Tian thinks that if she hadn't given Xu 1/3, first place would have been theirs. Upon encountering Lin and his team entering the area, Zhou tells him that he may not be first. Zhou asks if Class 10 can still win more crystals than they did, thinking they stole grade 8 crystals, and if they handed them over, they would win. But only a fool would hand them over to the school. The protagonist hands all of his crystals to the instructor. He is furious, stating that they have a lot of crystals, asking if they aren't from the weakest class, and even have more than the number 1 class from the Southern Branch. Observing that the number 1 class has 205 grade 5 crystals and 15 grade 6 crystals, totaling 280 points, Zhou watches in disbelief, unable to believe they defeated so many evolved beasts. Tian responds, saying that, in that case, he will also take some. Zhou asks how the prize will be divided with 2 groups tied for first, thinking the prize is extremely good and shouldn't go to Class 10. The professor replies that a tie for first is unprecedented and needs to consult the director. Zhou, irritated, thinks that they managed to tie without handing over the grade 8 crystal, wondering where it is, and that he will retrieve it. Lin sighs, thinking they really tied for first place and that he shouldn't have absorbed so many crystals on the way back. Elsewhere, the airship is presented. In 1 week, only 60 out of the 100 students who entered the G17 ruins returned alive. That's a 40% elimination rate. The professor approaches, saying everyone returned alive, which is a relief since they were worried. He explains that the G17 ruins are extremely dangerous, and it's even harder to eliminate grade 5 beasts, noting that the lush forest wasn't bad, and they ranked 16th, with everyone earning 10,000 points. Xu asks if they are so weak in his eyes, as he didn't even ask about the results. The professor asks what their position is, and if it's 10th, he responds that he can aim higher. The professor asks if he made it into the top 10. Lin answers that they came in first place with 280 points. The professor and the surrounding students gasp in astonishment and celebrate, saying it's incredible. The protagonist says it's a shame they tied with Class 1 and earned the same points as them. The professor, overly excited, says that, in any case, they are first. While everyone is gathered, the results are announced. First place, Class 1 from the Northern Branch, with rewards of 50,000 points and a gold skill card. Second place, 40,000 points and also a skill card. And in 16th place, Class 10, with 10,000 points. People comment if Class 10 isn't the last place, and if they aren't the weakest. One person says he heard the group that entered the G17 ruins did even better. Then, the results for the G17 ruins are announced, and upon looking they say, it seems there are many talents in this freshman ceremony, and first place goes to both Class 1 and Class 10, each with the same number of points. Class 10 celebrates enthusiastically. People watch and can't understand how they managed to get first place, especially in the dangerous G17 ruins, wondering how many grade 5 evolved beasts they had to defeat. The announcer says he only prepared 1 prize and asks, now that there is a tie, how will the prize be divided? Zhou challenges the representative of Class 10 from the Southern Branch to a duel, and the winner of the duel will take the first place title. His classmates cheer, supporting the duel, as the other class must have used some dirty tricks. Xu says he is not afraid and supports the duel, with his classmates also backing him. The announcer wonders if it's a duel between Class 1 and Class 10, and that this is the first time it's happened since the school's founding. Asking what he thinks, the professor responds that he has no objections. He asks what happened to Nan, and if he is afraid, telling him not to worry, as he will ask Xixing to be careful with Lin. Nan responds that since Lin agrees to this, he won't interfere, and will ask his student to use all his strength. The announcer says he will give the stage to both of them, and they will see who has the ability to win. Joe, with his sword in hand, calls out to his opponent. The protagonist asks Luo if she thinks she can defeat him. She replies that if he can't win after absorbing the Grade 8 crystal, he can go back to Starflare City. Climbing onto the arena, Xu asks if she can't say something kinder. His classmates cheer, supporting him. Tian observes and asks how he dares to challenge Qixing. Hang responds that the winner of this battle is still undecided. In the arena, Zhou says that Lin not only stole his crystal, but also teamed up against him, and he will make an example of him in front of the entire school. The protagonist says that so many people were fighting for the crystal, asking since when it belonged to him, and even if it did, if he wants something, he will take it. Qixing, irritated, curses at him and tries to attack, but Xu defends with his spear, and Zhou says that his opponent just became a grade 5 warrior, so his strength is nothing special, and it's too soon to think about winning. Lin uses his 100-bird skill. Qixing asks if his flames are really that strong, remembering that it wasn't this hot in the battle tower, and he could get burns if hit. He tries to dodge but can't. The protagonist asks what it feels like to become a roasted pig. Zhou, even more enraged, asks if he dares to deceive him, moving in to attack with his radiant blade skill. Xu notices that his opponent is fast and can't dodge, so he decides to use his own skill, creating a massive explosion. The two stare each other down. Qixing asks what that skill was, and if he really reflected his divine radiant blade. He can't believe it and says it was just luck, but when he uses a movement skill, his skill will become useless. The announcer says that Zhou comes from a prestigious family, so he has access to abundant resources, but Xu is from humble origins and was below average back then, wondering how he managed to become a grade 5 warrior in less than a year. The announcer says he doesn't use drugs or practice forbidden arts, but used his own talents to grow, and if that's the case, his talent isn't normal, but that of a genius who only needed to be in special conditions to realize his potential. Observing his spear, he notes that it's made of black thorn, asking what his relationship with Howling is and why he gave him the spear. Meanwhile, Lin continues attacking with his Stormflower skill. Qixing says that his spear is too slow and can't pierce him, closing in to attack. The protagonist observes and thinks that he doesn't know what kind of movement skill that is. It's so fast that he can't hit him, so he needs to disable him more. He continues attacking with the Ice-type Stormflower skill. The announcer observes and becomes even more indignant that the boy can use the Ice attribute. Zhou, trying to dodge, asks if that's the Ice attribute, and if all skills aren't supposed to be fire-based. Then, Lin approaches using his 100 Birds fire skills, hitting him and sending his opponent flying. Qixing manages to hold himself, noticing the Ice attribute, tries to say something, but is interrupted by Xu, who says that he guessed right, and that he already absorbed the Grade 8 crystal. Zhou becomes furious that he absorbed the crystal, calling it a waste of resources, grabbing his sword and releasing a strong aura. The protagonist asks why his power increased suddenly, and if he has a skill similar to Rampage. He notices that this is the hidden origin art, explaining that by compressing a large amount of energy and hiding it within his body, once released during combat, it's as if he accesses a force beyond his own, and the more source energy is compressed, the greater the force released. It's a demanding cultivation method, impossible for a normal person. Qixing, confident, says that this time he will definitely eliminate him, closing in with his Soul Cutter strike, attacking and sending him flying. The students become worried, and Luo tells them to be quiet, as he hasn't been eliminated yet. Tian observes, asking if he's going to be eliminated like this. Hang responds that it's impossible, asking if she can't feel that his aura is still there. Zhou tries to hit him with his sword, but his opponent dodges. Observing, he becomes confused, asking if he disappeared, and affirms that it was a clone. Xu approaches, thinking that a clone is useful, using his Stormflower skill. Qixing tries to defend, but can't see him. He only feels the spear on his shoulder, watching in shock. He faces Yu attacking him. People are surprised, saying that Lin is winning now, and that they didn't expect a weak Class 10 student to defeat a Class 1 genius, and that it's still too early to decide who the winner is. Zhou touches the spear on his shoulder and pulls it away, telling Xu not to think he can defeat him so easily. The protagonist is left speechless. Trying to take his spear back, Qixing says that he's using poison, laughing and saying that as long as he can win, he'll do anything. He takes the spear in one go, plunging his sword into the ground, throwing the spear far away, saying that since he lost his weapon, he won't intimidate him too much and will use only his fists to defeat him. He uses the Black Dragon Annihilation Punch, hitting Xu. Xu notices that the poison in his body isn't life-threatening but is draining his energy, as he can't dodge his attacks and is thrown away. Zhou says he will finish him with this punch, using the Annihilation Punch. causing a huge explosion. People are surprised by how powerful the fist skill is, as they knew he had incredible sword skills, but didn't know his fist skills were also impressive. Chingsing says that after taking a punch from him, even if he's not eliminated, he'll be in the hospital for at least 6 months. Lin, still lying on the ground, thinks he can't lose, as he's representing the entire class, and wishes to unlock the next stage. He knows this could eliminate him, but he'll have to seize this chance. He then unlocks it, thinking that it's not surprising that the system doesn't warn of the risk, as this level of pain is enough to eliminate an ordinary person. Joe observes and can't understand what's happening, saying that this pain seems to be driving him crazy, and that his poison isn't like this. Nan, scared, asks if they need to go in and save him. The announcer stops him, thinking that this kind of pain usually only happens when breaking a bottleneck, wondering what kind of skill he's cultivating, and that it's no wonder the girl gave him the black thorn spear. Then, a notification arrives saying that Stage 2 has been unlocked. Lin stands up and asks if he had fun attacking him because now it's his turn. He quickly approaches to attack. Chingsing, furious, says that enough with the tricks, and that he'll eat his Black Dragon Annihilation Punch, causing a massive explosion. Joe is thrown far away, while Lin watches his opponent lying on the ground. Chingsing can't believe it. Standing up, he says he won't lose to someone like him, and calls him to continue the battle. The protagonist quickly approaches and says he won't stop until he defeats him and turns him into pulp, using his Divine Wind Kick, and shortly after the Tiger Strength Fist and Claw skill, hitting and throwing him far away. People watching are left speechless, and the announcer declares that Shu is the winner. The students are overjoyed, and Nan says that now he is the best freshman and the pride of the class. The announcer approaches and says the fight was spectacular, tries to say something, but ends up not saying it. The Class 1 teacher gets furious and says he suspects Lin used forbidden drugs and that the results should be revoked. The Class 1 students also won't accept the defeat and demand an investigation. The protagonist replies that he doesn't care and they can investigate however they want. The principal asks if, according to him, Joe wasn't using the hidden origin art but a forbidden drug. The teacher replies that everyone knows Joe used the hidden origin art, but they can't figure out what Lin used to increase his power. The principal says that martial arts are profound, and there are many things they still don't understand, and that the ability to discern his methods only proves they lack knowledge. Class 10 asks what kind of attitude this is and that they can't handle defeat. The teacher tells them to stop arguing and run to take Chingsing to the infirmary. The principal announces the winner and says that all students in the class will receive 50,000 points each, and the 7 who participated in the G17 expedition will each receive a gold skill card. The Class 10 students are very happy with the reward, while the Class 1 students are furious. In the martial arts pavilion, the students enter and notice the many skill cards. Zhang asks them to look at how many diamond skill cards there are. Ping asks, with so many gold and diamond skill cards, if they're not afraid of them being stolen. The protagonist asks if he didn't see the level of the teacher who guards the place and says the location is also full of cameras and alarms. Luo tells Ping not to waste time, as these diamond skills have nothing to do with him, so he should just go ahead and grab the gold skill. Shu walks around and notices a gold skill card already gathering dust, wondering how popular this is. He picks it up and wipes the dust, observing that it's the Sky Dragon Siege, a spear skill. Luo approaches, saying that this card is very strange, as more than 20 people have tried to learn it over the history of the school, but no one succeeded. Lin asks if it's really that hard to learn. Luo replies that to learn it, you need to combine it with another skill to maximize its power. The protagonist observes, impressed, and asks if it's the Overlord Spear technique. Just then, a voice approaches, saying it's a very well-known girl. They look and encounter the teacher, who says that many students wanted to learn this skill several years ago, but couldn't even read the skill's information. Zhu asks if they couldn't even read the information. The teacher responds that if they couldn't read the Sky Dragon information and learn it, then by combining both skills, they could increase their power. But they can only choose one card today. Lin thinks that when he selected Explosive Fist, someone also said it would be impossible, but he still did it. And just because others can't do it, doesn't mean he can't. So, he says he has already decided and wants the Sky Dragon skill card. At Shu and Luo's residence, the protagonist will try to see if he can learn it successfully, watching as the card moves and hits his face. He picks it up and notices that it's the Overlord Spear technique. He looks back, and Luo says it's for him. Lin asks if she picked this card for him, where is hers? Luo replies that none of the cards caught her attention. Shu wonders what kind of formation she has, and if none of the skills caught her attention. He says he thanks her then. She tells him not to overthink it. She would just be embarrassed if he was too weak. The protagonist finds her arrogant, wondering if she will be eliminated if she doesn't get any enjoyment from him. He then places the card on his forehead and says he will learn this one first. Closing his eyes, he tries to learn the Overlord's spear technique. He focuses on a fixed point and says that the spear is domineering, and all the spear techniques he learned before were a combination of attack and defense. The Overlord spear technique uses attack as its core, and there's no defense, as it is a pure attack skill. The essence of this spear technique is either you eliminate or you're eliminated. He realizes that Luo said this technique complements the Sky Dragon Siege. Since he just learned it, he figures he might as well try Sky Dragon to see if it's really that difficult to learn. He places the card on his forehead and activates it. He keeps the card on his forehead. 1 minute later, he wonders if he's still getting a response. 10 minutes later, he notices that there's still no response. He wonders if his method is wrong. He changes positions, standing on his head, thinking that maybe this will work. He changes positions again, spreading his legs. He places his head on the floor with the card, saying this should work. He continues in the same position, getting frustrated, slapping the card, asking if it's trolling him. Then, a notification arrives, saying an unknown power has been detected. He looks and wonders if it's an unknown power. Then he places the card on his forehead and devours it. The system starts counting the devouring percentage, until he notices something, encountering various flames around and people lying on the ground, with a horse approaching. A man in armor and with an attack tool getting closer, tying him up. He watches in shock, breathing heavily, wondering if he just had an illusion, and notices that the card has turned gray. Then, he realizes he absorbed the information of the skill. He asks if it's a skill card with an unknown power, a diamond skill card that cannot be compared, wondering if the illusion he had was the essence of the skill. With his spear, he starts training, staring intently, using his Sky Dragon Siege skill, causing an attack on himself and injuring himself. He notes that the skill is very powerful and that he couldn't even condense the dragon, and he's already close to being eliminated. Just then, someone knocks on the door, asking who will visit him so late. He opens the door, unsure of who the person is. A man asks if he is Shu. The redhead watches and is confused, asking if he's hurt. He asks if he's a victim of domestic violence, and heard from Class 1 from the southern branch that Luo is a beautiful girl with a violent temper who beats people in the blink of an eye, asking if he should have already taken his fair share of beatings. Lin asks why he's visiting at this hour of the night and realizes that this guy is from the committee that mediates family disputes. The man replies that he's a second-year student, introducing himself as Bao Huo, currently the champion of level 25, and since he heard that Lin is the best freshman, he came to see if he dares to challenge him in the battle tower. The protagonist asks if he's crazy, and if he's the champion of level 25, which is closer to level 250. Bao Hu says that as a warrior and one of the best freshmen, he can't refuse a challenge request, as only the weak do that. Shu replies that he's originally weak in Class 10 anyway. The redhead thinks it's a despicable provocation, but it's useless against his intelligence. He says there's no reason to refuse if he defeats him, as he shows him the diamond movement skill card and says he'll give it to him. Lin, excited, replies that as a warrior, he must always strive to improve skills through battle, so he accepts and says it has nothing to do with the card. Bao Hu thinks he can't show any self-awareness and says he'll be waiting for him on the 25th floor next week, and that the battle tower resets every week, so the previous records are erased, and he'll have to start again from the level tomorrow, and if he doesn't, he may not even see his shadow. The protagonist thinks that this rule really exists, but doesn't say it out loud. He tells him to forget it, as he'll work a little more to win that diamond card. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bao Hua walks, and a young man asks how it went and if Shu agreed. The redhead replies that when he saw the card, he started drooling and agreed immediately. The young man says that when the time comes, they shouldn't show mercy, as he dared to offend them, and he'll make sure he suffers a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's residence, he spins the wheel, with 5 chances to win, feeling very happy, thinking about the 2 gold skill cards and someone offering a diamond card, so he has to end all chances. Shouting for the wheel to stop, he gets a gold skill card, very satisfied, saying he's very lucky. Noticing that the card is the XX team skill, he says it's a useless employee skill, but he can sell it. He asks the system to continue spinning, noticing that the other cards are useless skills. Spinning again, he lands on a silver skill, getting irritated as he doesn't like the results. He spins once more and wins 1,000,000 alliance credits, getting very upset with the system and noting that it's his last chance, and he wants a big prize. After spinning, he finds a big mysterious gift and is curious, asking to open it. He finds a large bag of recovery pills, grabs it with his hand, but is unsatisfied with the result. He asks what the hell this is and says that the system is so eager to see him hurt and that there's no product description, wondering what kind of third-class trash this is. After opening the jar, he smells something good and says he'll test it, since, in any case, he's already injured now. Thinking that even though the system is terrible, it shouldn't try to defeat him, he takes a pill. He notes that the effects are good, and the injuries he received from practicing the technique have healed. Feeling ready to go again and continue training, he keeps using the Sky Dragon Siege, being thrown away and injured again, admitting that he still can't do it, but with so many recovery pills, he'll surely master Sky by night, continuing to try. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Luo notices something strange, asking if he's trying to destroy the house, saying that at least he's a hard worker. Then, she hears notifications, fiddling with her laptop, checking the research, which says the people she's looking for are heading to the dark forest. Luo says she finally found them. The next day, Shu opens his eyes. On the floor, he realizes that he really fell asleep. He yawns, saying he trained all night, used up all the pills, and finally mastered the Sky technique. He goes to the bathroom, remembering the second-year student, and says that he'll challenge the battle tower today and test his new ability on him. In the kitchen, he notices that breakfast is ready, saying that having a wife is the best, putting his hand over his mouth and thinking that his tongue slipped, and if she hears, he'll be beaten again. Looking around, he wonders if she left early for school again. Meanwhile, at the university in Class 10, a voice says good morning to the class representative. Joe also greets him. The protagonist asks if anyone has seen Luo, noticing that she's not in the classroom. A student says that the two have been separated for some time, asking if he already misses her. Xu hits him on the head and tells him to be quiet. Zhang says it will be the end for him if Luo hears him. In the afternoon, Lin is still looking for Luo, as he didn't see her all morning, thinking he's so used to training together that without her, he feels lost. Jiang approaches and teases him, saying it looks like someone's been abandoned. Lin, irritated, pushes him, saying that he's going to the battle tower to climb the rankings, asking if they're coming. Jiang replies that of course they are. In the Sanctuary Academy's battle tower, people observe and comment that they heard Xiu defeated Zhou in the freshman ceremony and took the position of best freshman, wondering when Class 10 became so powerful, and that he's not strong enough to fight against a second year. The protagonist asks why it's so crowded today. Ping replies that they checked the school forum, and the whole school knows he's challenging Bao Huo. The redhead says someone spread the news on purpose to gather a crowd. Xiu asks if they're trying to embarrass him in front of everyone. Zhang says it's not over yet, and that he's rooting for him. In the battle tower, people comment that the Class 10 student has arrived, asking what level he will reach today. They comment that they bet he'll be forced to go back before even reaching the second-year student. Lin makes a gesture with his hand, saying that last time it took him 2 hours to reach level 20, asking how long it will take him to reach level 20. His classmates support him. Then, he reaches level 1. At level 2, he throws his opponent away, winning. He wins several times. At level 15, Zhang says that he's flying, like an airplane. The protagonist responds that the champions below level 15 are all grade 4 warriors, which is why it's easy. But from level 15 onward, they're all grade 5 warriors. His opponent asks if it's him who wants to challenge the battle tower and seems very arrogant, approaching and saying unnecessary things. Shu approaches with his Silver Thunder skill, causing a huge explosion and throwing his opponent far. He approaches and steps on his face, apologizing because he's in a hurry. The students watch and are outraged that a student lost so easily. Others comment that they're useless for letting a freshman pass through them. It's a shame. At level 20, the student says that they've met again. Lin calls him a loser. The boy insults him and tells him not to think too highly of himself just because he defeated Zhou, as he has already beaten him as well. Zhou, watching, tells him not to bring him into this. The protagonist replies that it's different because he defeated both of them. The boy tries to strike him, but Shu defends with his spear. The boy remembers freezing him, thinking that last time he made him suffer with his ice skills, and now he'll give him another taste. He then approaches with the frozen ice attack. Shu observes and asks if it's an ice attribute skill again, saying that he can also do that, using his ice-type Stormflower skill, causing several attacks. The boy is outraged, asking if this is an ice attribute, unable to believe it, as he thought his skills were fire-based. Lin asks if he's talking about this move, using his Phoenix Fury skill, throwing him far away, causing a serious injury to his opponent. The boy, lying on the ground, is surprised that he has both attributes, saying that he managed to fight last time and can't believe he lost so quickly. It is then announced that Shu is the winner again. The teacher asks what he means by quick, as he lost almost instantly, and the boy tells him to shut up, saying that this is only the 20th floor, and he has to defeat 4 more, and more people will reach the 25th floor. From the 21st floor onwards, everyone is an expert, until he notices that the protagonist is already on the 25th floor, asking how the champions from floors 21 to 24 lost so quickly and if they can still call themselves men. People watch and say that he still has the nerve to criticize others, as they all lasted longer than he did. Bao Hu thinks that just after one night, Lin already feels stronger. He hands the diamond card to the teacher. People, impressed, ask if it's really a diamond skill card, thinking it's extravagant to use a diamond skill card as a betting token, and that it's no surprise Lin challenged the battle tower, as they doubt anyone will be able to resist the temptation. Bao Hu, holding his attack tool, approaches, trying to strike, but Xu dodges. He thinks he didn't expect someone of this size to be so fast, noticing that his skills are flashy and powerful. Bao Hu tells him not to think about using movement skills to avoid his attacks. The protagonist asks who said he will dodge, using his Overlord Spear technique, causing massive impacts. The redhead notices that his spear wasn't as violent in the battle videos he watched, and this is a totally new type of spear. He barely dodges, asking if Xu is trying to prove he's more domineering. He says he'll show him what true domination is, using his gold skill. Lin dodges and already attacks with his technique. The two attack tools clash, causing a massive explosion. People comment that Xu is just a grade 5 warrior, but he's demonstrating so much power. The two are pushed apart, and the students continue commenting that a grade 5 warrior is facing off directly against a grade 6 warrior, and it's no wonder he's the best freshman. The protagonist cleans his injury and tells them to continue using his Phoenix Fury skill. Bao Hu is impressed with how hot the flames are, activating a barrier. The students watch and say that it's a defensive skill that only grade 6 warriors can use, and it really stopped the Phoenix Fury. Xu says that his shell is indeed very resistant. Bao Hu asks if he sees the difference between them now, and says that he'll never beat him if he can't break his barrier. He can even compress it to surround his body, and it won't affect his movements at all, telling him that he lost. Lin responds that the shell consumes a lot of source energy, especially when it's under constant attack. It will break when the source energy runs out, and his spear focuses on constant attacks. Using his Overlord Spear technique and Ice-type Stormflower, he tries to strike his opponent. Bao Hu says that the ice flames are extremely powerful, and despite the barrier, his movements are slowing down. The protagonist keeps attacking, using empowered attacks and Stormflowers. Bao Hu notices that his barrier was really broken. Without thinking twice, Xu continues attacking with Stormflowers, approaching with an intense aura to defeat him. Bao Hu, startled, asks how many variations of Stormblossom he has, as the barrier shatters into pieces, causing an explosion. People are surprised that his barrier was actually broken and notice that Bao Hu's weapon fell off the stage, wondering how he'll fight now, as he's taking a major blow this time. Tian observes and says that they're a bunch of idiots, while Hang says that his strongest weapon isn't the hammer. Xu says that his weapon is gone, so he's lost. Bao Hu laughs, getting up, saying that the hammer isn't his main weapon, and comparing it to his fists, he prefers the impact of his fists on flesh. After putting on gloves, he says that now the real game begins, using his monkey fist skill. Tian observes that he's increasing his combat power without any medicine, and this is the first time she's seen something like this. Hang responds that it's a rare skill, not seen anywhere else, but his family has been passing it down for generations. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lin thinks that the skill is similar to his rampage, wondering if there's a time limit or side effects. He uses his spear, putting it against his opponent's fist. He's surprised, asking if he really used his fists to strike his black thorn spear directly, but, just with his fist, Bao Hu throws him far, jumping and hitting him again, causing an explosion. He attacks again with the punching skill, hitting him once more. Class 10 students are worried about Xu. Bao Hu, without thinking twice, throws him far, causing severe injuries. He uses his Iron Fist Fury skill, causing large wounds. Ping notices that a hole has been pierced in the representative's chest, and Zhang can't believe it, asking if he forgot about his unique skill. Xu disappears. Bao Hu is confused and faces something attacking him from behind, asking if it's a clone. He says that Xu really can make a clone, and it's the first time he's seen such a strange skill. Lin thinks that, with his current strength, he can't match up, and will have to use Rampage to end the fight quickly. So, he activates Rampage. People in the stands are impressed. Tian asks if he didn't say that combat-enhancing skills are rare. Hang replies, saying that since when have such rare skills become so common? Using his Milky Way skill, emitting an incredible aura, he approaches and attacks his opponent. Bao Hu says that he needs to be at least as powerful to entertain him and fight to the end, thanking him, using his skill. The protagonist observes, wondering what kind of skill this is, thinking that his opponent is injured but getting stronger, and his rampage has a time limit. Once it's over, he'll be weak and definitely lose. So, he needs to be fast. He uses his Sky Dragon Siege skill. While Bao Huo uses his Heavenly Fury skill, he notices something strange as he can't see Lin. He realizes it's another clone. Watching, he's startled, finding flames and people lying on the ground, with a horse approaching, carrying a man in armor, which is the skill, Sky Dragon Siege. Bao Huo asks if it's an illusion, wondering if he really got trapped in it, and that the blood-colored general is using the same skill as Shu. He realizes that both the skill he used and his clone are fake, and this is the real skill, asking what kind of skill can trap opponents in illusions. Saying that he won't just sit silently, he uses his Gold Division skill with his fist. Still in the arena, multiple lightning strikes are emitted, causing an explosion, shattering everything around. The students in the stands, covering their faces, are amazed by the power, and even the stage is torn apart. Bao Huo approaches and says that he never thought Shu had such a powerful skill, admitting defeat. It's then announced that Lin is the winner. The Class 10 students celebrate the victory. Meanwhile, Hang punches the wall and says that Bao Huo is useless. Zhang approaches, asking if the protagonist is okay. He replies that he is fine, just a little weak, asking Zhang to hold him up. The professor hands him the diamond card, saying that it's now his. Shu says that this is one of the top 30 movement skills in the world. He laughs and says that he found gold, and who knew his opponent was so rich, handing out skill cards like that. Then he hears a voice telling him not to get too arrogant. Looking back, he faces Hang, who says that one day he will settle the score with him. Lin says that he defeated Bao Huo in a fight, asking why Hang is so upset. Then he realizes and asks if the movement skill card is from him, saying he knew his opponent wasn't that great and used this card to mark the fight. Asking if Hang wanted to teach him a lesson, saying he bets Hang never expected him to win. Sarcastically, he says that next time Hang wants to give a skill card, he should just say so directly. Hang gets angry and walks away. As night falls, Lin walks along a small path at the Sanctuary Academy when Tian calls out to hin. The protagonist asks if Hang is giving him another skill card and if he's there to challenge him. Tian says she bets he hasn't seen Luo today, asking if he's not curious about her whereabouts. Lin, intrigued, asks if she knows where she is. She replies that she was in the instructor building this morning and heard Luo asking Professor Nan for permission to take a 6-month break to go to the dark forest and save someone. Xiu is left confused. Tian asks if he's heard of the dark forest, explaining that it's a dangerous zone and only grade 6 hunters and above have dared to enter, asking if he thinks Luo can survive since she hasn't reached grade 6. The protagonist, furious, says that she's saying this so he can go to the forest, and if both of them are eliminated there, it would be the best result. Tian asks if he's not going to save his dear one. Lin responds that he will, but he'll bring her back alive. In the instructor building, Zhu thinks he researched some information about the Dark Forest on the Association's website last night, which was formed in the last century after a giant dimensional rift appeared, releasing a large amount of dimensional plants and organisms. The Alliance also posted some missions, but someone has already accepted all of them. In front of the instructor building, Ping asks why he's looking for Lin and if he's seeking conflict because the representative defeated Hang. The boy responds that he's mistaken. Then, the protagonist approaches and asks who is calling him. They all look at him. The doctor, in the Sanctuary Academy uniform, greets him. Xiu watches her, confused. Ruo quickly approaches, saying that she missed him, hugging him. Ping asks what kind of situation this is, and Zhang asks who this shameless woman is. The boy responds that they don't know either, since she just said she knew him but didn't think they were that close, and that their relationship seems anything but ordinary. Zhang, irritated, tells him to shut up and says she can see that. The protagonist steps away from her and asks what she's doing there, also wearing the second-year uniform. The doctor asks why she can't be there, saying that she was originally a second-year student there. Shu asks if she's not the doctor from Starflare Academy. Ruo responds that the academy doctor is her brother, and he had to step away for a while due to family issues, so she's covering for him. He's shocked and asks if it's that easy to replace a doctor and if she studied medicine. The doctor responds that it doesn't matter, and as long as she has the treatment capsule, lying inside it will cure any illness. Lin calls her irresponsible, saying it's a miracle that no one has been eliminated. Ruo says that her brother took forever to return to Starflare, and she rushed back the moment he returned, asking if he missed her. And she says she's heard about his accomplishments, that he ranked first in the G17 ruins, defeated Zhou to become the top freshman, challenged the battle tower twice, and, as expected, the boy who caught her attention. But she also heard that the witch from the southern class was transferred to class 10 because of him, and that they are living together now. She gets irritated, saying that she's trying to steal her man while she's not around. He responds that it's not like that, as it just happened that he rented a large villa and it seemed excessive, so he split the rent. She responds that she will move into a villa today, and then she can split the rent. Ping says that he's so envious, as two beautiful girls are fighting over the representative. Jiang, still irritated, mutters. The bald man coughs and calls out for Miss Ruo. The doctor asks what's wrong, and if the conversation with Lin isn't important. Guo feels awkward and tells her to continue. Ruo says they'll talk again next time, as there's something else to discuss, and they want to invite him to a school mission. He doesn't quite understand, as they are high-ranking students, and even so, they want him to join. The doctor explains that it's an S-rank mission, and they need to go to the dark forest to search for mutated black-tooth spiders. Although they are strong, Lin's fire attribute skills will be useful. The protagonist asks what he will gain from this. Ruo says she's asking for a favor, asking if he's asking for rewards, and says she doesn't expect him to help her for free. She adds that the reward for the mission is 500,000 points, and there are 4 more besides the 2 of them, and she'll give him 200,000 points, asking what he thinks. He thinks it's not worth much now, but since he's going to the forest, he'll do her a favor since the doctor helped him before. He asks when they'll depart. Ruo is excited that he agreed and responds that they'll leave the next day. At noon, they'll meet in front of the school gates. He walks and says that it's settled, and they'll have to make some preparations the following day. Zhang says that the forest is an S-rank danger zone. He responds that yes, and that he has his reasons for going there. Lei asks if that old woman charmed him and says he'll tell Luo everything. Lin says he'll hand over the keys to Zhang and tells them to train diligently and not slow down. And when he returns, he expects everyone to be at grade 4. Ping is shocked by the proposal. In the instructor building, a desperate voice asks if it's a mission to the dark forest, facing the professor, who says it's a very dangerous mission, and he is against it. The protagonist tells him not to worry, as he'll be fine, and will go with 5 second-year students, all grade 6 warriors. Nan, irritated, asks if he knows what kind of place the dark forest is. Xu asks if Luo didn't go to the dark forest. The professor is surprised and responds that her circumstances are different, and she directly appealed to the director, so he didn't have the power to stop her. Lin explains that he heard Luo went to save someone, and she's in trouble, so he has to help her, asking him to trust him, as they'll all return alive. Nan takes a deep breath and says he has to be careful. Lin thanks him. At the front gates of the Sanctuary Academy, some second-year students are gathered. Ruo calls out for Lin. The protagonist approaches, and upon seeing Bao Huo, asks if it's him again. Ruo says he's taking care of him and never thought there would be problems because of a diamond skill card. He pulls Bao Huo's ear and says he's punishing him. Bao Huo complains of pain, claiming he's already regretted his sins. He also says he didn't know Lin was a friend of Xiao's sister because, if he had known, he wouldn't have messed with him, and he asks to be friends. Xiu shakes his hand and says to forget it, adding that he should also thank him for the diamond movement skill card. Bao Huo replies that he came from Hang. The dirigible approaches them. Ruo calls everyone and says they will take the dirigible to a certain place, and then they will proceed on foot. In Blue City, they land at the airport. Xiao says that since the students often go to the forest for missions, the academy has a dirigible dedicated to these trips, along with accommodation and management. Blue City is the closest to the dark forest, and the scenery is unique, starting as dark blue and turning black. He then calls out to everyone and asks them to stay alert because he wants them all to return alive. At the same location, some young men are hiding, watching the Sanctuary Academy students. One of the employees says he saw them coming out of a small academy airship. The young master thinks about Luo and says that the Ice Queen is from the Sanctuary, and since she dares to eliminate members of his guild, he will have his revenge. He orders them to notify Maeda to ambush them outside the small town near the forest, and gather those in the city to support Maeda, adding that women should not be eliminated because it would be a shame to have them taken out. Sometime later, the academy students continue walking. Ruo says they rested in the city near the forest and left the next day until someone tries to attack them. The protagonist stays alert and asks them to pay attention. Bao Huo activates the barrier, protecting everyone, while the others keep attacking the barrier relentlessly. Bao Huo asks who they are. Ruo realizes that his barrier won't last long against these attacks, so he asks them to choose a direction to attack. Then, the barrier bursts. Ruo quickly runs with his ability, while Lin uses his Phoenix Fury. The girl uses her Flame Fists. The boy uses the Crescent Strike, and the bald man uses the Earth Chi Sword, creating a huge impact as he tries to strike them. However, all the attacks are evaded. A voice says that the rats have been expelled. Ruo throws his fan and orders them to eliminate them. Then, they rush to attack. One of their opponents says he's been burned. Shu uses the silent snow steps and says that compared to training with the sixth-floor gravity laser weapon, this is nothing, hitting him and knocking his laser weapon away. The man in black, irritated, grabs his hidden swords and says that his moves are strange because he can't hit him. He then jumps, using his crossbar skill, while Lin uses his overlord spear technique. The man in black tries to defend himself, but he can't, and is thrown far away. He notices something wrong as he falls, feeling the spear hit him in the middle of his legs and eliminating him. On the other side, Ruo is handling two opponents, but stays alert to Lin, saying he's so aggressive and that she loves it. The protagonist thinks she couldn't say such strange things in the middle of the battle. On the other side, Bao Huo hits his opponent with his fist. A man in black, frightened, asks his partner why they are so aggressive. He replies that they don't need to fight them head-on. They just need to buy time for the young master to bring reinforcements. Ruo overhears and says it's too late. They get scared and say not to approach. Meanwhile, the young master arrives with the reinforcements. Yosai says that Maeda brought 10 people, and they are already fighting with the academy's people. The young master says they don't even need to do anything since Maeda should be able to handle them. Yosai replies that Maeda said they won't be able to hold out much longer. The young master becomes irritated that they can't stop a group of students and asks them to wait 3 more minutes, as they will arrive soon. Yosai responds that Maeda can't hold them off even for a minute. The young master then orders his reinforcements to run. Yosai notices that the vice captain is the closest to them and asks if they should inform her. He asks if they should notify her and says that she will surely break through due to incompetence, but it's better to have something secure, ordering to notify her and run, saying to hurry, as it would be better to eliminate all of them, and they will go through a real hell when his mother arrives. Upon arrival, he sees his men and says they are all eliminated, observing the academy students. He says how dare they eliminate members of his guild, asking if they want to be eliminated. Bao Huo asks if he's with these assassins, and Zhu says that since they are together, they'll have to eliminate each one of them. The young master asks if the Sanctuary Academy students are so arrogant, and says that the Ice Queen acted the same way, and he will eliminate them before dealing with her. The protagonist asks who the Ice Queen is, and if it's a blonde girl carrying a long sword. The young master asks if he knows her and says yes, it's her, and she's quite beautiful, but has an icy personality. Shu asks him to tell them everything and promises to spare his life. A big guy enters the conversation and asks if a trash from the 5th grade dares to speak to his master like that, saying they are 5 6th grade warriors and that he will eliminate them. Kubo tells his men to show them the guild's power. The big guy approaches with his volcanic hammer. Lin dodges and says he's asking for the end. Then, he attacks him with his skill, Stormflower, closing in to attack again with the same skill. He lands several attacks, eliminating him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bao Huo is attacking the men in black, and Ruo is also attacking. The young master watches and asks what kind of monsters they are. The protagonist says it's his turn now and attacks with his storm skill. Ruo attacks alongside her butterfly dance skill. The young master is startled and hides behind the guild until someone activates the barrier, protecting them and preventing the attacks. They then face a woman. The young master recognizes her as his mother and is happy to see her arrive. One of the guild members says it's the vice captain. Mieko already places her hands on her sword, preparing. Bao Huo notices that around her is an orange source energy and that she's a 7th grade warrior. Shu asks if she's in the 7th grade. The vice captain wants to know how they dare harm her guild and attack her son, saying they must be tired of living. Ruo asks if she's on the A-list, wanted by the Alliance. Mieko says she didn't expect a girl from the academy to know her name and the reason for eliminating her. Ruo says this place is near the small city where there are Alliance guards and asks if she's not afraid of drawing their attention. She replies that if she were afraid, she wouldn't have set up the guild's base in Blue City, and anyway, eliminating her is like stepping on ants, and the soldiers won't save her. She then drags the sword along the ground, trying to strike them. Ruo asks everyone to be careful. They jump and dodge. The vice says they have good reflexes, which makes it more fun, trying to strike them again, but they dodge again. Ruo says that Shu, Bao Huo, and she will hold her off, and the remaining ones will take care of the rest. The girl replies that she understands. While the 3 surround the vice, the others head toward the guild. The young master takes something from his pocket, relaxed, as his mother is there, holding something in her hand that emits light while noticing the students approaching and trying to attack them. He calls them idiots, as this barrier device is made with the latest technology and doesn't need the user's source energy, and they could try for 3 days and nights, and nothing would happen. The girl says that since they want to be cowards, she will leave them in peace and help Xiao take care of his mother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mieko is using her abilities, causing an explosion, and an extremely strong aura, making them close their eyes and cover their faces. The vice captain says that if they were peak 6th grade warriors, she might feel some pressure, but they are nothing more than a group of 5th grade losers. All the students gather around her. She laughs and says she will eliminate them all at once, and just thinking about it excites her. She will start with Ruo because she loves destroying beautiful things. She then attacks and throws her away. She moves closer to attack again. Ruo asks everyone to be careful. Then, they all activate their barrier. The vice captain continues attacking the barriers, destroying them easily and throwing everyone away. Xiao and Lin are thrown into a tree. Xu helps her up, asking if she's okay. She replies yes, and asks if Mieko destroyed all the barriers with a single attack and if this is the gap in their abilities. The protagonist thinks that Rampage can increase his power to grade 6, and if he uses the powerful attack with another ability, he could land a fatal blow. But Rampage can only be used once, and he will need to catch her off guard to get better results. He observes the guy beside her and realizes he must be her son. Since it's her weakness, he can make use of that. Ruo asks Ling to pretend to attack while keeping an eye on the cowards and not letting them interfere at the critical moment. The others go all out, as they've sent a message and are just waiting for the Alliance troops to arrive. Then they approach, attacking with their abilities. The vice captain defends with her sword. Lin approaches with his skill, Stormflower. Mieko continues blocking, asking if it's an arcane skill and saying it's not bad, but since he's weak, he can't hurt her with that ability. She then attacks without hesitation. The students watch, worried about him, but notice it was the clone. The vice captain is confused, and the students are too. Mieko stays alert as ice-type blows, Stormflower approach her. She asks if it's an ice attribute and notices it's slowing her down. Baohuo observes that her legs are frozen and says it's now his chance. He then uses his fist skill, throwing her away. He gets excited about sending a 17th grade warrior flying. The vice captain quickly gets up and says they actually managed to hit her. Then they quickly approach her with abilities to attack, but Mieko hits them first with a strong aura. The protagonist watches and approaches with his spear to attack. The vice captain says he wouldn't be able to hit her with the arcane version of the skill, let alone the normal one, but she doesn't understand anything and starts to see two of him. Irritated, she asks if he's using that damn cloning technique again, trying to hit him, wondering if he's taking her attacks head on and getting closer, saying she's going to split him in half, but she misses again, asking how many clones he can make, getting even more irritated while Lin is above, surrounded by flames, trying to strike her. Mieko is confused, asking if he uses ice attributes because he's also using fire. Dodging, she wonders how a 5th grade warrior can conjure such intense flames. She realizes it's too late to dodge, so she'll have to defend. She then emits a yellow light. Ruo notices that she's going to use a barrier for defense and that they need to stop her. She then uses her butterfly dance skill. The vice captain can't use the barrier and blocks with her sword. Then, she causes a massive explosion of flames. Inside the barrier, the young master is concerned about his mother. Mieko plunges her sword into the ground and says she never thought a 5th grade warrior could humiliate her like this, and it seems she'll have to take her seriously. The young master feels relieved that his mother is fine, and the guild gets excited. Xu observes and says it's true, and since she's an A-rank criminal, the reward must be very high. The young master replies that his mother's reward is 100 million credits. Lin is impressed by the amount and says that if everyone works hard, they can divide the 100 million. Ruo says she was eyeing a new weapon. The vice captain asks if he thinks he can eliminate her. They approach and say they won't know unless they try. The protagonist uses his Phoenix Fury skill. Mieko observes and asks where he's aiming and if he's already tired. Lin laughs and says he wasn't attacking her. The vice captain looks beside her and sees the flames approaching the barrier where her son and the guild are. The rest of the students surround her. Meanwhile, Xu approaches the barrier, surrounded by several flames, and says that small turtles, even if their shells don't break, can still roast them with their flames. He then attacks the barrier. The young master panics, saying it's very hot, and asking what kind of flame this is. He says he can't stand it anymore, as it's too hot, and the guild members, also in despair, say they're going to be roasted there and eliminated. Without thinking twice, his mother starts attacking everyone around her. Ruo blocks, and tells her to wait for everyone. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the desperate young master says they need to escape quickly. Ling says that the turtles are coming out of their shells. They then approach to attack. The young master asks if they weren't fighting his mother, and why they are suddenly attacking them, but they continue attacking. Ling jumps on him to attack. The vice captain approaches furiously and tells them to get out of there. The protagonist notices that she can't control her anger anymore and says that now is their chance, asking what the redhead is waiting for. Baohuo replies that he's coming. Then, he approaches with his fury skill. Mieko doesn't understand why their powers suddenly increased, asking if they have abilities that temporarily boost their power. Then, they jump, using their skills with a terrifying aura. The vice captain asks if an attack from a 5th grade brat is really at the 6th grade level. Activating her barrier, she says she's already at the 7th grade level and can't believe it. She notices they continue attacking her barrier non-stop, and it starts to crack, eventually breaking. The redhead approaches with his skill and throws her away. Xiu touches his shoulder and says they should take this woman down together, and the secondary mission is all set. He then shows a place all red, with eliminated people on the ground. The vice captain, scared, quickly looks around, asking if it's an illusion, while it's actually the Celestial Dragon siege skill that Lin is using, and Bao Huo is using Celestial Fury. Mieko, irritated, says she'll fight until the end, and they both attack together. Meanwhile, she attacks with the Tyrant's Roar, causing explosions, cracking her sword, breaking it into pieces. The vice captain is thrown far away, creating a huge impact and being eliminated. Ruo asks if it's over. Lin tells her not to worry, saying it's done. Ling, excited, says she can't believe it, asking if they defeated a 7th grade warrior. The boy replies that they were just the extras, and that Xu and Bao Hu are the real MVPs. Ruo says that those two will get so close after just one fight that she's starting to feel jealous. Coming across a dirigible, Ruo notices that it's the Alliance troops, asking if they're arriving now that the battle is over, sighing deeply. The soldiers descend and ask if they were the ones who made the report, saying they're fine and asking if the report was false. Ruo replies that they can see for themselves and decide if they're lying. The soldier approaches the vice captain and is surprised to see that it's her, asking which organization they are from. Ruo asks who else is there besides them, and Ling says there's no need to be suspicious, as they themselves eliminated her. They are students from Sanctuary Academy and are here for training. The soldier says he heard that Academy students are all monsters, and now he understands why. He then tells one of his team to register the corpse and send it to headquarters, asking if anyone can give the card number since he will transfer the reward. Ruo asks the protagonist to give the card number, as they'll split it after receiving the money. He responds with his card number, and shortly afterward, the transfer arrives. He gets very excited and satisfied to have completed a secondary mission and transfers the money to everyone. The soldier calls for him, and then hesitates about the corpses of the rest. Xu says he'll have to bother them to take care of the bodies and not touch their equipment or backpacks, guessing that the guild must be quite rich. The soldier says that these kids really know how things work, and that they can ignore the bodies since the evolved beasts will take care of them, and they can only take the valuable items. After a while, a voice says that the vice captains and the young people's corpses are there. Daiki watches in indignation and orders his men to search for them, and that they must find them at all costs. In a small town near the dark forest, Ruo tells them to find an inn, as she and Lin are going to gather information at the bar. Meanwhile, at the bar, the two sit down. Xu says he thought only 6th grade warriors could enter the dark forest, asking why he's seeing so many 5th grade ones. Ruo replies that the place doesn't usually have many people, but their numbers have multiplied recently, and she's heard of the Ice Lotus Flame. Scrolling on her phone, she says she found it, and the Warrior Alliance forum has the latest news about the dark forest. It's noted that the rare Ice Lotus Flame appeared in the depths of a frozen lake deep within the dark forest, and it looks like a flame, but is cold and unique. The formation of the flame is related to the dimensional energy emitted by the dark forest, making it extremely rare, and there's a family willing to buy it for a high price. Lin thinks the Ice Lotus Flame could benefit Luo, wondering if he should fight for it since he's heading to the depths of the forest anyway. Ruo says that everyone there is after the flame, and there will definitely be a lot of fighting. She sighs, saying that it looks like the forest won't be peaceful, until some guild members open the bar door. Ruo observes and recognizes them. The protagonist responds that it looks like they're looking for someone, asking if they're looking for them. Ruo replies that she doesn't think so, as there were no witnesses, and they didn't take the items, so it will be hard to locate them. Xu says she's right, as it looks like the trip to the forest won't be peaceful. On the second day, they walk toward the forest's entrance, and a young man says that even Riffraff is arriving at the dark forest, asking if he's also there for the Ice Lotus Flame and if he thinks he will be eliminated before leaving the city. Lin replies that he doesn't know if he'll be eliminated, but he knows that the next time the guy opens his mouth, he won't leave the city alive. The young man asks if a nobody from 5th grade dares to speak like that. Xu approaches, and the young man also steps forward, saying he must be tired of living. But when they face off, the spear is already at his forehead. He freezes, thinking he's just a 5th grade student, wondering how he's so fast. Lin says that if he moves, he'll hurt him. The young man, scared, admits he was wrong. A voice tells him to have mercy and spare the life of his dog. The young man closes his eyes, thinking that the protagonist's gaze is terrifying and that he feels like he'll fall if he looks into his eyes. Xiu tells him to get lost, puts away his spear, and steps back. The young man, extremely frightened, thanks him and says he'll leave immediately. Walking, Bao Hu thinks he's very reckless. Lin asks if he thinks so. Ruo says he did that on purpose, as everyone there has hidden intentions and is eager for action, and by showing their power, they will have fewer problems in the future. The redhead says she's right. Ruo tells them to stop wasting time and walk quickly. In a small town near the dark forest, a voice tells the captain that 3 groups arrived in the town the previous day and are watching them. One from the guild is introduced, and it shows the 3 most suspicious groups based on the timing of the incident. The captain orders to send more trackers to follow them, who have signals in the dark forest, and to leave markings. She used her connections to get information about the appearance of the perpetrator from the Alliance troops, and as soon as the target is confirmed, she will rush immediately. Irritated, she mutters unnecessary things. Inside the dark forest, the Sanctuary Academy students walk. Bao Hu observes and finds the trees strange, asking who they are about to touch. Ruo tells him not to touch them, but he still grabs one. He asks what's happening. The herbs start moving and head toward him. The redhead dodges and says the trees are alive. Ruo tells Xiu to burn them because these things are afraid of fire. Then, Lin uses his skill to burn the creatures. But then, one of the trees notices the fire and pulls back, feeling the flames and running away. The protagonist asks if they're real trees and if they really ran away. Bao Hu responds that the trees grew legs. Xiao calls them idiots and explains that 20% of the trees have mutated into evolved beasts. The redhead apologizes and admits he was wrong. Ruo tells him to control his curiosity and stop touching everything. After continuing their walk, Xiao tells everyone to be careful until they spot a spider approaching. Ling gets scared as the spider is almost touching her neck. Lin throws his spear, eliminating the spider. It's noted that it's a grade 5 spider, and the protagonist asks if this is the spider they were looking for. Xiao replies that it's not, as they're looking for the mutant black-toothed spider, which lives deep in the forest, and tells them to be careful, as these beasts hunt in packs and their teeth are poisonous. Then, she notices they're getting closer and tells Xu and Ling, who have fire attributes, to attack, and the rest will defend. The 2 start attacking with flames, eliminating the spiders. Lin laughs and says not to steal his prey, thinking that 20 million EXP each isn't much, but there are tons of them. And when they eliminated the tyrant, it was a group effort, so he didn't get any EXP and will have to earn it all back. More notifications about eliminations come through. Bao Hu observes and asks why Lin is so happy, as if he's in an adrenaline rush. The protagonist asks if it's over, as they haven't eliminated enough yet. He sighs, thinking he's almost leveled up, so he really needs it. Ling thinks he's crazy. Ruo approaches and says he's the best, and there are many beasts ahead, and they can eliminate them until they're satisfied. Xiu says they should continue. They keep walking through the forest. The redhead, with his phone in hand, tries to check, but it's dark, and there's no way to tell north from south. The phones have no signal, so the GPS is useless. Xiao says it's already late and it's better to rest there. Ling, excited about the break, sits down on the ground, saying she's exhausted. Meanwhile, the protagonist is observing the system and notices there's a grade 6 evolved beast with rock-like characteristics. He then shouts at Ling to stay away from that rock, as it's a black rock venomote. The beast moves quickly, observing her. Ling starts screaming, not knowing what to do. Lin quickly approaches, picks her up, and takes her away from there. He sets her on the ground and says Yao already told them not to carelessly touch things in the forest. She thanks him. The beast approaches and they're all impressed by its size. The beast opens its mouth, emitting blue lights, causing an explosion. A voice says that the energy beam of this beast is terrifying. The redhead says they'll be eliminated immediately if they're hit. The protagonist replies that he likes it, thinking that when he eliminates it, he'll successfully reach level 26, calling the beast to come closer to him. The bald man approaches, trying to attack the beast with his sword, but realizes he hasn't made any damage. He realizes that its skin is too tough to hurt. Xiu leaps forward and says he'll handle it, using his Phoenix Fury skill. The beast opens its mouth, swallowing the flames. Lin observes and asks if the beast can absorb his flames. But then, the beast starts to release the flames to try to attack him. The protagonist, unscathed, asks if it's using its flames against itself. The beast then tries to attack him, causing an explosion. Xiu says it can already absorb the flames through its mouth, so he'll burn its back. He leaps and attacks with flames from its back, hitting it and creating cracks. He laughs, noting that he managed to break its shell with his flames. Suddenly, stones start flying. He's confused, wondering what that is. The monster starts creating very strong winds with sound. Lin says he realizes this isn't good, as it's its attack. Then, it starts to disappear, getting angry and striking the monster's eyes with his spear, making it roar. The redhead says it was good work. The beast opens its mouth, emitting an extremely bright light. Ruo dodges and tells everyone to be careful. The beast roars. The protagonist appears, saying that its eyes are the weak point, so he'll attack the other one and blind it completely. He then attacks with the Milky Way descend, hitting the other eye. The beast roars again. Xiao tells the redhead to help. Bao Huo jumps and uses his celestial fury skill, hitting the monster with his fist and throwing it far away. Xu quickly approaches the monster and strikes the eye again. He sighs, thinking it was another group effort and a waste of experience. He's upset about not getting the EXP. Ruo says that the protagonist put in a lot of effort to defeat the monster, asking if she should give him the crystal. The redhead replies yes, and admits he didn't do much. Xiao asks if he heard that the crystal is his. Lin smiles and thanks. Ruo places the backpack on the ground and sits down, saying the danger is over and they'll rest there. Since the big guy was there, the place should be free of other beasts. After a while, they walk and spot a hole. Xu curiously wonders what's with this big crack and says it's dark, and he can't see anything. Xiao hands him a lantern. The protagonist takes it and asks if it's a lantern. Ruo says that spiders are attracted to light, and as soon as they detect it, they'll rush toward the flame. When they turn on the lantern, they encounter several of them approaching, heading toward them. Xiao orders them to quickly remove the equipment. Xu, confused, asks what they brought. Ruo replies that it's a high-concentration flamethrower, an essential item for the forest. Lin, irritated, asks if everyone brought a flamethrower, since they made him do all the burning. Xiao replies that it's to save all their energy and tells him to relax, as he's still her favorite. Lin asks her not to say random things when they're having serious conversations. Bao Huo warns that the spiders are getting closer. They then use the flamethrowers together, while the protagonist uses his skill to burn them. Notifications arrive saying he has eliminated and gained EXP. They keep attacking, and more spiders approach. Xu asks where the black-toothed mutant they need to capture is. Ruo responds that on average, 1 in every 100 spiders is mutated, and it should appear soon. Then, more notifications of elimination arrive. The boy looks beside him, startled, saying there are more, and they're already coming out. Lin says he'll stay on the right side, thinking that all these EXP points and he's just burning them. More notifications of elimination and gains arrive. He gets excited as his EXP points keep piling up. The redhead notices he's excited again and doesn't understand why. Then, a giant blue spider approaches, jumping. Xu asks what's up with this spider, as it's huge, fire-resistant, and very fierce. He asks if it's one of those mutated spiders. Xiao replies yes, but since it's been mutated for a long time, it grew a lot, and they can't capture it alive, only those recently mutated. The protagonist replies that if he can't capture it, he'll disassemble it. As the spider gets closer, he realizes this one will give a lot of EXP. The fire in the weapon starts to decrease. The boy says they're almost out of fuel, and if the smaller ones don't show up soon, they'll have to fight with their hands. While Xu is attacking the spider, he tells him not to worry. As with him, the flamethrower is human. The bald man notices another black-toothed mutant spider, but it's small. Lin says he and Ling will hold off the spider swarm, and they'll catch the mutated spider. Ruo tells them to be careful and says they'll catch the spider and return to support them. Then, they surround the spider. The guild approaches hidden and says they seem to be the people the president described, and it seems that 2 of them are missing, and they should notify the president quickly. A woman approaches saying there's no need to bother the president with these matters, as she can handle small fries on her own. One of the guild members says these are the ones who defeated the vice president, and they shouldn't underestimate them. Keiko replies that none of them eliminated the president, and who would believe that? And if she takes care of these people for the president, maybe he'll be very happy and elect her as vice. And besides, I never said I was going to run and fight directly, because the strength of a ninja lies in assassination. Meanwhile, the redhead hits the spider with his fist, knocking it down. The boy and the bald man run with an item, trapping it. The 2 celebrate as the spider tries to escape from the chest, terrified, until they notice something strange. The boy asks if he heard something, until several ninjas from the guild appear. The boy realizes it's an ambush from the guild, as the ninjas try to attack them, dropping their attack tools and leaving them with no escape. Bao Huo calls out to them and runs toward them, only to encounter more ninjas. Ruo tells him to be careful until the redhead is attacked. He then retaliates, saying how dare they ambush him. Xiao tells everyone to gather and maintain a defensive formation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling observes and asks what's going on, saying she thinks the rest of their team is fighting someone. Telling them to run and check, Xu tells her not to panic, as there are plenty of helpers around. He then asks for her lantern. As Keiko approaches the team, she says they are already surrounded, activating her skill and telling the guild to avenge the vice president. The ninjas approach quickly to attack them. Lin appears and says they're the ones who are surrounded. Kako asks if he thinks he can surround them alone. Xu tells her to look carefully, asking who said he's alone. With 2 lanterns in hand, the spiders approach the area, and he says he brought some friends, throwing the lanterns at the ninjas. He says his friends like bright lights. The ninja is confused about what to do until the spiders jump on him, knocking him down. They then toss the lantern and run away. Kako orders one of them to use the fire skill. Then, Araki activates his skill, but is immediately attacked by Xu. The guild is worried. Kako calls him despicable for attacking from behind. Lin says he calls it assassination, asking if that shouldn't be her specialty. Using Phoenix Fury, he tells Ling to follow the black-toothed spiders for a while, and that the others can run and handle their wounds. Then, the rest of the team takes healing potions. Kako, irritated, approaches, saying that if they're going to be eliminated, she'll take them down, ordering the guild to run toward them and lure the spiders. The ninja says yes, and that everyone will be eliminated together. The protagonist asks if that's all they thought of, sighs and says they're a bunch of idiots. He then leaps, attacking with his flames and causing an explosion, with notifications of the spider's defeat coming through. More explosions follow. The rest of the team approaches, telling them to eliminate these little pests. They begin to fight the ninjas. The bald man grumbles, attacking the ninja, while notifications for Lin keep coming in with EXP gains from the spider eliminations. Then, the system notifies that he leveled up, showing his stats. He asks the system to add the points to strength. He gets excited, saying this is great. Keiko watches and asks what's up with him, as he doesn't look tired at all. The protagonist calls out to her, saying they're in for a good fight. Keiko gets scared, telling him to stay away from her, starting to ask for help. After a while, she presents the guild and the woman eliminated, with the students sitting on the ground. The redhead starts laughing, satisfied. The bald man says fighting both the spiders and the guild at the same time seems like the best achievement of his life. In the rift of the dark forest, Ruo notices that the guild left plenty of crystals and materials for them. Baohu says that with the crystals from the spiders, they're going to have a great haul. Xiao says they will also get good weapons from the guild, and when they return to the academy, they will divide everyone's share. The redhead says the mission is complete, and they can head back now. They are excited about their success, and the fact they can return. The protagonist says he has something to do, so he won't go back with them. Ruo asks what he has to do. Baohuo asks if he's not planning to get the Ice Lotus Flame. Xu responds that he doesn't care much about it, and that he's going to find someone. The redhead becomes curious. Xiao asks if he's not going to find the fox, saying that the kids from his class already told her. Lin thinks they're gossips and that he'll go back to deal with them. Ruo tells them to move forward, as she won't be going either. Baohuo asks why. Xiao replies that she needs to keep an eye on him so he doesn't get eliminated because of the fox. The protagonist says she doesn't need to do that, as he's not as weak as she thinks. Ruo tells them to go ahead and be careful on the way back. The redhead calls out to her. Ling says it's useless, as no one can change her mind, and calls for them to go. While the two walk, they come across eliminated bodies. Xiao approaches and says there are no signs of beasts, and it looks like a battle between warriors. Lin turns over a body and notes that the attack was relentless and decisive, with the wounds clean and showing signs of ice. He remembers Luo and asks if these people were eliminated by her, as the wounds on the bodies are the same. Looking to the side, he notices something, asking if it's Luo's sword. Ruo asks if he's sure, and he replies yes, that it's very important to her, and she always keeps it by her side. He takes the sword and says she must be in danger to leave it behind. Without her weapon, she's in even more danger, and they need to find her quickly. Xiao says it seems like he cares a lot, and that he didn't seem so anxious when he was ambushed by the guild. He replies that this is different, and that they were in numbers, while Luo is alone. Ruo says she won't provoke him anymore, and points out the tracks all over the place, saying she may have been chased in that direction. Zhu asks if she has a tracking skill. She replies yes, and that she knows many things. She sighs and says it's a pity that young people don't value their elders, and treat the younger ones as treasures. Elsewhere, some strange noises are heard, along with voices. Lin says someone is fighting there and that it's better to check it out. Xiao asks if it wasn't the roar of a beast, and says it's not a fight between warriors. He says it's better to talk to them, as they might have seen something. When they look, they spot a man being attacked and thrown far, with a beast chasing him. The protagonist pulls him out of the way, causing the beast to hit its head on a tree. The young man thanks him, and he replies that it's no problem, he was just passing through. The beast approaches. Then, Xiu uses his Phoenix Fury skill, burning the beast. The people nearby are impressed by the type of skill, as it instantly burned the bull. Lin continues attacking the beast with the same skill. The young men tell them to stay back, asking how the fire can be so hot. The protagonist throws the beast away, thinking that this beast is really pretending to be eliminated. The young man thanks for the help but says they worked hard to weaken the bull and appeared to reap the benefits. Xiu doesn't quite understand and asks if he wants the crystal. The young man replies yes, and that he's quite smart, as they worked hard for it, so they can't just give it away for free. Since he helped a little, he asks what they think about giving him some of the beast's skin. Lin thinks that anyone who tries to steal his crystals ends up eliminated, and says that since they've wrecked it, they can have the crystal, but he won't fight over it. The young man approaches the bull and says that at least he knows what's good. Then, he says it's a grade 6 evolved crystal, and when he goes to touch the bull, the beast opens its eyes, throwing him away and charging toward him. The young man grumbles as the protagonist approaches to attack the beast, striking its eye and eliminating it. The injured young man curses him and asks if he did it on purpose, since he knew the bull wasn't eliminated. Xiu says it's his fault for being careless, and who knows if it's eliminated or not. San gets irritated, and the other young man holds him back, telling him to treat his wound quickly and saying it was Lin who eliminated the crazy bull, but he really needs the crystal and the beast's horn. So he swaps the crystal from his hand for the bull's crystal, saying it's from a fire attribute evolved beast, so it will surely be useful. The protagonist replies that it's fine and that he can keep the bull, taking the sword he had stored, asking if they've seen a girl with silver hair and a cold attitude. One of them says he's seen the sword before. Desperate, Xiu runs to the boy to ask what happened when he saw it and where he saw it. The boy replies that he saw a silver-haired girl with a cold gaze using the sword, and she was being chased by many people, led by a woman with a mechanical arm. Lin asks about the woman, wondering if she's an enemy of Luo. The boy asks why he has the sword and what happened to the girl. The protagonist sighs and says he's also looking for her. He thanks the boy for the information and leaves. After a while, they sit around a campfire. Xiu says she can sleep first, as he will train and keep watch at the same time. Ruo says that with a beautiful woman like her, his reputation will increase. She takes the crystal from her bag and wonders how it relates to her reputation. She starts training with the crystal until someone tries to attack. They get startled, looking to the side and dodging. Xiu asks who the person is. The captain approaches and says he finally found him. Lin asks if he's from the guild and notices he's a 7th grade warrior. The captain introduces himself as Daiki Kubo, the guild president, and says they dared to eliminate his wife and child. The protagonist asks if he's the leader, and if he's not on the bounty list, and if he knows how much the reward is. Kubo looks confused. Xiu says that, since they're deep in the forest, he bets even the Alliance army wouldn't dare seek his corpse, but he could take a photo of it and claim the reward when they leave the place. The president calls him arrogant. Lin thinks he's an idiot for getting excited over just a few words. Then, he activates his Phoenix Fury skill, and Zhao activates her butterfly dance skill. Kubo asks how these ants dared to ambush him. Using his celestial dragon strike, attacking with an extremely strong aura, Ruo watches in shock as she observes the flames and the president's skill. The protagonist wonders if he divided his flames with one attack. Kubo approaches, attacking again with his skill. Xiu is impressed with the skill and notes that he can't dodge it at all. The president attacks with his Earth Dragon strike, but notices the barrier, asking if it was blocked. Observing that it's an even stronger barrier than a normal one. Lin, inside the barrier, thinks that, even though they're both grade 7, this man is much stronger than the woman, and the grade 5 warrior's defense was added. Otherwise, he would have landed a hit. Zhao tells him to be careful. The protagonist uses his skill again. His spears pierce through his heavenly dragon skill and he manages to dodge his strike. The president watches, attacking again, thinking he'll see how many hits he can block, wondering how a grade 5 warrior can resist his attack with all his strength. Indignant, he asks if he was eliminated so easily, and where all that impressive defense went. He watches him disappear and realizes it was a clone. He's disappointed. Then, Xiu approaches with his skill. Kubo is confused by the ice attribute. After being attacked, he asks if he wasn't using fire just now. Ruo says it's an opening and attacks with her butterfly dance skill, hitting him with her fan on the arm. The president yells and asks how they dare hurt him. Furious, he curses them, attacking with his crossbar skill, but notices it was another clone. He looks to the side and says he knew it was a clone, asking if he expects him to fall for the trick twice. He attacks again with his skill, hitting him. He laughs and tells him to explain his sins in hell, but notices it was a clone again. He's angry and asks what kind of martial art this is, and how can he clone twice in such a short time. He quickly looks around and gets confused, asking if it's an illusion. Lin approaches. The president asks what kind of move that is, saying it's powerful. Then he activates his diamond skill, saying the skill may be strong, asking what a weak grade 5 can do against him, attacking with the Black Dragon Frenzy skill, causing several impacts followed by an explosion. The protagonist falls to the ground. Xiao gets worried while watching him fall, causing injuries. Xiu says, as expected of a grade 7 warrior, he broke the dragon's siege easily. Kubo says that for a newbie like him, being eliminated with his diamond skill is an honor. Lin says unnecessary things and thinks that the rampage cooldown has ended. If he activates it and attacks him with Empower Strike, even if he doesn't eliminate him, he'll injure him badly. He prepares to activate Rampage when a voice approaches, asking where he found that sword. The protagonist asks who's there. The boy takes the sword from his bag. Xiu says that sword is his and tells him to return it. The president asks who he is and tells him not to interfere with his business. The boy asks for answers. Holding the sword in his hand, he approaches and asks where he found it. Lin, irritated, tells him to take his dirty hands off it. The boy grabs the spear and says he wasn't so angry when he was beaten before. The protagonist is indignant for having let him grab his spear with one hand. The boy, with the sword in hand, says it seems like the sword is important to him. Kubo watches from a distance and notices the boy is mysterious and very strong, feeling like they've met before. He then decides to attack first to gain the advantage, activating his skill. The boy observes and asks if a mere insect dares to ambush him. The boy prepares to attack. Kubo watches, startled, and the boy attacks with his Starbreaker skill. The Prota stands there, mouth agape, with the president being defeated in one move. Thinking that it's no surprise the system couldn't display any information about him, wondering if he's an 8th grade warrior. The boy asks what he thinks, since he helped solve the problem, and asks if he can talk about the sword now. Xiu responds that he never asked him to help, thinking he stole the experience points. With the phone in his hand, he thinks he was a 7th grade warrior worth tons of experience. The boy, somewhat confused, asks what he's doing. Lin responds that he's a high-quality wanted criminal. Then he's going to take the photo and claim the reward from the Alliance troops. The boy calls him strange and thinks that since he was the one who eliminated him, the reward should be his. He asks if his name is Lin, and if he's from the Sanctuary Academy. The Prota asks how he knows his name, since they don't even know each other. The boy responds that the owner of the sword told him. Xiu asks if he knows her. The boy coughs and introduces himself, saying his name is Huantian, and Luo is his sister. Lin says that then he's his brother-in-law, but realizes he's said too much, and he says he's her older brother, and that they really do look alike. However, Luo never mentioned having a brother, asking if he's also looking for her. Huantian responds that he went to the academy, but heard she went to the forest alone, so he came to the location. The Prota comments that he heard from some warriors that she's being chased by a woman with a mechanical arm. Huantian is still trying to figure it out. Xiu says that since they are siblings, he must know some of her enemies. He responds that he trains outdoors and rarely goes back home, and asks what he thinks about them searching together, because with him around, no one would dare provoke them. Lin asks if he knows where she is. Huantian responds that he has no idea, but from what he understands about her, she's making trouble to get away from her enemies, and will definitely go to a place where warriors gather. The Prota asks if Luo is then heading toward the Ice Lotus flame, and how does he know where the flame is? Huantian shows his flame detector. Xiu looks thoughtful, somewhat confused about her brother, wondering if he's here for her or for the flame. Then they walk. Lin asks if the device can really know the flame's location. He responds that it can, and notices someone ahead. The Prota asks if the device shouldn't be detecting the flame instead of people. He responds that any warrior in that place is there for the flame, so it must be in that direction. Xiu says that, since they are all there for the flame, they will see them as competition and try to eliminate them. He responds that, if they try to attack them, they will simply eliminate them. Lin remembers Luo and says that tone really reminds him of someone. A team walks, and a young man asks if more people are arriving. His teammates respond that it's only 3, and their auras don't seem strong. The Prota approaches them and greets them, saying he's not there for the flame and asks if they've seen a girl with silver hair, cold as ice. The young man responds that in their world, you have to pay for information. Xiu says he's not asking for free, but first, he needs to see if the information is worth something. The young man says his bag looks full, asking what he thinks about showing what's inside, and if something stands out, he'll give the information. Lin sighs and says he'll ask someone else, but the young man blocks the way, asking if he's bothering him. and if he just wants to leave. The Prota asks what else he should do, attacking with his spear. The young man tries to block but is thrown far away. His teammates joke, saying he can't handle a 5th grade kid. Asan responds that the boy doesn't fight fairly. Getting up, he says that a few crystals won't fix this now. Then, he approaches to attack. The two continue fighting. The others watch and comment that he's just a 5th grade warrior, but can fight like a 6th grade one. Hwantian observes and says that it's not bad, and that his sister really has an eye for talent. Ruo asks if he won't help, and if he didn't say that no one would dare mess with them. Hwantian replies that his help wasn't requested, and besides, he can say that the Prota won't lose. He asks what her relationship is with him, and why she keeps following him, saying that he understands she likes him too. Xiao replies that actually, she is his girlfriend, and that his sister stole him from her. He answers that that's her problem, and that being rivals with his sister is dangerous because even he himself has to block her when she's angry. Meanwhile, in the fight, the weapons are facing each other. Asan's teammates say that he looks a little weak, asking if he doesn't need their help. Asan replies for them to do whatever they want, just finish it quickly. Then, the boys rush to attack, surrounding the Prota. Ruo gets furious seeing this, and asks if he's just going to watch his future brother-in-law get eliminated. Hwantian sighs and replies that he seems so calm that he wanted to wait, and there's nothing he can do if it's his future brother-in-law. Xiao activates her butterfly dance skill, trying to hit one of them, but the boy is already preparing, blocking. Ruo takes her fan back and asks if they look invisible to him. The boy replies that he was planning to leave her for last, but since she's so impatient, he won't hold back. Then, Hwantian activates his skill. The boys are surprised, being eliminated with just one strike. The rest watch, outraged that they were eliminated with a single blow, all of them grade 6 warriors, asking if he's really that strong. Hwantian says they don't need to thank him, as it was nothing. Shu thinks about the experience points, as a grade 6 warrior is worth a ton. Hwantian observes the rest of the ones left and asks if they will come to him alone or all at once. One of them says that it was the 3 of them who offended him, that they have already been eliminated, and asks him to spare their lives, handing over their backpack. Putting all the backpacks on the ground, he continues saying that he doesn't intend to attack and asks for mercy. Hwantian says he's quite skilled and tells Lin to grab the backpacks. He replies that he understands. Taking the backpacks, he thinks he lost points, but managed to get some crystals, which are also not bad. Hwantian says that since he's being cooperative, he won't make things hard for him and will see him around. The guy watches him leave the location. One of the team says that the guy is also grade 7, just like that man. And in addition, there are a lot of them. The guy asks if they didn't feel the intent to eliminate from the guy, and even though he was holding back, he could still feel how intense it was, explaining that an aura like that is forged through mountains of corpses and seas of wounds, and if they fight with him, they could all be exterminated. In another place, the 3 continue walking. Hwantian says that he has the courage to face a grade 6 student in front of many, and says that the 2 can share the things of the 3 losers since he's not interested. Lin gets excited and thanks him. Hwantian says that he's still very weak. Shu observes and thinks that these brothers, remembering that Luo says the same thing, think that they're all proud monsters. Hwantian notices something wrong, attacking with his sword and eliminating a bee with a single strike. The Prota says that it's a grade 7 bee and one of the most poisonous creatures in the dark forest, asking how he saw that. He replies that it was through the intent to eliminate, because when it was about to attack, he could feel the intent. And it was the same with those little ones before and with the 3 warriors, because at the moment they attacked, he could feel the intent to eliminate and used it to predict their attack patterns. Shu asks if he can really feel something so elusive. Hwantian replies that this instinct can only be perfected through countless battles and endless shedding of wounds, and if he can't feel it, it means he hasn't eliminated enough people like his sister, who can also feel the intent to eliminate others and anticipate actions. But since she hasn't eliminated as many people as he has, she's a little weaker. Lin starts to think that she acts decisively because she feels the intention to eliminate the opponent, wondering if it's because she's temperamental and attacks those who disagree. Her brother says she really has a bad temper. Then people run by, saying that the location of the flame has been confirmed and it's ahead, at the mountain peak. Hwantian observes carefully and asks if he heard correctly that the flame appeared. The Prota says that, judging by how anxious they seem, it must be true. Hwantian notices that the device is reacting and pointing to the position of the warriors. He runs and calls them to go there. Shu thinks that he says it's not because of the lotus flame, but he's so excited. At the mountain peak, Hwantian says it's there, and they need to climb the cliff because the icy lotus lake must be at the top. He activates his skill and says he won't wait for them and will go ahead. Lin asks if he thinks it's great just because the level is high. Then, she starts setting up her skills. To cross, she uses the silent steps. Hwantian observes and asks if it's a diamond movement skill, saying it's impressive. Ruo uses her hands and feet and says they are terrible, and not at all gentlemanly, not even knowing how to take care of a weak girl. Then various people are shown at the mountain peak. Xiao finishes climbing and says she doesn't need a man to climb. Facing numerous people, she asks what all these warriors are doing there, and if she didn't say the flame is at the bottom of the lake. Hwantian asks if they don't understand the lake, saying he will show them. He then kicks a stone. When the stone falls into the lake, it cracks into several pieces. Ruo notices that it turned to dust. Hwantian explains that since the icy lotus flame appeared, it changed the properties of the original water of the lake, so it now has extreme yin energy, and anything that touches it turns to dust as if it were burned. However, warriors above grade 6 can resist the energy using their power source, as long as they aren't injured, though it consumes a lot of energy unless they desperately absorb crystals to replenish their source. Even so, it turns to dust in less than 3 minutes. And it's at the bottom of the sea and hasn't bloomed yet, and can only be harvested with special tools. After it blooms, the warriors will be waiting patiently for it to happen. It's the calm before the storm. The Proto looks around and says he doesn't see Luo, asking if he didn't say she could appear there. Hwantian answers that she could, but not that she will. The water nearby starts to bubble. Xiu approaches and says it's changing. Hwantian says he would stay away if he were him, until suddenly, grade 6 beasts jump out of the water. Lin is startled and says to stay away because the poison from these snakes is deadly. Hwantian says he knows what he's doing. Then a beast attacks a boy's arm, corroding it and leaving only the bones of the arm. A young man then approaches and, with a machete, cuts his arm off. The boy starts crying, lamenting his arm. The young man tells him to move away quickly, and the other says not to let it bite him, until suddenly, a snake leaves him without a leg. Hwantian asks if they can see that even on the shore it's not safe, as its poison has the same properties as the lake. The lake's water begins to bubble again, and more snakes emerge. 2 boys run away, saying the snakes are coming back. The beast approaches with its giant mouth. Xiu asks if the snake can jump that far and attacks with his Phoenix Fury skill, burning the snake. Then a voice greets them, and they face a young man who says his flames are impressive, asking if he wants to join them and fight for the flame. Lin replies that she has her own team. The young man asks if it's just 3 people and only 1 grade 7 warrior, saying he's too weak, and asks them to look at the group that's watching them. The Prota asks if he means those guys and says they've already eliminated 3 of them, and they wouldn't dare provoke them, asking why they should be afraid. The boy says it seems they've found some strong helpers, and should consider joining them, using the flame ability just to help deal with the snakes, getting their share once they obtain the flame. Xiu says there's no need for that, because if they think they can do it, then let them come closer. The boy grabs his sword and says it's fine if he doesn't agree. Lin watches closely, and the boy says that in that case, he's his enemy now and attacks. The Proto blocks, asking if she is part of their group, calling her Kim and stating her rank. He asks if they tried to ambush him when his guard was down and if a warrior of that rank is resorting to low tactics. The boy is confused, asking how he knows his name. Xiu mocks him. Kim gets annoyed, activating her ability, and the other guy approaches, asking if he thinks he'll let him escape after eliminating 3 of them, telling his brothers to eliminate them. Hwantian asks if they are 4 students of rank 7 and says it looks like he's heading for an elimination and they better prepare. He says there are too many, and he can't protect both of them when the fight starts. Ruo, annoyed, asks if he didn't say no one would mess with them. Hwantian says this is for the Prota's training, because to feel the elimination intent, he must survive near-death experiences. He tells him to eliminate anyone who has elimination intent directed at him. Lin says to attack. Then, the 3 activate their abilities. Kim says the Prota is the weakest there, so she'll take care of him first. Xiu observes, and thinks that this guy is at the start of rank 7, but still too much for someone of rank 5 like him, and if he doesn't use his rampage ability, he won't last long. But Luo hasn't been found yet, so it's not the time to use his trump card, and this guy thinks he's an easy target, so he's underestimating him. He'll have to catch him off guard, but they notice the snakes are back, and he tells everyone to move away. Kim wonders what to do, spotting a snake approaching. She runs toward Lin and says she'll get a significant elimination, using him as a shield. But Xiu disappears. Kim realizes it was a clone and gets angry for being tricked. Then, she creates a barrier and says a simple snake couldn't break it. Xiu approaches and asks if she thinks he can't break it too. Then, he uses the Strengthen Strike ability, causing cracks and breaking the barrier. The snake quickly approaches, biting Kim's arm. She starts desperately screaming in pain. The snake continues to bite. Lin asks if she feels the flames coldly and will give her a taste of extreme heat. then attacks with Phoenix Fury. Kim says not to be arrogant and asks if a rank 5 student thinks they can eliminate her, trying to block the attack but getting thrown far away. The Prota approaches and says he only needed to knock her down. Kim watches, terrified, and is pushed into the lake, falling immediately. She starts screaming in pain as her skin corrodes, leaving nothing behind. People watch, shocked, but since she lost her left hand earlier, she melted easily due to the wound. The others from the team approach the Prota to attack, but notice another snake approaching. Xiu watches and uses his clone ability, making the snake move forward and attack her opponent. The opponent's teammate pushes the snake, making it approach Xiu and bite him. Ruo watches and gets worried. Huantian is the same. Lin doesn't fully understand, asking if he's really okay. He looks at his hand and wonders if it's because of the fire and ice attribute. People watch, even more shocked, not understanding how his skin didn't melt from the bite. More snakes emerge from the lake. The Prota thinks of an idea and lets the snakes bite him. People are even more outraged, as he was bitten and still didn't melt. While the snakes bite him, he says it doesn't melt him, but it hurts. Then he laughs as if he thought of something and starts running after the people with the snakes, who panic and beg for help. People even doubt if he's human, saying it's cheating, using the snake's power, but it's better not to mess with him. The water in the lake stirs and more snakes emerge, but with a larger one. Lin is impressed by the size, while the giant snake devours people with its enormous mouth and ends up using its body to attack the Prota, throwing him far away and making him fall into the water. A young man laughs and says he was carrying the snake's children, and of course, he's being hit, receiving what he deserves. Xiao immediately approaches the lake, concerned about him. Huantian tells her not to go and to be careful with the giant snake, and since he didn't melt when the snakes bit him, he'll be fine. Meanwhile, the snake continues attacking and people run in desperation. Underwater, Lin is lying with his eyes closed. After opening them, he realizes that the snake's bites didn't melt him, but his whole body feels like it's burning due to the lake's water, and wrapping his body with the energy of the source seems to help him resist for a while. He observes and wonders what the white light at the bottom is and if it's the ice lotus flame, thinking it's a wonder, wondering if it's Luo. While everything calms down outside, underwater, the Prota approaches and realizes it's really her. Luo wonders how he ended up there. Xiu tries to make gestures, thinking he was looking for her, but ended up being thrown into the lake, wondering if she can understand. Luo wonders what he's trying to say with all the commotion. Then, she grabs his hand and pulls him. He wonders where he's being taken, until he notices something shining. He's surprised, wondering if this is the ice lotus flower, thinking it seems like it's not yet throughout the whole forest. It starts to bubble underwater. He wonders what that is, if it's an underwater earthquake, and notices the flame is blooming, starting to open little by little, while outside, Ruo and Yue's brother are surrounded, until a man shouts, asking what's going on and if it's an earthquake. People start saying the earthquake is coming from the bottom of the lake, until they notice the movement and the water glowing, realizing the flame is blooming. A young man says the lotus flame is his. Others argue, saying it's theirs, and jump into the lake. Xiao says many people are jumping and hopes the Prota is fine. Huantian replies that the boy is smart and will be fine. While many of them are underwater, Lin notices the warriors are jumping toward the flame until someone touches it. Upon observing, he comes across Luo, who calls him. Xiu thinks they should hide and let them fight amongst themselves first. Then, he hides behind a rock. A young man approaches the flame, saying it's his, but another approaches, attacking him, and runs to the flame. The young man who was attacked begins to feel great pain from the injury caused. His skin starts to peel off until everything disappears. Meanwhile, others continue fighting and end up getting hurt, disappearing. A bald man laughs as if enjoying what he's seeing. Then, he approaches the flame, touching it. Lin observes and thinks it's bad, but when the bald man touches the flame, he gets melted. Zhu is surprised and thinks that he doesn't think one can touch the flames directly with their hands. A boy appears trying to attack them. Then the Prota's pet comes out of the bag and attacks him, causing severe injuries. Xu observes and wonders if it was an ambush, but thinks that, luckily, Raleigh reacted in time. People notice Lin and recognize him, but the Prota isn't happy to have been seen. People can't understand how he's still alive and ask who the girl by his side is, saying she must be hiding to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Then, they advance and say they should eliminate him first, trying to hit him, but Lin dodges. Annoyed, he asks why they're following him, when they could fight amongst themselves. He thinks that, since he can't use his fire ability underwater, he uses another move, injuring them and throwing them far away. While being attacked, they scream in pain. Xu is shocked by his silver fists being so powerful underwater. The people are irritated and curse him. Lin asks why they're surrounding him when he didn't attack first, and it's not his fault that the water conducts electricity, but notices something looking at his side, wondering if Luo is going to break the lotus flame. One of them notices and says the girl is trying to steal the treasure. Then, he immediately runs toward her. The Prota attacks him before he can reach her, and believes she must have seen that his thunderous punch can hold them off for a while, hitting the others and causing a great impact. Meanwhile, Luo approaches the flame with equipment and grabs the ice lotus flame, observing Lin and signaling to leave. Xiu smiles, as if understanding. The group wonders how she harvested it so happily and asks what the wallet in her hand is, as it hasn't melted. They then surround her, saying the flame can be taken. The Prota is happy she managed to get it and tells everyone to stop there, hitting them with his fist. As they become paralyzed, they start cursing. Xiu tells them to leave, then to exit the lake. Ruo runs, calling out for the Prota. She hugs him, and is excited to see that he is fine. Luo watches, somewhat confused, and asks who the girl is. Xiao asks the same question. Lin introduces them, saying Ruo is her old friend and Yue is her classmate. The two get into a conflict, not understanding each other well, so the Prota tells them to calm down, as they are allies. Huantian greets his sister. The blonde responds that she has no brother like him and tells him to go away, until someone spots the lotus flame. They run towards it, saying it is now theirs. The Prota asks if they can stop arguing until they get past this. Huantian agrees, as there are many people watching them, and they can argue later after dealing with the others. They ask if they think they can defeat them, as there are 4 of them, and only one of them is at level 7. The gray-haired one asks, "Level 7?" and tells them to open their eyes and look again. They spot it, and are surprised, realizing he is level 8. Huantian tells them to come closer. One of them says not to be afraid, as there are many level 7 warriors, while he is just one, adding that with numerical superiority, even ants can defeat an elephant. The gray-haired one tells them to come and try, as it has been a while since he went out for an elimination. Xiu notices something strange with the flame and says it is dissipating. Huantian says the flame will dissipate quickly after leaving the lake, so it needs to be absorbed now. Lin asks if right here, with so many people watching. The brave one says he will take the lead and tells him to deal with the idiots. The Prota thinks that this time, he will protect her. He then tells Luo to focus on absorbing the flame while they protect her. Yue stays silent, while Xiao says he disagrees, as there are too many of them. Xiu asks her to stay by Luo's side. Ruo tries to say something, but Yue interrupts her, saying she will absorb it now. Then, the girl, as cold as ice, begins to inhale the flame. The group becomes even more furious upon seeing this, but they are struck by the gray-haired one, who asks where his opponent is looking. Without thinking twice, he attacks him with his fist, throwing the opponent away and causing a massive explosion. People are outraged that he managed to pulverize a level 7 warrior with just one punch, and even though he is level 8, his power is simply terrifying. Huantian says it is too late to be scared now. A boy approaches and thinks he is clever, believing they can continue fighting because the flame will be his. Then, Xiu approaches with her spear to stop him. The boy asks if a level 5 student dares to attack him. Lin, confidently, tells him to try it. He uses his Ice Storm Flower skill. The boy is confused, as he thought his skills were only attributed to fire, asking how he can use an ice skill. Still confident, he says this little frost means nothing to him, until a snake approaches and attacks him on the nose, causing his body to be corroded. The Prota asks if he now understands the reason for the ice attribute and says the guy in the lake doesn't like fire. But people run towards Xiu, cursing and ready to strike. Lin says they are dishonorable for ganging up on him, adding that, luckily, when he fell into the lake, he caught several snakes. People try to dodge and complain, saying the snakes are being thrown like darts. Meanwhile, Luo continues absorbing the flame until a guy appears wanting her to stop absorbing it. But Xiao defends with her butterfly dance ability. The guy notices someone behind him. Without even giving him time to turn around, he just feels the attack from the gray-haired man. Ruo watches. The Prota asks why Huantian came back, and if he took care of everyone in front. He replies that they are just a bunch of rookies, and it didn't take more than a few minutes. Looking around, he finds everyone eliminated. Xiao watches, indignant. Xu is impressed by the speed. Then he presents a dissipation. The bully, with his eyes closed, recovers and asks if they liked the move, and if they want him to teach it, saying he can do it. He adds a condition, to become his disciple and go with him to the Dark World. Lin doesn't quite understand, and wonders if he's from the Dark World, introducing it, thinking that the Dark World is a region abandoned by humans, full of powerful evolved beasts and criminals wanted by the Federation. A voice approaches, saying not to listen to him. Facing Luo, still absorbing the flame, She says the prota won't go with him and won't follow his steps. The gray-haired man asks if she isn't going to focus on absorbing the flame properly, asking if she can still worry about her boyfriend. Yue tells him to shut up. She notices something strange and soon starts coughing, becoming surrounded by an even stronger aura. Xu worries. Huantian says that if she gets distracted while absorbing such a powerful energy source, she'll turn into an ice sculpture. Lin asks if her brother is just going to stay there and watch, what they should do, and how they can help her. The gray-haired man asks what he can do if he doesn't know any fire skills. The prota understands that he needs a fire skill and says that he has it, the crimson lotus flame inside him. He activates his lotus flame and extends his hand. Xu touches Luo with the flame and thinks it consumes a lot of origin energy, but it's fine because he has crystals to absorb. The bully realizes that Lin doesn't hesitate to use the grade 7 crystal for his sister and realizes that he really loves her. After a while, some crystals are absorbed and Luo, still with her eyes closed, feels relieved that she has finally finished absorbing. Yue thanks him, and he replies that she doesn't need to thank him for something so small, asking how she feels after absorbing. The girl replies that yes, she absorbed completely, adding that now she can release white flames. The prota says that he can do that too and shows that his are crimson flames. Luo continues with her white flames while Xu has his crimson ones. The flames collide, and Lin asks what's going on. Huantian calls them idiots and tells them to hurry and retract their flames, asking if they don't know that fire and water don't mix. Yue closes her hands, retracting, and the prota makes the same movement. The gray-haired man explains that the two flames are powerful and opposing energy sources, and if they collide, the resulting explosion would be too much for even a grade 8 warrior to handle. The girl watches thoughtfully. Xu is impressed by the strength, asking if this means they can fight a grade 8 warrior. The bully replies that yes, and that this will be their trump card from now on, adding with a fusion technique. The two girls get angry and tell him to shut up, then attack him, throwing him away. After a while, Huantian says that since his sister has finished absorbing the lotus flame, the mission is over, and he bids everyone farewell. Lin says she remembers him arriving empty-handed, with a giant person. The gray-haired man replies that he just took from the corpses of the warriors, and these are all his war spoils. The prota, curious, affirms that the crystals are good, and asks what happens with all the random weapons, and how a level 8 warrior still cares about these things. He replies that it's called being frugal, and that he can't leave empty-handed. Luo asks if he came here specifically to help get the lotus flame. He replies that yes, and because she's his sister. The bully says goodbye and tells them to be careful. Lin says that her brother seems cool and asks why she was so harsh with him. Yue explains that her brother was sent to the dark world at the age of 7 to defend himself, but he survived and became rank 8, though he sacrificed his soul to the darkness and became a beast thirsty for wounds. Even though she tries to control him, one day she won't be able to. Ruo says that her family sent him there so young, which is very cruel. The girl responds that this is why her family remains strong, as weakness is a sin. As it gets darker, the prota warns that they can't delay, as the warriors will be looking for the flame. He observes the eliminated people and adds that her brother eliminated everyone, so while they leave, no one will know they have the flame. Luo says that they can't leave yet. Xu asks why and says she heard she came to save someone, asking if she hasn't found the person yet. She responds that this was a lie she told the school and adds that she's not there to save anyone, but to eliminate someone. Lin doesn't understand very well, so the girl explains that 3 years ago, she joined 6 companions to hunt an evolved rank 8 beast in the ruins of the End. She adds that they worked together to eliminate the evolved beast, but then, she continues that Haojia, a woman from their team, attacked them to take the rank 8 crystal for herself. She goes on to say that her 5 companions were eliminated, and she barely survived. Then, with everything that happened, she swore in front of her companions' bodies that she would eliminate the woman to avenge them. She adds that she received news that Haojia was seen in the dark forest and didn't expect her to become the leader of a warrior organization. She continues explaining that she was outnumbered, so she deliberately led them to the Lotus Lake and pretended to fall. A warrior with an ice attribute can survive for a long time in the lake, so she used the air pockets between rocks at the bottom to hide and wait for an opportunity, which was when she saw him. She adds that Haoji thinks she's eliminated, and she didn't join the fight expecting the warriors to eliminate each other so she could participate and reap the benefits. So, she will definitely return to this place. Xiu asks if she plans to wait there. She answers yes. Lin says that then she will stay and help. Ruo gets angry, saying the woman might not show up, but other warriors will, and they could be rank 8 or lower, asking how she plans to fight against them. Yue replies that she absorbed the flame and is at rank 7. The Prota says that fighting high-level warriors is his skill. A day later, people pass by. The three, hidden behind the bushes, Shu asks if it's them. She replies yes. Lin says to ambush them near the Lotus Lake, adding that they will hide among the corpses for an ambush. Xiao says that he has some extreme preferences. Yue says she won't hide under a corpse, adding that they should hide in the bushes, and she notes that they are getting closer. Heoji arrives at the location and is surprised to see several eliminated bodies, adds that she sees a blue-haired guy and says she knows him. He's a rank 8 warrior. The woman observes and says that from the way their injuries are placed, they weren't fighting among themselves, and someone eliminated them. So she asks who could defeat so many warriors. She adds and orders her men to dive and check if the lotus flame is still there. They try to say something, but she doesn't let them and says that as long as they're not injured, they can use the energy from the source to protect the body. They observe and stay silent and follow the order, jumping into the lake. Luo, hidden, thinks it's perfect and realizes she can eliminate them under the water. Heoji tells the rest to spread out and check the bodies for crystals and clues. The bald man observes the bodies together and says that these bodies are starting to smell, holding his hand over his nose. The bald man spots something shiny and, being very curious, approaches the bodies together and goes to investigate. A colleague of his spots him and comes closer to see what's happening. Suddenly, he is hit by a spear, getting eliminated immediately. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, one of them with a lantern searches for the lotus flame and notices that the place is empty, until two young men make gestures pointing to the side. Yue suddenly appears, attacking him. Without thinking twice, she executes him. Luo watches the other two, wondering if they're trying to run, thinking it won't be that easy. She runs toward them and attacks. One of them tries to escape. The girl quickly moves towards him. He tries to call for help, but is eliminated with just one blow. The team notices something strange in the lake and informs the boss. Meanwhile, Lin is hiding behind the bodies, sighs, and notices that she exposed herself too quickly. Then, she has the idea to catch them off guard and use a big attack to eliminate a few more. A boy watches, scared, unsure of what to do. Shu keeps attacking with her flames. The redhead realizes someone is ambushing them from behind, and the boss tells everyone to be careful. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, and some of them scream in pain, causing a huge impact. Xiao approaches with her ability and strikes two at once. Meanwhile, Luo exits the lake. Heoji protects herself with the barrier while telling her team not to panic, to retreat, and to get into defensive formation. The three approach and take attack positions. The boss notices them together and asks if Yue thinks she has a chance with low-level people supporting her. The girl replies that it's more than enough to eliminate her. Then, Heoji runs and says she will take care of the woman in the middle, leaving the other two with them. Then the rest of the team moves closer to attack. The two girls start fighting, until, suddenly, a huge impact happens while Shu fights two opponents. She notices something and thinks that even though Luo has reached the 7th rank, she's still fighting against an 8th rank, so she needs to get rid of these people quickly to help her. With her spear in hand, she takes an attack position. She uses her ability and throws them far away. One of them looks and asks why he's so strong if he's only 5th rank. Xiao approaches the Prota and tells him to go help the girl because he can handle these guys. Shu asks if she can do it alone. Ruo tells her not to worry. Then, he runs to help Yue and attacks with his spears. Heoji notices and asks how a simple ant dares to ambush her. Then, she uses her blade cut to attack him. Lin falls to the ground. Heoji can't believe he was easily eliminated and realizes it was a clone. Quickly, Lin attacks her. The boss gets angry and attacks both of them, throwing them away. Heoji throws a spy ring to hit them. Shu notices the ring approaching and quickly defends with her spear. The boss laughs, enjoying what she sees, and the ring pulls away, returning toward the Prota again. He asks if the ring can curve. Heoji continues attacking with more rings. They approach the boy. Shu asks if it's the ring again. She tries to dodge, but can't avoid them all. The boss tells him to have fun with the rings, moving toward Yue and saying that now it's her turn. The two approach at the same time. Heoji attacks with her ability. Luo tries to defend, causing a huge explosion while Shu is dealing with the rings. She's frustrated for not being able to control their trajectory and thinks this is bad because Yue can't handle that woman alone. Then, she observes and wonders if that woman has psychic abilities, since she's controlling 3 rings with her mind. She notices her mechanical arm and understands that it's not mind control, thinking that since it's an electronic device, it must be weak against high temperatures. She activates her Phoenix Fury ability. Heoji mocks her and asks how high the flame ability of a 5th-rank newbie can be, as her rings are made of heat-resistant metal, but quickly changes her mood, seeing her rings being destroyed. She asks if the boy's flames are that powerful, and if it could be the crimson flame from the mutated world. The Prota says he didn't expect her to know about that and confirms it. Luo appears behind her and asks where she's looking, attacking with the ice fire cut ability. The woman realizes it's ice fire and defends with the barrier, asking if she really devoured the ice fire. She gets angry and says the two of them are very lucky. Yue replies that it's all thanks to her, because if she hadn't been thrown into the lake, she wouldn't have been able to do it. Lin says they are a couple chosen by the heavens and asks if she is scared now. Luo tells him to shut up. Xu says they should get rid of the third wheel first, and attacks again furiously at the phoenix. Heoji, inside the barrier, says that even though the flame is strong, in the end, it is still grade 5 and cannot be eliminated by it. The girl approaches with her ice-cutting skill. The leader says it seems she hasn't fully absorbed the flame, and if she eliminates it, she can take the rest of that energy from her body, and asks if they've lost. Yue asks who said she would attack her. Xu says they will collide and starts running. The men watch from afar and ask what's happening, as the aura is extremely strong. Ruo calls them maniacs. The leader is confused, as they fired a shot and ran, asking what's wrong with them. Then a very strong aura of ice and another of crimson flames collide. Heoji asks how this energy can be so powerful, becoming desperate and starting to scream. The smoke moves, causing a huge impact on the ground with large cracks. The Prota observes and says their fusion technique is incredible, as it defeated an 8th grade warrior so easily. Yue hits him and tells him to shut up. Ruo appears with her clothes all torn and calls them maniacs, asking that they inform her next time they're going to use that skill. In the Blue City, people walk. Xu asks what happened and why the place is under lockdown. Then, she passes through a detector, and when Luo tries to pass, the guard tells her to wait because the device is malfunctioning and can't continue scanning. One of them whispers that the captain's old habit is working again. The bald man says she's about to be escorted. The excited soldier says he'll have to search her personally. Yue says that if he moves again, he'll be eliminated, and then hits him in the groin. The bald man asks how she dares, and the other aims his weapon and asks what she's doing. Lin says they've already passed the scan, and he's clearly looking for trouble. The captain says these people are refusing to cooperate and orders them to arrest them. One of them approaches and says there's so much noise and wants to know what they're doing. One of them gives the report, explaining that these people refuse to be scanned, suspecting they're connected to the thieves, and they are preparing to arrest them. The colonel asks if they think they can catch a 7th grade warrior, telling them to explain what's going on. Luo shows knowledge and calls him by name. One of them asks how she dares to casually say the colonel's name. The colonel shows knowledge as well and hits the guy who intervened. Yue asks what he's doing in the Blue City. Zheng replies that he made a mistake in sky and was demoted to this place, saying he didn't expect her to be in the city, and asks what happened. Luo replies that this guy tried to take advantage of her and was about to eliminate him. The colonel gets angry that he really dared to mess with the young lady and must have a desire for elimination, and orders him to be arrested. The girl asks what happened in the Blue City. Zheng explains that a treasure of inestimable value was stolen from the city lord's mansion, so the entire city is locked down, and for the next few days, only entry without exit will be allowed, and if she has nowhere to stay, he can arrange it. Yue replies that she doesn't need it and has her own place. He tells her to take care. They walk away from the place, and one of the soldiers asks who they are. The colonel replies that she is from the Luo family of Sky City, and they don't hesitate to eliminate in broad daylight. Lin is curious about how powerful her family is, as even the city's defense officers showed respect. The girl replies that it's none of their business. After some time, at the Sanctuary Academy, they enter and go to the counter. The Protea asks where everyone is, as it was as busy as a market. The receptionist asks him to be careful with his words, and how dare he compare their prestigious branch to a market. With the blockade, there aren't many people, so he gave everyone the day off. Ruo asks if there is any airship returning to the academy today. The man replies that the last one already left, and since the entire city is under lockdown, no one can leave. He adds that until the lockdown is over, they will have to stay there, mentioning that he can get a large, luxurious suite, and no one will be staying in it anyway. Xu responds that a luxury suite must be really expensive. Very irritated, he asks if the old man is trying to deceive them to earn points. A card slams onto the counter, and Luo says they will book the most luxurious suite. Lin is left confused. The man runs the card through the machine and says she is so generous, and it is on the 18th floor, costing 10,000 points for one night. The Prota, still extremely angry, asks if it's really that much for one night, and why not just rob them, wondering if he knows how hard it is for students to earn points. The man tells them to rest well and not leave that night, as there is a curfew and it's dangerous. While in the room, Shu is lying on the bed and comes to terms with the price of the luxury suite since it has everything he wants. Then, he sits up on the bed and hears noises from the living room, wondering if Yue is still training, thinking she is a training maniac. He leaves the room and finds the two of them looking out the window, asking why they aren't sleeping and what is so interesting. The two remain focused, and when he goes to look, he sees an airship approaching. They notice that the airship starts catching fire. They are frightened. Lin notices that it's coming toward them and then runs, telling the two to get out of the way. The airship gets closer and closer to the glass, crashing into the academy right where they were. Xiao is thrown far away, and so are the two. The airship begins to catch fire. The ship's door opens. Men in black descend and say that the city's defense force will arrive in 5 minutes, so they should take the opportunity to leave the building. They realize there are people there. The Prota, lying on the ground, puts his hand on his head, saying it feels like he's going to split in half. The leader says he's just a grade 5 student, so they will leave him for them and, after dealing with him, asks them to meet them downstairs. Then, they descend carrying a chest. The redhead, holding a sword, says the boy is unlucky. Xu is still a little dazed from the blow, but Xiao quickly approaches with her butterfly dance ability. The redhead asks if there are more people. Lin blocks his sword and asks if, in addition to invading his room, he's still trying to eliminate him. He grabs his spear, activates his Phoenix Fury skill, and attacks him. The bald man activates the barrier and asks if he thinks people like him can defeat him. Yue approaches and assumes an attack position, then strikes. Ripping off his own arm, he says he doesn't want to be eliminated yet. Lin watches the guy running and says he's smart because he tore off his own arm to escape. Suddenly, the building starts shaking. The protagonist asks what level of battle this is, as he can feel it from the 18th floor. Ruo says that besides them, the only person left is the receptionist, and to manage the deep blue branch, he must be something else. Luo runs, saying they need to help, and Lin says it's not to help, but to watch them fight. Meanwhile, the airship is on fire and people are fighting, being thrown far away. The men in black are frightened and ask what the hell he is. The old man replies that he's just a janitor and asks if they stole the treasure from the mansion of the Lord of Deep Blue City. The young man tells him to get out of the way and threatens him. The janitor tells him to leave the chest, and he will let him go. The young man replies that only in his dreams, as he risked his life for it. The old man says then he'll have to eliminate him and take it, until the armless man arrives running, saying they have a problem, and their partner has been eliminated. The boss insults him, saying he can't handle 3 students. The redhead says one of the girls is level 7 and also has the ice lotus flame from the Black Forest. The boss is outraged that they have the flame. The redhead says his arm was injured by the ice lotus flame. The old man wonders if it was then the 3 brats who stole the flame, thinking it's as expected from students of his institute, until Lin arrives and asks if the janitor is okay. The old man replies that he's fine, just needs to stretch his old bones, and thinks that in a crisis like this, he'd still be worried about someone like him. The boss orders 2 of his men to take care of the students, and the rest eliminate the old man, telling them to eliminate them. Then, the men approach to attack, and the old man says no one touches a finger on his academy students while he's here. He then makes a hand motion, releasing a powerful force and throwing them away, causing a huge impact. Then, he runs towards their boss and the remaining ones, striking them and throwing them away as well. The protagonist asks if he took care of them so quickly, and who the hell this old man is. The old man replies that he's just a janitor. He approaches the chest and says he'll see what kind of treasure could make the city guard go through so much trouble. When opening the chest, they find a stone. Xu asks if it's a meteorite. The janitor replies that yes, and that he's smart, saying it's a rare forging material, and asks if he wants it. Lin asks if he's giving them something so valuable, and says that the city guard must be arriving soon, and it's too late to run with it. The janitor replies that he's only giving it to him because he cares about him, that he has his ways of dealing with the guards, and asks if the girl is from the Luo family, and since he owes a favor to the family, he says to consider this as repayment. The protagonist says giving something that isn't his and calling it a favor is ironic, but so generous. Then the janitor opens the stone, and they find a crystal inside. Lin asks if he wasn't going to give it to them and what this is. The old man replies that he was referring to the crystal inside the meteorite, and although it's a good material for forging, it can't compare to even 1/10 of the crystal, and tells them to hurry and store it because the city guard is almost there, explaining that the city lord's property doesn't know about the crystal inside, so they only need to return the meteorite to them. Suddenly, there is an explosion, and armed guards appear asking everyone to put their hands on their heads and allow them to surround the building and not let any of the criminals escape. The janitor asks if this is how they invade a branch of the Sacred Orchid Institute. The captain apologizes and says he didn't know they were there. Yue asks if the old man's surname is Xia. The prota asks if she knows who he is. The girl replies that he could be Xia Xing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance, one of the founders of the Sacred Orchid Institute. Meanwhile, the captain apologizes and says they followed the thief's airship and had no intention to offend. Xia says he took care of everyone, and that there's one more up top, asking if the chest should contain the lost items, and suggests they take a look. Zheng thanks for the help and says to perform facial recognition on all the subjects and check the items inside the box. The soldier says the subject's identity has been confirmed, and they were the ones who stole. Another one says the meteorite has been confirmed but broke into two. The captain responds that it's fine as long as the meteorite is complete and no pieces are missing. The girls look at each other. Xiu sighs, relieved that they don't know about the crystal inside the meteorite. Zheng says the colonel asked to thank them again, and for all the damaged parts of the building, there will be a team responsible for free repairs. The janitor says he's thoughtful, and to thank him. Then, the soldiers leave. Xia says he'll arrange other rooms for him, and not to worry, as there will be no charge. Xiu says they won't even stay a night on the 18th floor, and it's already been destroyed. The old man responds that their branch is not responsible for natural disasters and accidents, and they can go back to rest as the airship should be able to operate normally. The next day in the building, Lin yawns and says he's so sleepy and asks who starts construction at 3 or 4 in the morning, making it impossible to sleep. As they walk down the stairs, the prota is impressed by so many people. Ruo says the issue has been resolved, and normal operations will naturally resume as they used to. An employee recognizes the three and hands them letters, saying it was especially instructed by Xia, and informs them that the airship will depart from 9 a.m., and they can rest in the waiting room. Xiu asks about the old man and thinks that, in fact, he's the vice president of the Sacred Domain Academy. She replies that he left early to take care of other matters. Upon opening the letter, they find an evaluation of a star-level martial artist. The prota gets excited and says this is much more valuable than a common martial artist evaluation, and that the old man, though a bit despicable, is a good person, and he knows he owes them one. He thinks that there are still 6 months until the evaluation, and he must work hard, or a fifth-order martial artist will be a star and a laughingstock for others. Then the airship approaches. A voice recognizes Ruo and says he didn't expect him to come here to do missions as well. Ruo says he's more afraid of hurting his face, so he never goes on missions. Jin says that this time he's been tasked by the Dean of Instruction to complete an important mission in the desert city, and tells the protier that he's sitting in this seat and orders him to go elsewhere. Xiu asks who he thinks he is to order him to leave the seat. Jin asks what he said and if he's a fifth order, thinking that he's sitting with 2 beauties and will humiliate him in front of them. He says he politely asked him to vacate the seat, but he's being arrogant and disrespectful. Lin responds that people like him never deserve special treatment. Jin strikes him. The prota doesn't retreat and also attacks him. Their attacks collide, and Jin steps back, screaming in pain, saying that the young man is so cruel, immediately attacking someone. Xiu says he should be grateful to be on the Sacred Domain Academy's airship. Otherwise, his hand would already be gone. Even so, Jin approaches again, trying to strike. Lin asks if, with his effeminate voice, he dares to threaten him, until someone shouts for them to stop. The teacher tells Jin that he dared to disregard the academy's rules and fight, and when they return to the academy, he will report this to the Dean of Instruction, and he will be confined for 3 days. Jin says he is innocent, and that it was he who started it and almost lost his arm. Lin says that he is going to play the victim then. The professor says it doesn't matter who started it, and they will both be confined, and if, during the remaining journey they dare to fight again, he will incapacitate them first. Then, he leaves. Jin says being stuck at the academy will give him a surprise. The prota thinks the guy is crazy, as if he wasn't stuck there too, and asks why she didn't speak for him when the tutor was there. Luo answers that being confined will be good for him. Xiu asks what good confinement could do. The girl replies that he will find out later. Then, the airship approaches the academy. They disembark. Lin says he will report to the southern professor. Ruo says he will get the points for this mission, and then transfer them, he thanks, and asks if Luo shouldn't report to the southern professor. Yue answers that no, and that she directly asked for leave from the director. The prota tries to say something, but she walks away. Then, he walks up to the professor and says he's back. Nan asks if he can't give him a break, and says he just got back and is already fighting with someone again. Xu responds that he just got off the airship and asks how he knew about it. The professor throws the tablet at him and says the notice was announced, and the vice principal was also called, so it would be hard not to know. Lin asks if the academy office staff processes student matters so efficiently, as usually asking them to do something can take half a month. Nan asks if he shouldn't worry about where he's confined. The Prota asks where. The professor answers that it's in the Thunder Kingdom, in the northern district of the Academy, and explains that the principal has been creating many 8T-level Thunderbirds, and they can attract natural lightning, so the places they are always full of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and if struck by lightning attracted by the beast, one will be severely injured. Although treatment can be received in time, it won't be eliminated, but the pain of being struck by lightning and getting burned is something not everyone can endure, and says that he is just a 5th level and can't use the circle for protection, so it's even more dangerous. Shu ponders that it's the Thunder Kingdom, and that's why Luo and Jia said it's good for him, and that now, the electric shock training in the gravity room, even at maximum power, is useless, and maybe this kingdom can take his electric shock resistance to the next level. Nan says he has an unconcerned look, and that he will know how scary it is to be confined in that place. And moreover, Jin would have completed an important mission for the Academy this time, so he only got a written reprimand, and doesn't need to be confined. Lin says it's unfair and asks why he has to go to prison when he just went through hell and back and hasn't had a good rest. The professor says he can't blame anyone for that and that he can rest, and the next morning he will take him. Then, the Prota approaches his dorm and asks if it's Federal Logistics and if she is back and busy with online shopping, until he's surprised by what he sees and asks what that is. Luo asks him to deliver the black light spear and the meteorite crystal. Shu asks why, and she answers that she is helping him forge it. Lin asks if she can really forge weapons. Yue throws the equipment into the machine and says it's a fully automatic intelligent forging machine. The Prota says she's throwing his equipment and the crystal like trash and asks what that means. Then the machine starts to release smoke, and Luo says the forge will be done in 3 days. Shu says she's very skilled for having a forging machine like this at home. She replies that Cloud Merge has 10, and they're more advanced than this one. Lin says this one must not be cheap. She answers that it's not expensive, only 100 million Alliance coins. The Prota is outraged by the price and asks if she spent 100 million just to finish his report for the Southern Professor. Luo asks if 100 million coins is a lot. Shu says he doesn't want to talk to a rich person. At the Sacred Domain Academy, Northern District, Thunder Kingdom, the professor and the student are standing in front of the gate until they see lightning being emitted. Lin says that the lightning is intense. They walk towards the Holy Orchid Institute, Northern District, Thunder Domain Record, entrance. The instructor calls the Prota and mentions the number of days in confinement and that the identity has been confirmed. Until Zhu looks to the side and sees a student being carried on a stretcher, needing emergency treatment, and they say to take him to treatment 4. Lin says this guy is so pitiful and asks what he did. The instructor answers that he was caught stealing martial arts cards from others, has 5 days of confinement, and has been carried back 8 times in 4 days. The Prota asks if people in confinement are almost eliminated and then revive to be hit again. The instructor replies that yes, and as long as they aren't eliminated, they continue to be hit until the confinement period ends. Lin says this is very cruel. The instructor tells him to take off his clothes and put them in the locker, then follow him. Shu asks why he needs to take off his clothes. The instructor replies that it's not like he has to be naked, he can stay in his underwear, and this is to prevent people from deliberately using insulating clothes, and asks someone to help him. He says he doesn't need help and will undress by himself. They walk to a location, and the instructor says he has to stay there for 3 days, that his condition will be monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that immediate treatments will be provided, so he doesn't need to worry about losing his life. The people there say another unlucky soul has arrived and is only in 5th place, joking that he will be taken down in less than an hour. While the Prota observes the beasts flying in the sky, he asks if this is the legendary Thunderbird level 8, and if there are so many of them. A bald man tells him to stop looking around, adjust his state, and get ready to endure the lightning. Shu thanks him. He closes his eyes and thinks that he didn't expect the spiritual energy to be so abundant. And it's not surprising because without spiritual energy for recovery, they would likely be eliminated on the first strike. Then a voice says that the Thunderbird is starting to summon lightning and they should prepare. The sky fills with lightning, and the birds begin to strike, causing a huge impact and throwing them away. The birds continue to attack. Then the bald man activates his barrier, and many others activate theirs as well. Lin watches and asks if these guys can really activate protection, saying it's unfair. Then, suddenly, he gets hit and starts screaming in pain. People look and say he didn't last even 15 minutes, until a notification arrives for the Prota, indicating that thunder energy has been detected and the passive skill Devour is being activated. Zhou looks at his hand and the notifications, noticing his experience points skyrocketing, and although his body is in excruciating pain, the sensation is incredible. He wonders if he should use his cultivation technique now, thinking that this golden lightning energy might really temper his body. After a while, the lightning stops. The staff says he is being eliminated and needs to be taken away. Lin replies that he is fine and doesn't need treatment. The staff member asks if he is sure, as he is practically fried, and tells him not to force it, as he will really be eliminated. The Prota says he is fine and tells them to leave, not to waste their time, as he needs to be hit by a lightning bolt. The staff is confused. The veteran approaches and says he is so excited after being struck directly by lightning that he is amazing. Xiu asks when the next lightning will strike. He replies that in an hour, and that he can use this time to meditate and recover his strength. Lin responds that he will have to wait another hour. The veteran thinks that he has never seen anyone so excited to be struck by lightning. Then the birds begin to strike again, causing huge impacts. The medical team takes 2 patients, and one of them asks if these thunderbirds receive some kind of injection, as they have been summoning lightning for an entire day and night, without resting. The other responds yes, and that they usually rest at 9, but they didn't. Then they notice something and see the Prota making various movements, wondering if he's really low tier and if he's unaffected by the lightning, and how that's possible. They think that, at first, he seemed to struggle, but after just 1 day, he completely adapted to the lightning. One of the medical team says that he's practically a non-master. Meanwhile, Xiu notices that he's leveled up once, and will be at least level 29 after 3 days of confinement. And when he reaches level 30, he will be a 6th level martial artist. He says that, besides that, the Silver Lightning Fist and Devour abilities received major improvements. He gets excited and says for the lightning to roar louder. The medical team observes and thinks it looks like his brain has been fried. One of them says to look because the birds are acting strangely and could alert the director, and that the Prota's arrogance may have angered the Thunderbirds. Then the birds approach. Xiu starts running and asks why the birds are attacking him. The medical staff say this isn't good, as the birds are following him. One of them asks how much of a jerk he must be to make a flock of birds attack him like this, and tells them to inform the director quickly. While Lin runs desperately, he stops for a moment and asks if this flock of birds can intimidate him. Then he uses his technique, throwing them away and leaving them defeated. He realizes that the move really works, and he accidentally created a new martial move, needing to give it a name. He says he's going to call it Electric Spark and add a bit of fire. Then he makes hand movements, emitting his abilities and attacking them. The medical team asks if he's really a 5th tier, and if the director was notified, and why hasn't he arrived yet, because if he doesn't come soon, the director's Thunderbirds will be eliminated. Then the professor arrives and asks if the Prota is all right. Upon observing, they see the boy sitting calmly with all the birds defeated. Nan asks if those birds were all hurt by him. Lin responds yes, but there's no need to worry, because they're fine, and he knows his limits. And the little creatures are also guests of the director. The director observes and says that he knows these are the director's little creatures, and he entrusted these precious Thunderbirds to him. He asks how he's going to explain this now. The professor says the birds attacked first, and he was just defending himself, unable to stay still until being pecked to the end. The director says this student is absorbing the lightning that the birds attracted, and the Thunderbirds were only stimulated by their food protection instincts when they attacked. Lin responds that it wasn't intentional, and that he's been cultivating lightning-related arts. The director replies to take the boy to the infirmary, and that he will report the incident. The Protea asks if his confinement is over. Zhang responds that he came for confinement and ended up eliminating all the thunder in a single day, so the confinement will be extended, and even if there are no more lightning, he will stay for 7 more days to reflect on his actions. Xiu says it's really not his fault. Then, in the dorm, a voice says they're back. Lin approaches and asks if they missed him. Luo asks if he really destroyed all the birds and that his lightning abilities must have improved a lot. The Prota responds yes, just a little. Yue says that the black one has already been forged and can try channeling the lightning to the standards of the spear. Xiu likes the design and says it's ridiculously beautiful. He moves closer to her to give a hug and says it suits him and that he's very grateful, and words can't express it. Then Luo hits him, throwing him far away. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin is lying on the floor saying that he just got out of a 7-day solitary confinement and was electrocuted until completely burned. He asks if his pet can't let him sleep a bit more. Then the pet tries to say something. The Prota doesn't understand very well and asks if there's something strange in his backpack. He opens the backpack and is startled by what he sees, coming across an egg cracking open and a bird hatching. Xiu notices that he was shocked. The bird starts making noise. Then Lin picks it up and notices that it's cold and very comfortable, and says he has a theory that they recognize the first creature they see as their mother, so he asks if it's seeing him as a mother bird. The bird starts to sigh heavily, He asks what's wrong and if the temperature of his palm is too high and not compatible with its attributes, and it seems he needs to prepare a special environment to raise it. Then, he runs to get ice and places the bird on top of the ice, saying he's going to go online and buy a fridge, but for now, it will have to endure there. Xiu notices that the bird is better and that it really was an environmental issue, and tells Luo to look at the bird, as he will be the father and she the mother. But then he realizes that everything is quiet and his breakfast is ready on the table. He says she went to school so early. He sits at the table and says he has already saved 3 chances in the lottery before, so he's going to try his luck to celebrate and win a precious bird, and asks the system to do a draw. Then the system notifies him with a crystal gain. The Prota doesn't like what he got, as they are all third-order crystals and not very useful, but the bird and his pet are happy to see the crystals. Shu picks up a crystal with his hand and asks if this bird is going to want to eat crystals too. The bird eats the crystal happily. Lin places his hand on its head and says he has 2 greedy monsters at home and wonders how he's going to manage to live. Then he keeps spinning the wheel, and the system notifies him that he won a diamond martial arts card, body forging technique. The Prota picks up the card and realizes it's a cultivation technique created 100 years ago by the muscular martial god, using physical exercises and other methods to refine the body and willpower, gaining powerful hand-to-hand combat abilities. He says he has 2 diamond cards, and they must be at the 6th level to be cultivated, and that he needs to hurry to level up as quickly as possible. He continues spinning and wins a special martial arts card, 8 direction sweep. Xiu looks at the card and notices it's neither a gold card nor a diamond card, asking what's so special about it. Then he places it on his forehead and is notified that it's a special card, a set of cards, and he must collect a complete set before he can cultivate. Lin throws the card and gets upset because he doesn't like his winnings. Meanwhile, the pet and the bird keep eating the crystals. While at the academy, voices are excited about the Prota's return, and they heard that as soon as he arrived, he was sent to solitary confinement and even injured the dean's guest birds. The students are curious about how he found Luo, and, in such a dangerous place like the Black Forest, became a hero and saved her. Xiu starts telling that he found her lost sword in the forest, but then is interrupted by a voice asking if he doesn't need any training. They then encounter Yue. She pulls the Prota and asks if, after 7 days of dedicated cultivation, he still has time to talk there, and if he can go to the gravity room to train. Lin asks if she plans to use gravity a few times, and she answers too. A student announces that the 7th grade students are here again. Ping asks what they're doing here again, and the girl asks if they should tell the class monitor, to which Zhang replies not to bother him and to have a look first. Meanwhile, the 7th grade students say they were just playing with them and that the results of the match don't count, calling them to play another match. Zhang says they already lost and asks why there should be another match. A student thinks they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the 2 strongest students in the class weren't there but didn't expect them to lose to these trash students. And now their class is the laughingstock of the entire academy and says don't think just because they won, it's all good now, and that the bottom of the pit will always be the bottom of the pit. Zhang replies that they were defeated by the bottom of the pit class and that they aren't even as good as the bottom of the pit students. The student gets angry and approaches to attack, but then a hand interrupts him, and they realize it's the representative. The student gets scared when he sees him. People ask when he came back. Shu asks what is going on there and if he was out for a few days and they are already trying to cause trouble at their door. A student from class 10 says that while he was away, a new interclass competition of 5 against 5 happened, and each class from the same year forms a team of 5 people to compete against teams from other classes, and the academy offers rewards. Ping adds that the 7th grade students wanted to take advantage of the representative's absence and Luo's to defeat them in the competition, but ended up losing. The Prota says it's not bad that they won. The 7th grade student says they were careless because they took the better side and calls them to the competition again. Shu asks if he's not satisfied, then he'll give him another chance and tells everyone to come to him, and if they can defeat him, he'll let Class 10 compete against them again, and he and Luo won't participate. Then the 7th grade students approach to attack. Lin clenches his fist, hitting them and throwing them away. Then the rest of the team rushes toward the Protier. Shu easily strikes them, throwing everyone away, causing a huge impact. Lin says he gave him a chance, but he's completely useless. The 7th grade students run away. The Class 10 students say that the representative's strength increased after the trip to the forest and that with the monitor nearby, maybe they can defeat 5 or 6 classes in the competition. The Prota tells them to look at their own experience, and that their goal is to defeat all the classes and become number 1 in the entire Northern Division, and tells them to return to training, until a voice calls for Shu. Lin asks what's going on lately. Class 5 says they officially challenge them this afternoon and will resolve everything in practice. Ping says the school forums are exploding because someone said the representative was boasting about wanting to challenge all the first-year classes in the Northern Division alone. The protege looks at his phone and notices that the post was made yesterday afternoon and says it must be the 7th grade class trying to cause trouble and turning them into the target of everyone's hatred. He then tells the students of Class 5 that he'll see them on the training field and that they should ask the other classes if they want to challenge them too, and they will fight them after defeating them first. The bald guy asks if they think a bunch of opportunists can defeat him, and the students from Class 5 start insulting them, saying they'll see this afternoon and are waiting for their end, then leave the place. Zhang asks who he plans to join because those guys before were all at the peak of level 4. Xiu replies that it's fine because he's level 5 and still has Luo. Yue says to only call her when fighting against Class 1 because she won't participate in the other fights. Lin asks if she's saying the other classes are not challenging enough. Luo replies that Class 1 isn't challenging either, she just doesn't like them. The Prota thinks that when it comes to acting with ease, she takes the prize. At the Sacred Region Academy, everyone is gathered, and Class 10 arrives at the location. Nan asks if the forum post was made by him. The Prota replies no, and that even though he can be arrogant sometimes, he wouldn't make such a stupid post to attract hate. The teacher agrees with him. Xiu says that if he were to make a post, he wouldn't just call the Northern Division trash, but would call all the first-year students of the entire academy trash. Then it's announced that the competition starts now. The students of Class 5 wait. Lin asks what's up with the opponent's launch and if he wants him to teach him how to use it. The students of Class 5 prepare to attack. The Prota thinks that he's focusing his fire on him, and at least he has some brains, but in the face of absolute strength, those brains are not enough. Then, Xiu holds his spear, waiting for his opponents to approach, smiles confidently, and attacks them all at once with his skill, striking them again. The students of Class 5 are in disbelief. Then, Lin heads toward the dwarf and strikes him, piercing his body, and says it's shameful. The girl says that the two strongest were defeated, and the boy asks what they should do now. The people from Class 10 say that the class leader is incredible and that they should take the opportunity to finish off the rest of these 3 little ones. The Prota sits down and says that the next 3 are theirs. They watch, not understanding. Zhang asks if he isn't going to help them and that they are at a disadvantage because 2 of them are 4th level, while all 3 are 4th level. Xiu says he doesn't care and that if he loses, he'll jump right there. The Class 5 students say they won't be polite. The Class 10 students say that if that's the case, they should let the class leader unleash the fruits of the demonic training. Zhang watches. Meanwhile, Jiang asks the representative to look at his martial arts skill, shake the mountains, and terrorize the tiger. The redhead tells the representative that this is his, forcefully splitting Manhwa. The others also show their new skills. Xiu observes and notes that it's so embarrassing. A student from Class 5 asks if they need to shout at the class leader to activate their abilities. Zhang laughs and says that finally someone is losing composure. Then he attacks them with his cross sword slash. She says it's 2 against 1, and yet they won't surrender. The redhead says they'll win. Lin thinks that even though it was a bit embarrassing, these guys are finally using their brains in battle. Then it's announced that Class 10 won. After some time at the academy, they comment that it was fun. The redhead says that the class leader's chain kick turned Mollentane Wild into a pig's head, and it's satisfying to watch. The Prota says their training can't slack off. People pass in front of them, commenting on a freshman named Cheng who, on his first day of class, reached the 30th floor of the arena tower. Jiang asks if that's not 5 floors more than the representative. Xiu responds that on his first day, he only made it to the 20th floor, and it was only after promising Huo that he reached the 25th floor. Luo says he downloaded Cheng's battle video and that they need to hurry to watch it. Lin asks why they need to hurry to watch it. She answers that it's because he's arrogant and good at hatred, and it won't take long for Cheng to look for him. The Prota thinks that she's always drawing her sword to hurt people and manages to be more arrogant than himself. Watching a video, they notice that his weapon is an allegory, akin to a launch. Luo says that the veteran he defeated is from Class 5 of the North Courtyard, a 7th-level artist known as the Sword King. Xiu asks if an artist was easily destroyed by him and says that this guy's strength is really scary. Hang approaches and asks if he's also watching Cheng's battle video. Xiu asks if he isn't there to give another diamond card. He answers no. Lin asks if he's there for a competitive match against Class 10, and says it's not their turn yet, as they'll defeat Class 1 first. Hang says he's not there to fight with them, but for an agreement, and calls him to talk privately. They move away, and the Prota asks if he really wants to make a deal. Hang says he wants to exchange his old martial arts skill card, the diamond level instant step. Xiu says that's what he won tooth and nail with Huo, and asks if he can't just say to exchange and do it, and that besides, the instant step body technique is ranked 30th in the world, which is priceless. Hang shows his diamond card, which is also a movement technique card called Shadow Clone, ranked 20th in the world, and explains that if he also has a martial skill of division, combining it with Shadow Clone will definitely be more unexpected. Lin gets excited and says he'll exchange. Hang says his attitude changed too quickly. The Prota asks why he's suddenly being so nice and what the trick is. Hang asks what else he would like to have and explains that this diamond card is something his father had to beg the elders of the family for, and if he loses it, his father will definitely kick him out of the house. Xiu says that it's not that he can't give the card, but he has to promise one thing. Hang is left confused. Lin says it's not a big deal, just that he has to do what he says, and whispers something in his ear. The boy's cheeks turn red, and he says he won't do it. The Prota asks if he will do it or not, and says he is about to reach the level, so he will use this diamond card directly. Hang says it's fine and promises, asking for the blink card. Xiu tells him not to forget what he promised. He takes the level 20 movement technique card and says it's a bargain. A few days later, Lin says that after several days of competition, only Class 1 from the Northern Division remains. Zhang says that from Class 1, Zhuo has been training outdoors since he was defeated by him, and today's team will be led by Yang, an artist who has already reached level 6. The Prota responds that it doesn't matter who it is, just knock them all down, and tells Ping not to play this time against Class 1 and leave it for Luo. They go up the stairs, and Ping wishes good luck to everyone. Meanwhile, it's announced for the Class 1 and Class 10 players to enter the arena. Yongji asks if he is Lin and introduces himself, saying he's nothing like the trash Zhuo. Xiu responds that this is different, as, unlike Zhuo, he will defeat him in even less time. Then, Yongji approaches. The students of Class 1 call Luo a traitor and say they will make her pay today. They immediately approach to attack her. Yue takes her attack position. Zhang says it's 3 against Luo, and they should help her. But suddenly the big guy appears, saying that their opponent is him. Tudu attacks. Zhang tries to defend but ends up being thrown away, crashing to the ground. The 2 students from Class 10 go towards Tudu to attack him, but the big guy uses his skill and knocks them away with just 1 strike. The redhead asks if this is Class 1's strength, as they couldn't even resist a single blow. Zhang says it's fine, as they still have the representative and Luo, and they will definitely win. The students in the stands say they are in last place and couldn't block even 1 attack, and now it's 5 against 2. Yongji says that now only 2 of them are left, and while he holds them, Luo will face all 4 alone, and she is doomed to lose. Then, Yue continues to fight against the 4. Yongji uses his ability and says that before that, he will deal with him first. The Prota realizes that his opponent is using flames and wonders if he is an idiot. Then, Lin uses his ability of 100 birds facing the sun, creating a large aura. His opponent watches, unable to believe that his flames are so strong. Xiu asks if that's all he has at level 6. He answers that no matter how powerful his flames are, they are useless against his crimson flame blade, which was forged by a meteorite of fire and can absorb and convert them into its own energy. Then, Yongji attacks with the flames. Lin uses his ability of Pear Blossom Spear from the Ice Storm, which pierces through his opponent's ability. The Prota says he forgot to mention that he can also use martial abilities with an ice attribute and tells him to look behind. Then, Luo approaches. Yongji calls his partners useless, as even with 4 of them, they let her slip away. Xiu asks if he said that she alone defeated all 4 losers. The opponent says she defeated them so easily, asking if she also advanced to the 6th position. She replies that he talks too much. Luo uses her Lotus Flame ability, combined with Lin's Crimson Flame. Combining their powers, they attack, causing a huge explosion. It's announced that Class 10 won again. Class 10 celebrates the victory. The teacher congratulates them for becoming first in the Northern Academy. The redhead asks what the reward is this time, and the Prota says he heard the rewards are generous and would also like to know what they are. Nan replies that they defeated 9 classes and earned 9 points as a reward. However, if they had 10 points, the reward would be elevated to a higher level. The redhead asks if there are only 9 classes, and Shu asks if he's saying they need to fight against the Southern Academy. The teacher responds that he is against Class 1 of the South Academy because they also defeated the 9 halls, so there will be a championship match. The redhead says that the genius of the South Academy, Hang, has already been defeated by Lin and has a high chance of losing the championship match. Nan says not to underestimate the opponent because this time, Class 1 doesn't only have Hang, but also Chung, who reached the 30th floor of the arena tower on the first day of reporting. Zhang asks if he is actually in Class 1 of the academy. One of the students says that it's normal for such a genius to be assigned to Class 1 of the South Academy. Yue says that Chung has already reached the 7th place. The students from Class 10 say that the difference is too big and ask how they'll fight. Xiu says not to worry because with him and Luo there, even though Chung is in 7th place, they can still make him kneel and sing praises. In the evening, Yue asks if he is that confident because they might lose this time. Lin asks if she really said that and tells her not to worry because they will win. Luo asks where he is going, and he says for her to go do something to ensure they don't lose. At night, in the forest, the protagonist says that he arrived very early. Hang responds that it's just about winning a category and asks why he delayed until now, as he's been waiting for half an hour. Xiu says that he asked him to find a power plant and asks if he found it. Hang asks if he is the one in charge, what cannot be done, and calls him to follow. At the Holy Academy of the main power station, Lin says that there is only one power plant hidden in a very isolated place. He responds that of course if this place is attacked, the entire power of the Holy Main Academy will be paralyzed, and asks why he brought him there. The protagonist grabs bombs and tells him to help distract the people outside. Hang asks if he wasn't going to interrupt the power plant. Xiu says it's just firebombs, not much power, and tells him to burn the few trees nearby. The boy asks what he is really trying to do. Lin responds that he is going to attack, and since he comes from a big family, he has to keep his word. Hang becomes thoughtful and says he knew he shouldn't have agreed to this. He then throws the bombs, causing huge explosions. People observe and notice a fire nearby, so they run to check. The protagonist realizes the boy did a good job. He then jumps over the wall and notices there is no surveillance nearby. He laughs and thinks it's time to start charging. He starts hitting with his skill and says he needs to reach level 30. The system notifies that there is a strong external signal. The Devour skill is activated, and experience points are converting. Meanwhile, inside the academy, the staff wonder what's going on outside and if someone is really eager to cause trouble at the academy. When they try to use the elevator, they realize there is no power. Meanwhile, in the forest, people are trying to put out the fire. Hang runs and wonders what this guy did, thinking that he caused such an uproar and this time he will be eliminated. Meanwhile, inside the academy, they say that the backup power is activated and order everyone to search for and catch the bastard who sabotaged the power plant. Meanwhile, Shu manages to reach level 6 and is pleased with this, surrounded by a very strong aura. Lin observes his data and skills, Analytical Eye, Disguise, and Devour Mirror Clone. He is satisfied that he managed it and says he can now cultivate the Diamond Martial Art card and continue improving his power. Until people approach, asking who is hiding there. The protagonist immediately jumps the wall. People start chasing him and tell each other to follow him and not let him escape. They try to spot him. Shu, hidden behind a tree, thinks that as long as he keeps his mouth shut and his eyes closed, they won't find him, until someone appears, saying that he is hiding there. Lin gets scared. The guy notices that he still wants to run and tries to catch him. He wonders if he disappeared, and asks again about the black ash and the burnt smell, because the boy seems to have been electrocuted from the inside out after messing with the electric wires, asking why he is still jumping around, and if he could be the boy who disabled the Thunderbirds. In the dormitory, the prota quietly asks if Luo is sleeping. He sneaks in and says he can't let her see him looking like this African black man, until Yue immediately approaches to attack. Xiu tells her to wait. It's him. The girl recognizes him and asks how he ended up with this appearance and if the recent power outage was his doing. Lin, awkwardly, replies that it's all for the finals the day after tomorrow. Luo asks if he's all right and if he wants to go to the infirmary. He answers no, and just a sip of healing potion will be enough. The prota thinks that people are looking for him everywhere. Going to the infirmary now would be like falling into a trap. After some time, he leaves the bathroom, having taken a shower and removed that gray color, and says that reaching the 6th level not only boosts strength but also improves healing skills, and now he's going to try his circle. Then, Shu activates his barrier and asks why his barrier is different from all the others, and even has electric sparks. He says the electrified circle can not only defend but also counterattack, and that's his unique ability. However, it consumes a lot of source energy, and he probably won't be able to use it all the time. He takes out his diamond card and says he's going to start learning. Then, Shu places it on his forehead. 10 minutes later, he is still in the same position, waiting. Half an hour later, he starts breathing heavily and says this card has absorbed all his energy source, but nothing is happening, and he wonders if it's because he's just entered the 6th level and doesn't have enough source energy to activate this card. The prota throws the card far away and says he knew Hang wasn't being honest. Then the system notifies that the master has advanced to the 6th level and the analytical eye skill has been enhanced, unlocking more usage methods. He asks if the analytical eye can be used on diamond cards. The system tells him to place the diamond card on his forehead and keep the analytical eye active. He asks if it can really be used this way. Then the analysis starts, and the thorough analysis succeeds, and the master can now receive information. Xiu asks if this diamond card really stores that much information and says it's no surprise that he couldn't open it with his current energy source. He places his hand on his head and says it feels like it's going to explode and that he can't take it anymore. More notifications arrive. Lin, lying on the ground, asks what kind of card this is, as it almost cost him his life, and states that if he hadn't had the analytical eye and devour ability, he wouldn't have been able to do anything with the card. His nose is injured, and he realizes that Hang gave him this card to eliminate him. But the Shadow Clone is truly the 20th most well-integrated body technique in the world, and the perfect combination for his mirror clone. The protagonist gets up and goes to the couch to rest. After sitting, he says he will try this diamond martial arts card, a body forging technique, and thinks it can't be as fatal as the last one. And to win the final, he will give it all he's got. He places the card on his forehead and realizes that it's quite easy to learn. But then he notices something strange. He throws the card and asks if it's a body strengthening technique or yoga. Xiu straightens up and says it's humiliating for a big man to do that. He changes positions and says the guy who created the body forging technique must be a pervert, and after tomorrow, he will fight for the final. The next day, in the morning, Lin is sleeping on the floor with his butt raised. Luo approaches and kicks his butt. The protagonist says he just learned a new way to practice, but the posture is a bit hard to see. Yue says breakfast is ready to be taken to the training, and he replies that he'll skip the training room and practice at home, thinking it's embarrassing to only be able to practice cultivation moves at home. Luo says anything works. Lin yawns and says after a night of strange poses, his body feels like it's falling apart. Martial Arts Arena of the Sanctuary Academy. A student asks if he's nervous, and Hang replies that it's a bit stressful because he lost once before. The student says he doesn't need to be nervous, since he's not needed there. Hang asks what he means. The student replies that he's not the only one in the first class of the 6th Order Academy South, and works better with the 4. He then announces for the competitors to go to the ring. The redhead walks out and says to watch closely, and that the first class won't lose to the forced class again under his leadership. Hang, irritated, asks if they won't let the class president play, and thinks he's excited to see him get beaten by the 10th class representative. The two classes face each other. Xiu asks about Hang and why he's not playing. The redhead replies that they don't need him on the field. The protagonist says he's the class president, asks how he can't continue, and if he's being underestimated, and who the hell is he to speak for the first class. The redhead gets angry. Hang observes and says that evil continues to be evil. Then they announce that the match has begun. A student surrounds the representative with his spiked flail, another with a hammer, and the other students surround the rest of the 10th class. Meanwhile, the redhead approaches Luo. She just stares at him and attacks. He says she doesn't need to act like that the moment they meet. The redhead tries to introduce himself, but Yue interrupts him and strikes, causing a great impact. Jiang says that the 4th Order versus the 6th Order won't last more than a few days. A student gets close to the 10th class representative and says that his teammates can't even land a Cayman move and are clearly a 6th Order. Lin asks if the 6th Order is something, thinking it's a good time to experiment with them using raptors, then attacks. The big guy asks if he knows the 6th Order and if the 6th class can use it, and says the circle for defense and his attacks are useless. Xiu says he will now see how long he can defend. Then, the protagonist attacks him with his flames, causing an explosion. Che, lying down, asks if none of these martial arts techniques are intentional or using source power. His teammates are outraged and approach to attack. Lin attacks again and says this is now the main event. The opponents look shocked, until another explosion happens, throwing Che far and causing serious injuries. The 10th class students are happy about this. Zhang says it seems Luo is at a disadvantage, and didn't expect her opponent to be so strong. The two continue fighting. Chung says she hasn't improved at all in the past few years. Yue says nothing and keeps attacking. Xiu notices that his partner is at a disadvantage and runs toward her. Then, 3 boys surround him and ask where he thinks he's going. They say they've surrounded him and ask where he thinks he can hide. The 3 of them then approach to attack at once, causing a huge impact. The 10th class students worry about their representative. The smoke moves as they continue trying to attack and get frustrated for not being able to, especially since the protagonist is inside a barrier. The teacher notices it's his student circle and that he's reached the 6th Order. Lin says he forgot to mention that he now has a circle too. The opponent says he will destroy his circle and attempts to break it with various attacks. Xiu tells them to look closely because his circle is not something anyone can compare to. Then, he attacks, and the impact causes shockwaves. The opponents are thrown back. Zhang asks if his circle also has a lightning attribute. The injured opponents ask how this is possible and say his circle has an electric shock effect. Then, the protagonist approaches to attack again. One of the opponents says his body is still paralyzed. So, he activates the barrier. Lin watches confidently and attacks. The opponent can't believe it when his barrier is shattered into pieces. Ping, watching, is happy for their representative. The opponent, with his weapon in hand, leaps. Xu asks if mechanisms are allowed during the battle. The judge replies that yes, since it is also considered a weapon. The 10th class students get angry and say it's not allowed and that they're clearly trying to prevent them from winning. Their teacher says the school doesn't have that rule and thinks the elite class teachers don't want to see the 10th class, always called last place, win the tournament championship. The opponent says the championship doesn't belong to them. The protagonist says it seems like there are many people at the Holy Orchid Institute who don't want them to win. So, he will win just to show them. While Hang is watching, he asks how this is possible, and if he really learned the Shadow Clone, noting that many people failed to learn it and became crippled from trying to force it, which is why he switched it for a useless card. Lin attacks with his charge attack and throws the opponent away. The opponent uses his weapon and says it won't be that easy to take him down. Xu asks if he thinks he can use that cheap trick on him twice and to remember not to use conductive materials next time. Then, the student is attacked with shocks. The protagonist continues attacking. The opponent, out of breath, is thrown far. His teammates get angry and try to attack with a chain, one from each side. Lin asks if they're coming back for more and says pulverize. As the opponents surround them with the steel chain, Xu asks if they're trying to entangle him with steel wires. Then, he uses his shock and attacks them. One of them says he can hit him until the end, before being electrocuted. The protagonist asks if they think this is all the chain they have. He then continues attacking with his electric current, causing huge impacts, breaking their steel chain, and throwing them away. The 10th class students cheer and root for their representative. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yue is injured. Lin is worried about her. Luo says nothing. Xiu asks if she's feeling unwell and thinks she doesn't seem to be using all her strength and appears to be worried. He walks away, telling her to take care of her injuries while he takes care of himself. Chung asks if he thinks that just because he defeated 4 weaklings, he can challenge him. He asks, how would he know if he didn't try? The redhead says he's going to reveal a secret and says that Luo is his fiancée. The protagonist doesn't understand anything and asks if the opponent is telling the truth. Chung approaches to attack and asks where he's looking. Lin dodges and immediately attacks, throwing him away until a voice calls for the representative. Luo says for him not to listen to this nonsense. The redhead says this is an arranged marriage by the heads of both families. Yue says she doesn't agree and no one can control her. Chung asks if she likes this boy, and she replies that it's none of his business. The redhead says that with this boy's strength, the two of them will never be able to be together, and he's going to crush him and make her face reality. Xiu tells her to go down and heal, as he will deal with him alone. Luo watches and leaves, saying she believes in him. She leaves the area. The 10th class students want to know why she jumped in and that their representative is going to lose. Zhang tells them to shut up, as the class monitor will win. Chung asks if he's offering a duel between men. He replies that he's wrong and just wanted to have a face-to-face conversation. The redhead approaches to attack and says that he's looking for the end. Chung says he's been training electrical resistance since he was a child, and that this current means nothing. He attacks, causing a great impact and destroying the barrier. The protagonist is thrown back, but holds on to his spear. The redhead approaches again and says that his sphere can't defend against his attack, and that's the difference. The two exchange blows. Xu uses his flames. Chung says he'll show his sphere. He then activates his barrier. Lin attacks with his flames and says to try this move. The flames come back. The protagonist is startled and confused and is thrown away, asking if his sphere reflects attacks. The redhead tells him not to think that he's the only one whose sphere has other attributes. Chung then approaches to attack again but notices it was a clone. Lin leaps and attacks him. The redhead says this must be the diamond body movement technique and asks how a country bumpkin could know such a technique. He watches and becomes scared, trying to run, but when he leaps, he's attacked by several flames, causing a huge explosion. Xiu wonders if it's over. Then Chung appears after the flames die down and says that this level of flame can't hurt him, and he smiles. The protagonist asks if this guy can really break through the power of his star refinement hell. The redhead says he's going to show his diamond martial techniques. Lin watches and says he also has a dragon. Then, he activates his dragon as well. The two face off and attack each other, causing another explosion, and powerful impacts that make the audience move because of the shock. They watch the smoke. Zhang asks who won, until the redhead runs and falls to the ground. Then, it's announced that the protagonist is the winner. Shu is happy with his victory. The students in the class are also super excited and approach, calling for the class monitor. Lin looks at Luo and says he won, repeating it again that he won, until he falls to the ground. People say the monitor fainted, and that they should call the doctor. In the infirmary at the Sanctuary Academy, the protagonist opens his eyes while lying in a machine. The students notice he's awake and say he was unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Xiu gets embarrassed, trying to cover his private parts, and asks if Luo is there too. Jiang says she took care of him during the 2 days. The redhead asks why the two of them are acting so shy, like an old couple. Then, they both punch him for saying that. Ping thinks it serves them right. Yue says there's a bathroom with clean clothes there, and tells him to go wash up, as the professor came by a few times saying the director had urgent business with him. Lin wonders if he was caught stealing electricity. In the director's office, the Southern Academy professor is there and blames him when he enters. Shu asks who he is, and what power plant, thinking he was really caught. The professor, irritated, says that a real man takes responsibility for his actions, and asks who else at this academy cultivates lightning attributes. The protagonist asks if he has any proof, and says that even though he's a school employee, he can't falsely accuse a student. The director asks if he wants to try it out, and says he'll give him proof. He presses a button that shows a screen where the protagonist was placed in confinement for a fight in the dirigible, and his birds were all injured and still haven't recovered. He ran to the power station to steal electricity, causing a power outage across the entire Academy Island, and asks if the boy can't stay away from trouble. Lin thinks that Hang didn't mention there were no surveillance cameras in the power plant area. The professor says the evidence is conclusive, and asks if he has anything else to say. Shu replies that it wasn't his fault about the birds and the power station. He did it, but he was desperate to improve his strength and says he's going to slap everyone who looks down on the 10th class in the face. The director says he likes his inflexible and stubborn personality, but if he makes a mistake, he must accept the consequences. He asks what he thinks about that and says he will give him a chance to redeem himself. He explains that strange energy fluctuations have been detected below the Sanctuary Academy, and they need to send someone to investigate. He is the strongest among the rank 6 fighters. As long as he completes the investigation, all punishments will be waived. The protagonist responds that the academy is full of experts, with rank 7 and 8 fighters everywhere, and asks why him, a rank 6 fighter. Bai responds that it's inevitable and says that there are many powerful evolved beasts below the academy, and if they send high-ranking fighters, it could alert them to the danger, triggering a wave of terrifying beasts. Lin asks what he gets out of it. The professor, irritated, asks if he still dares to ask for benefits. The director says that as long as he completes the mission, he will be naturally rewarded and tells Professor Lee to leave, as he will speak to the student alone. Lee grumbles and exits. Bai says the 10th class came first in the class competition, and all the students who didn't participate confirmed 50,000 points and 1 gold martial card, and the participants accredited 100,000 points and 2 gold martial skill cards. And since his performance was particularly good, he will reward him with a diamond martial skill card. The director shows 3 diamond spear cards and tells him to choose. Zhu asks why he's only rewarding him since they don't even know each other. Bai replies that someone specifically asked him to take care of him. Otherwise, he would have expelled him from the academy long ago. The protagonist asks who it could be, and if it was his girl. The director replies that even though she's from the Luo family in Sky City, she can't just order him around, and asks if he remembers Howling, the girl he met on the way to the Sanctuary Academy, who claimed to be his master. Lin tries to remember. Then he recalls the girl in the tree and is shocked to realize that they share the same last name, asking if they are relatives. Bai responds that it's none of his business, and says that even the black light spear was something she stole from him. Xiu thanks him. The director says that Mu Chung is an apprentice to one of the 5 founders of the academy, and that old man is petty and discovered his teachings. So, when he returns, he'll find an opportunity to make things harder for the student. The protagonist says to let him come, as he's not afraid of anyone. Bai tells him to leave and says he gets irritated just by looking at him. Meanwhile, Lin arrives at the dormitory and says he's back, until he's surprised by what he sees. He notices Luo feeding his bird, and beside him, something white. The bird notices he's arrived. Lin asks what the hell the white furball is. Yue says it's Gungan, and it seems to have evolved. Xiu can't believe it, and asks how it turned into something monstrous because it's horrible. Luo asks where he got it from. The protagonist replies that it was obtained from a 6th-order sunflower beast in an organic laboratory, and he thought it was a 6th-order crystal, but it turned into this thing. Yue asks what the rector wanted to say. He replies that it was nothing important, just mentioned the reward for winning the competition and the incident where he injured the bird while in confinement. The girl waits, and he says that's it. Luo turns around and says to forget it. She stands still and says that her engagement with Chung was decided by the family, but she doesn't acknowledge it, and it has nothing to do with her. Lin asks if it's really that important for her feelings, and if she truly likes him. Yue hits him. 2 days later, Xu is preparing equipment to enter the sea. The instructor says that a long spear is not easy to use underwater, and that this is a dagger the director gave, and it's of high quality. The protagonist grabs the dagger and puts it away. The instructor says the energy fluctuations have appeared again, so it's a good time to check below the water, and that the director has assembled a team of rank 6 martial artists. If he detects anything unusual underwater, they'll send reinforcements immediately. Then Lin jumps into the sea and dives. He encounters fish and continues swimming until he stops and is surprised by what he sees, saying he didn't expect the island beneath the Sacred Domain Academy to be artificially created, and asking what kind of massive project this is. He approaches, but notices something strange, encountering a fish hitting the structure. His analytical eye describes it as a 5th-order blacktooth fish. Xu looks and gets closer, asking if they seem to be peculiar creatures. The instructor asks where these fish came from and why they are attacking the protective shield. The protagonist says he's going to take a look below. The instructor tells him to be careful. Lin observes and notices that it's a spatial crack. The instructor says this is a big problem. Xu asks if the crack is disappearing on its own and says he's never seen a crack disappear so quickly. The instructor tells him to check if there are other spatial cracks around. The protagonist analyzes that new energy fluctuations have appeared not far to his left. He continues swimming and says he'll take a look. Lin notices someone ahead, but they're not wearing diving gear. He activates his analytical eye and realizes it's a robot. The instructor says the situation seems more serious than they thought. The robot is fiddling with a glowing crystal, causing another crack. Xu says the spatial crack was created by the strange device in the robot's hand, and that this crack is at least 10 meters wide. The analytical eye notes a 5th-order fish. They swim quickly and begin attacking the structure again. The protagonist continues swimming, and says the robot is using a device to create spatial cracks, attracting specific creatures to attack the protective shield below the island, and asks for reinforcements to be sent immediately. The instructor says the director has already arranged for a team of rank 6 martial artists to prepare for support. Lin says fortunately the cracks don't last long, and that the robot must be creating cracks elsewhere. He keeps approaching. The robot turns to the side and says the enemy has been spotted. Then the robot starts to attack. Xu realizes they've been discovered. The robot says it's executing the secondary plan and that 100% energy is activated, causing a massive surge of energy. Xu realizes this isn't good and says the robot is going to fully activate the device. Then, the protagonist notices something strange. Looking, he realizes that the crack is right behind him and says that the spatial crack is 10 meters wide and still expanding. The creatures emerging are getting larger and larger. Then, the instructors start reporting to the director that they've detected evolved marine beasts gathering, and that the beasts are agitated by the threat of the massive spatial crack. Bai observes and says it won't be long before a tide of beasts occurs, as many things tend to emerge from spatial cracks. He tells all the professors to take their classes above level 6 to the beach of the institute and prepare to face the tide of beasts. The academy guards must equip diving suits and dive in to support the students. While still in the water, the instructor observes and asks what the boy is doing. He replies that he's trying to grab the robot's device to prevent the crack from expanding. The instructor tells him to return to the surface, as the evolved marine beasts have become enraged by the energy from the spatial crack and are forming a tide of beasts. Thousands of marine beasts are emerging in his direction. Lin becomes desperate and asks why no one told him this earlier, saying he can already see the tide of beasts. He observes the fish and notices that the evolved beasts and the prepared creatures are fighting until a fish approaches to attack him, but Xu immediately strikes it with the dagger and eliminates it. Looking to the side, Lin finds the fish surrounding the robot and destroying it. The protagonist asks if these creatures, with these abilities, could cause trouble in the Academy's waters, and thinks that this device must be a treasure. He decides to turn off the microphone and the camera to take a picture, and he considers that it's reserved from the energy crystal. He approaches and picks up the crystal in his hand. The analytical eye shows that special energy has been detected, and it activates the passive ability, Devour. The devouring is complete, and he gains 10 million experience points. Lin is surprised that he gained all that experience. He notices there are so many fragments there and considers that he's gotten quite lucky. Meanwhile, the fish move, leaping out of the water. They realize that the second wave is coming and that they need to prepare for defense, as their level is higher than the previous wave of evolved beasts, and everyone should be cautious. They begin to fight the creatures until a bird makes a very loud noise. Everyone looks and realizes that it's the director with the level 9 flame-red bird who came to assist. Bai jumps off his bird and quickly eliminates the creatures with just one strike. They are impressed by his strength. The director says that this area is cleared and that the guards should dive in to find the student and eliminate the evolved beasts and the created creatures. Luo approaches running and asks about the representative. Bai responds that he must still be underwater and that the communication devices seem to be damaged and he can't contact him. Yue says that the director made arrangements for him to go there, so it's better to pray that he's okay, because if something happens to him, she'll eliminate him. Bai ponders what is so charming about that kid, while others think she's incredible for daring to threaten the director. The director asks what they're waiting for and tells them to jump in and help Luo find the protagonist. Meanwhile, underwater, Shu thinks the equipment is unusable and finds it strange. He wonders why this crystal can't be fully absorbed like his fragments. Lin realizes it's better to head back soon. As he rises, something grabs his foot, and he realizes it's fourth-order seaweed. The protagonist attacks and asks how such a lowly fourth-order plant dares to provoke him, until the seaweed grabs his arm and leg, immobilizing his whole body. He then notices a creature approaching and uses his shock ability and barrier. Looking to the side, he finds more fish. Shu asks if this is the end. He looks to the side and sees something massive with dark eyes behind the fish. Lin asks what that is. He spots a giant creature devouring the other fish and is horrified by what he sees. The analytical eye states that it's an alien creature of the 8th order. The protagonist fears, as he's only rank 6. The creature observes with its red eyes and opens its enormous mouth, trying to devour everything around it. Shu asks if this is a snack for it and if it wants to eat him. He then activates his ability, forming shockwaves and hitting it. The creature dodges and hits him with the back of its body, causing a massive impact. Lin watches as the creature opens its mouth again. He activates his barrier. The fish swallows him but can't fully ingest him and spits him out. The protagonist realizes that if this continues, he will definitely lose, so he needs to escape. The creature opens its mouth again, pulling to devour, but Zhu grabs his dagger and strikes its eye. The fish moves quickly, throwing him away and approaching again. Lin activates his barrier. The creature swallows him. Luo arrives at the site, worried. She immediately runs toward the beast. The protagonist, inside the fish's mouth, asks if the creature swallowed his map. He tries to attack several times and says its taste is horrible, so it should spit him out. The creature bulges its eyes and starts moving quickly. Yue observes that the fish seems to be in pain and wonders if it could be the representative attacking from the inside, and that he might be fighting hard, as she's going to hurt this thing. Meanwhile, inside the creature, Shu continues attacking non-stop, and his bubble falls into green slime, with many small fish being eliminated. Lin thinks that the side effects from using the Fury ability are showing up, and that this creature's stomach acid is very strong. His body feels a burning pain, and he wonders if it's going to be corroded like this and turn into whale dung. Luo approaches the creature and notices that the whale seems no longer in pain. She wonders what happened to the representative and why he's no longer attacking, thinking it can't be the end of him, and she won't let him be eliminated. Then she attacks the beast. Meanwhile, inside the belly, the protagonist is submerged in acid and wonders if this is his end, and if Yue will be devastated. He says it won't be his end so easily and asks the system to unlock the 3rd genetic block. The system asks if he's sure. Shu tells it to unlock it, and even if there's only a 50% chance of success, it's better than turning into whale dung. Then, the 3rd gene is unlocked. Meanwhile, on the outside, the creature is severely wounded. Luo, with her sword, continues attacking. Outside the water, the instructor says that all the best evolved beasts and peculiar creatures have been eliminated. The director says to treat the wounded quickly. Another instructor says that all members of the underwater guard team have returned, except for the 2 students from the 10th class who are nowhere to be found, until they notice movement in the water and come across many fragments of evolved beasts, with Luo approaching carrying Shu on her back. They ask if it's the 2 from the 10th class and say it's great that they're back, though the boy is gravely injured. The doctors approach. Yue tells them to step forward. The medical team stops and says to lay him on the ground, as they'll take care of him, and his injuries need immediate treatment. Luo says for no one to touch him, as she will take him to the medical dirigible. She continues walking with him on her back. The director realizes she's truly furious, and that must have been a god-killing demon just now. He only wanted to give the boy a chance, and didn't expect something like this to happen and offend the brilliant girl from the Luo family. He sighs. 3 days later, in the academy infirmary, a voice asks when the class monitor will wake up. The doctor replies that his body is recovering quickly, but for some reason, He's still in a deep sleep, asking if the guy is even human, as the injuries were extremely severe, yet he's recovered in just 3 days and wants a piece to study. He looks and notices the boy's friends are angry, telling him to repeat that. The doctor says he was just joking. Ruo says that Yue has been there for 3 days and that she can go rest, as she'll take over the visitation. Luo replies that she doesn't need to and isn't tired. Ruo asks if she doesn't trust her, since it's not like she's going to do anything with him. The students whisper about the two. Zhao notices and calls for them, asking if they want to be eliminated. They beg for mercy. Elsewhere, a voice asks if the boy hasn't woken up. The instructor replies that no, but his bodily functions seem to be evolving. Severe and corrosive injuries were healed in just 3 days. Bai says that every time that kid faces a life or death crisis, his strength increases, and he's curious to see at what stage he'll end up, and asks about the situation in the submarine. Have the robots been recovered? The instructor responds that all the underwater rifts have disappeared, and the evolved beasts have calmed down. The robots were recovered this morning, dismantled, and analyzed. He explains that the robots are old models from the last century. After analyzing the robot chips, nothing was found, and the device capable of opening spatial rifts was severely damaged, and the energy crystals in it also disappeared. The director says that the investigation into this spatial rift incident will be futile. The instructor asks if he's heard about the recent events in District E99 and explains that in the last century, the energy leak from the rift in that district caused large-scale freezing, and during that time, zombies and beasts were frozen. Recently, the rifts suddenly disappeared, and the frozen zombies and evolved beasts were revived, invading nearby cities of Xingyao and Baidi. The Federation is mobilizing martial artists to the E99 district and nearby cities for rescue. Bai says he knows all about this and tells them to get to the point. The instructor says that someone found the same model of intelligent robots among the hordes of zombies in these cities. The director asks if the disappearance of the rift is related to the disappearance of the spatial rift in District E99 and orders an immediate investigation. The instructor says to send people. Bai tells them to inform him immediately if there is any update. Elsewhere, Zhu is congratulated for unlocking the 3rd-level genetic block. The protagonist appears in a completely blue place with nothing around and says that the unlocking really took a long time. Notifications arrive saying that since the user's body is damaged, it will be repaired during the unlocking, and a new ability is also acquired. After the Sky Matrix is activated, the host will form their own domain, and the user and their allies will have their 5 senses enhanced and their strength amplified. Shu is excited because this is an ability that only 9th-order martial artists can master. The system notifies that the current radius of the domain is 5 meters, and its duration is 1 minute. Lin notices that it's still shorter than the duration of the Fury ability. He turns around and observes something strange. A frightening creature tries to attack him, and he wonders what the hell that is, until the protagonist opens his eyes and wonders if it was a dream. The students from the 10th class are happy that he woke up. A few days later, in the dormitory, Shu notices that his body has fully recovered, and after unlocking the genetic block, his strength advanced again, and he must be at the peak of the 6th order. Luo approaches and throws a crystal to him. Lin catches it and says he thought he had lost it while he was unconscious. Yue says that she took it from his pocket that day and kept it in a safe place for him. The protagonist asks if she knows what this energy crystal is, and she responds that she has never seen it before, until someone knocks on the door wanting to see the representative. He opens the door, and Ruo asks if he knows about the news regarding the melting glaciers in District E99 and the zombies and evolved beasts invading nearby cities, and plans to go to the city near the district to help. Xu asks if she's going to save her brother. Xiao responds that this guy is always wandering outside and isn't in the city, and says he's been at the Xingyao Academy for more than half a year and has made many friends. Both out of friendship and duty, she needs to check it out. She knows that he's an orphan there, without parents, and that the academy expelled him, so she asks if he's going. Lin responds that after all it's where he grew up, and he has some ties there so he will go. She is happy that he's going. Luo says that she's going as well. Ruo says not to worry. The two stare at each other, and Shu says he will ask the dean for permission. Ruo asks if he really needs to, and he replies that he does, as he still has a score to settle. Meanwhile, in the director's office, the protagonist slams the table, saying that he was nearly eliminated. The dean responds that he heard that although he was seriously injured, his muscles evolved and his strength improved, so in this case, he should be grateful. Lin says that muscle evolution and increased strength are due to his martial arts training, and at the very least, he should be compensated with a diamond martial arts card for having suffered. The director says they recovered the intelligent robot and the device that can open space rifts, but they did not find the mysterious energy crystal in the device, and he asks if he has seen it. Shu asks what that has to do with him, and says that at that time, the two of them were attacked by more than 10 alien creatures. The old man says the situation was critical and asks why he did not ask for help instead of turning off his earpiece and camera. The protagonist gets irritated and asks if he means to imply that he swallowed the crystal, adding that his diving helmet was destroyed by creatures and that he was almost executed in the sea. The dean tells him to forget about it. He hands over 2 cards, saying they contain the rewards, 2 diamond martial arts cards, and that he knows he is skilled in spear techniques and close combat, so he selected these 2. Lin comments that he still has some conscience and gets very excited about his gain, saying that he and other second-year students are planning to take a leave to visit Starry Ski City. The old man says they need to ask their mentors. Shu points out that he is the dean, and it is just 5 students taking a leave. The director says he will grant a 1-month leave and will also approve a private airship to take them to the city. The protagonist suspects he has something up his sleeve because he is being too nice. The dean then says he just received news that intelligent robots have been found in cities near Area E99, where outbreaks and zombie floods have occurred, and he was about to send someone to investigate when he showed up. Lin asks who would dare take on his missions, and he replies that the underwater incident was an accident, and they cannot always count on luck during missions, but as long as they find useful clues, everyone will be rewarded. Shu accepts the mission. The director says that is great, and that he will arrange an airship for them. The next day, the students are in their gear, with weapons and bags. Ruo finds his friend and shouts that he is there. The protagonist asks if they were not supposed to get reinforcements, and why there is only this big guy. Ruo says there are 4 of them, all very skilled, and asks if he is still afraid of a zombie horde. They agree and board the airship. They observe their surroundings. The red-haired guy is surprised to see the airship, and the girl with glasses comments that he is well respected. Luo asks if the old man assigned him another mission. Lin replies that it is nothing much, just investigating something in Area E99. Ruo says it is worth appreciating the luxury of a private airship. Yue just watches. Then, the airship starts and departs. The red-haired guy tells them to look outside. They realize that the melted ice in Area E99 has flooded 5 nearby cities, and there are many zombies and evolved beasts. Shu does not understand much and asks what is happening. A subordinate says they are under attack from a 7th-order beast. The protagonist asks Xiao if she did not say there were only zombies and evolved beasts. She replies that that was what she heard. The subordinate says the beast is a type of fish that can only lurk in deep waters, and they will be safe once they leave the area since the shallow areas are mostly occupied by 5th-order zombies and evolved beasts. They say they are approaching and have landed on the rooftop of the Sanctuary Academy branch building in the southern district of Starry Sky City. The red-haired guy comments that the guards there are useless for letting zombies in. The subordinates tell them to contact the academy when they finish the mission so they can be picked up immediately. They descend from the airship, and there are several monsters trying to jump over the wall. At Starlight Academy, the guards start shooting at them to prevent them from jumping over. Several explosions occur. Meanwhile, many beasts are approaching over the water. The guards realize that all the zombies are of the 5th order, and also notice zombie birds approaching, believing they won't be able to hold them back. The birds begin attacking the guards, making the situation even worse, as the zombie horde invades the academy. Several airships approach the area, instructing all teachers and students to board immediately and do so quickly. One of the students notices that student Zhang is missing from the group. The female students say that the girl was defeated by someone during the evacuation, leaving the teacher uncertain about what to do. The guards notice that the gates have been broken, and all the zombies and beasts are rushing onto the campus. The teacher assigns Tian to lead the students to the ship while he goes to find Zhang. Tian, scared, points out that the zombie horde has already overrun the campus. The teacher insists that he is responsible for each of them. The director asks what he is looking for, and Li responds that a student from their class is missing. Tang dismisses it, saying that it's just a useless student from the last class and that it doesn't matter if they are eliminated. The teacher, irritated, questions what he means by that. Tang replies that the class that placed last must face the consequences, and that the other teachers and students cannot wait for just one student. Tian argues that his friend, who was expelled, was also from the last class and is now a big shot at Sanctuary Academy. The director sarcastically asks why he doesn't summon his friend to appear and save them now. They realize the zombies are closing in. The beasts open their massive jaws as they approach. Suddenly, Tian spots Zhang and points to her. They see that she is cornered and terrified. The teacher runs toward her, telling Tian to get the students onto the airship. A zombie is about to attack the girl, but Li strikes it down and pulls the student away. Another beast approaches, leaping onto him and knocking him to the ground. The teacher tells Zhang not to worry and to run quickly. Zhang hesitates, watching. The beast bites Li, and Tian grows concerned until a fiery bird appears, defeating the creatures. Li rises, noticing the flame's power. The zombies continue to be attacked by the butterfly dance technique. The students notice 4 martial artists approaching, realizing their strength as they instantly eliminate the 5th order zombies. Tian observes and smiles. Smoke drifts across the area, and the zombies lie defeated on the ground. The teacher looks over and Shu appears, saying it has been a long time since he last saw him. Li is thrilled to see him. Meanwhile, more beasts approach. The protagonist says this is no time for reunions and that he and the student must return to the airship while they handle the zombies. The two then run toward the airship. Tian asks if they are okay and if his friend is leading the group of 4 specialists. The teacher confirms, revealing that the specialist is their former classmate. The students who were in Lin's class become excited, shouting his name. The director looks irritated as they comment on the contrast. While they struggled against the zombies, for Lin, it was as easy as slicing melons and vegetables. They note that he left Starry Sky less than a year ago and is already of the 6th order. The teacher corrects them, saying that he is not just of the 6th order and that the cold-looking girl is a 7th order martial artist. The students are amazed, wondering if this ice beauty might be his girlfriend. Lee states that even though the boy is of the 6th order, his combat skills far exceed that level, and such techniques can only be perfected through countless life-or-death battles, meaning they cannot simply learn from his growth. He emphasizes that they are so strong that many zombies and evolved beasts have been eliminated by them. Tian hugs Lin, saying it has been a long time since they last met. The students from the class cheer upon seeing him, calling him their idol. Ruo asks if she is invisible. Tian then notices the nurse and asks why she is with him. Xiao replies that she is also a student of Sanctuary and is now his girlfriend. Luo draws her sword, challenging her to repeat that. Tian comments that Lin is truly surrounded by beauties. Lin says they are all classmates and tells the director that he did not expect to meet him again, as he still has a score to settle with his family. Tang tells him not to get cocky just because he is now of the 6th order, warning that if he dares to cause trouble, his family will be eliminated. The protagonist replies that he is there for the mission, but if they dare to touch him, they should be prepared to face the consequences. The director looks irritated. The school's vice principal approaches, thanks him, and expresses hope that he will forgive them for the incident that happened some time ago. Shu says he simply could not abandon his classmates. The vice principal states that they need to reach White Emperor City safely and asks if he would like to go with them. Lin declines, saying he still has a mission to complete. A staff member reports that 2 Academy airships were destroyed by a giant evolved beast and that they have requested their support with an airship. Tian asks if Shuang is not at Polaris Academy. The protagonist grumbles, and the vice principal, looking confident, orders the airship to be sent as quickly as possible to support them. Xiu thanks him, saying they will be delayed, but will show up. The vice principal adds that once the crisis is over, he hopes they will allow him to invite them to a banquet to express their gratitude. Meanwhile, at Polaris Academy, a giant beast is wreaking havoc, and students are running in panic, anxiously wondering when the airship will arrive. They continue to flee desperately, knowing that if the giant beast discovers them, they are doomed. A teacher announces that one of the airships is on its way. They look to the sky, spot the airship, and rejoice. The teacher instructs them not to push and to form a line to board, but then he notices the giant monster moving toward them. A burly man urges them to hurry and steps ahead of everyone, entering the airship and demanding that the door be closed. A blonde student protests, saying that many others have yet to board. The burly man strikes him and declares that his life is worth more than all of theirs combined. Frightened, the blonde man reluctantly moves to close the door. A girl steps in, telling him to stop and asking if he is really going to abandon students and teachers just to save himself. Park tries to strike her, but someone blocks his attack. The burly man asks how she dares to interfere in his business and if she has a death wish. The protagonist responds that he does, and asks what Park intends to do about it. Park senses a powerful aura, and wonders since when Starry Sky Academy has had such formidable warriors, 4 of them no less. Shu observes him and twists his arm. The burly man demands if he knows who his father is. Lin replies that it does not matter and that trash like him does not deserve a place on the airship. He then throws Park out and comments that it has been a long time since he last saw Schwanger. The girl recognizes him, rushes to embrace him, and says she thought she would never see him again. 2 blonde girls dislike what they are witnessing, and the protagonist explains that she is his childhood friend. Ruo continues making unnecessary remarks, clearly jealous. Shu tells her to stop adding fuel to the fire, but before they can dwell on it, the beast continues to approach. Lin rushes forward, telling them to take care of Schwanger and instructing everyone to board the airship in an orderly fashion without panicking. Shuang warns him to be careful. The female students ask if that handsome young man is her beloved, questioning why she said he was at Sanctuary Academy when he is here now, and whether he came specifically to save her. They comment that the beast is incredibly strong, but they did not expect her beloved to be even stronger. Shuang reflects that in less than a year, her friend has reached the 6th order, and she has never been able to keep up with him, only watch from a distance. The protagonist defeats the beast and remarks that he thought he had finally met a worthy opponent, but it turned out to be disappointing. The beast rises and lets out a roar. Other beasts hear it and rush toward the area. People on top of a building realize that the giant beast is summoning reinforcements. The students board the airship and report that they are ready for takeoff. A staff member asks if they should lift off, but the captain replies that the warriors have not given the order yet. Xu says that summoning all the beasts at once will actually save them time and reassures them that there is nothing to worry about because he is there. He thrusts his spear into the ground, unleashing a powerful aura. One of the onlookers realizes that he is a dominator and a formidable young warrior. Lin tells everyone to eliminate as many as they want. The red-haired student feels his strength surge and asks how the boy did that. Xiao observes and remarks that he truly is the man she has been searching for. Meanwhile, the students on top of the building see 2 female students pestering, asking if he isn't their neighbor and how he could be so strong, even suggesting that he might be an old man who rejuvenated using drugs. Shuang replies that it's impossible. An old man says that the young warrior cannot be of the 9th order and that it must be an extremely rare domain martial technique. The bald man adds that not only are domain-type manual techniques rare, but the boy himself is terrifying. Meanwhile, the 4 continue fighting the beasts, unleashing their abilities and attacks. The academy members watch in awe, feeling that they can't even remain still. Monsters are thrown far away. The giant beast approaches, roaring as it prepares to attack. The protagonist notices and leaps, using his flame ability, causing multiple impacts. People shield their faces as the fire is overwhelmingly strong. Explosions erupt across the giant beast. The beast then starts to run. Luo notices and asks if it's trying to escape. She quickly swings her sword and severs its legs. The students cheer excitedly. The red-haired one asks if there are more tasks to follow. Zhu responds that they are just small fries and not worth chasing. They watch as the remaining beasts are struck down. Soldiers fire at them and warn everyone to be cautious. They soon realize that all the evolved beasts, including the giant one, have been wiped out, and they wonder if it could be the work of the 4 students. A female soldier tells them to wait. Lin glances back, and the soldiers recognize him. The protagonist is pleased to see them. Yi looks to the side and asks if he was the one who took them all down. He confirms that he was. The female soldier asks if he is at the 6th order. He replies that he is. Yi remarks that transferring to another academy seems to have done him well. Jin tells the soldiers that this is the boy he always mentioned, and they ask who the other people are. Shu responds that they are all colleagues from Sanctuary Academy, and tells his friends that these soldiers are his comrades in arms from the military. He asks about the captain. Jin replies that he has now become a colonel and is stationed in White Emperor City. He then notices that the approaching airship belongs to the White Emperor City family estate and wonders why it is there. The airship positions itself near them. An old man steps out, asking about his young master. The vice principal explains that the academy's ship was destroyed by the beast, so they couldn't evacuate immediately, and that this is Starry Sky's airship, which came to support them, now boarding the teachers and students. The administrator questions whether he has forgotten who funds Polaris, and states that they should have ensured the young master's safety much sooner. Park, seeing the old man, declares that he has finally arrived and demands justice. The old man notices Park's injured wrist and asks what happened. The boy says that someone hit him. The administrator then demands to know who did it.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.